I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Han Yufei's expression looked dire. The gap between their strengths was too wide to cover. If Rudy and the others used Geno armor that originally belonged to others, Han Yufei reckoned he could make battle with them. He could possibly kill them, too. But someone who had generated their own self-Geno armor was in another league entirely. Han Yufei knew there was nothing he could do right now. So, the best he could come up with was buying more time by throwing his own fist to meet Yake's. Idiot! Yake snorted coldly, channeling even more strength into his fist. He was primed to deliver the blow straight to Han Yufei's head. Ji Yanran thought it was strange, seeing what was going on high above. It seemed as if they were fighting amongst themselves. Luo Lan looked at Han Yufei and suddenly felt a great worry come over her. Although Han Yufei had transformed and didn't look the same, when Luo Lan looked into his eyes, she could sense something. Just as Han Yufei was about to get punched by Yake, a hand suddenly blocked that immense fist and extinguished all that power. It was as if the punch had never been thrown. Stay up late. Luo Lan and the others were shocked. Somehow, Stay Up Late was up near Han Yufei, blocking Yake's punch. Stay Up Late had seen Han Yufei save Luo Lan once before. Seeing this same, familiar person tried to attack Yake from behind, Stay Up Late recognized him. Stay Up Late blocked Yake's fist and immediately pulled Han Yufei away from Yake. Then he simply said, "Go back to the Han family." Thanks. Han Yufei was in shock, but he knew now was not the time for talk. So he held his arm and flew towards Ji Yanran's building. Yake looked at Stay Up Late. He didn't bother trying to pursue Han Yufei, and he simply stared at Stay Up Late. "You are a crystallizer?" Yake asked, looking up at Stay Up Late. "I did not expect there to be another crystallizer survivor, apart from myself." Stay Up Late looked at Yake. "As a crystallizer, you have chosen to work for a human?" Yake asked. "I observe the Han family," Stay Up Late answered. "Why are you killing those of another race? They could be qualified. You should not kill them." Yake laughed mockingly. "Observe, the crystallizers were destroyed long ago. That thing doesn't exist, so it is pointless to observe. I am still here," Stay Up Late said quietly. "So what, even if you are a crystallizer, you can't say that." Yake snorted and threw a punch at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late deployed his armor, but he didn't fight Yake. He evaded the attack so that Yake only hit air. "You don't dare fight." Yake looked a little annoyed. He hated Stay Up Late's face, the way it was currently. "I am a soldier, and the oaths I am bound to forbid me from issuing harm to just anyone," Stay Up Late said coldly. His face did not change. "Soldier. The crystallizers are gone. There are no more soldiers. There are no more oaths. I am the oathmaker now." When Yake said that, he summoned greater strength and tried to strike Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late managed to dodge the raging attack, and after, he said, "The oath is in my blood, regardless of whether or not the crystallizers exist. In that case, let me see your blood so I can check for the presence of these oaths." Yake's armor started to glow, shattering the dimension around him. But no matter how Yake attacked, nothing he did enabled him to land a strike on Stay Up Late. "You can't fight back." Yake looked cruel as he punched a building. His fist was like a meteor, plummeting into a building with the intent of killing everyone inside. Stay Up Late frowned and immediately appeared in front of Yake. He punched towards that power and broke it. Good timing. Yake's Geno armor unleashed more power, directed at Stay Up Late in the form of another punch. Two powers collided against each other, generating a massive shockwave that broke the buildings all around. Yake deliberately placed the shockwave near their building. "As a crystallizer, you know this is against the law." Stay Up Late moved and destroyed the power unleashed at the building. He did not allow any of it to touch them. "So what?" Yake punched again towards the building, continuing to say, "Soldiers are nothing in this era. What is the point of war?" Stay Up Late punched Yake's power once again. He stared at Yake and said, "True. The crystallizers are gone, and there are no more crystallizer soldiers and crystallizer laws. It is good that you understand this. Join us. You will earn more than you did when you were a soldier." Yake continued to attack as he spoke. "It does not matter who I belong to, but you are the sort of person that I hate." So, Stay Up Late looked at Yake coldly, and his armor began to shine. A light began to envelop his fist. Boom! The scary power of his fist, like an erupting volcano, came down on Yake. Yake used both fists to fight back against it, but stay up late was too strong and quickly whittled away Yake's defenses. Arg! Yake screamed, as the volcanic power continued to mount. Eventually, his Geno armor broke. Pang! Yake's body collapsed on the ground, forming a crater that was filled with blood. He was struggling down in the earth, unable to get up. Yake looked at Stay Up Late and said, enthusiastic rush. You are not a normal soldier. Are you from the 3rd Division Special Forces? It does not matter. Leave this place and never come back. If the crystallizers weren't destroyed, you'd be in jail, Stay Up Late said coldly. Ha ha. Yake suddenly laughed. A member of the 3rd Division Special Forces, huh? That is interesting. When you see him, it will be fun. Stay Up Late frowned and looked at Yake, as Yake spoke to the sky. Officer, you aren't coming out. Are you simply going to watch us die? Or are you watching the power of the Special Force member killing me? Stay Up Late's body shook, and he looked up to the sky. There, a shadow was slowly approaching. When he saw it, he looked at it in disbelief. He screamed, Officer, you are not dead. Knight, it's been a long time. It is nice to see you. The officer smiled, and oh, he was handsome as a god. He slowly walked over to Stay Up Late. It is good to see you again. Stay Up Late felt touched. Stay Up Late's friends and family had died amidst the fighting in the past. Seeing someone he respected alive and in the flesh provided him a joy that went beyond the possibilities of description. Knight, come with me. The crystallizers are gone, but for as long as you and I are together, the 3rd Division Special Forces will never die. The officer looked right at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late opened his mouth and thought of something. He looked at Yake, and then looked at the officer. His expression was complex. Officer, did you send him to deal with the Han family? The Han family elder stole from us. We have to take it back. You do not have to concern yourself with these matters, the officer said. Stay Up Late looked at him strangely, and he said, Officer, you taught me soldiers are meant to protect. Protect life. Protect the law. Protect the world. The officer quietly responded, I know what you are trying to say, but the world is not like that anymore. The world is changing, and we must change with it. The crystallizers are destroyed, but the humans and the Shira are still here. They have laws and order of their own. It is not our place to tamper with or subvert them. Stay Up Late still spoke with passion, and he went on to say, Officer, you taught us all this. Why are you doing what you are doing now? The officer looked at Stay Up Late. If the things I taught were so useful, the crystallizers wouldn't have been wiped out. We need more than law, we need repopulation. And so, we have to go out and try. Stay Up Late looked at the officer, his expression complicated. He wasn't sure what to say. His officer had changed, and he wasn't the same person that Stay Up Late used to know and respect. He was like a different man altogether. Officer, you claim their elder stole something of yours. Their elder? That implies it was none of their business. Please, let them go, Stay Up Late pleaded, looking at the officer. The officer didn't say anything, but he seemed hesitant about something. Officer, he is our only lead. We need to catch them to draw out Han Jinji. You shouldn't just let them go because of this kid. We have sacrificed many people in this pursuit, we can't turn back now. Yake shouted, Shut up, I am talking with the officer now. Stay Up Late stared down at Yake, who was looking like ice. Yake seethed, but he did not speak a word. The officer sighed and said, Fine. Since you say it is so. The officer walked in front of Stay Up Late and patted his shoulder. He said, Let us take a walk, Knight. I have many things to tell you, after all these years that have elapsed. Officer, Stay Up Late's eyes turned red and teary. His love and admiration for the officer of the 3rd Division were back. Pang. The next second, the officer's fist was driven right into Stay Up Late's belly. The scary palm broke through his armor and went right through his guts. Stay Up Late did not think this would happen, and he was already flying through the air and coughing up blood before he noticed it had occurred. He hit a building and broke it. Stay Up Late. Luo Lan was in shock. The officer was a truly callous man. Why? Stay Up Late stepped out from the ruin and asked the officer, looking up at the sky. The officer said coldly, To secure the future of the crystallizers, there is something I must do. You are the best soldier I ever trained, but even I cannot control you. And there is something you must do, and you must do it for me. You are no longer the officer I once knew. Stay Up Late's face was expressionless. The world is changing, and so are you. You just haven't noticed it yet. The officer was speaking with an icy tone of voice. He went on to say, Zegu, Zach, take Han Sen's son and the new community leader. Take them away. 2 metal bodies came forward, approaching the top of the building. I'll go help. Yake looked coldly at Stay Up Late as he followed Zach to the roof of the building. Stay Up Late clenched his way through the pain, attempting to stop Yake. But the officer went right in front of him. Excuse me, officer, but I cannot allow you to take anyone, Stay Up Late said to the officer, wiping the blood from his lips. You are the best crystallizer warrior there is. You do not have to help humans as you are. The officer did not move. Seeing Yake was almost at the rooftop, Stay Up Late did not say anything and instead planned to break through the man obstructing him. The officer moved and used his fist to stop him, though. I am sorry, officer. Stay Up Late built up power and tried to annihilate the defense before him. But Stay Up Late had only just moved when the officer repeatedly punched him backward. Stay Up Late kept trying to go from a different direction, but he couldn't get past. Pang! Stay Up Late's chest was delivered another punch by the officer. He stumbled back a few 100 meters and coughed up more blood. I taught you, remember. I know exactly what you have learned. And now that you are injured, come back with me and make the crystallizers great again, the officer said. Stay Up Late did not speak, and he just flew over to the officer. But it looked like he was too late. Yake, Zach, and Zegu were already on the top of the building. DMN you guys. You killed so many of our creatures, you should all die. Yake looked at them with murderous eyes. He looked at everyone, ignoring Little Flower and Han Yufei. Instead of going for them as he was supposed to, he threw a punch towards Luo Lan. Luo Lan's face looked ill, but she knew she'd have to fight back. They wouldn't be able to do much against such forces, but they had little choice in the matter. Han Yufei was injured, but he wanted to brawl. But just as he was about to do something, a golden light appeared. It was Bauer, clad in golden leaves. She punched Yake. Boom. 2 scary powers came against each other. Yake looked on in disbelief. His power had been broken, and he had been sent flying again. Bauer's face looked murderous as she hung in the air. Her fists were coming down on Yake again, this time on his face. Impossible. Yake looked at her with disbelief. He was a crystallizer with self-generated Geno armor. He was also the only creature that could still stay in the sanctuary after doing so. He lost to Stay Up Late, who was a crystallizer from the 3rd Division Special Forces. That did not come as a surprise, but Bauer was just a pet beast soul that belonged to Han Sen. He could not believe a pet beast soul's power could be even remotely stronger than he was. And Bauer was also wearing a Geno armor. Bauer jumped up and threw a punch towards Yake's face. She looked so angry, and she knew who was important to Han Sen. Yake had wanted to kill Luo Lan, which was something that swiftly infuriated the baby. Yake was in the air, and he'd be unable to dodge her next strike. All he could do was raise his arms and try to punch back her incoming fist. But Bauer's fist was like a hammer, and it tore Yake's arm open. The fist landed on his helmet, caving it in. The force propelled his body down into the ground with the force of a cannonball, cratering the zone. The angry Bauer wished to give chase, but Zach and Zegu were slipping behind her and going for Ji Yanran. They were planning to take Little Flower away from her. Bauer's little body flashed back to Ji Yanran. To stop Zach and Zegu, she gave them a punch each. Dong. Zach and Zegu were strong. They were stronger than Yake, definitely, and that was because they had also generated their own Geno armor. Even so, their armor sets were visibly dented by the punches that Bauer delivered. Yake's face, which was smeared with mud and blood, emerged from the crater. He came rushing towards Bauer with manic fury. Bauer fought all 3 of them with absolute strength. Her fists and her arms were so hard, Bauer was able to keep delivering strikes that repeatedly dented their armor. Yake and the others were in shock. It was difficult to believe that anyone this powerful aside from the officer resided in the Alliance. The officer frowned, seeing all this. And he was visibly afraid of the power Bauer wielded. But Bauer's golden leaf armor suddenly started to shine. The luminosity made it look rather unstable. Bauer had put the armor on to defeat Snake, which before she really should have, and that had made her weak for some time. This time, however, she wasn't able to kill them immediately. It was taking her a while, and it didn't help that there were 3 of them to deal with. Things were turning dire once more. Ji Yanran saw Bauer's situation suddenly turn grim, and she gave Little Flower to Luo Lan. Then, she put on the crystal shoes that were in her bag. Crystal shoes, please help us. We will very much appreciate your assistance, Ji Yanran said to the crystal shoes. The crystal shoes heard what Ji Yanran said, and then leapt down onto the ground. They slipped themselves onto her feet, and a crystal light began to shine everywhere. The shoes were like magic, and they turned into a crystal armor that decked out Ji Yanran. Before Ji Yanran could move, the crystal armor pulled her into the air. She attacked Zack with spinning legs. Zack threw a punch at the incoming legs and they collided. But Zack's fist was broken against the solid crystal armor, resulting in a spray of blood. Arg! Zack fell back, as Ji Yanran was now in the thick of things. Ji Yanran joined the fight alongside Bauer. The attackers had a hard time withstanding Bauer's strikes alone, but now they could do nothing. They kept on getting hit without reprieve, and they were bleeding like mad. Everyone from God's organization was in shock. They thought it would be a fun event to draw Han Jinji out of hiding. The Han family wasn't even their target. Yet as soon as the fight began, they realized how scary the family was. That fear had only mounted in the time since, and they felt truly powerless and helpless before them. Yake, Zack, and Zagu were having a particularly terrible time. They had claimed to be the strongest, and they had even claimed to be crystallizers. But now they were getting cruelly beaten by Ji Yanran and Bauer. They were on a short fuse now. Ji Yanran was not fighting them herself, of course. She was being controlled by the crystal shoes. The shoes merely borrowed her body for fighting purposes. When the officer saw the crystal shoes, his eyes opened wide. He said, "Why would Eastern King's crystal shoes be here, owned by these humans?" The officer suddenly left Stay Up Late where he was. He headed straight for Ji Yanran and Bauer. "Officer, are you leaving?" Stay Up Late followed the officer and stopped him. "Knight, I said this is none of your business." The officer frowned, and then his body moved. He was unable to get rid of Stay Up Late that easily, however. Stay Up Late's mouth was bleeding, but he could still smile and mock his former superior. "You taught me everything, so you know me. But that also means I know you. You're not shaking me so easily. Step back. I do not want to soak myself in your blood," the officer said coldly. "I told you I have been watching over them, and I won't let anyone bring them lasting harm." Stay Up Late blocked the officer again. "You really think you can stop me from going over there?" The officer sighed. "I told you. We both understand each other too well," Stay Up Late said. The officer shook his head. "You know me, but you don't know time. It's been so long and things can change." After that, the officer blasted out a scary power. A flaming pair of wings appeared, setting him ablaze, assimilating with his armor. "Southern King wings, how is that possible? Your Geno armor is compatible with it." Stay Up Late screamed in shock. "There are many things of which you know nothing," the officer said, then pulled out a white sword. Western King sword. Stay Up Late could not contain his expression of surprise. He was truly shocked. "The Geno armors of the 4 crystallizer kings still exist, and I have obtained 2 of them. And they are blending into my Geno armor. No one in the sanctuary can ever hope to fight me. Before me and my power, your knowledge is useless." The officer held the white metal sword high as his body blazed with fire. He coldly told Stay Up Late, "Step aside. Don't make me spill the last of your blood." Stay Up Late looked at the officer sadly. Without moving an inch, he said, "Officer, it was you who taught me to never fall back. It was you who taught me to always do my job. I will never forget that." The officer moved his eyes and then stopped. He responded by saying, "If you must be like this, then excuse my cruel deeds." After that, the officer swung his white metal sword. But before Stay Up Late could see how it moved, he groaned in pain. He now had a wound on his chest that was deep enough to reveal his ribs. "That was a warning strike," the officer said to Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late looked at the white metal sword and said, "The Western King sword and the Southern King wings are so powerful. No wonder they are legendary. I only used 10% of my power," the officer said. Stay Up Late looked down on the wound on his chest and calmly said, "Next time you strike, and I don't dodge, please just leave my body here. A special ops operative that doesn't complete their mission should not return home." "Why are you so stubborn?" The officer sounded a bit angry. "These are my principles. You taught them to me." Stay Up Late said, "Good, I will teach you another lesson, then. You need to think on the fly," the officer said and moved his Western King sword again. He did so faster than last time. But this time, Stay Up Late moved. It was like he moved with the Western King sword, except he was a little ahead of it. Stay Up Late grunted, and another wound appeared on his body. This wound was lighter than the last, however, and the damage wasn't so grievous. It looks like you can teach an old dog a new trick. The officer frowned. The sword had not performed as impressively as he had expected, especially after he put even more strength into the second swing. Stay Up Late laughed and said, I learned that from Han Sen. Humans are weaker, and their lifespans are shorter, but their creativity far exceeds ours. The skills they create are far more ingenious than what the crystallizers developed. You are falling. The officer grunted. He waved his fire wings and swung his Western King sword. Stay Up Late's movements were similar to Han Sen's, but not exactly on the mark. He was borrowing some techniques and skills, but he was adding them to his own. He was still using mostly his own talents. Stay Up Late dodged the deadly attack, but he was too weak to escape it all. His body was wounded again. He was beginning to look like a bloodman. The officer, with armor from 2 crystallizer kings, was faster and stronger than Stay Up Late. Seeing Gugia get killed by Golden Growler, the officer had lost all his patience. He waved his Western King sword and prepared to unleash all his power. Stay Up Late had managed to avoid getting killed by the previous 3 strikes, but he had still been hit by each. With the wounds incurred, he wouldn't be able to evade the 4th. The sword was on its way, arcing down towards his chest. It's over. Stay Up Late sighed. He knew he wouldn't be able to dodge it, and he knew his body would be cut in half. Boom. Suddenly, a light came from the sky. It hit the Western King's sword with the power of a small sun. It shocked the officer and his sword, and the sword missed its target, buying Stay Up Late time. Stay Up Late's body moved fast, and he avoided the strike. He looked to the sky in shock. The officer's face changed and he looked up, too. There was a shadow up there, moving quick. And there was a light coming down on the officer. The officer kept swinging his Western King's sword to try and break the light, but he then saw a giant beetle land. Han Sen had finally come back to Roka, and he saw Stay Up Late was going to get killed. He used the unicorn beetle's weapon systems to save him. Seeing the person use a sword to break the beetle's light, Han Sen was shocked. The beetle's light was not as good as Geno armor because the mobility wasn't up to scratch. The officer saw someone appear, and he didn't want to waste any more time with the unexpected. So, he had to finish his task before Zagu was killed. He flapped his wings and teleported to the beetle. He slashed towards the beetle and cut a 3-meter-long crevice through it. Han Sen was shocked, so he quickly recalled the beetle. The unicorn beetle could not move fast to evade attacks. He was afraid it could very easily be destroyed if that continued. Han Sen. The officer was shocked when he saw Han Sen emerge from the machine. He used his Western King's sword against him, trying to slash him like he had never slashed before. Han Sen's face changed and he tried to dodge, but his fitness could not save him from those swipes. Before he could move, the glove on his right hand became an armor set that shielded his entire body. Then, the fist aligned itself with the arc of the Western King's sword. Boom! The fist hit the sword, and it created an explosion in the sky. It was far worse than the detonation of an atom bomb. The impact turned the ground into an ocean. The city became a ruin. Han Sen's body fell back a few thousand meters. He was rather shocked that he didn't fall over. He knew the immense power of the glove, but even so, he was still sent flying. His chest fell awful, but his opponent hadn't moved an inch. That was a testament to the sheer power he wielded. Han Sen did not know Western King's sword, Southern King wings, and the glove were all on the same level. The officer was simply stronger than Han Sen, which made the glove appear weaker. Northern King glove. I did not expect one of the 4 crystallizer king's armors could be found here. Let me take the Northern King glove and the Eastern King crystal shoes, then I can get moving. The officer looked excited, staring down at Han Sen in the jade armor. He flapped his wings alongside his sword. The officer looked completely murderous, and he wanted to kill Han Sen for the glove. Han Sen used the story of genes and let his energy combine with the armor to assimilate with it. Pang! Han Sen used his Dongshuan movements, thinking he could dodge the officer's strikes. But he was hit, and he fell like a star. When he hit the earth, the impact created a big hole amidst the ruins and rubble. Why can't I dodge? Han Sen wondered. He had seen himself manage to evade the strike, so it was a puzzle. Don't look at his sword, look at his eyes. Stay Up Late called to Han Sen. Look at his eyes. Why? Han Sen did not know what that meant, but he did know there wasn't time to dwell on the matter and think it over. The officer was on his way to strike again. Han Sen wanted to adhere to the advice and not look at the opponent's sword, but he found himself unable to do it. If someone was coming at you with a sword, how could you not look at which way the weapon was falling? You'd die if you didn't. This was instinct pang. Han Sen was sent flying again. Even though he was wearing the glove and its protective armor, he ended up coughing blood. The armor hadn't broken yet, but there were some concerning dents across it. His organs felt ready to give up the ghost. Don't look at his sword. Look into his eyes. Stay Up Late was badly injured, and all he could do was shout at Han Sen from afar. Explain it to me, how can I look at his eyes and not his sword? I can't do it, Han Sen shouted, as the officer came at him to strike once more. With his Dongshuan movements and heavenly go, he did his best to try and dodge it. But the tragedy continued. Stay Up Late had only learned a bit about Han Sen's talents, but even through that, he had been able to dodge the officer. But Han Sen had the glove armor and was stronger, yet despite that, his evasions were unsuccessful, and he was repeatedly hit. The glove armor was strong, but the Western King's sword and Southern King wings were, as well. Han Sen couldn't keep himself from being damaged. The hand is the heart eye. The eye is the beginning of the hand. You need to see through his eyes to see his sword. That is his trick. If you do not register his eyes, you won't evade a single one of his attacks, Stay Up Late called as he healed himself. What does that mean? I don't understand, Han Sen shouted. When the officer hit Han Sen, the felon coldly said, Knight, you are too naive. Even under my teaching, it took you 3 months to begin to grasp the concept. Do you think he will understand in 3 minutes? How will I know if I don't try? Stay Up Late gave a wry smile. He knew this would be a difficult concept for Han Sen to grasp, and it'd be a truly incredible thing if Han Sen was able to see into his enemy's eyes in such a brief amount of time. But there was no choice. Han Sen could understand that concept or die. There was no alternative. Han Sen realized he could not do anything to avoid the officer's attacks, at all. So, he decided to stare into his opponent's eye and take his mind off the brutal sword. His eyes were nice. He had thin eyebrows and eyes as bright as a rising phoenix. While they were a pretty sight, Han Sen didn't yet understand why he should be looking into them. At least Han Sen had known how the earlier strikes had hit him. Now, if he was hit, he wouldn't know exactly how it had happened. Pang! Han Sen fell into the ruins again. He stood up and exclaimed, Brother, are you playing with me? What is the point of looking into his eyes? You have to learn this and look deep into his eyes. Understand or you will die here. Stay Up Late was confident about this, and spoke very surely. So, Han Sen ran back out into the fray. His armor had a lot of marks and dents now. It was pretty earlier, but now it looked like rugged scrap. If this continued much longer, it'd likely break and leave him exposed. Han Sen's body was already badly damaged, too. He had coughed up a hefty amount of blood throughout the fight, and it was fair to say that his body was in a worse condition than the armor was. Save me, officer. That was Yake's voice. Yake was severely damaged, with his arm all mangled. He was running away. The officer hesitated for a moment, but did not shy from his chosen target. He was still going after Han Sen. The Northern King gloves were more important to him than Yake's life. Although Ji Yanran had the crystal shoes, they were only using her to fight. Han Sen was a formidable foe, and he actually made use of the glove. If the officer took Han Sen out of the picture, getting the other item from Ji Yanran would be an easy task. Arg! Yake screamed, right as Bauer annihilated his brain. He was very dead. Bauer's armor broke then, too. Not because the enemy had shattered it, but just because she couldn't support it anymore. She had eaten a lot of fruit, but it wasn't enough to sustain continued use of the gear. Ji Yanran then held onto Bauer, who slumped weakly in her broken armor. As she did, Ji Yanran's legs still fought and held off Zack and Zagu. Unfortunately, she was still unable to kill them. Near Little Angel, Golden Growler killed Rudy. Only Zack, Zagu, and the elusive officer were left out of the attacking forces. Golden Growler wanted to go over and help Han Sen, but Han Sen forbade this. He bid that they help Ji Yanran first. Their powers were good, but they had not grown enough yet. And furthermore, they hadn't generated self-geno armor. If they came over to help, the officer would likely kill them in a single strike. No, it's not working. Han Sen tried staring deep into the officer's eyes, but it was all to no avail. Nothing was working, and he didn't really know what he was supposed to see. The officer's eyes hadn't changed. He looked at Han Sen's body, but he attacked in a different location every time. It was difficult. Han Sen was good at judgment, but this was the one foe that his predictions did not work on. Pang! Han Sen's armor could not withstand the next strike, and it was broken by the Western King's sword. The strike almost obliterated the flesh beneath the armor. Han Sen was knocked to the ground, and he had trouble getting back up. If it wasn't for the glove armor, he'd have already been rendered unable to fight. The officer looked excited. He used his sword to try to stab Han Sen. He wanted nothing more than to kill the human so he could take the Northern King glove. Han Sen gritted his teeth, wishing to summon Destiny's Tower to block. But suddenly, a scary power began to emerge. And it landed right on Han Sen. The crystal armor on Ji Yanran became the crystal shoes again. They started running towards Han Sen. Without the crystal shoes, though, Ji Yanran started to fall from the sky. She wasn't strong enough to participate in the fight in her ordinary condition. Zack, seeing the crystal shoes leave, raced over to Ji Yanran with the express desire of killing her. Golden Growler roared. He suddenly made himself as big as a battleship and absorbed the hit Zack was going to deliver. In doing so, he managed to save Ji Yanran and Bauer both. A gaping hole was left in Golden Growler's armor and body as a result, though. Fortunately, it didn't hurt as much when he was that size. As Golden Growler roared, Ji Yanran and Bauer were able to get to safety with Luo Lan. Since Ji Yanran had now lost her crystal shoes, Little Angel and Golden Growler were fighting Zack and Zagu desperately. Fortunately, their opponents had already been damaged by Ji Yanran and Bauer. If this wasn't the case, things would have been far worse for Little Angel and Golden Growler. The crystal shoes landed right before Han Sen. He put them on. At the same time, the glove armor returned to just being a glove again. Boom! The officer stabbed a number of holes into the ground. He was breaking the planet, but he wasn't managing to hit Han Sen. The crystal shoes and their power pulled Han Sen away, preventing him from being stabbed. How is that possible? The officer was in shock. He looked at Han Sen and the crystal shoes in much confusion now. The crystal armor was something special, and ordinary people could not make use of it. Once the shoes recognized someone as their master, they would never betray that master or be used by someone else unless the owner was killed. The reason the officer hadn't killed Ji Yanran was because the shoes would have selected Han Sen as their new master once she was dead. He had the Northern King glove, after all. It was highly probable that the shoes, given a choice, would select Han Sen as well. But the officer did not expect the crystal shoes to willingly follow Han Sen and not strictly remain with Ji Yanran. Han Sen had been very worried about his family being put in danger during his absence, so he had left the shoes with Ji Yanran. The shoes really did help the family, too, while they were in danger with him gone. The crystal shoes never truly obeyed Ji Yanran. When they sensed that Han Sen was in danger, they went over to their master and slipped themselves onto his feet. Han Sen didn't like wearing them, but fashion principles weren't much of a concern at the moment. He had an enemy he needed to defeat. The crystal shoes didn't become crystal armor around Han Sen, though. They became shoes and the glove remained a glove. Neither item shielded him in the shape of an armor set. It's useless. Even if you have the crystal shoes and the glove, you are still so very weak, the officer said savagely, swinging his sword once more. The fiery wings of the officer sent him flying towards Han Sen with the sword. Han Sen felt the shoes, powers dragging him back a few thousand meters. It was too fast for Han Sen to decide how to react himself. The crystal shoes on his feet provided him speed. They were much stronger than when they were taking the shape of an entire armor. And the shoes were far faster now than they were when Ji Yanran was making use of them. But the officer was still able to catch up. The fiery wings on his back could go faster than the crystal shoes. Seeing the sword approach, Han Sen remained calm. He went towards it. Han Sen had the crystal shoes and the glove. He had nothing shielding his body. He had a Geno armor inside his Sea of Soul, but he could not use it while he was wearing those other two items. Even if he could put it on, it still wouldn't be very good against the Western King's sword. Now, all Han Sen hoped he could do was use his gloved fist to hit the sword. If he missed, he expected he'd be cut in half. Before this, Han Sen had failed many times. He couldn't block the sword no matter how many times he tried, and neither could he evade it. Now that he had no armor, this was his last chance. The officer looked cold, and he didn't think Han Sen could block it. Just like all the other times, he expected he'd be able to deliver a cruel blow to Han Sen. And furthermore, Han Sen's body had no protection because there was no armor on him. He could kill Han Sen and take the crystal shoes and glove all for himself. Stay Up Late and the others all turned to look at Han Sen now. He and Han Yufei both knew that if he was unable to successfully block the next strike, he would die. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Stay Up Late shouted out, despite expecting such a call to be practically pointless. Hard Eye was a technique that was very difficult to teach. When Stay Up Late learned it from the officer, he had practiced the skill for a very long time. After many repeated failures, Stay Up Late managed to wrap his head around it and learn it successfully. Stay Up Late had learned it in the course of training, however. The officer had taught him by using the technique slowly. Months of training with it, Stay Up Late found success and managed to learn it. It resulted in others calling him a genius. Han Sen was in the midst of genuine combat, and there was hardly any respite. He couldn't dedicate much of his mind to learning new things right now. The sword and fist collided with each other, but the sword was like a shot that slipped by. It didn't touch Han Sen's fist and was instead going straight for his chest. He didn't block it. Stay Up Late's face changed. It's over. Han Yufei looked ill. Ji Yanran and Luo Lan were unable to see the situation, and they had no clue Han Sen was in danger. It's over. The officer could feel his sword tearing through fabric and penetrating flesh. It made him feel very good. After this, he would receive all the Crystal King armors. If he could combine them all together, he'd have no issue surviving out there. Seeing the skin on Han Sen's chest start to break, he added more strength. He had to ensure that he killed Han Sen in a single hit, without giving him any chance of survival. The sound of breaking flesh felt good to listen to. Seeing the blood cascade from the torn skin, the officer became ravenously excited. Pang! Suddenly, a fist like cold water slammed across the officer's face. It broke the fire that enveloped the officer and sent him soaring away with a twisted body. He fell into the ruins. He stood up from the rubble and stared up at Han Sen, who was in the sky. He did so with a look of disbelief. He could not believe he had been hit by Han Sen, and his mask had been shattered. Stay Up Late and the others could not believe this, either. They could not believe this had happened. I don't understand Hard Eye, and I don't need to. Han Sen licked his lips and looked down at the officer. The officer didn't say anything. He simply drew his sword and started swinging it towards Han Sen. Pang! Just as the sword was going to land on Han Sen, he managed to punch the officer's face with his right fist again. The officer's face looked all mangled, and his body was sent barreling through the sky again. How is that possible? The officer held his face, and his pupils shrank in absolute disbelief. It's fine. It does not matter how strong you are, I will always be faster than you. Before you kill me, I will kill you. When Han Sen said this, his crystal shoes propelled him like a rocket, bringing him right before the officer. This is impossible. The officer could not believe what was happening, and so he just frantically swung his blade again. The results were still the same, though. Just as the sword came down on Han Sen's body, the officer was punched away. Han Sen could not understand or learn the officer's hard eye, but that wasn't a concern anymore. All he had to do was be faster than the officer. Before he put on the crystal shoes, he wasn't as fast as the officer. Now, things were different. The crystal shoes provided him a speed boost that allowed him to rival the officer, and become just as fast as him. And the glove, when it was in glove mode, imbued his right hand with a lot more speed and power. It was far stronger than it had been when it was protecting him via the armor set mode. But the most important thing was Han Sen's predictions and judgments. When he no longer had to care about countering the officer's strikes, he just had to be faster than him. Pang, 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 pang. The fist and armor kept hitting each other. Han Sen's hands railed against the officer's body, breaking it fiercely. The once pretty officer was covered in blood, as more and more oozed from his mouth. His face was swollen and blue, and all semblance of fairness had abandoned it. The officer kept on flailing his sword arm in vain, but he kept on getting hit by Han Sen every time he sought to land a blow. He could only damage Han Sen's skin, and he couldn't hurt him properly. The officer just needed to be faster than Han Sen to kill him, but he couldn't. He kept on getting hit by Han Sen each and every time. Stay Up Late was in a state of shock. He had never before seen anyone triumph over Hard Eye in this way. It seemed a very risky thing to do, but Han Sen managed to strike first and firmly every single time. It really was quite unbelievable. Boom. After all those attacks, the officer's Geno armor started to crack. Han Sen punched him again, and he fell to the ground like a meteor. There was a giant crater following his descent. No, I cannot lose to a human. The officer wanted to pull himself out of the earth and fight. Han Sen swooped down from the sky and punched him square in the head, though. And then again, he kept punching his skull into the ground. The officer's head was beaten into a pit, which filled with blood that bubbled and sprayed. Eventually, the officer's fingers weakened and dropped his sword. The Western King's sword fell to the ground and emitted some ding-dong noises. Han Sen wanted to keep on attacking, but the flames of the officer exploded like a sun. Han Sen, I will be back. After the explosion, the officer was gone. Only the voice remained, like an echo on the wind. Han Sen used Dongshuan aura and attempted to search the vicinity for any trace of the officer. The officer had definitely become an enemy, so he'd feel better if he could kill the man now and spare himself some trouble down the road. The officer was already beyond the atmosphere of the planet, though. He was traveling fast. Han Sen wanted to give chase, but Little Angel and Golden Growler were both injured. He looked at the officer, flying away, and knew it would be hard to catch up. So, he decided to fly in front of Zack. Boom! Han Sen punched Zack's head. His right gloved fist was driven into Zack's metal helmet and obliterated his head. His headless body crumpled to the ground. Zagu looked eager to flee, but he was far slower than Han Sen and his crystal shoes. So, Han Sen was easily able to catch up and send his fist right through the escapee's chest. Aside from the officer who ran off, God's organization was out of commission. But even so, Han Sen was still not happy. And that was because of his inability to kill the officer outright. Han Sen looked at the white metal sword the officer had left behind. He held out his hand toward the metal sword, and the sword flew right into his palm. The sword had already left a big impression on him. It was as good as the glove, there was no doubt about that, so it was quite the treasure to have. Han Sen did not know much about these items. He did not know the sword, glove, and crystal shoes were the armors of crystallizer kings. He did not know where the sword was from, but he sure knew how important it had been for the officer. Therefore, he spared no debate in taking it for himself. The crystal shoes slipped off Han Sen's feet, and then the glove left his hand. That was a surprise. The glove and the shoes could move by themselves. He already knew the shoes could, but seeing the glove just flap around on its own was almost spooky. He did not need to clean up after all that fighting, as the city had been completely leveled. There were no undamaged buildings anymore. Ji Yanran called for someone to bring over a big airship they could stay in for the time being. Fortunately, while there were many injuries, no one had been killed. Han Yufei met Luo Lan with his true self. When Luo Lan saw him, she didn't say anything. She merely grabbed Han Yufei by the ear and dragged him into a room. After that, many horrible sounds were heard. Han Sen got goosebumps just hearing them, but when he next saw Zero, he was shocked. He realized something. Zero was able to follow him into the sanctuary, and it never mattered which one. That meant she could always be near him. Up until now, Han Sen hadn't been able to understand why that was possible. Now he understood. When Han Sen first saw the 9-life cat symbol on Zero, he thought it was just a sign associating her with Blood Legion in some way. Now that Han Sen was thinking about it, he realized the symbol was just like the tattoo on his back. Zero could enter the sanctuaries without issue, unlike others who were subject to limitations and restrictions. She never had to go through a formal ascension process, either. Now Han Sen was thinking that if Zero had a 9-life cat symbol like his, the mystery was practically resolved. Old Cat had said that having 9-life cat blood meant you could come and go in any sanctuary as you pleased. It was a fine explanation for why Zero was able to enter any of the sanctuaries, without ascending the proper way. And Zero teleported to Han Sen whenever or wherever he ended up. That was something else that went against the pre-established system of the sanctuaries. That was similar to what had happened to Han Sen when he ended up next to Old Cat. If Zero's tattoo was the same as his, that meant they shared a weird connection of some kind. They might have been one and the same, and that was why Zero would always spawn next to him. Han Sen thought this was very possible. He'd only ever had one brief look at her 9-life cat tattoo, though, so he couldn't quite remember the details. He didn't know if it was exactly the same one that was on his back. Seeing Zero, who was currently treating his wounds, he thought to himself, she's a grown woman. I can't ask her to take her clothes off so I can inspect her. Han Sen thought about this conundrum for a while, but he couldn't come up with an excuse that would permit him to get a look at her tattoos. Zero, you haven't bought any new clothes in a long time. How about we go and get you some later? Han Sen looked at Zero's clothes. He only had to make her wear something that revealed her back, and he would see the tattoo. No, I have enough, Zero said calmly. But I need to. You are a beautiful girl and you need to dress up pretty. If you don't, people will find out I've been cheap on you. I will handle this for you, okay? Han Sen said that all at once, not giving her another chance to respond. Zero did not say anything, either. Once she had dealt with Han Sen's wounds, she left. Han Sen was on the sofa browsing Skynet. He bought a few different garments for Zero. He bought a number of different clothes to hide the ones he truly wanted her to wear, the ones that would display her back. Of course, he wasn't dumb enough to buy a lot of different clothing that all showed her back. That would be too obvious, and it'd be like he was making a statement. By buying a bunch of different styles, she'd be none the wiser. 2 days later, the clothes were delivered by a drone. Han Sen called Zero over and convinced her to try them on, one by one. And when Zero wore the clothes that revealed her back, Han Sen was delivered quite the surprise. Zero's appearance hadn't changed much, but she had grown up a lot. She was a woman now. She looked very beautiful in the dress he got her, and Han Sen couldn't stop admiring her looks. Zero walked around, with Han Sen staring keenly at her back. He also took a photo, for future investigation. But when he saw her back, he really could see that the 9-life cat tattoo was the same as the one he had. It wasn't just the shape that was a carbon copy, either, he could sense it was the same via its color and feel. I was right. If Zero's back tattoo is the same as the 9-life cat pendant, it explains everything. But why would Zero have it in the pendant? Blood Legion had 2 of those relics. Where did Zero come from? Is she a human or a Shira? Or is she something else entirely? After Han Sen discovered this, his mind found more questions than answers. Han Sen believed Zero might be a human that had used a geno fluid at the Shira grave. It was certainly a possibility, but the tattoo posed other problems. When Han Sen became a god, he had absorbed the 9-life cat. When had Zero combined with the necklace? And how had she done it so soon when she wasn't strong? Dear, what do you want for dinner tonight? Because you are injured, I will cook. Ji Yanran pushed the door open and walked right in. She was shocked by the scene she was witnessing. Han Sen was lounging on the sofa, staring at a loosely clothed Zero. The dress she wore left her whole back on display. Han Sen wished to give her an answer, but he immediately noticed a dangerous look take over her face. He quickly told her, Zero bought a number of different pieces of clothing, and she wished to ask me which looked the best. Zero, you bought these clothes? Ji Yanran nibbled her lips and asked Zero directly. Han Sen bought them, told me to wear them. Zero wasn't a liar and her EQ was low. She wasn't really sure what was going on, so she simply answered with honesty. Ji Yanran squinted her eyes and looked down at Han Sen with a look that was more frightening than hell's most rotten demon. She slowly approached him. Let me explain. It isn't what you think. This is all a misunderstanding. Han Sen wished to explain. Ji Yanran walked in front of Han Sen and then smiled a smile that was creepier than the officer's. You love to watch girls change their clothes. I will show you how it's done right when we go home. The smile remained fixed on Ji Yanran's face, and it gave Han Sen a horrible chill. Let's go to the mall and buy the most expensive garment. Then, you can dress yourself up in it and show me. Han Sen quickly said, shut up and get in here. Ji Yanran grabbed Han Sen by the ear and pulled him into the next room. Many screams were heard after that. A while later, Han Sen managed to explain everything clearly. He desperately wanted to escape the wrath of her finger. After dinner was done, Han Sen saw stay up late up in the observation tower. He walked over and started to chat with him. This matter concerns our lives. Is there something you need to tell me? Stay up late was more injured than Han Sen was. He was reclining on a sofa with a hot cup of tea. He stared up at the sky as he replied. That was the 3rd Division Special Forces officer. He trained all its members, myself included. Stay up late sounded okay, just a little cold. Still, it was a soothing voice to listen to. But what he said next shocked Han Sen. 1706 The outside world stay up late was just a soldier, not a high-ranking officer or important individual in the crystallizer civilization. He only knew the history of the crystallizers from what he learned in the history books. The history he knew about the crystallizers placed their origins in the sanctuaries. The crystallizers wished to avoid a war, and so they sought refuge in the sanctuaries. Heaven knew how long it took after that before their civilization developed into what it became. Many elites wished to leave the sanctuaries and return to the outside. They did succeed in doing this, but they were also destroyed. Something bad happened inside the sanctuaries that resulted in the destruction of their entire civilization. That was what became their recorded history. Stay Up Late didn't exactly know what had happened, amidst the downfall and disaster. It affected him, anyway, and put him to sleep inside the Geno fluid. He remained there in stasis until Han Sen woke him up. Stay Up Late only remembered the powers passing over him that made things feel as if the world was ending. He couldn't resist it and passed out. Nowadays, all that remained of the crystallizers were fragments and remnants. Only ruins had been left behind, following what transpired. Stay Up Late said the crystallizers were far more advanced than humans, at their peak. They had evolved more than humans, as well. Even elites like him were just soldiers back then. He was in the special forces, but that still put him a long way from being the best of the best. There were 4 crystallizer elites: the Northern King, Eastern King, Southern King, and Western King. Aside from Eastern King, the others wished to escape the sanctuaries. They wanted to leave and reclaim the lands they had lost. But the crystallizers had been gone from that world for too long, and they had no clue how scary it had become. Their developments made them too confident, and Han Sen knew the end. Humans were a tribe of crystallizers, or to put it in a slightly starker way, they were test tube results of beings that had been spliced with crystallizer genes. Many test subjects were regarded as the lowest of the low in the sanctuaries, so they were given the opportunity to grow. The crystallizers were hoping to produce a greater race that would one day help them reclaim the lands they had lost. There were many races based on the crystallizers. Some were immediately sent out of the sanctuaries, but none were able to survive longer than a month. Stay Up Late recalled there was a place they used as a graveyard, where they could also store their Geno armors. But after the disaster, most of their civilization was destroyed, and the location of that place was unknown to him now. Han Sen could guess he was talking about the Hero Spirit Hall. What humans died there? Amidst the fighting, Han Sen asked. Stay Up Late went silent for a bit before responding. When he did, he said, the creatures were given crystallizer genes, but the splicing also included the genes of other beings, too. As a result, they were different. To the best of my knowledge, the humans were incapable of reaching the Alliance before the disaster. Humans did eventually get there, but it was only after our downfall. Once there, you started to breed. But you only created one creature. How was it able to reproduce? Han Sen asked. So, your race is called human, but you have other genes within you. Still, your body kept the same height as the crystallizers. The other genes may have come from more crystallizers belonging to a different tribe, Stay Up Late said. Han Sen asked Stay Up Late a number of other questions. Han Sen was worried, as the last time the crystallizers opened the sanctuary, it remained open. If someone generated a Geno armor, they'd be sent out of the sanctuary. It was impossible to close the sanctuaries now, and in regards to how that might be done, only the 4 kings had known. But even if Han Sen and Stay Up Late did know how to close the sanctuaries, they probably wouldn't have been able to do it by themselves. What is the outside world like? Han Sen was curious to learn about this. Stay Up Late gave a wry smile and said, I don't know. Like I said, I was merely a soldier. Even the high-class crystallizers didn't know much about the outside world, though. If they had, they wouldn't have made the mistakes they did, which resulted in the near obliteration of our race. They hid in the sanctuaries for too long, not learning about the outside world. Han Sen thought this might be the case. After they were done talking, he decided to go and see Han Yufei. He explained the situation to him and told him not to generate his self-Geno armor. Too many elites were known to have died out there, so it was too risky for him to do it, as well. Still, Han Sen needed to practice, and he didn't dare slow down. He went as fast as he could. Even though the sanctuaries were open now, Stay Up Late said the creatures from the outside could not get in. But if that was true, that made Han Sen wonder how the crystallizers ended up getting destroyed. So, Han Sen did not feel too safe being inside the sanctuary. He kept on practicing. If something happened, having a great deal of power amassed would be the best thing. And Han Sen did not believe that the creatures from the outside could not get in. If they couldn't, then how had the 9-life cat entered and gained so much authority? The officer did not show up again. Aside from constant practice by himself, Han Sen also spent some time practicing with stay up late in crystallizer technology. He also spent time learning about Heart Eye. He spent a whole month on that subject alone. If he had to go up against the officer again, there wouldn't be much of a risk. He'd be able to use Heart Eye. But the officer did not show up. Han Sen wasn't sure whether that was because the officer knew he was too weak to go up against him, or whether he had gone back to concocting a new scheme that would take some time. As Han Sen rested, he took time to investigate the Western King's sword. It was a crystallizer's Geno armor, like the glove and crystal shoes. Han Sen asked Stay Up Late what the difference between this Geno armor and the others were. Stay Up Late did not know, though. He said every crystallizer could generate Geno armor, but only the 4 kings could generate these special Geno armors. The crystallizer glove and crystallizer shoes had wills of their own, but the Western King's sword seemed entirely inanimate. Han Sen could not sense that it had a will, and neither could he sense any special power it may have possessed. After Han Sen and Stay Up Late examined it, they thought the officer must have used a special method to combine the sword with himself. The sword had probably become lifeless because it was away from the officer. Han Sen had nothing to do right now, so he used the Blood Pulse Sutra and dropped a smidgen of blood on the Western King's sword. The real blood Geno core had become a part of who he was. It was in his blood, and Han Sen's blood could therefore be called real blood. It was no weaker than the actual real blood Geno core, and as Han Sen grew and became stronger, it would develop too. 1707 Meeting Old Cat again. Han Sen put a drop of his blood on the Western King's sword. The blood didn't spread and blend into the metal, however, and it just remained a droplet upon the surface. I can't believe this isn't working. Han Sen cut his wrist and bled some more of his real blood over the sword, and went at it until it was entirely painted red. Even after rubbing it in, it didn't work. Han Sen put the Western King's sword aside, hoping the real blood would do something in time. If there was a will there was a way, and Han Sen wasn't keen on giving up just yet. That was one of the 4 Crystal King armors, and he didn't think there'd be a 5th in existence. According to Stay Up Late, whether someone was qualified was determined by the Geno armor they generated. But the difference between the average Geno armor and the special Geno armors was something Stay Up Late couldn't accurately define. Fitness was not an accurate measurement, and it wasn't that you simply reached a certain fitness and were then able to generate a special armor. Eastern King, of the 4 kings, had a fitness that was not all that excellent during his earlier years. He was like an average crystallizer, and yet, he went on to generate one of those special Geno armors. So, the crystallizer observer's task was to watch their creatures grow and learn how they might go on to generate the special Geno armors. But before they could find another special one like those, the race was destroyed and brought to ruin. Even the crystallizers did not know if a qualified one currently existed. Han Sen went to practice the story of genes. He progressed quickly, and it was like he was learning new skills every single day. And through that, his fitness was rising. Even so, it would still take a long time for him to recover the demigod strength he had lost. Entering the sanctuary again, Han Sen appeared right where he should have been. Xianxia King was still there, too. Although the 9-life cat had told him his blood would not restrict him from entering any sanctuary, he didn't really know how to get to any of the others, as of yet. For the time being, he was stuck in the 4th god's sanctuary. Han Sen was worried about the officer appearing, though, so he wouldn't stay there for long. He had a chat with Xianxia King, and the spirit asked Han Sen to take his latest issue of the comic. He wanted it uploaded. Han Sen's life had been quiet for a while now. After the last fight, the officer and God's organization seemed to have been dealt with. He didn't hear anything about their movements anymore, and there was no news regarding potential operations. Han Sen was a legend in the Alliance, but it was fortunate he was not one to revel in the limelight and fame of such stature. And truth be told, he could control the entire Alliance by force, if he so wanted to. Even though he didn't do this just yet, Han Sen's power was still sending ripples across the Alliance. The Ji family grew more quickly and steadily. They were no longer given any trouble. Some said it was because of their strong ties with others, but those associations paled in comparison to the influence of Han Sen. In the next election, Ji Ruijun was planning on running for the presidency again. Some of the other families that had ties with Han Sen also benefited. Even if Han Sen didn't want to play any role or part in the politics of the government, his mere existence was influencing things. It didn't mean much to him, though. Controlling the whole alliance through bureaucracy wasn't even remotely interesting to him. Civilizations like the crystallizers were destroyed easily. Humans would fall even swifter if similar forces came against them. The officer was an enemy, yes, but what he said was true. Time passed, and Little Flower was 3 years old. Han Sen wished to send him to a kindergarten, but he was afraid that God's organization might come and bring Little Flower harm if he was out there without Han Sen's supervision. After a lengthy discussion with the family, they decided on having Little Flower study at a kindergarten on Roka. Han Sen could protect him there, and Little Flower would be able to socialize with ordinary folk of society. Han Sen decided to buy half of the planet, too. Little Flower's kindergarten was located on the side that he did not own, though. Traveling would take some time. Stay Up Late volunteered to take Little Flower to school every day and bring him home. He worked harder than Ji Yanran and Han Sen, that was for sure. He frequently said Little Flower was special, and there was a chance he could be qualified. His potential was even greater than Han Sen's. So, he spent a lot of his time observing Little Flower. That made Han Sen feel safer. If the officer was planning on taking Little Flower, and Han Sen was late to the rescue, Stay Up Late could definitely keep the child protected for a time. After soaking the Western King's sword in blood for a whole year, a reaction was finally achieved. It wasn't falling under real blood's control, but the sword's own will was finally returning. But even with the will coming back, it wasn't quite like the glove and the shoes. It was easy to trigger the Western King's sword's power, at least. Han Sen decided to give it to Stay Up Late. Han Sen would need someone to fight if the officer showed up again, and Han Sen himself wasn't around. Little Flower was a popular kid in school. There, though, aside from the principal, no one knew he was Han Sen's son. And even so, the kids and teachers all grew fond of him. He was the cutest kid in the kindergarten. Kids loved playing with him, and teachers liked treating him better than the others. But even so, Little Flower was still very quiet. No one knew he was Han Sen's son, and so other than being well liked, he didn't draw much attention. Han Sen entered the sanctuary again, and there, he found the 9-life cat. "Why are you here?" Han Sen frowned. He didn't believe that their unexpected meeting was coincidental. Old Cat laughed and said, "I found something interesting in the ruin, but I can't get it out by myself. Let's partner up again, if you're interested. I might help you, but only if you answer a few of my questions." "No answer, no thank you," Han Sen said sternly. "You have 9-life cat's blood. Come on, we're like family. You can ask me anything, and I'll give you a proper answer." Old Cat spoke as if they were brothers. "What is this thing on my back?" Han Sen asked Old Cat. 1708 Entering the ruins again, it's nothing too exciting. That is the remains of a 9-life cat. It is their leftover genes, Old Cat said with a slight tone of awkwardness. "Does that mean there is more than one?" Han Sen asked. Old Cat hesitated for a moment, and then said, "There aren't many." "What's going on?" Han Sen frowned. Old Cat wasn't answering fully and forwardly, and it was clear he was hiding something. Old Cat retreated into thought before speaking next. He said, "It's not a big secret, only rare 9-life cats can leave behind something like that. And to the best of my knowledge, there are only 10. Hearing him say this, Han Sen's mind drifted back to Zero, who had the exact same thing. He still went on to ask, "How many are there in the sanctuaries?" "Just one. It was from Human Emperor." Old Cat suddenly stopped short. Han Sen heard half of what he said, and immediately, his face changed. He looked at Old Cat and asked, "Human Emperor visited the 9-life cat. 9-life cat comes from the outside, so the Human Emperor got out." Old Cat smiled and said, "I guess, but he didn't go out with his powers intact." "What does that mean?" Han Sen asked. "If I told you I helped him out, you wouldn't believe me. So, it would be best if you stopped asking. And if you ever do make it out, you'll hear it from him. But if you can't make it out, such knowledge is useless to know," Old Cat said. Han Sen was shocked. He had no idea that an alpha human had made it out of the sanctuaries. "Is he still alive, then? Can you at least tell me that?" Han Sen asked. "I don't know. When I came here, he wasn't dead. But predicting if someone is dead or alive out there is now something anyone can do. Even me." Old Cat shook his head. Han Sen thought about this for a while and said, How did you even get into the sanctuary? As far as I know, aside from the crystallizers, no others were able to get inside. That was what concerned Han Sen the most. If the creatures from the outside could enter, just like Old Cat seemed to have, then that could spell out something pretty bad. Old Cat seemed to see through Han Sen's thoughts, and answered, if nothing could get in, then how could feathers be here? Han Sen's face changed. Old Cat, with a cocky expression on his face, went on to say, but don't worry, if the crystallizers hadn't killed themselves, it would have been difficult for other races to enter. I came in when the crystallizers opened the sanctuaries. And yes, the crystallizers are practically all dead. They can't kill themselves anymore to open doorways. Did you destroy the crystallizers? Han Sen asked, looking at Old Cat. Do I look like I'm capable of such an act? Old Cat revealed his claws. Han Sen ignored the mocking and asked him, well, could other creatures have made it through? Old Cat nodded. There were others, but I don't know them. Now come on, I've told you everything you wish to know. Will you follow me now? Why don't you tell me what for? Maybe I'll consider coming. Han Sen smiled. Breaking a promise made to the 9-life cat isn't a very wise move to make. Think about it. Old Cat squinted his eyes. I said I'd consider coming along. I didn't say I'd come or not come. Han Sen smiled again. Old Cat was a professional liar, and Han Sen wasn't willing to put absolute stock into everything he was being told. And right now, there was every chance he might be getting sold out. Old Cat saw that Han Sen really wasn't moving, so he went on to explain the ruins. Old Cat had discovered another lab with another race there. It hadn't woken up like the feather had, but just in case, he wanted to bring Han Sen for help. Old Cat explained that if nothing happened, he would take the item. If something bad happened, then any treasures they found would be shared. Han Sen asked him what he expected to find, but the cat's explanation made no sense to him. It was like some sort of bone that was similar to the one Han Sen retrieved before. What is the point in getting such a bone? Han Sen couldn't figure out what that other bone was for, so now was as good a time to ask as any. They're useless in the sanctuaries, but out there, they're highly sought after by all. If you can get out, you'll find out for certain. Old Cat didn't really explain anything. Han Sen mulled the idea over some more, but ultimately decided to follow. He was quite curious about discovering another race, anyway. So, do the sanctuaries only have one of these items, brought here by Human Emperor? Han Sen asked. It should be just one, assuming Human Emperor did not lie, Old Cat said. Han Sen asked Old Cat how Human Emperor had managed to get the bone, but he didn't receive an answer. Old Cat was afraid of telling him. Han Sen was planning on going alone, but Xianxia overheard them and wanted to go along. Han Sen wouldn't mind some extra help, and Xianxia was nearing Emperor status, too. He'd be very good to have along. But before setting out, Han Sen returned to the Alliance. He took the glove, but left the crystal shoes for Ji Yanran in case something happened during his absence. The three of them entered the relics Han Sen had been to before. Han Sen thought the lab was the one he had previously visited, with the feather inside. But even though 9-life cat was taking them to the same ruins, that was not the lab they were headed for. Where did you find this thing? Han Sen frowned. There are 3 other labs, and I found what I seek in one of the others. I know my way around, and if it doesn't wake up like the feather did, we should be safe. Old Cat spoke as he led them forward. They walked around the ruins for a while before reaching their destination. When they entered, it looked just like the one Han Sen had previously visited. There were many tools and crystal tanks. The laboratory was damaged, though. The room was in bad shape, and much of the equipment was broken. Many crystal tanks had broken, too, leaking their fluids everywhere. There were a number of rotten bodies and bones scattered all about. 1709 The greenhouse changes, what is this? Asked Xianxia, holding his nose and looking at the bodies and the liquids around them. They are creatures held for testing and experimentation. Some are prototypes of something else like him. Old Cat jumped toward one of the crystal tanks, and he spoke with eyes fixed on it. Han Sen and Xianxia looked at Old Cat, and then observed the strange creatures contained within the tank. Han Sen could not describe what it was. It looked like a human, but a bug at the same time. It had human limbs, but the head had the eyes of a fly, with the multitude of lenses. And while the limbs were like a human's, the joints were those of bugs. It looked very weird. It's just a disgusting bug. After Old Cat said that, he leapt onto the tank and began slapping it with a paw. He obviously intended to break it open. Are you ready? Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. Behead the thing as soon as you are able to, Old Cat said to Han Sen. Yes. Han Sen was in agreement. Pang. The crystal tank broke, and the liquid and the bug man came spilling out. Han Sen did not say a word. He simply summoned the white Geno armor, and with his hand like a blade, struck the neck of the creature. The hand, now clad in the gauntlets of the armor, made a metallic striking noise when it hit. Han Sen's power and Geno armor had only been able to make a slight scuff on its neck. Fortunately, the bug man showed no reaction. It looked to be already dead, but just to be safe, Han Sen gave it another 100 cuts until he was able to break its shell. The meat inside was like jam, and there was no blood. It looked like it had been dead for quite some time. God knew how many times Han Sen had to hit it after that, but eventually, the head was lopped off. As he worked on it, he thought to himself, this thing is so tough. Thankfully, it is dead. If it wasn't, this would be quite a lot of trouble. Han Sen, according to the terms of our deal, if it was dead when we found it, the item we came for belongs to me. You'll hold up your end of our bargain, correct? Old Cat saw the bug man's head fall off and quickly jumped on it to speak. Fine, suit yourself. Han Sen did not plan on stealing from him, so he just walked back a few steps and watched the old cat. He was keen to see what he was going to obtain. Old Cat used his claws to scratch away at the bug man's armor. A deep crack was instantly formed, and that gave Han Sen quite the shock. Han Sen knew Old Cat was not weak, but the action it had just performed was rather shocking. Even if Han Sen used the glove, he knew he'd have much trouble trying to break the shell. It wouldn't have been easy. Old Cat was certainly much stronger than he was letting on, and much stronger than Han Sen's own estimation. Old Cat's claws were sharper than a surgeon's scalpel, that was for sure. In no time at all, he was peeling the creature open. And before long, pulled back a paw that was holding something green. What is that? A stone. Han Sen looked right at the item in Old Cat's hands. Those are its guts. Old Cat looked so happy to have obtained the jade-looking guts. Han Sen didn't see where the cat put it, but he still asked, they look like rocks, not organs. What are they truly for? Han Sen asked. This is good stuff. You'll know all about it once you get out. With how you are now, you won't understand. After Old Cat dug up the guts, he ended his search. He jumped and said, let's go, there is nothing left. Xianxia, meanwhile, wasn't feeling too good about this. He said, while we're here, shouldn't we explore more of this strange place? Do you think we have come here to sightsee? You'll die if you explore any more. Old Cat rolled his eyes and started walking out. Han Sen and Xianxia looked at each other, and then followed after Old Cat, so they could be led back to where they had initially come from. The three of them walked past the greenhouse, and as they passed it, Old Cat hunkered a little and asked, did you touch the stuff in there? We were with you. You know that we didn't take anything. Xianxia said. Old Cat, what's going on? Han Sen asked, looking across the greenhouse. Someone has been digging in the soil. Old Cat stared at the disturbed earth. Han saw it, too. It was like a freshly dug grave, with soil churned up everywhere. You didn't dig this, did you? Han Sen asked, with a frown. If I did, why would I ask? Old Cat madly rebutted. If it wasn't you or us too, might there be other creatures around? And if that isn't possible, maybe the thing buried dug its own way out, Xianxia said. Han Sen and Old Cat looked glum. No matter what the case was, this was bad news. Let's get out of here. After Old Cat said that, he started to run. Han Sen and Xianxia ran as well. They ran for a while, but eventually, their faces fell. They had run dozens of miles, but they hadn't escaped the vicinity. They found that they had walked in a loop, ending up back at the greenhouse in the fresh hole. It gave them a very bad feeling. They looked around, but it was all quiet. There didn't seem to be anything else there that was alive. Han Sen's Dongshuan aura could not feel the presence of other creatures. But they fell silent and went to examine the deep hole. Keep going. Old Cat told them to keep going, and so they did. This time, however, they walked faster. It wasn't long before the three of them ended up back at the greenhouse. How can this be happening? Xianxia wasn't afraid, and he was actually quite happy to see the greenhouse again. Han Sen and Old Cat looked at each other and prepared to run, but suddenly, they heard a strange noise. Pang, 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 pang. The soil around the grave started to explode. Many more black holes were created, and the entire graveyard looked like one giant beehive. 1710 snakes in the dark holes, there was something red like lanterns shining. When the red lights rose to the surface, they were revealed to be the triangularly shaped heads of snakes. The red lights were their gleaming eyes. Now, black things were pouring out of the dark holes. They came straight for Han Sen, making a sharp noise. Han Sen was startled as he looked at them. Old Cat had already escaped with incredible speed. Xie Qing, run! Han Sen shouted and started to run. They did not know what those black-scaled snakes were, but if Old Cat had run away upon seeing them, they thought it was a good idea to follow after him. Xie Qing King did not want to run, but he obliged Han Sen's request and went along with him. The toxic snakes were coming at them like a breaking tide. They were very fast, but thankfully, they were slower than Han Sen. The trio kept on running as fast as they could. But a while later, the snakes appeared in front of them. The greenhouse also ended up in front of them, too. Somehow, through means unknown, they had been forced to make another loop. Now that they had snakes in front and behind, they were firmly sandwiched. Seeing the groups of snakes gathering together, Xie Qing King unleashed a silver light. His fists were like a volcano, spewing silver fire as he threw them forward to punch the black snakes. Alu alu alu. The raging fists of silver light killed a vast number of the black-scaled snakes upon contact. The toxic blood was thrown everywhere. I thought these things were something scary. There this week, when Xie Qing King stopped punching, the place had undergone a makeover to look like a slaughterhouse. The bodies of the snakes were everywhere, and not a single one had survived his rampage. Old Cat looked at him as if he were an idiot, and he said, "Are you stupid? If this was that easy to deal with, why would we have run? You killed so many of those snakes, she is going to go mental." "Old Cat, what do you mean?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Old Cat did not answer. An explosion came from the greenhouse, one that sounded like the earth tearing apart. Something emerged from the ground. It was a person with long hair and a beautiful body. Or at least the upper part was, for the lower body was a slithering snake. She'd have been a beautiful woman if she was a complete one. She opened her eyes, but there were no pupils. She even had the eyes of a snake. She stared at the three of them intensely. "Don't move. Don't make a sound. Her vision is bad, so there is a chance she'll be unable to see us right here," Old Cat told them, retreating to the side. "She can't see, but she's not deaf. You're so loud, she'll certainly hear you," Xie Qing King said, not moving. "She can't hear, either. She can see moving objects, so if we don't move, she won't be able to see us," Old Cat said. Han Sen and Xie Qing King did not believe him, but when Lady Snake came out, she made a noise with her tongue but did nothing else. She didn't pay them any attention. Lady Snake moved around a bit, but it appeared as if she couldn't see the three of them. It was as if she was moving around in search of something. She really can't hear or see us. If that's the case, why are we afraid of something so dumb? Xie Qing King was shocked. "Dumb? You better hope she doesn't find us. She can kill you as easily as she might a chicken." Old Cat looked at him with disdain. "Stop it, you two. She's coming," Han Sen said, looking at Lady Snake. Lady Snake could neither see nor hear, but she was sure Han Sen was around there. It kept searching and searching, leaving him unable to move. "What should we do? She will bump into us sooner or later. And when that happens, we'll have no choice but to move," Han Sen said. "She can't hear and she can't see. Why don't we just get rid of her when she comes too close?" Xie Qing King said. Old Cat laughed and said, "No one is stopping you from trying. If you want to die, be my guest, I will be running." "How do we escape?" Han Sen asked. Old Cat laughed and said, "I don't know. But judging from the way she's searching, she'll be bumping into you first. And when she's busy with you too, I can have a chance to run." "Your FC King shameless." Han Sen shot him a glare. "That sounds like a good idea, but even so, you cannot leave here completely. She will hunt you down, one way or another. If we are all going to die, why don't we work together, find her weakness, and kill her through cooperation?" Old Cat said, "No. We cannot fight her. I am old, and I still want to live a while longer. I will run first, anyway. There's nothing you can do about that. Look around you, man. Don't you think this place looks a little different? Maybe her rising made the restrictions disappear. Perhaps we can waltz out now. Okay, if you want to run off, why don't you tell us what it is?" Han Sen said. Old Cat looked at Lady Snake, and then said, if I'm correct, this thing is a new creature. One combined with a Naga. She has the power of a Naga, and she's got the creature's genes. That makes her even scarier. What are their weaknesses? Han Sen asked. I told you, her vision and hearing are awful, Old Cat said. And, how do we kill her? Han Sen pressed. Haha, Nagas are a noble race, and any of them can easily destroy the tribes and families of others. Where the crystallizers found Nagas, I have no idea. But I really don't think you can kill her. It would be best if you decide which of the two of you would rather die first. Who knows, maybe one of you can make it out while the other is mauled. Old Cat sounded quite spiteful. After that, Lady Snake came right before them. If she slithered in another circle, she'd undoubtedly bump into them. She'd hit Xianxia first, too, judging from her position. When Lady Snake was only 30 meters away from Xianxia, the spirit said, if she's as strong as the cat says, I will try and fend her off while you make a break for it. Just remember to upload my comic. Han Sen wished to say something, but the monster suddenly changed direction. It was supposed to hit Xianxia, but now it was going for Old Cat instead. Oh, sh*t. Old Cat's eyes widened. 1711 Old Cat's time to shine. Seeing the beautiful Lady Snake coming toward him, Old Cat thought through many different options very quickly. He couldn't think of a way to get out of the predicament, though. Brother Han, didn't you say we should find a way to get rid of her? I have an idea, Old Cat said to Han Sen. Han Sen and Xianxia laughed and said, sorry. We've changed our minds now. You were right, living is more important. We'll run while you deal with her. Lady Snake came close and ran into Old Cat a number of times. Then, Old Cat raised his paws and started to scratch the creature. He was so quick, though, Han Sen couldn't even see him do it. At that close distance, Lady Snake saw the movements. Her hands that were covered by scales came into contact with the cat's paws. Boom! A scary power blew a big hole in the earth. The dust and soil scattered everywhere, prompting Han Sen and Xianxia to take off running. The scary power kept on appearing behind them, driving Han Sen on in fear. And this time, they were really running forward. They were no longer looping. Before long, they were at the outskirts of the ruins. They made it outside. I didn't expect the fourth god's sanctuary to be a habitat for such extraordinarily strong beings. Not even emperors could fight them, Xianxia said, as he felt the earth rock and shake. Emperors are nothing to them. Han Sen stood outside the ruins. It was so dark in there, but you could still see the powers wreaking havoc. There were only two creatures fighting down there, but you could immediately tell it was a bad battle. Are we really going to just leave the cat? Xianxia asked. With the power we have, we can't help. After Han Sen said that, he heard a cat start to squeal. Then a scary power swiftly began heading out of the hollow. Oh, no, Old Cat couldn't fight her. They are coming this way. Run, Han Sen shouted, and the two ran away at an even faster pace. Before Old Cat could get to them, though, Lady Snake caught up to him and he was re-engaged in combat. As Old Cat fought, he squealed, idiot. You think I can't fight you? If it wasn't for the rules, you'd be dead already. You better run while you still have the chance. If you make the cat angry, I'll cook you alive. Old Cat's still spouting that egotistical crap. Han Sen thought to himself, but he didn't allow his legs to slow or stop. Suddenly, though, he felt something hot on his back. The heat increased until it burned. Han Sen wasn't very happy about that. If something was now happening to his tattoo, then it wasn't a good sign. Han Sen turned his head and looked. The shadow of a red cat started to cover the ground, and it looked very oppressive and scary. It covered the entire area around them. Han Sen was frozen, and the cat's shadow gave him a fright and a half. It made Han Sen feel as if he was as small as an ant. The burning feeling of the 9-life cat on his back was because of that. Old Cat's transformation had triggered the reaction of his tattoo. Old Cat did not have time to be tricky, and he looked like a beast as he tore off the arms of Lady Snake. Lady Snake immediately experienced immense pain, and she quickly wished to run away. But Old Cat was swift to break open her chest and pull out her beating heart. DMN thing, you ruined the cat's business. Now you die, Old Cat screamed aloud, as he raised his claws to the sky. Lady Snake was then ripped to pieces, and not a complete bone remained. Her blood was spilled everywhere, and Han Sen and Xianxia were put into a state of shock. The cat is that strong. Xianxia's eyes opened wide. Han Sen did not say anything. Old Cat was strong, but his back was still burning and that worried him. Old Cat killed Lady Snake, and before anything else could happen, the sky started to change. A black sun appeared above them, expanding in size. It was like a whirling black hole, getting bigger in the sky. And as it grew bigger, a force of suction started to manifest. The scary old cat could not withstand the might of that suction power, and he was pulled towards the black hole. He used his claws to dig into the ground and fight it, but his attempts proved useless. The claws created drag marks that were a few miles long, but his body was still being pulled without reprieve. The suction did not seem to affect anything else. Not even the trees near Old Cat were swayed more than average, and it seemed only Old Cat was affected. But it wasn't as if nothing else could feel the suction, and by now, Han Sen's 9-life cat tattoo was shining red. He felt the suction then, and he started flying towards it like a magnet. Han Sen hugged the nearest tree to him, but the tree was pulled out by the force, unable to stop him from flying into the vortex. Xianxia wished to help Han Sen, but Han Sen waved him off. If it could suck up Old Cat, then Xianxia would definitely have been pulled in. Tell everyone I will find a way back. Tell them to be careful. Before Han Sen could finish his speech, he was sucked into the black hole. Old Cat was squealing all the way, but he could not resist the force. He was eventually sucked in, as well. They were gone. The black hole, as if it had finished its mission following the acquisition of Old Cat, disappeared. And then, the lands returned to normal. Han Sen felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. He kept getting rolled around, and he had no idea how long it took before the motion stopped. Pang! Han Sen felt as if he had just been rudely thrown off his bed out of deep slumber. He felt great pain, enough to make it feel as if his bones were going to snap. 1712 Planet Kate in the plaza, there was music playing. There was a fountain, and there was a statue depicting a cat. It stood at a height of 40 meters, and it was situated in the direct center of the plaza. It looked to have been made of gold. Han Sen was sitting on the foot of the statue, and he looked at everything in disbelief. He had only just gotten his vision back, and now it seemed everyone present was looking at him. Not with hostility, luckily, but with surprise and curiosity. It was akin to animals meeting one of a different species in a zoo. What was most unbelievable about the crowd was that they looked mostly human. But their heads possessed cat ears, and their rears possessed tails. The pupils were cat-like, too. They were round and cute. The rest of their bodies were practically human. The cat people were all dressed in individual ways. There were some in elegant clothing, some in simple clothing, some in sexy clothing, and some in very manly clothing. Some beautiful women wore skirts and tank tops, showcasing their snow-white arms and legs. They looked gorgeous. There were cars and motorcycles traveling along the streets. Aircraft were visible in the sky, and all the cat people were carrying swords. It was a weird sight. Han Sen did not feel happy about this, though, especially when a few of the cat people brought swords to his neck. Han Sen wanted to gather up power and fight, but he felt his body start to sink. It was incredibly difficult to just stand, so making an expert combat move was out of the question. One of the cat people then said something to Han Sen. But strangely, he could not understand. He used his Dongshuan Sutra to try to understand what the cat meant. But the Dongshuan aura was strangely suppressed. It wouldn't leave his body, and he immediately wanted to cough up some blood. Old Cat, where are you? Han Sen looked around but could not see him. It didn't seem as if he had come here. Without being able to find Old Cat, Han Sen tried talking to the people before him. But they did not seem to speak his language. The soldier-looking cat people brought Han Sen to a jail-looking construct and threw him in a cell. Han Sen was unsure what was going on, and his body was suppressed. He couldn't fight, so all he could do was helplessly sit and watch. The cat people seemed very civilized. They didn't look savage or murderous at all, so he wasn't worried, at least. What is going on? Han Sen wondered as he sat in the jail cell. The place was quite different than he had imagined. Han Sen had expected to arrive in a horrible place when he left the sanctuaries. He thought there'd be horrible monsters around, looking to tear him limb from limb, requiring constant combat to survive. He expected he'd be running for his life, each and every single day. But this was very different from what he imagined, and it went against everything Han Sen had believed about the outside. Is this really the outside world? Why can the elites of the sanctuary not return? Han Sen did not understand. Han Sen tried to cast the story of genes in the Dongshuan Sutra. They now ran perfectly. They hadn't been suppressed or stolen, so he could still use them. But the thing was, the powers in the outside world were massive. They made Han Sen feel dwarfed and extremely weak. He realized he could no longer even fly. There was a strong suction restricting his powers. The cat people seemed civilized. And while he might have been locked up, at least he was not being tortured. No one had taken his things, either. And cats that looked like wardens even brought him food. Han Sen could not get out, though. And neither could he speak to them. So, he just remained in the jail where he was, practicing what he could. He hoped to finally be able to generate a Geno armor. Where did old cat go? We went through the same vortex, so where could he have gone? Han Sen was now hoping old cat could help him out. If he didn't receive help from the only person he knew out here, he was screwed. Over the next few days, a few cat people came over to try and talk with him. Unfortunately, they couldn't establish any communication. And all the while, Han Sen was locked in the same cell. Han Sen saw many different cat people, but the most shocking thing was that they all had Geno armors. And they were all on a 1:1 power ratio with the armor. His incarceration did not last too long, though. A week later, Han Sen was taken out of his cell and brought to an interrogation room. After entering the room, Han Sen's eyes opened wide. In the room, a beautiful woman sat on the other side of the table. She wore a white uniform. Her hair and ears were snow white. Even her tail was, too. She looked very pretty, and she filled out the uniform very well. Her legs were displayed, and they looked nice and long. Outsider, where are you from? Why are you on planet Kate? What do you want? The beautiful kitty policewoman asked Han Sen in a special language. It wasn't a language Han Sen knew, but for some reason, he was able to understand. It seemed as if the woman had a special power of some sort. I am from planet Roka. I entered a black hole and somehow just ended up here, Han Sen said. The beautiful cat lady understood, but she did not seem to know where planet Roka was. She stared at Han Sen, and after a while of silence, she said, okay. According to the laws of planet Kate, we will have to conduct a test and have you monitored for a while longer, particularly when you work. When we have confirmed you are able to behave, we can consider getting you residency. Come, let's perform a test. We can see what you are able to do. After that, the cat lady opened a door. Han Sen followed her through it. Things were turning out far better than his direst predictions. If this was the outside world, it wasn't so scary. And the cat people seemed rather nice. Han Sen followed her to the station's exit. She slid into a car that looked like a ladybug and told him to get in. My name is Lan Se. And here, I will be in charge of your work duties. You can ask me anything you would like to. Do you mind telling me what level your Geno armor is, though? The pretty cat lady had started to drive when she asked this. I don't have Geno armor yet, Han Sen answered. Lan Se was very shocked, and she opened her eyes wide when looking back at Han Sen. You are quite old, and you don't even have Geno armor yet. What race do you belong to? Why are you so weak? 1713 Noble, weak. Han Sen gave a wry smile. Han Sen wished to rebut, but Lan Se's communicator rang, cutting him off. She picked it up and said, this is Lan Se, go ahead. Officer Lan, please go to the steel mill in the west. Something has happened there, said a rushed voice on the other end of the line. I will be there in 5 minutes, Lan Se replied, her expression growing tense. Lan Sen looked at Han Sen, then thought of something. But the next second, she turned the car around and drove in another direction. It was rare to see cars in the Alliance, and Han Sen had never before had the opportunity to sit in one. It was quite cool, witnessing her smooth driving skills. The car was very fast on the streets, as well. And because she turned on the siren, the cars around would move to let her pass by. With the siren and her crazy driving skills, Lan Se did indeed make it to the mill in 5 minutes. There were many more cat policemen there, all cordoning off the area. They were all clad in Geno armor, and it was difficult to distinguish one from another. Sit here and do not move. If you run off, Planet Kate's laws bid we punish you severely. Lan Se got out of the car and shut the door. Then, she went to the middle of the hubbub. I should follow you. I don't know this place, and I'm an outsider. I'd hate for there to be a misunderstanding, Han Sen said, getting out of the car after her. Lan Se nodded and said, okay. But you must do as I say and don't make any sudden movements. Yes, Han Sen agreed. He could smell something very bloody coming from the mill, and he wished to see what had happened. Han Sen followed her. The cops seemed to know who she was, and none moved to stop her. With haste, she entered the mill. Once they entered, though, Han Sen frowned. It wasn't a very large mill, but there were many bodies scattered across its floors. The bodies weren't whole, either. Many of them had been cut open, and limbs and legs were spread everywhere. It was a terrible sight. The bodies were those of cat people, too. They looked as if they had been ripped apart, and there was no clean-cut, weapon-dealt damage to the corpses. What surprised Han Sen the most was that the dead cat people were also wearing Geno armor. But even so, with such strength, it looked as if they had all been brutally killed with no chance of fighting back. It seems that this place isn't as safe as I thought it was, Han Sen thought to himself. What is this? Lan Se moved over to another cop. She looked down at the bodies, her face gloomy. The cop said, they were the night shift workers here. When the morning crew came in, they found them like this. There doesn't appear to have been any sign of a struggle, break-in, or combat. And yet, their bodies and Geno armor seemed to have been torn off of them by claws. They did this. Lan Se looked sicker by the second. They could have. We contacted the supervisor, and the leader is sending a noble over. They should be here soon, the cop said. Lan Se, looking across the mound of bodies, nibbled her lips and did not say any more. Don't be sad, say. If it was them, we can still stop them. The leader will resolve everything. The cop tried to comfort her. Han Sen watched while Lan Se examined the crime scene. Things didn't seem to be going well. Not long after, an aircraft landed just outside the mill. A cold-looking man was sitting inside, and when the cops saw him, they all parted to provide him a path that led to the scene. And furthermore, all the cops bowed when the man walked past them. Han Sen looked at the man and noticed that he was another cat man. He had black hair, and the cops referred to him as Mr. He Xuan. This Mr. He Xuan gave Han Sen a different feeling than the others did, but Han Sen couldn't be certain what the difference was. Even Lan Se bowed before He Xuan, referring to him as Sir. Han Sen could at least determine he was the superior amongst them. But He Xuan just walked around, telling them he'd handle things from there on. After that, all the cops departed. Han Sen followed Lan Se to leave, too. On the way, he couldn't help but ask, who is He Xuan? He seems powerful. He Xuan is a noble who has a Geno weapon. You can't compare someone like that to normal people. When Lan Se spoke about He Xuan, admiration permeated her voice. Can I become a noble if I obtain a Geno weapon? Han Sen asked, curious about this prospect. Of course. Those who can gain Geno weapons are called chosen ones. They are regarded as nobles, Lan Se answered. If I had a Geno weapon already, would that mean I would receive special treatment here? Han Sen asked. Lan Se looked at him and said, if you can generate a Geno weapon, and you are willing to join us, you can most certainly be treated as well as Mr. He Xuan. You'd be shown much respect. Speaking of that, Lan Se went on to say, but you are an adult, and you don't even have Geno armor yet. Your race is weak, so I don't think you'll be able to generate a Geno weapon. Just go to work, and when you've got enough money, get lost and go back to where you came from. What are the requirements for obtaining a Geno weapon? Han Sen was not angered by her insults, and he just continued asking his questions. You need a good race, for a start. That heightens the chance of earning one. Don't you know this? Has your race never generated a Geno weapon before? Lan Se asked. No. Han Sen gave a wry smile, but he went on to ask, are there any other eligibilities? Not really. They wouldn't be referred to as the chosen if there were. On planet Kate, nobles are very rare. The younger you are, the easier it is to generate one, too. There are no eligibilities, though. Some were quite weak compared to others, when they earned theirs, Lan Se said. Han Sen frowned and thought to himself, can I generate a Geno weapon? 1714 Geno tree. Lan Se brought Han Sen to a testing room. She wanted to test his fitness and see what sort of job he'd be eligible for. Han Sen thought planet Kate resembled a modern society, so the testing methods should also resemble those of the Alliance, where all tests were conducted through various apparatus. When Han Sen went in, though, he quickly realized his assumption was wrong. The test room only had one lobby, and there was no proper room full of equipment. There was a semicircular table with a vase on it. A small tree was planted in it, and the bark of the tree was dark. It had no leaves and looked rather dead. Dozens of people were queuing, and Lan Se told Han Sen to go and join them in line. Han Sen watched a man up front step onto the table and extend his hand. With a dagger, he cut his finger to raise a drop of blood. He let the drop fall onto the planted tree, and when the liquid landed on the bark, it was as if the plant was a sponge. It was quickly absorbed, and then, an even stranger thing occurred. The dead tree that absorbed the man's blood came to life. It did not grow leaves, though. Across the tree, red flowers began to bloom. They grew rapidly like red bells, all across the boughs. It was rather beautiful. Han Sen took a look and counted how many red flowers there were. There were 23 of them, and they were all red. A flower power of 23. That's not bad for a commoner. Fire elemental sorts take up most jobs, Lan Se said. Officer Lan, how much is a decent flower power? Han Sen didn't know much about the metric. One flower is one flower. What do you need to compare it to? Lan Se looked at Han Sen. Han Sen did not say anything. It looked like the alliance, but it was different in certain ways. Quickly, the bells started to die. Eventually, nothing was left behind, and the tree returned to its dead state. After that, the other people in line tested it out, one by one. Just like the man, they would drop a smidgen of their own blood onto the bark of the tree. The tree would shortly bloom with a different color and a different number of flowers each time. Only adults came to the clinic, and they each had around 20 flowers. The colors Han Sen saw included red, yellow, blue, green, purple, white, light green, and black. They were their elements. It was Han Sen's turn for the test next. He went onto the table and cut his finger, just like the others had. He let a drop of blood fall onto the tree. Han Sen was curious to see how many flowers he could make bloom. In the alliance, his fitness had reached 100,000 points. But those numbers were different from the flower metric, so that figure wasn't very useful in comparison to this. The Planet Kate people had only managed to get around 20 flowers, so he didn't think he'd be able to bloom much. Not many people had come to the test, though. Han Sen and Lan Se had gone to the crime scene, so they had arrived late. There were 2 more Planet Kate people behind Han Sen, so there were only 4 in the clinic now. Lan Se looked at the tree. There weren't many people of a different race there, so she was curious to see what the little Han Sen would show. When Han Sen dropped his blood onto the tree, there was no immediate difference between him and the others. The tree started to bloom. The flowers were white, so the element was undetermined. But the number of flowers was quite depressing. He only bloomed 11 flowers, and that meant his fitness equated to 11 flowers. That was far worse than the average adult of Planet Kate. Lan Se looked at Han Sen's fitness and merely shook her head. Letting him work with a fitness like that was like putting a kid in a sweatshop. It'd be very difficult to find him a job. The 11 white flowers then started to open. They were really beautiful. The colors represented the element, while the number of flowers represented strength. Weak. Han Sen thought he wasn't really upset, though. He was prepared for a low score, and it was much better than he expected. He thought he would die in there. When Han Sen came off the table, he heard the sound of bells ringing. He looked underneath him, and the 11 flowers were shaking and chiming. Han Sen did not know what was going on. When the people from Planet Kate had been tested, all their flowers had died when they stepped off the table. Han Sen thought he might have made a mistake, so he quickly turned to Lan Se. Lan Sen's eyes were wide open, fixed on the ringing flowers. She looked to be frozen in shock. When the 2 people behind them heard Han Sen's flowers ringing, they seemed to be in absolute shock. Earlier, when they only saw the lifeless 11, they looked at him with disdain. The tree for the test was called a geno tree. It used genes to survive. The flowers that bloomed upon it showed the strength and element of whoever put blood on it. The colors were the elements, and the numbers were strength. Usually, that was all that happened. Very rarely, however, something else could happen. If the tree enjoyed the genes it was given very much, it might request more. That ringing was a pleading for more of Han Sen's genes and a proclamation that they were truly excellent. Ordinary people could not make it ring. People said a noble with a geno weapon could make it ring, but the nobles never tested in front of commoners, and the validity of the claims could not be verified. If a young man without a geno armor could make the flowers ring, there was a high chance he'd one day earn a geno weapon and become a noble himself. It wasn't a 100% guarantee, but it was definitely a 50-50 chance. There was a higher chance than there was for commoners, at least 17-15 the name on the grave, I can't tell. Your genes are good if you manage to make the flowers ring. Lan Se told Han Sen as they drove away. If I have good genes, does that mean I am eligible for a good job? Han Sen smiled. Although I would like to give you a good job, you are too weak. 11 flowers will prohibit you from doing anything half decent. Lan Se then asked, what is your race, might I ask? Human, Han Sen said. Lan Sen had never heard of the race before, so it must have been something small and insignificant. Therefore, she did not ask any more questions. She brought Han Sen to the job center and helped him browse through possible options. She let him pick out what he liked first. Normal people weren't given this sort of treatment, but Han Sen's genes had made the bells ring. It made Lan Se look up to him, and so she was willing to let him pick and choose. It wasn't certain that he'd be able to generate a geno weapon, but people admired creatures who were superior. And this was within Lan Se's authority to grant. Han Sen looked at what was available for him, but all he could see was something that was the equivalent of washing dishes. A job like that required neither skill nor strength. There weren't any options here that Han Sen really liked, and there was nothing that would be challenging. But it was getting late, and there were people waiting for him to decide. He had to pick something. It was a shame there weren't many options. That one, Han Sen pointed at the job of his choosing. A grave watcher. Not a bad choice. This is a public place, so you can live there, as well. There is no need to look for additional housing. Lan Se began sorting out the necessary paperwork for him. And then, Han Sen became a grave watcher. He guarded the cemetery gates and kept the place tidy. This was different than what Han Sen expected he'd be doing. The graveyard was not scary, and all the headstones were surprisingly clean. Lan Se said it was a public graveyard, and there were over 10,000 graves there. If people lacked money, or if bodies were recovered and were unable to be identified, they'd be buried here. Other creatures would also be placed to rest here, too. It was different from how the Alliance dealt with matters of death. The graves here were simple. There was merely a name and date of passing written on the headstones there. Some had small samples of text, too. Aside from Han Sen, there was another grave watcher, too. But this man was very old. They only had to guard the place, and so they would probably get bored easily. When they were bored, he supposed they could take the time to scrub the tablets and keep them all neat. Planet Kate was a nice place, all things considered. The tree leaves didn't even fall. Han Sen was rather satisfied with the job he had selected. Lan Se and the old grave watcher explained to Han Sen his living situation and responsibilities, and when she was done, she left. She told Han Sen that his coworker was called Old Ku. He was a decent chap, and Old Ku brought Han Sen over to where he was going to live. He didn't have to jump into work immediately, though. He was given the opportunity to get used to the place first. There was one thing that Han Sen noticed immediately: the other grave watcher lacked Lan Se's powers of communication. Han Sen didn't understand what the old man was telling him, but he could at least feel that the grave watcher wasn't being hostile. There was nothing to do after clocking in. All the plots in the graveyard were filled, and no more dead people would be sent there for burial. So, aside from opening the gates for visitors, there was nothing to be done. Han Sen walked around the graveyard, observing the place. If something happened, he wanted to ensure he had an escape route pre-planned. Han Sen kept walking to get familiar with the place. He also examined the headstones of the graves themselves to see what was written on them. The text on most of them was of the language of Planet Kate. Han Sen couldn't understand the writing, but the formatting suggested only the names and dates were written on them. But suddenly, Han Sen's body was delivered a huge shock. He saw one headstone with the name Han Jinji written on it. Han Sen quickly walked over to get a closer look, and it really did say Han Jinji. And the text was the one used by ancient humans. No way, Han Jinji got out and died here. Han Sen examined the grave closely. The only thing written there was the name. There wasn't a date listed. There was an additional line of words, but it wasn't of the ancient human language. It looked like the Kate language. Have you grown accustomed to living here? A familiar voice came from his side. Han Sen saw Old Cat on a gravestone, smiling at him. Where did you go? If you followed me, why didn't you help me explain my situation to them? Han Sen sounded angry. Old Cat laughed. I told you, 9 life cats don't have a very good reputation out here. If I was with you, you wouldn't be having the comfy living you are now. Isn't this 9 life cats territory? I thought the Planet Kate people, with all their cat ears, would be related to you. Han Sen looked surprised. Related? Maybe a little. But it's not a good association. Don't let them see your 9-life cat tattoo, okay? If that thing gets you killed, just don't take it out on me, Old Cat said. Han Sen was too lazy to talk to Old Cat much more, but he did ask, what happened here, anyway? Can I go home? Old Cat went silent, then said, since you are out, you'll learn soon, anyway. Planet Kate is at the edge of the Big Silence System. And the Big Silence System is a restricted area of the galaxy. It's dangerous out here, even nobles can be killed. You would be far worse. Are you trying to tell me the entrance of the sanctuary is here in the Big Silence System? Han Sen said, looking at Old Cat. Yes, but it is not too difficult to go back. I am powerful, and I can take you to the entrance. But this is a big risk, so you'll have to pay me something that'll make the venture worth it. Old Cat smiled. What do you want? Han Sen frowned. Didn't you get one of those bones from the feather? Give me 100 of those and I'll send you. Old Cat seemed to have prepared this demand in advance. 1716 Xenogenic, this is Planet Kate. So, where can I find feathers to collect these bones and then give them to you? Han Sen frowned. Old Cat lifted his lips and said, even if there are feathers about, you wouldn't stand a chance against them. If you're looking to harvest their bones, you think too highly of yourself. The one you killed in that lab was some underdeveloped retard. That doesn't even count as a feather. That was rubbish. Do you actually think they are all like that? If you knew they are that powerful, why would you ask me to kill them? Han Sen knew his power wasn't that high, compared to the breadth of the Geno universe. Old Cat looked at Han Sen and said, I didn't ask you to kill them, but you are the one who wants to go back, yes. I can't throw my life away in the pursuit of helping you, you know. Han Sen didn't reply, but the Old Cat went on to say, you don't have to go back, either. Even if I did help you return, what if you were simply pulled back here, anyway? Do you really think generating a Geno armor will allow you to escape Big Silence System? Many nobles have died there. Yes, even if you have a Geno weapon, you can still die. You are doing good right now as you are, and following me is the best course of action and the best card you have to play. Aside from the bones of feathers, is there anything else you'll take? Han Sen didn't respond to what Old Cat had just said. Yeah, I want a xenogenic gene, Old Cat swiftly answered. What is that? Han Sen asked. Old Cat brought out the jade organ he had pulled from the weird bug creature. He held it up with a flourish, as if he had pulled it out of thin air. Look, this is a xenogenic gene. Your bone is 1, 2. You will only find these on a mutated creature. Of course, the body parts can be different, as it all depends on how they were mutated. But the bottom line is the same, kill them, and then find these inside the bodies. Where can I find them? Han Sen frowned. Xenogenic genes can be found inside every race. Old Cat looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't. So, at this point, you've learned that Geno armors and Geno weapons are different. Han Sen nodded. Old Cat went on to say, in this Geno universe, creatures can generate Geno armor. Some are lucky enough to be chosen, and when they generate their Geno armor, they can evolve into 2 different things. They can create Geno weapons or mutate their bodies. Han Sen quietly said, that means the mutated are the same level as Geno weapons, right? Yes. Whether a creature is xenogenic or has a Geno weapon, it will have super gene powers. If you don't have either of those, you can't hurt them. You should just focus on generating a Geno armor, and see if further down the line you can generate a Geno weapon. Without a Geno weapon, there is little you can do. And of course, there is always the possibility you end up xenogenic. But the biggest problem is that as a xenogenic develops, they lose sense and become hostile and murderous. Old Cat laughed. Han Sen didn't ask a question about that, thinking it was pointless. Without Geno armor, he wouldn't be able to kill a xenogenic anyway. His biggest help right now was the Northern King glove. That was a Geno weapon, but it didn't quite belong to him. He couldn't use it as well as the nobles could use their naturally developed ones. What do those words mean? Han Sen pointed to the grave of Han Jinji. Old Cat looked and said, the biggest liar in the universe, Han Jinji. After reading it, Old Cat found it interesting, laughed, and said, what an ostentatious epitaph. Do you think it is a human buried here? Han Sen asked Old Cat. Old Cat shook his head and said, I don't think so. Not many people can leave the sanctuaries. I would say this is most likely a crystallizer. Han Sen did not believe that both the name and the epitaph sounded like Han Jinji. Han Sen could not dig up a grave, though. He wasn't afraid of doing some excavation, but this was not the alliance. If the people of Planet Kate found out, he'd probably be sent to jail. And when creatures died here, they were cremated. There were only ashes, so there wouldn't be anything to see. Old Cat encouraged him to generate a Geno armor with some haste. If he had a Geno weapon, he could kill a xenogeniac. Before Old Cat left, Han Sen asked how he might contact the cat in the future. The cat responded he'd come back himself sometime, but he left no details on how he could be found. Han Sen kept on practicing, and he kept trying to understand more about Planet Kate and the Geno universe. Fortunately, there was an internet system. It wasn't as good as the Alliance's network, but it could send messages. Han Sen was able to learn some of their language, and he was soon learning quite a bit about the place. Because the xenogeniac always wanted to kill, the universe was in some danger. And you could never tell when someone was going to become one of them. But once someone became xenogeniac, they grew much stronger. Unless nobles came to help, people with Geno armors would be shredded. He learned that the society there had really come to admire nobles, too. To the commoners, they were true royalty. They were protectors, in a way. There were different classes of nobles, too. There were dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. The xenogeniac had ranks, as well. Han Sen only found these titles on the internet, and he was so far unable to learn the differences between them. But there was one thing Han Sen knew for sure. If he encountered a xenogeniac before he generated a Geno armor, he'd be killed. It looks like I need to generate a Geno armor quickly. Han Sen worked as a grave watcher, but practiced his The Story of Genes, Dongshuan Sutra, and Blood Puise Sutra whenever he could. Most of his energy was exhausted on The Story of Genes, though. It was the fastest to practice with, so it would be the easiest way for him to generate a Geno armor. 1717 contract, that outsider really made the Geno tree chime. In a manager's office of Black Gold Group, Hardman asked his subordinates in shock. Those subordinates of Black Gold Group had been the two behind him in the test. I promise it's the truth. I heard it, a subordinate quickly answered. Do you know who he is and where he lives? Hardman asked. Beings that could make the flowers ring had a 50% chance of evolving. If Han Sen became a noble, he'd become quite the hot character. Black Gold Group needed someone like that. If they were able to recruit him, it'd be very good for Hardman. I am not sure, but I do know that he was in the company of Lan Se. And when they left, he even traveled in Lan Se's car. For obvious reasons, I could not follow, the subordinate said. Someone Officer Lan knows. That should be easy. Hardman let his subordinate finish and then dialed a number. He was calling the security department. Not long after, Hardman had acquired Han Sen's information. An outsider accidentally entered here. One from a nameless race. He made the flowers ring. This is a great opportunity. After Hardman read the profile, he stood up and continued, prepare a car for me. I am going to the graveyard. Han Sen was currently in the security room, learning the language. With his level of intelligence, he was able to start speaking the language in a mere few days. He might not have been fluent, but Old Ku could at least understand all that he was trying to say. Han Sen thought he would just have to make simple conversation, but he wished to learn more information off the internet. This required him to learn more of the language. Han Sen's communicator rang with Old Ku's voice. Han Sen, someone called. He says he is the manager of Black Gold Group and he is looking for you. Han Sen looked at the CCTV images and saw that there was a black cat-eared man standing outside the graveyard. He had dressed up rather nicely. Han Sen was confused. He didn't know anyone here, so why would some manager come looking for him? He knew he couldn't escape this sort of rendezvous, and if something was going to happen, he would prepare to face it rather than shy away. So, he got up to go and meet with Hardman. You are Mr. Han Sen. It is nice to make your acquaintance. I am the manager for Black Gold Group. My name is Hardman. This is my card. Hardman seemed to be quite the humble sort, as he gave his card out with both hands. Han Sen accepted it. He could read the simple stuff of the Kate language, and he was indeed the manager of Black Gold Group. Why are you looking for me? Han Sen asked Hardman, looking right at him. Hardman quickly responded by saying, I want to invite you to join Black Gold Group. I want you to become a member of our hunting team. Black Gold Group is a powerful entity on Planet Kate, and we'll give you a lot of money. Han Sen understood what the man was saying, but he had not had the time to investigate the factions of the planet yet. He wasn't familiar with who or what the Black Gold Group stood for. But Han Sen knew that in this universe, many companies had their own hunting groups. Many were tasked solely with the hunting of xenogenic. Those groups didn't always include nobles, and many were composed entirely of common warriors. They were often referred to as pawns. Hardman wanted to use a lot of money to buy Han Sen's cooperation and have him as a core member. But Han Sen did not have a Geno armor or a Geno weapon yet. Hardman already wanted to sign a contract with him and provide him money and resources to help his ascension. That way, when Han Sen did generate a Geno armor or Geno weapon, they'd sign another contract that would make him a proper member of the hunting team. It looked like the team was looking to pre-order Han Sen before he hit the market. They wanted to buy into the prospect of his future. They were planning ahead. If Han Sen managed to generate a Geno weapon, Hardman would pay him even more money. If Han Sen could not generate a Geno weapon, the contract would be pointless to sign. He'd still be bound, and he wouldn't be paid as much. Han Sen was not interested in opportunistic contracts like that, but there was one condition that made Han Sen change his mind and end up signing it. Hardman promised Han Sen he would not be observed in his work, and he would earn his citizenship. For an outsider, having those would make life much easier. And when he became a member, at least he'd still get a lot of money and resources. It sorted out all of Han Sen's problems, and it was especially great that he did not have to work. If Han Sen generated a Geno weapon and joined a hunting group, things wouldn't be all that bad. It would actually be a good thing to follow those with greater experience and see what battling the xenogenic was actually like. Han Sen had only been a grave watcher for 10 days, and 2 years later, Hardman had completed all the paperwork and necessary procedures. He gave Han Sen the best possible living quarters in the base. He also gave Han Sen a Geno fluid that would help him generate a Geno weapon. Han Sen lived in the Black Gold hunting base for the next 4 months, and every day, he'd spend some time soaking himself in Geno fluid. The story of genes was showing a promise of leveling up. The Kate laws and contracts required Han Sen to undergo observation when leveling up. People like Han Sen, who made the flowers ring, had every chance of becoming xenogenic. So, they had to be watched until the process was over. Planet Kate sent people over to conduct the study on Han Sen. He Xuan and Lan Se were amongst them. 1718 Finishing the evolution process. Hardman, your business is great. You have spent such a small amount of money on someone who has the possibility of becoming a noble. He Xuan sat down next to a monitor and started a discussion with Hardman. Hardman laughed and said, "It is difficult to tell if he will be able to generate a Geno weapon. Even with the flowers chinning, the possibility still stands on a 50-50. Everyone could hear the false humility in Hardman's voice. 50% was actually quite high, especially considering how few people could make the flowers ring. Lan Se observed Han Sen through the monitor and looked curious. She knew he had made the flowers chime, but she hadn't learned much more since then. She had looked for Han Sen in the graveyard, but Hardman had already come to him first and whisked him away. Lan Se was curious to see if Han Sen could become a noble. If he was truly able to, he'd have a near infinite amount of wealth and fame. Han Sen started casting his skills. Nobody said anything now, and everyone focused closely on him. Han Sen used the story of genes and felt that his flesh, skin, bones, chest, and even genes were releasing some mystic substance. The substance was like a sprout coming out of the soil. His skin was that soil, and the black substance began to grow across it. It enveloped Han Sen, shredding all the clothes he had been wearing. The black substance kept on expanding, forming into a set of armor all around him. The more of that black substance arose, the more the armor took shape. Hardman looked at Han Sen and his Geno armor, watching it as it changed. His palms were sweating in anticipation. He had spent quite a lot on Han Sen, and if this evolution failed, Hardman would be losing quite a bit on the gambit he had taken. But if he succeeded, he'd be far richer. The mere prospect of having a noble join Black Gold Group made him supremely excited. He could very well become a chairman. Everyone looked at Han Sen's armor in keen interest. Lan Se was curious, whereas He Xuan remained emotionless. It was almost as if all this did not matter to him one small bit. 10 minutes later, the shape around Han Sen was completed. The black armor he was wearing was very detailed, and there wasn't a single seam around Han Sen's entire body. Just as everyone thought the process was finished, the armor began to twist. A black pattern emerged across its surface. If you looked closer, however, you'd realize it wasn't a pattern. They were symbols and words none of them could understand. They sank into the armor's surface like engravings when they were revealed. Han Sen's armor looked very mysterious. No wonder he made the flowers chime. I have never before seen a set of armor look anything remotely like this, Hardman said. Generating a Geno armor was always a weird spectacle, but he had thought Han Sen could also generate a Geno weapon. He Xuan still did not say a word. He kept on looking at Han Sen and his Geno armor. The patterns that had appeared on Han Sen's armor looked mystic and beautiful. They made Han Sen's armor a rather mesmerizing sight. Although there were no powerful energy readings, the Geno armor had a strange energy of its own. Of course, the armor was brand new, so the energy wasn't very strong. 10 minutes later, the Geno armor stopped developing. The process looked to have been completed. To Han Sen, it didn't really feel like armor. It actually felt like a part of his own body, generating this massive power flow. Han Sen's brain felt as if it was rattling, and then, all of a sudden, a voice started to ring in his head. Evolution process complete. Han Sen was shocked hearing this. It was the same voice he had heard all the time in the sanctuaries, and he thought it was something that only played within the sanctuaries. He was shocked it still existed, even out here. 1719 Xenogenic genes. Han Sen looked at the information available on the internet, but he could not find any others who were associated with the sanctuaries. It seemed no one else on Kate was. Han Sen wanted to know if things worked like they did in the sanctuaries. Where did genes come from? Were there beast souls to get? Stuff like that. When Han Sen exited the training room, everyone was gone. Hardman had already left, and everyone else had followed him out. They were not happy that Han Sen had failed, and they were not willing to sign any more contracts with him. But the contract was still not over, and despite knowing Hardman no longer wanted him, he knew he'd still have to stay until the terms of the contract were over and it expired. When Han Sen walked out, however, Lan Se was there. She had been waiting outside for him. When Han Sen approached her, she said, "You know my phone number. If you require more work, call me. The graveyard still has a free slot for you." Lan Se knew Hardman would not want to keep Han Sen on any longer than he had to because he had not become a noble. And she was afraid Han Sen might resort to desperate measures to survive that could bring harm to Planet Kate. She sympathized with him, and that was why she made the offer. "Thank you, Officer Lan." Han Sen actually felt quite touched. Returning to his room, he noticed the door was open. Someone was already moving stuff into the room. Hardman's secretary, who was wearing high heels on and stood with her arms crossed, appeared to be overseeing the move. "Secretary Lena, what's going on?" Han Sen asked with a frown. The secretary swung her black and white tail, and with her arms still folded, she said, "I am sorry, but there is not enough space in the base. It is a waste to let you live alone in this room. So, the manager will give you another place where you can live with a roommate." Han Sen knew that he had failed and Hardman no longer wished to invest in him. He couldn't stay in the best room any longer, and his benefits would be severely reduced. Han Sen had nothing, so he just picked up a few of his extra clothes and walked back out of the room. "Secretary Lena, where is my new room?" he asked. "I am too busy to take you there. It's room 702. Go there yourself." Lena did not look at Han Sen. She was acting completely different than she had before. Han Sen did not mind, though. He just took his stuff and left the room, headed for the 7th floor. The 7th floor was living quarters for the hunting group, but it was just an ordinary dorm room, where 4 people bunked together. When Han Sen reached 702, no one was there. He set up the room and got his own key for the place, then he took a shower and changed clothes. His old clothes had been destroyed, so he was walking around in his Geno armor. Wearing it did not cost him energy as it had in the sanctuaries, but he didn't really need to have it on right then. After the shower, Han Sen found an empty spot to put down his few possessions. To Han Sen's surprise, when he touched the bone he had found with Old Cat, he heard an announcement play. Xenogenic Gene discovered. Old Cat had told him that the bones were useful outside the sanctuary, but he hadn't expected to have Old Cat's words confirmed so soon. "How do I use this?" Han Sen checked out the bone, not entirely sure how he'd earn the Geno points it contained. Han Sen ran his skills, but the bone remained quiet. He gave it a drop of real blood, but it also stayed quiet. The voice from the sanctuary had only spoken once, and it was now silent. Whatever it was, it couldn't help Han Sen anymore. Do I have to eat this to make it work? Han Sen tried to bite the bone, but it was so King hard, his teeth almost crumbled to pieces. That definitely wasn't going to work. It looks like I'll have to cook it, Han Sen thought to himself. The bone was not very big. It was red and purplish, and it had a metallic hue. If Han Sen had not have found it himself, he would not have believed that it had come from some creature's body. He planned to make a soup out of it, despite not knowing if that would work. There was no other way, though. Han Sen wanted to at least try it, so he bought a small cooker from a shop and brought it back with him to the living quarters. Back in the living quarters, Han Sen filled up a pot with water and tossed the bone in. He then put a lid on it and plugged the cooker in. He turned it on and allowed it to cook. As he was doing this, the doorbell rang. 3 Kate people, covered in sweat, came waltzing in. Everyone in the base knew Han Sen had made the flowers chime and that Hardman had bought him in the hopes of gaining a noble. Even if they didn't know, the word that Han Sen had failed to generate a Geno weapon spread like wildfire. Bud, don't take it too hard. It's okay if you didn't evolve twice. 99.9% of people don't, and you know what? We're still living. The Kate man patted Han Sen on the shoulder. He didn't mean to mock Han Sen, though. It was a genuine attempt at comfort. Thanks, but I'm okay. Han Sen did not think failing was a big deal. When others failed, that was that. Han Sen still had the Dongshuan Sutra and the Blood Pulse Sutra to work with, so he still had another 2 chances. It would be no big deal even if Han Sen failed completely. Han Sen thought that he could always absorb xenogenic genes to evolve, as well. There was more than one way to progress. You are welcome, but don't thank me. If one day you are in danger, and people come to your aid, it'll cost you more than a thanks, another Kate told him. Ding Hen, what should I say? Han Sen laughed. Say nothing. Now, do you have cigarettes? A Kate asked, lying on the bed. No, I don't smoke. Han Sen used to smoke, but he had been in the sanctuaries for too long. Since there were no cigarettes there, he was forced to stop. Is that yours? What are you cooking? The last Kate saw Han Sen's cooker and just had to ask. 1720 Baron Gene, there was a problem generating my Geno armor. This is a medicine that should help, and so I am heating it up, Han Sen said. The Kate men nodded and no longer seemed interested. The 3 of them settled in and then went for a shower, and Han Sen watched them. It wasn't hard to get along with people from Planet Kate, and with Han Sen's observational skills, he was able to tell that their fitness was greater than that of humans. But that seemed to be their only major advantage, their fitness. They were not as intelligent, and when it came to research and development, they were quite lacking compared to humans. Han Sen hadn't seen the nobles fight yet, so perhaps they were much stronger than ordinary citizens. Han Sen stayed in the living quarters. The names of his 3 roommates were rather strange, so he just called them Long, Suo Tu, and Kun. They weren't hostile, but neither were they overly friendly. They were just average roommates, really. Han Sen wasn't in a rush to open the cooker, so he waited until the next day, when the other 3 were out, to stop the cooker and lift the lid. It released a puff of fragrance and steam. When he gave it a sniff, Han Sen noticed it smelled like blood. He knew that the cooker might not have any effect on such a hard bone. But now that he was taking a look, he was genuinely surprised. All the water had become purplish and red. It smelled like blood, and it was frothing. Han Sen knew that should have been impossible, as when blood was boiled, it usually became solid. After poking around in the weird liquid with a spoon, he noticed that the bone was gone. There wasn't even a tiny bit left. He was even more surprised. That was just a normal cooker with a pot full of water. And yet, it had been able to cook the item successfully and melt the bone completely. Smelling that blood, though, Han Sen wondered whether or not he could eat it. But since he had heard the unexpected voice of the sanctuary, Han Sen wanted to give it a try. He spooned up some of the soup and sipped it. Han Sen frowned. It tasted very bad. It was like drinking hot blood. Fortunately, he was used to eating bad things. He had grown accustomed to eating raw flesh, after all. A bit of blood wasn't going to put him off. Consumed a Baron xenogenic gene. Baron Gene plus 0 feet. When Han Sen heard the announcement, he was delighted. It was working, but he had sipped such a small amount, it had added 0 points. Han Sen lifted the entire cooker and pot, and then he gulped it all down like a vat of soup. The heat was in his belly then, spreading out through his whole body. Han Sen's blood warmed and began to flow more swiftly. As his blood continued to surge, his entire body started to feel hot. He felt as if he was in a sauna, and his skin was red, burning with a constant sizzle. Han Sen had almost finished drinking it all, but he had yet to hear an announcement. It appeared that he hadn't gained a single point. Was it because the bone was too small? Was it not enough to give me even 1 point? Han Sen felt depressed about this, but he finished the last few swigs of the broth. Consumed a barren xenogenic gene. Barren gene plus 1 inch. When Han Sen finished it all, he heard what he had wanted to hear. His gene tally had increased, and although it was only a barren tier, which was the lowest, it was a good start, nonetheless. The heat inside his body lasted a whole hour, and after that, his body temperature returned to normal. Now, though, Han Sen was feeling much stronger. His spell armor, as he had begun calling it, didn't seem to improve. That surprised him. Xenogenic genes only increased the strength of Han Sen's actual body. They didn't improve his spell armor. As Han Sen was happily thinking about these changes, Kun came back. He told Han Sen to pack a few things because they had been given a mission to hunt a xenogenic. Han Sen and Kun packed up, as he, Kun, and Long were a team. There would be 10 people going on this mission, all led by one leader. In the plaza, they found 19 other teams. A captain oversaw them all, and he directed them to board a ship to fly elsewhere. Han Sen knew Hardman used his people as pawns and little more. Han Sen was prepared for this, though, and he had been expecting it. Hardman only saw them as cannon fodder. Han Sen's contract put him in a slightly different role. Soldiers could only earn money, but if Han Sen killed a xenogenic, he could earn rewards in addition to the monetary sum. Han Sen didn't see any nobles amongst them. They didn't mingle with ordinary soldiers. "Where are we going?" Han Sen asked Suo Tu. Suo Tu merely shrugged and said, "We are just soldiers. We don't know where we're being deployed. We'll end up fighting no matter where we drop, anyway. If this is so dangerous, why are you joining the hunting group?" Han Sen wondered. "Because there is a lot of money involved," Suo Tu said. He then got out his wallet and showed it to Han Sen. It held a picture of a beautiful Kate woman and a little girl. They smiled joyfully, but the little girl had no hair or fur, and she looked bald. "My daughter has a genetic problem. A lot of money is required to heal her. She needs expensive geno fluid to stay alive, and that is why I am here," Suo Tu said calmly. Han Sen didn't say anything. He wasn't good at comforting, so he wasn't sure what he might say that would make the man feel better. "I tell you this not for sympathy. I just want you to know that you should be careful. If you are in danger, don't expect someone to play the hero and attempt to save you," Suo Tu said, pocketing his wallet. "You're not bad," Han Sen told him. He knew the man meant it as a genuine warning, not a threat. 1721 Cow Foot Valley. After half a day, the ship was still moving sluggishly along. It was slowly descending now, though, and Han Sen made sure to look out the window. The ship was in the process of landing close to a mountain. As they got closer, Han Sen saw that they were landing in a valley. When Han Sen looked down, however, a strange sight met his eyes. The valley was shaped like a large hoofprint, and the mountain near it had been cut at an angle of 90 degrees. "Cow Foot Valley. There's a xenogenic here." Long looked out and frowned. "Long, you know this place." Han Sen looked at Long. Suo Tu and Kun did so as well. Long said, "I used to live in a city near Cow Foot Valley, and I frequently visited here. The legends say a noble once rode a green cow here, but a xenogenic tried to provoke the noble. The noble ignored the creature, and the green cow stepped on it. The xenogenic and the mountain were crushed beneath its hoof, thus giving the valley its shape. The noble continued on his way, atop the green cow, leaving behind a purple mist in his wake. It remained there for 3 days. Some villagers believe that the presence of that noble still resides there and that the xenogenics will never dare to go close again. Many people moved close to the valley, gathering into a town that was aptly called Cow Foot Town. It looks like the noble isn't able to protect them anymore, though, considering that a xenogenic has now come. Everyone sighed after hearing the story. Han Sen thought the story seemed odd, though. The noble mentioned sounded very familiar to him. It sounded like someone from the Alliance. The ship came to rest in the valley, and all the soldiers disembarked the airship and lined up in front of it. Weapons like guns wouldn't work on xenogenics, so they were going to rely on melee weaponry. Aside from their Geno armors, they were each given a shield and a metal sword. They had a flaregon on their waists, but they weren't intended to be weapons. They were for giving a signal whenever the xenogeniac was found. Han Sen finally saw the black gold hunting group's noble now, too. He walked toward the captain. He was a middle-aged Kate man, and his ears and tail were yellow and white. The captain referred to him as Mr. Tiger. The captain and Mr. Tiger directed the team towards a nearby town. Before Han Sen reached the entrance, he saw a few corpses scattered around a field. They were the deceased residents of the town. They were all Kate, and they were all in gristly pieces. Many had their heads wholly cut off. It was a very bloody and gruesome sight. Han Sen examined their wounds and determined they had been killed by something's claws. Nine Life Cat said he was not welcome in the Geno universe. Is he a xenogeniac? Maybe. Han Sen wondered to himself. Han Sen didn't think Old Cat did this, though. He didn't seem bored enough to attack random villagers, and the claws seemed different from those he possessed. Follow and maintain formation. The captain shouted, ushering them all on. Xenogeniacs, powerful hunters and formidable assassins. Unless you had an advantage, finding them was impossible. After entering the town, the entire group had goosebumps. Blood, viscera, and severed limbs were everywhere. The town was an ugly depiction of hell. Even young toddlers had been torn apart. DMN. Long shouted angrily. Suo Tu did not say anything, but gripped his sword tight with contempt. Han Sen could now understand the helplessness that commoners might feel when pitted against a xenogeniac. Not even Geno armor could defend against their claws. Only the nobles could, most likely. That was common knowledge. Mr. Tiger brought them through the town, but they were unable to locate their culprit. He spoke to the captain, and the captain ordered the group to split up into smaller groups, so they could search in a variety of directions. Mr. Tiger thought the xenogeniac had to still be hiding in the valley. If that was the case, then they'd have to kill it. Now was the time when soldiers like Han Sen came into play. Back Gold Group would use its grunts to smoke out the xenogeniac, so Mr. Tiger could be the one to kill it. The soldiers were expendable. Han Sen's team was searching to the southwest. They maintained formation, holding their shields to the side. They approached their designated locale slowly. None of the soldiers would risk their life for the others. The shields they used were tough, but they'd only survive a few strikes before breaking. At the most, Han Sen pulled out his Northern King glove and put it in his pocket. His spell Geno armor was not as powerful as the glove. The glove was a Geno weapon. It was a noble's item. Han Sen figured it was probably low level, but he couldn't use its full power regardless. The soldiers continued to walk past scenes of horrific violence, but they couldn't be distracted by the cruelty. Otherwise, they'd end up just like the townspeople. Han Sen was very focused, and although his Dongshuan aura could not go very far, he felt he was all around better than the other soldiers. Pang! They moved forward slowly, but suddenly, there was a gunshot from the north. The wind carried the noise of gunshots and the sound of people shouting. Found it. Everyone head for the northwest sector. The communicator sounded with a voice. The captain acknowledged, then instructed the group to turn. But all of a sudden, Han Sen paused. He detected a shadow bolting through an alley, headed right for Suo Tu. Suo Tu was facing the captain, so he was unaware of the shadow coming right for him. Careful, Han Sen shouted. He ran in front of Suo Tu, but it was too late to pull the man away. Instead, Han Sen sent a kick into Suo Tu's back before leaping away himself. The black shadow went right past Han Sen and Suo Tu, almost touching them. When everyone heard it, their faces changed as they screamed, "Xenogeniac!" 1722 First battle with a xenogeniac. Han Sen recognized what he was seeing. Judging from its appearance, it was a Kate. It looked like a human, but it had cat ears and a cat tail, too. That meant it was a Kate. But it was different from the other Kate people that Han Sen had seen. It had no Geno armor, and its nails were half a foot long. They were like swords, and they shone with a fluorescent blue color. The eyes of the creature were glowing red, as well. The xenogeniac did not stop after rushing past Han Sen and Suo Tu, and it went straight for Long. Its hands, each bearing 5 dagger-like nails, flashed toward Long's head. It was too fast, and Long didn't have time to dodge the strike. He shouted, lifted his shield, and blocked the attack. Gotcha! The sharp nails obliterated the shield and pierced straight into his Geno armor and skin, leaving him with 5 lacerations that bled profusely. Fortunately, the shield had absorbed most of the damage, and the hits he had taken were not half as bad as what they could have been. Immediately after, the xenogeniac went right for another soldier. That soldier had been in too much shock and had forgotten to dodge. His legs trembled as the xenogeniac approached, right until the moment the creature annihilated his head and painted the surroundings with his brain. Fall back, fall back. The leader fired his gun at the xenogeniac. When the bullets hit the foe, they crackled against him like fireworks. They didn't even break the skin, though. Report. Xenogeniac discovered in the southwest. The leader barked his report into his phone, all the while shooting at the enemy. The xenogeniac didn't even seem to notice the bullets. He just jumped back towards Long, who had only just gotten back on his feet. Long's face turned white. It was too late for him to dodge, and he had no shield. He lifted his sword and brought it down toward the xenogeniac's hand. The xenogeniac's hand grabbed the sword. The creature gently pressed on it, and it shattered. The creature's other hand was moving forward to grab Long's head, though. There was nowhere Long could run, and he abandoned all hope. He fell back, wanting to escape, but he was far slower than the xenogeniac. Dodging was a futile endeavor. Just as the hand was coming down to plant itself on Long's face, a fist wrapped in black armor appeared above him. It punched the xenogeniac right on its temple, knocking the creature away. The punch did not hurt the xenogeniac, but it freed Long. And when he turned to look at the savior fist, he noticed it was the doing of no other than Han Sen. Long looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression. Han Sen was surprised by what he had done, too. He had gathered up all the strength of his spell Geno armor to deliver that punch. He punched the xenogeniac's head, but all it had done was knock the creature off balance for a few steps. The Geno armor wasn't comparable to the xenogeniac. The xenogeniac looked at Han Sen and then jumped towards him. It was so fast, it was like a shadow. Run! Suo Tu picked up Long and shouted at Han Sen. Han Sen could not outrun their foe, though. Not that Han Sen planned on running. He was very calm and confident, and his steps were as gentle as the slithering of a snake. He lowered himself into a beautiful fighting form. The xenogeniac's power was stronger than Han Sen's, but that did not mean he could not rival it. Han Sen's power and speed were nothing compared to what could be achieved in the Geno universe, but his combat skills were the best. Han Sen pushed his movement to the max, making his body bob and weave, left and right. No one could predict where he was going. The xenogeniac tried to jump and catch Han Sen, but it couldn't lay a finger on him. Suo Tu and the team were frozen in shock at the spectacle. Although the creature was only a step behind Han Sen, he was not at all frightened. Each of his movements was made with absolute composure and calm, and he managed to avoid the xenogeniac's attacks each and every time. It was rather difficult to believe. Han Sen's speed was not too far off Suo Tu's, but it was still quite slow compared to the xenogeniac. But he could dodge the xenogeniac's attack all the same, and the xenogeniac couldn't even scrape his armor. It was very surprising. Han Sen used his abilities of prediction and judgment to lead the enemy north. Han Sen wouldn't be able to kill the vile thing with his own power, so he wanted to draw it to Mr. Tiger. Perhaps the noble could get rid of it. The soldiers had cameras, and when Han Sen's group was attacked, those at CIC could view the situation. DMN. There are two xenogeniacs. What do we do? Mr. Tiger is already dealing with one, and we can't deal with the other. We should have invited Mr. Allen. Commander Gariz's forehead was sweating. Wait a minute, there's a soldier leading the xenogeniac at 11 o'clock, a moderator shouted. The commander could not believe that. No way. How can an ordinary soldier do that? When he saw it clearly, he was shocked. The soldier's body was moving left and right, and you could see that he was not scared. He was intimidating to watch. The xenogeniac was chasing the man, unable to hurt him. The soldier was evidently leading it in a particular direction. Who is that soldier? Commander Guriz was frozen in awe. Han Sen was like an artist. He had never before seen someone move with such grace and dexterity. Sir, his name is Han Sen. He is the outsider Hardman brought in, the moderator said. The outsider that was able to make the flowers chime but failed to become a noble. Commander Guriz mumbled to himself. Then, his face changed. He grabbed the phone and said, "Don't draw the xenogeniac to 11 o'clock, do you hear me? Answer me." Mr. Tiger was already fighting a xenogeniac, and if another one joined the fight, he'd be in danger. If that occurred, the operation would be over. Commander, where should I lead it? Han Sen asked calmly. Guriz was shocked that the voice he heard was so relaxed. He barked down the line, go to the southeast and buy Mr. Tiger some time. Wait until Mr. Tiger is able to finish dealing with the other. As soon as he said it, Guri's realized that was one of the strangest commands he had ever given. It was odd telling a soldier to keep a xenogeniac busy for some time. People would think he was crazy for issuing such an order, but he had no choice, given the circumstances. Sure, but I can't make any promises. Han Sen agreed and changed direction, leading the beast east. You do your best, son. Guri's gritted his teeth. He couldn't imagine that someone like Han Sen would delay the xenogeniac long enough for Mr. Tiger to kill his own enemy and move in to help. And when Guri's reviewed Mr. Tiger's situation realistically, he wasn't even sure if the noble would be able to fight another xenogeniac immediately after. And that just made the situation even more worrying. Han Sen moved his body and dodged the xenogeniac's attack. He brought the xenogeniac over to the southeast as he had been instructed to, but he wasn't planning on waiting for Mr. Tiger to finish dealing with his own xenogeniac. After moving through several different streets, Han Sen dipped into a building. He deliberately broke his camera and his communicator to avoid the prying eyes of the others and keep them in the dark. As Han Sen had led the xenogeniac forward, he had punched the creature many times. None of his hits were effective, though. The xenogeniac did not have Geno armor, but it was far stronger than an armored Kate. As a result, Han Sen could not deal any damage to the creature's body. After Han Sen evaded the next strike of the xenogeniac, he put the glove on his hand. In the alliance, Han Sen hadn't been able to use the Northern King glove while wearing armor because he hadn't possessed his own Geno armor. Now that he had generated his own set of armor, this was no longer a problem. So, Han Sen was able to put the glove on his right hand and make it look something more like a gauntlet. Han Sen dodged another of the xenogeniac's attack, delivering a strike to the beast's belly as he did. Pang! The fist hit the belly, and it echoed like a drum. It didn't break the flesh, but the xenogeniac coughed up some blood. It looked injured almost immediately. Not that the attack really slowed it down. It came at Han Sen with undiminished bloodlust. Han Sen was fighting and falling back as he did, retreating into the shelter of another building. He punched the xenogeniac, whose body was scary. By this point, Han Sen had to have punched it with his glove a dozen times. And while the beast was bleeding a lot, it refused to die. It was a supremely powerful foe. If I had a sword that was sharp, I could kill them all, Han Sen thought, annoyed that he did not have a self-Geno weapon. He couldn't use the full power of the Northern King glove. If he could, he would have killed the xenogeniac with ease. Han Sen used up a lot of his energy in the fight. The Geno universe's power was too strong. His repeated castings were exhausting his energy at an alarming rate, and Han Sen fought the xenogeniac with all the effort and energy he could spare. But a while after, he felt very tired. Just as Han Sen was about to give up and resort to taking the enemy back to Mr. Tiger, he felt something very hot on his back. It was the 9-life cat tattoo, sizzling on his back like a fresh branding. Han Sen felt immense pain due to it, but all of a sudden, his exhaustion vanished. Hot power surged inside him, and his body's cells erupted like a volcano. It made Han Sen feel like he was filled to the brim with power. Pang! Han Sen punched the xenogeniac again, sending the creature flying. It smacked into a concrete wall and left a deep hole in it. The xenogeniac fell down onto the floor, heaving up blood. The place on the creature's chest that had touched Han Sen's fist was scorched, as if the beast had been branded by his burning fist. Han Sen was, needless to say, happy about this. He ran forward and gave the xenogeniac another punch. And where the next fist landed, the entire patch of the beast's skin was blackened. Han Sen punched it another 3 times, and eventually, the chest was broken and caved in. What was left was a black, gaping hole where the heart had once been. It was dead. Xenogeniac Baron hunted. Xenogeniac Gene found. Perhaps it was because he had left the sanctuary, but the rules seemed to have changed a bit. The announcements were starting to get vaguer. When the xenogeniac died, the heat on Han Sen's back faded away. His condition returned to normal. Before he had the time to think about what happened with the tattoo, though, Han Sen leapt over to the creature and pulled out its 10 nails. The nails were where the thing had mutated. Perhaps because it was dead, the monster's body was far weaker. Han Sen was able to remove the sharp blue nails with ease. And after Han Sen took the 10 nails, the body became much softer. It returned to looking almost like a normal Kate. Its previous strength was all gone. Just as Han Sen wondered how he might deal with the body, it started to flare and burn. It quickly turned to ash, and when the wind blew, it scattered like dust on the breeze. Han Sen was frozen. He didn't know Nine Life Cat's tattoo could imbue him with such power. I need to find out what this whole Nine Life Cat business is about. Old Cat did say the reputation was bad. If it really is infamous, however, it should be easy to learn a thing or two, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen, answer me. What's going on? Guris had seen Han Sen enter the building, but he hadn't seen what had transpired there. He had wished to send someone else to check on Han Sen, but no one had been willing to enter due to the fact that Han Sen had been tangoing with a xenogeniac. Soldiers were tasked with finding xenogeniacs, not hunting them. If they knew where a xenogeniac was, they wouldn't go near it before Guris received a response, though, he saw someone exit the building. It was Han Sen. The xenogeniac that had been chasing him was gone. In Black Gold Group's base, Hardman, Lena, Guris, Mr. Tiger, and Alan were all watching a video. The video was of Han Sen's encounter with the xenogeniac, and his subsequent flight to the building. The video was not taken from one angle. There was a multitude of different views, so it was a little messy. Even so, it highly impressed those who were now watching it. Han Sen's speed and power were average for a Geno armor soldier, but the fact that he lasted so long without sustaining an injury was nothing short of a miracle. What do you guys think? After watching the video, Hardman looked at Guris, Mr. Tiger, and Alan. Mr. Tiger and Alan were barons. Guris was not a noble, but he was still very talented. All of them were qualified enough to speak on behalf of the entire hunting corps. Interesting man. The power and speed shown are normal, and so were the skills used. Theoretically, any soldier might manage to do what he was capable of. The fact that he was able to dodge the xenogeniac again and again made him look as if he was invincible, though. I don't think it was luck, either. He must have something that makes him far better than the rest and enables him to do what he did, Alan said. You're saying this lucky dodging method is actually a skill? Hardman asked, after thinking for a long time. Mr. Tiger considered that and said, perhaps it is not a skill, but it could be his instinct. All creatures have instincts, and they can vary from creature to creature. Maybe that was an instinct belonging to his race. Hardman nodded and asked Guris, what do you think? I think he is most certainly different, Guris answered. Be more specific, Hardman said. Guris quieted a bit, and answered, he gave me the impression that he was not new to this. It's like he has been through a lot, and he is a fighter who has endured many life and death scenarios. He has only just generated his Geno armor, so how much experience could he possibly have? You overestimate him, Lena said. This is just my opinion, of course. I could always be wrong, Guris said coldly. Manager Hardman, if we can, I'd like to keep this guy, Alan suddenly said. Why? Hardman looked at Alan with a shocked expression. Alan was not prone to sudden outbursts. He's an interesting guy, and he may prove useful if we keep him around, Alan said. I'll consider it, Hardman nodded. The day's fight ended with Mr. Tiger killing his xenogeniac. Han Sen said the xenogeniac chased him into the building and then ran off. Where it had gone to, he did not know. Guris and Mr. Tiger commanded the entire platoon to scour the rest of the valley for it, but when they were unable to find the other xenogeniac, they returned to base. Suo Tu and Long thanked Han Sen. Han Sen quickly became rather famous after that day, and people viewed him differently. Han Sen didn't think anything of what he had just been through. He had endured far worse in the past, so it mattered little. Han Sen spent a lot of time on the internet after that, but he couldn't find much information about xenogeniac genes. Ordinary people did not know anything about them. They were collected by noble and higher class sorts. Commoners didn't have much information on the subject. And Han Sen was not able to learn anything about the Nine Life Cat, either. He could only find out that Nine Life Cat was also called Cruel Beast. But the information surrounding Cruel Beast was very vague, and he learned nothing concrete about Nine Life Cat. Han Sen planned on getting rid of the 10 claws, but before he was ready, someone called him into the manager's office. Han Sen went to Hardman's office, something he was getting used to now. Hardman smiled when he looked up. Han Sen, there was a misunderstanding. Please don't worry about what happened after you generated your armor. If there is anything you would like, please, do not hesitate to ask. I will satisfy all your desires. It's fine, Manager Hard. Just tell me what it is that you want, Han Sen said coldly. Hardman nodded and smiled. Straight to the point, this is a contract the group is willing to give you. If it's okay with you, you can sign it and become a proper member of Black Gold Hunting Group. Han Sen looked over the contract, and he found that its terms were great. He would earn far more money than any of the ordinary soldiers. Manager Hard, according to our current contract, I can't dissolve the contract for an entire year. But I remember the contract saying I should be treated like a noble. Han Sen put down the contract as he spoke to Hardman. Hardman laughed and said, Brother Han, you are excellent. I want to give you a better contract, but you didn't become a noble. That's the fact of the matter. If I gave you the same treatment as the nobles, they are bound to say something. You must understand this. If things are like that, then I can reject signing a new contract, right? Han Sen calmly said. Hardman's face changed, returning to normal. He smiled and said, Brother Han, I only ask that you think about it. This contract is very good. Ordinary soldiers will never receive a contract such as this in their entire lifetime. Okay, but I'm not an ordinary soldier. Give me a noble contract, or I'm leaving. The decision is yours to make, Han Sen said. Hardman saw that Han Sen had made up his mind. There was no room for further negotiations, so he said, Fine. We will use the standard noble contract with you. But I have done so much for you already. Once I give this contract to someone without a Geno armament, the chairman will begin putting great pressure on me. So, how about a 10-year contract? Han Sen was surprised. He didn't think Hardman had the pull to give him a noble contract. 10 years is far too long. Han Sen shook his head. The last contract he signed would only last for a year. 8 years, then. I must suffer so much pressure, Hardman said. Han Sen went silent, and then said, 2 years at the most. Okay. Hardman had the legal department write up the contract. A 2-year agreement for Han Sen to be treated like a noble, just like Mr. Tiger. But when Han Sen left, Hardman dialed a certain number and said, Chow, I have a 2-year contract. We can trade now. Han Sen quickly found out that Hardman was loaning him out to a hunting group called Wizard. It was a very small team. It was run privately, too, by an owner called Chow. The team wasn't a powerful enterprise, and the inferior members and equipment they used was a testament to that. Han Sen was moved to the western part of a city called Gran. He was told that he was being loaned out, but it looked more like a sale. Han Sen's contract was now in this team's possession, and if he wanted out, it'd be 2 years before he could terminate the contract. Kate's Law ensured this. In the manager's office of Black Gold Group, Lena laughed and said, Manager Hard, that was a good business move. You sold Han Sen for a fine price. You even earned back all the money you had invested in him. I can't imagine why Chow wanted him so badly. Han Sen's good, but he's not a noble. There's no way he can kill a xenogeniac. She spent so much money on this, and the ongoing fee for Han Sen in her employ, it seems so stupid. Hardman smiled and said, she had to. Old Wei is dead, so there are no others close to being a noble in Wizard. And no sensible nobles are prepared to go there. With that being the case, the team is practically done for. Somehow, she heard about Han Sen. She paid this much in an all-or-nothing gambit. She's using someone like Han Sen as her last gamble. That's pathetic. Lena laughed. Although Han Sen is good, he is not as good as a noble. The way he fought with the xenogeniac was very dangerous. If he made one wrong move, he'd have been killed. He was fortunate that luck was on his side that day. Han Sen said goodbye to Suo too, packed up his things, and left the Black Gold base. At the exit, there was a red car waiting to pick him up. When Han Sen neared it, the door opened. A black-haired woman with a white jacket and shoes stepped out of the car. She walked directly in front of Han Sen. Hey, I'm Chow. I am the manager and leader of Wizard. You belong to us now. The woman reached out her hand. I'm Han Sen. Han Sen shook her hand. Her skin was delightfully delicate and soft to touch. I know. Why else would I be here? Chow got back into the car and gestured to Han Sen, saying, Come. I would like to show you something. It'll be very important for us. Perhaps it is the humble beginning of a bright and prosperous future for us both. Our future. Han Sen glanced at her, a little weirded out. After Han Sen got into the car, Chow took him away from Black Gold Group. She drove them to West City. Why are you buying me? Han Sen couldn't help but ask as they drove. His salary was equal to that of a noble, and she must have had to pay Black Gold a lot of money. Hardman had already paid a lot for Han Sen, but Chow had spent even more. Han Sen thought the entire situation seemed rather unbelievable. For all intents and purposes, buying him had been a terrible business move. Of course, with Han Sen's abilities and the items he secret owned, this might work out very well for Chao. Hardman had screwed up in letting him go. Chao did not beat around the bush. To be honest, I had no choice. The price I can pay is something no noble is willing to accept. Han Sen flinched. She was very direct. Lan Se and Guris recommended you, and I also researched the way in which you fought a xenogenic. After a lot of thought, I decided to borrow you, Chao explained. Officer Lan. Han Sen was shocked to hear that. Chao smiled and said, she is a very good friend of mine. She told me you were a nice person. Then I will have to thank her. Han Sen smiled. But you should know that even if I can keep a xenogenic occupied, I am unable to kill them. That is why I need to show you something. Chao looked excited. What is it? Han Sen asked with curiosity. You will know. Chao did not answer directly this time, but she looked confident. The car took them to a big house. Chao got out and told Han Sen to follow her. They both entered the house, and then Chao took Han Sen to a room on the second floor. The room was very old, and it must have been built a long time ago. Chao walked over to a fireplace and crouched. She popped her head inside and rummaged around for a while, then she pulled back. She was covered in soot now, even her face. But she still looked very serious, despite her humorous appearance. Han Sen saw her hand now contained a rectangular box. It appeared to have been made out of metal. Perhaps it had been burned for too long, but its color was black like soot. It looked as if it had just been pulled out of a tub of ink. Chao placed it on a table and wiped her hands. She pulled out 2 contracts and said, sign these contracts and you may use the box. What is inside? Han Sen asked, looking at the box. Open it. Chao tossed Han Sen a key. Han Sen took the key and lifted the box's lid. It was rather heavy. Han Sen opened the box and saw a dagger inside. It had a handle, and the whole thing was about 1 foot long. It had a sheath, which was also made of metal. It was decorated with some additional leather trimmings, but Han Sen couldn't tell what creature the leather had come from. It looked like the hide of a snake, but a little thicker. The dagger's blade was curved like the horn of a cow. It was black and half transparent. It looked very nice. Han Sen took it out of the box and looked at Chao. Chao nodded, and he pulled the dagger out of its sheath. The blade was the same as the handle, except it was even more transparent. The tip of the dagger was almost invisible. There was no color, but it broke the light like a diamond. It was created by a Baron-class xenogenic rhino. It is really powerful. Even Geno armor soldiers can pierce the flesh of a xenogenic with this. Baron-class xenogenics, of course, Chao said, looking at Han Sen. Now Han Sen understood why Chao had bought him. With that dagger, you could kill xenogenics even if you weren't a noble. Still, it wouldn't work if given to the average soldier. They lacked the speed and physical prowess to match a xenogenic, and they would likely end up killed before ever getting a chance to use the weapon. Chao must have studied the fight between Han Sen and the xenogenic and determined he was capable enough to wield the dagger effectively. It was the reason why she had bought him. So pieces of xenogenics can become weaponry? Han Sen asked as he fiddled with the rhino horn dagger. There are many different xenogenic materials, and most can be used to create weapons, Chao answered without even having to think. Can we eat them? Han Sen smiled, as if he was joking. Chao shook her head and said, I have never heard of an edible xenogenic material. And who would want to? Unstable genes can affect the genes of your entire body. Most ordinary people wouldn't even be able to digest them. Some xenogenic materials can be used for medicine, however. Han Sen was confused when he heard that. If nobody could consume xenogenic genes, how was he able to? And the stuff had melted through a simple boiling process. Han Sen wanted to see if he could cook the rhino dagger and eat it. Unfortunately, he knew it didn't truly belong to him, so he shelved the idea. He looked over the contract Chao gave him, and one of the terms said the dagger would be lent to him for the duration of his time in Wizard. If he ever left the team, he would have to give it back. Han Sen signed it without hesitation. He had to work with Wizard for the next 2 years, and for the time being, that weapon was perfect. It was only after Han Sen became a part of Wizard that he realized the team was all sorts of bad. The training base had been sold, and the dilapidated old house they were standing in had become their new base. It was all that Chao had, and the only other member of the team who was an old woman who had raised Chao. She was in charge of housework, most of the time. That meant the only real members of Wizard were Han Sen and Chao. Can the two of us slay xenogenics? Han Sen asked. They had no one to assist them, so there was the whole matter of even finding a xenogenic. Even if they knew where one was, they might not be able to force it out. Xenogenics were faster than ordinary creatures, and they were very good at hiding. That's why most teams used so many people to hunt for them. I have thought about this. The xenogenics are evil, but they won't risk anything unless they are confident. If a noble was out hunting them, there is a chance they would not dare strike. You are different, however, you aren't a noble, and there's every possibility they'd relish the chance to try to attack you. Before Chao could finish, Han Sen understood what she was getting at. Han Sen slumped his shoulders. What kind of resource will I need to harvest for the production of a weapon? You need the right materials, and you have to find an expert to forge it for you. They are difficult to produce, so you'd need to enlist the service of a genuine professional. Otherwise, the weapon you produced might not even function properly. I hear 30% is the usual percentage for success in forging, due to the instability of the base resource. My father used up many resources through the years in forging endeavors, but he was only ever able to successfully craft this dagger, Chao said. When should we go hunt? Han Sen asked, as he needed xenogenic genes now. I have been looking for a xenogenic. For the time being, you should rest. I will find us one before long. Chao escorted Han Sen to a room that was to be his private place. This place isn't all that bad. It's better than black gold, leastways. Han Sen was satisfied. Although he needed to share half his rewards with Chao, Chao did all the mental heavy lifting. Searching for information and scouring for reports was what she did, and it was something Han Sen couldn't without help in such matters. Han Sen wouldn't be able to find any himself. And if he couldn't find xenogenics, he couldn't kill xenogenics. And Chao had given him the rhino horn dagger, too. Now Han Sen could kill xenogenics with greater ease. It was more than right to give her half the loot. The 9-life cat was also a liability, since it didn't always work. He couldn't put his faith in it after killing the xenogenic. Han Sen had tried to active the 9-life cat tattoo again but couldn't. When Chao left him to settle in, Han Sen locked the door and made sure no one was watching before he brought out his pot. He put the 10 blue metal claws inside, to cook them. The second day, when Han Sen opened the pot, he had to hold his nose. The water in the pot had turned to something that looked like swirling blue ink. It had a pungent stench. Han Sen used his spoon to give it a good stir, and he noticed all the nails had been melted away. Weird. If the xenogenic materials can melt this easily, the people here should know. There's no way they can be used for weapons. Something is most certainly wrong with all this, but what that is exactly, I can't say. Han Sen frowned. He couldn't figure out what was going on. There was nothing unusual about the pot or the water, so the problem had to lie with Han Sen. But Han Sen did not know what he had done to cause the ingredients to change in such a way. Han Sen drank the blue juice, and he immediately noted how different it was to the bone juice. It wasn't even hot, it was actually cold. It felt like he was freezing his own bones when he drank it. Consumed a barren xenogenic gene. Barren gene plus 1 inch. Han Sen's head began to emit a white mist. His hair and eyebrows were covered by a thick layer of frost, and his teeth began to chatter. Han Sen had to cast skills for over an hour in order to recover. The 10 nails had only provided him a single gene, so Han Sen frowned. It seemed that it did not matter how much of the material was consumed. He stayed there for the next 2 days, and eventually, Chao called Han Sen with a quest. When Han Sen entered the car next, Lan Se was in the passenger seat. Han Sen, we meet again. Lan Se smiled. Officer Lan, why are you here? Are you a part of this quest? Han Sen asked. Lan Se smiled and said, remember the xenogenic that murdered the factory workers? You guys are going to kill it. I hope you don't wind up dead. A train's horn cracked the air, while powerful aircraft flew through the sky above. Han Sen was a little confused when it came to Kate technology. You could see old steam trains, but you could also see nuclear-fueled aircraft. Some people even rode creatures on the street. It was bewildering to witness the great mix of technology that coexisted. Han Sen scoured the internet to learn more about Kate's history. He knew Kate wasn't very well developed because they had been invaded a few times, and much of their technology was left over from other cultures. That was one of the primary factors that contributed to the mix of different technologies. The Kate people had only had their liberty for a few dozen years. It wasn't too long ago that they had been ruled by outsiders. Chao's red ladybug car came to a stop before the abandoned factory. Chao and Lan Sei's faces darkened. A big truck was parked in front of the factory, and a few aircraft circled the airspace. It looked like someone had beaten them there. It's Black Gold Group. Chao saw the symbol on the truck and frowned. Lan Sei frowned and said, "Weird. Why are they here? No one else should know, except for the members of security." Chao looked disappointed and said, "With Black Gold's power, it's not a surprise they can grab information like this." As they discussed this, two people dismounted an armored truck and approached them. Han Sen noticed that the approaching figures weren't strangers. It was Hardman and his secretary, Lena. Hardman walked to the car and knocked on the window. Chao rolled the windows down, and with a smug and boastful face, Hardman immediately said, "Chao, are you interested in the xenogenic here? It is a shame you are late." After that, Hardman glanced at Han Sen but did not say anything. "It looks like you haven't got what you came for, though. That means it isn't too late. Sorry, we're in a rush. Can't talk." Chao started up the car and drove past the truck. Hardman didn't try to stop them. He just looked at the car and laughed. They are for real. Chao really thinks that Han Sen has what it takes to kill a xenogenic. Like she said, they are in a rush. Desperate people will do anything. Lena laughed, too. Hardman shook his head and returned to the armored truck. Guri's was inside commanding the operation. Lan Sei observed the soldiers situated all around, and her heart sank. "It looks like we won't have the slightest chance. Black Gold employs far too many soldiers. He'll find it before we will. Maybe they won't, and maybe it's a good thing." Chao's eyes went bright, and she sped up. "Sit tight. We are going to find the xenogenic." The car kicked up dust while speeding ahead. "How does Chao know where to go?" Lena asked in surprise. She watched the car through Black Gold's cameras. "Chao is a smart woman. Although I tried to position my soldiers to mislead her, she still found it. They used us to find the xenogenic," Guri said. Hardman said coldly, "It's fine. Let them go first. Tell Mr. Tiger to wait outside instead of going in." Guri's frowned and said, "Manager Hard, it would be great to get an easy kill. But Chao and Han Sen aren't a threat that we should take simply." "Commander Guri's, you worry too much. Even if we gave them the xenogenic on a platter, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Let them be our pawns to lure out this xenogenic. It is better not to sacrifice our own soldiers," Lena said. "Do what I say. With Mr. Tiger here, the xenogenic will not reveal itself. It is better to let them die than our soldiers," Hardman said. Guri's did not respond any further. He relayed the plan to the team and Mr. Tiger. "Chao, are you certain this is the way? The people of Black Gold aren't over here." Lan Sei scanned the surroundings quickly. "It must be here. Their little sham isn't fooling me." Chao also looked around, while picking up even more speed. The car was leaving huge clouds of dust behind them. Aside from the abandoned factories in the area, there was a closed mine. They drove the car inside. Pang! They had only just driven in when a loud noise sounded above them. The ceiling was caving in, almost crushing the back of the car. Chao and Lan Sei were in the front of the car. They pushed their doors open and scrambled out. They looked up and saw a silver-haired, 3-meter-tall ape dropping down on the roof of the car. It jumped up and down repeatedly, crushing the ladybug car. The fuel tank eventually ruptured and exploded, but the explosion didn't even singe the beast's fur. Chao and Lan Sei were incredibly worried about Han Sen, because he was still in the back of the car. And amidst the attack, they had no idea what had happened to him. "Good stomping. Let Mr. Tiger strike." Hardman had watched what occurred through a drone's camera. He was laughing his head off. "Mr. Tiger, we have a lock on the target. You can go now," Guri's told Mr. Tiger. They confirmed the big, silver ape was inside the mine. A few soldiers had gone there previously to scope the place out, but all contact with them had been lost. They had yet to be found. Now, Han Sen had done them a favor by luring the xenogenic into action. And now that it was in their sights, Mr. Tiger was running over. He was only a mile away. Hardman was still laughing, watching the battlefield. He loved nothing more than taking advantage of the work of others. Chao and Lan Sei then saw Han Sen exit what was left of the car. That brought them a feeling of safety. Seeing him emerge in one piece was quite relieving. The silver ape saw Han Sen and grabbed hold of the wreckage of the car. He threw it at Han Sen. Han Sen moved quickly, evading the car. The car flipped end over end until it was stopped by a warehouse, which promptly collapsed. The silver ape roared and jumped towards Han Sen with blinding speed. Han Sen went forward, going right for the ape. His eyes were calm like well water. The rhino horn dagger was in his hand, but he didn't unsheath it. His right hand grasped the handle as he went for the ape. Kid, this is my prey. Mr. Tiger was already in the mine, sounding excited. Hardman and Lena looked as if they were watching a movie. Until the xenogeniac was killed, no one could tell who would take the beast down. They didn't think Han Sen could kill the xenogeniac, and he had actually helped them draw it out. He was very nice. Hardman even lit up a cigarette to enjoy what came next. Chow and Lan Se looked at Han Sen and the silver ape, hoping that the soldier she had chosen would be able to deal with the creature. Even though Mr. Tiger had joined the fray, there was still a chance that Han Sen could get the kill. Mr. Tiger roared as he ran, holding a tiger head sword. He lifted it as he ran up to the ape. He was quite a distance from the creature, and before he reached the foe, Han Sen had already run past the ape. When Han Sen passed the creature, there was a gleam of light across the ape's neck. It was so small that no one was able to see it. After he went past it, Han Sen stopped a few steps later. The big ape quickly turned around and looked at Han Sen furiously. It wanted to roar again, but when it opened its mouth, it only made noise for a single second. Its red eyes opened wide, as its neck suddenly split open, gushing blood like a fountain. The silver ape clutched its cut neck and fell to the ground as blood began to pool and run around. After a moment of writhing, the beast lay still. Mr. Tiger was only 20 meters away from the ape when he started to slow down. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The ape was on the ground, bleeding profusely. Chow and Lan Se looked on in disbelief, remaining quiet in suspense. Inside the armored truck, Guriz's eyes were shiny. Hardman and Lena had nothing remotely close to a smile, but their eyes were opened wide, staring at the monitor. They were fixed there, unmoving. It wasn't until the cigarette burned low enough to scorch Hardman's hand that he changed. The pain made him stop. He lobbed the remains away, and with a glum look, he asked hopelessly, how was that possible? Xenogeniac Baron hunted. Xenogeniac gene found. Xenogeniac beast soul obtained. When Han Sen heard the announcement, he was dumbfounded. He had never expected that killing a xenogeniac could grant him a beast soul. Nice job. Before Han Sen could check out the beast soul, Chow and Lan Se came forward to compliment him giddily. Chow had faith in Han Sen, and she had placed her hope in his abilities. But she still hadn't gotten used to Han Sen, and his performance made her believe she was dreaming. Lan Se looked at Han Sen in exuberant excitement. She did not have a Geno armament, but she was absolutely thrilled to see Han Sen perform so well. Then Mr. Tiger approached. Chow's face changed as she moved to block him. She waved her phone and said, Mr. Tiger, it's fairly obvious who this belongs to. I have sent a video to the official website already. The video is already uploaded, so please go. Mr. Tiger laughed and said, I'm not the kind of person who would try something so cheap. Mr. Tiger looked at Han Sen and gave him a thumbs up. That was good. Thank you, Mr. Tiger. If we ever have the time, we should chat about sword skills together. Han Sen might not have liked Hardman, but that did not mean he disliked everyone that belonged to Black Gold Group. Hardman didn't represent the individuals in his employ. Sounds good. Give me your number, and I'll give you a call sometime, Mr. Tiger said. Han Sen gave him his phone number. Mr. Tiger then looked over to the body of the silver ape. After that, he looked to Chow's broken car, laughed, and said, there's no one else in the area, but I can give you a ride out of here. In Black Gold Group's meeting room, the video of Han Sen slaying the ape played repeatedly. It was slowed down, on a perpetual loop of playback. Hardman, Lena, Guriz, Mr. Tiger, and Alan were all there together. There was also a young man in the host seat. The young man watched, while everyone else didn't say a word. They just watched the video with him. Finally, the young man paused the video. He looked at Hardman and calmly said, Manager Hard, was this man once a member of a Black Gold hunting team? Hardman developed a cold sweat, and he said, Third Master, this man failed to become a noble. Chow offered us a decent price, so, I want this person, the Third Master said. He stood up. I'm going to join the next meeting. I'll be back in half a month. When I am, I'll see him standing in front of me. After that, the Third Master left along with his people. Hardman sat down on a chair. His expression looked awful. Manager Hard, you are in trouble. Guriz patted him on the shoulder. You acquired Han Sen, but then you went and sold him. Why would you do such a thing? Mr. Tiger was mocking Hardman, and not even he was happy about the fact that Hardman had shamelessly sold Han Sen off. Why don't we just buy him back? With Black Gold's power, we can guarantee his return to the fold. He is merely a commoner wielding a xenogenic weapon. I'm not really sure what the third mister thinks he sees in him. Lena lifted her lips in a sneer. Shut up. Before Mr. Tiger could speak again, Hardman stopped Lena. Hardman was not a big-boobed woman with no brains, he was a very smart man. He knew what the third master had seen in Han Sen's performance. He knew the weapon was not the only thing that Han Sen wielded. He had offended Han Sen many times, so he wasn't sure if he could get Han Sen back. But he had to commit to the order given to him by the third master. He didn't even want to think about the consequences of failure. Hardman looked very nervous. Aside from Lena, everyone else eventually left. No one was able to help him out of this predicament, after all. The silver ape's body was in the warehouse. Han Sen did not have time to look at it, as he was investigating the xenogenic beast soul. Chapter 1729 Violent Ape Baron Xenogenic Beast Soul. Violent Ape Shapeshifting Type. When Han Sen saw that it was a shapeshifting type beast soul, he was exuberantly happy. If the xenogenic beast souls were the same as those in the sanctuaries, that meant he would become the violent ape he had just slain. With Violent Ape's power and speed, his own lack of power and speed would no longer be an issue. In his room, Han Sen tried summoning the Violent Ape Beast Soul. When he did, the shadow of Violent Ape consumed Han Sen, and his muscles bulged swiftly. He grew silver fur all over, as he embodied the silver ape. Han Sen felt as if his body possessed a new strength. He was incredibly happy, and he was eager to test how strong he had now become. But there were no Geno trees around. He would have to go to the testing clinic for that, but it wasn't as if Han Sen could randomly transform in front of everyone. This was not a sanctuary, and he didn't think that the people of Kate had seen a shapeshifting beast soul before. They would probably think he was a xenogenic and kill him. Also, I'm not sure if I can use Geno armor after I transform. Han Sen wanted to try it out and see if he could, so he summoned his spell Geno armor. The results surprised Han Sen. After transforming, he could indeed make use of it. The armor seemed to change shape to match the user's body. It made him even stronger. Amidst Han Sen's happiness, he suddenly felt a pain in his head, though. He immediately felt tired. It looks like I am already exhausted. It seems that shapeshifting takes too much out of me, at this stage. Han Sen turned off the beast soul and put it back. He had only transformed for a few minutes, and if he was in battle, he didn't think he could use it for any longer than 5 minutes. 5 minutes is not too shabby. With this, and the rhino horn dagger, killing barons will be a trivial task. Han Sen thought that when his gene tally increased, his time with the beast soul would probably increase, too. The rhino dagger was good, especially its tip. It was very sharp and able to cut through Violent Ape's skin and flesh with ease. Without the dagger, Han Sen knew he might not have been able to kill it. But I don't know why I am unable to activate Super King Spirit mode. If I could, I'd be even stronger, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen fingered and fiddled with the dagger, appreciating its smoothness. It was now time for food. He went downstairs for dinner, and he found Lan Se and Chao sitting at a table, waiting for him to join them. Come and drink. We should celebrate the success of our very first mission. Chao lifted her cup in a toast. Cheers. Han Sen and Lan Se raised their cups up to join her. Celebrating with Chao felt good. Let's talk about our reward, shall we? We can sell the body of the beast to the official laboratories. It should be worth at least 8,000. We can then pay Lan Se for the information she provided. Nah, you guys killed the xenogenic. You helped me out a lot. Now, the department no longer has to be troubled by this. Lan Se then paused and said, if you are willing to bring the whole body to the department, though, you can pick up a hearty bonus. Han Sen knew the security department did not have many nobles. It was normal for them to contract bounty hunters. That being said, the money they'd receive would be lower. I have plans for the body. We don't need the bonus. After dinner, Han Sen should cut it open to find the material within. Chao did not want to sell the body. After food, they went to the warehouse that was supposed to be a garage. Violent Ape's body had been placed there. Han Sen pulled out the rhino horn dagger to cut the thing open. Han Sen was very used to this. He always dug into the bodies of dead creatures in the sanctuaries, so it was a smooth process. For Han Sen, This was normal, boring work. But when Chao and Lan Se saw Han Sen's dagger cutting the ape's bones and skinning the hide with startling precision, they received a nasty chill. Han Sen suddenly seemed like a heartless butcher. Life was nothing to him. He could kill anything with his sword, within the mere blink of an eye. Seeing Han Sen's knife going between muscles, Chao and Lan Se felt their hearts quiver and shake. What kind of man is he? Both of them thought. Because the mutation was different in each xenogenic, Han Sen wasn't sure what to look for within violent ape's slop. He had to search thoroughly. Finally, Han Sen found that the ape had a muscle that was different from the rest. It was spindle-shaped, the size of 2 fists. It was red like a ruby, and as hard as a rock. It's a muscle material. Chao frowned after seeing the material. That was because muscle materials were the cheapest. They were worth 20% less than any other part. Muscles were common, and weapons could not be made out of them, so no one wanted to pay as much for them. According to our agreement, the materials should be shared equally. I now plan to sell it, though, and share the money. Is that okay? Chao asked. Han Sen said, if you are selling it, can I buy it? What do you need it for? Chao looked at Han Sen curiously. Xenogenic materials were rare, but she didn't think they could process or do anything with it. They'd need special noble powers to make anything of it. I would like to examine it, Han Sen said. He couldn't say he was going to eat it. If he did, Chao would think he was nuts. Sure, barren muscles are worth 100,000. If you give me 50,000, it's yours, Chao hastily told him. I don't have money. Could you deduct it from my wages? Han Sen asked. Aside from the share of spoils, Han Sen still received a salary. It wasn't much, but it was still quite a lot compared to most. Okay, no problem, Chao quickly agreed. Chao wished to say something more, but the phone rang. It was Hardman on the line. Han Sen made a silent gesture to Lan Se. Chao picked up the phone. Chao answered the call at dinner because it was Hardman calling. Everyone knew what he'd be calling for. Chao didn't want Han Sen to get any confusion or doubts, however, so she answered the phone right there in front of him. She didn't let Hardman know that Lan Se was there with them, too. President Chao, can you talk? Hardman was worried about Han Sen possibly being there. He thought he had offended Han Sen, and that Han Sen wouldn't agree to any repurchase. So, he thought to get to him through Chao. Yes, you may speak, Chao answered. Hardman didn't beat around the bush. He directly told her, Chao, I want Han Sen back. How about I double the money you gave me, in exchange for him? Manager Hard, I only have one person in my employ. Giving me money doesn't solve the issue of having that number reduced to 0. Chao looked at Han Sen and smiled. Hardman gritted his teeth and decided to raise the price. Okay, triple. Manager Hard, this isn't a monetary issue. No matter how much money you give me, I will not be able to find anyone to replace Han Sen. My team needs to go on. Chao's face didn't change, and she remained smiling. That meant she was telling Hardman that Han Sen was not for sale. It didn't matter how much money she was offered. Hardman looked glum, so he decided to play his final card. President Chao, how about I quadruple the price you paid me? And I'll find you another baron to replace him, with abilities that can equal Han Sen's. On top of that, he'll be loaned out to you for 3 years. Chao and Lan Se thought this was very strange. The offer was extremely good. Han Sen thought this was normal. He actually thought Hardman was being too cheap and still offering far too little. Chao said, Manager Hard, you should know Han Sen has used a xenogenic weapon. It does not belong to him, and if he leaves Wizard, he will have to return it. Knowing this, do you still wish to buy him? Yes. Hardman gritted his teeth. He really had to buy Han Sen to please the third master. If he didn't, things would go poorly. He had to buy him back through any means necessary, even if that meant dipping into his own pockets. I am so sorry. I can see your sincerity, but I cannot sell him, Chao said firmly. Hardman looked ill, but he still went on with his plight. He said, Chao, don't reject me just yet. At least sleep on the prospect. You said Han Sen relies on a xenogenic weapon, and he can't fight xenogenics otherwise. If something went wrong, he'd die. He is not a noble, and he won't level up to slay higher tier xenogenics. The baron I can lend to you will be a different story entirely. Plus, with the money you'll be given, you could assemble a great team. Even if you keep him for now, do you really think Han Sen will stay with Wizard 2 years down the line, when the contract is up? Manager Hard, I am sorry. Han Sen is not for sale. Chao spoke with seriousness. There is no need to answer me yet. Again, you should think about it. And if the price still isn't enough, there is plenty more we can discuss. Think about it first. Think about it. We can talk more another time. Hardman's heart was bleeding. After the call, Chao turned to speak to Han Sen. You heard what he has to say. What are your plans and thoughts? I would like to keep you, but if you do want to switch, I won't force you to stay where you do not wish to. Han Sen smiled and said, I don't have too much to offer Black Gold. Plus, I'm lazy. I can't be bothered moving. Chao looked very happy when she heard that. She raised up her cup for a toast and said, Han Sen, I may not be able to promise you much right now, but the one promise I can make is that, while I live, I will strive to make Wizard the best it can be. Let us drink in the hopes of a brighter tomorrow. Lan Se raised up her cup as well. Cheers. The glasses chinked against each other, a symbol of the promise. Han Sen didn't want to go to Black Gold because of his relationship with Chao. He did admire her, but he also thought staying in Wizard meant greater freedom. Black Gold was locked down with too many rules, and since Han Sen had a lot of private stuff he wished to dive into, he thought he would be better off where he was. Han Sen brought the ruby-looking mussel to his room for investigation. The thing looked far prettier than any hunk of beef. It was hard, but the fat and the meat looked as soft as snow. It made people want to cook it like a good steak. Merely thinking of this, Han Sen's mouth began to drool. When he tried to pull it apart, he couldn't. The rhino horn dagger would only leave light marks across it, and even if he could cut through it, he'd be unable to fry it. What is changing the mutated materials when I boil them? Surely there is more to the process than water in a pot. Something has to be affecting the materials. If I can figure out what that is, perhaps I can enjoy it like proper food. Han Sen was going to take a while to think it over this time instead of boiling it immediately. Over the next few days, there was little to do. Aside from practicing, he was researching how to eat xenogenics. As he did, he discovered something of note. Han Sen did not find out what affected the xenogenic genes, but he learned something quite interesting. He tried cooking the violent ape's meat in a fire. As he did, he noticed that the muscle's texture was changing, almost as if it was thawing out. The ruby texture melted into the fire, and the gemstone-like item began to transform into normal meat. It was the same as throwing the meat into water. The materials looked like they were frozen, but after a good boil, they began to look like fine cuts of meat. Han Sen knew this couldn't be a normal process for Planet Kate. If this was the way things always worked, the beings in this universe should have discovered the process before. There was no way he was the first to try cooking a xenogenics material. Han Sen still didn't know what was causing the changes, but he wasn't too worried about it. At least he could now enjoy it as meat and not as some lame soup. Han Sen found a frying pan and got some seasoning. He placed the thawed meat on the pan, and cut it into a few slices of a good steak. He threw the seasoning on and started to cook it. This is how people should live. Han Sen placed the cooked meat in his mouth and chewed. The juice and seasoning filled his mouth, and the tastiness almost made Han Sen moan. Chao looked glum. Over the last few days, she had kept her ears to the ground and tried to find the location of more xenogenics. But strangely, it was as if they had all vanished from existence. It was like she was deaf and blind, unable to learn anything. Chao knew why, though. It was because she hadn't agreed to return Han Sen. Hardman was using his ties and relationships with others to prevent her from getting news of any more xenogenics. Compared to Black Gold Group, a tiny team like Chao's was nothing. No one would favor Chao and her team over a grand organization such as Black Gold Group. A hunting team that could not locate xenogenics was pointless. Hardman's tactic to get Chao to relinquish Han Sen was definitely below the belt. But Chao did not have the power to fight back against Black Gold. Hardman seemed to have enough money to block every single avenue. Still, Chao wasn't going to crawl back to Hardman. If she went to him now, he would start mocking her. Chao had to overcome the roadblocks herself. Are there too few xenogenics on Planet Kate? Han Sen asked Chao as they ate. Chao thought for a moment before responding. There are two different sources of xenogenics. One is when beings evolve and mutate, or when those mutated beings reproduce. The other source comes from another place, called xenogenic space. What is the difference? Han Sen asked. Chao explained, the two xenogenics you have encountered were the result of a mutation. They were barren class, but they could become stronger in the future. Dealing with those is the easiest. We can usually fight ordinary barren types. If it was a xenogenic coming from xenogenic space, however, it could be of any tier. They're dangerous. Are there any xenogenic spaces around West Gran? Han Sen knew it was rare to encounter xenogenics, and they were rarer than nobles. It was difficult to say if there was even one spawning once a day. There is one, but it is dangerous. Although it is a small xenogenic space, most of the creatures inside are Baron class. Some are Viscount class, however, and they are too dangerous to risk going against. I'm trying to find new sources, hoping to find a single Baron we can take out, Chao said. If it isn't too much trouble to go out and take a look, let's go, Han Sen said. It's too dangerous. Chao shook her head. Hardman has blocked your resources, right? Han Sen said quietly. With the way Chao worked, it shouldn't have taken this many days to find another monster. Han Sen wasn't stupid, though, and so he could imagine what had happened. I will find a way. I am a manager, so it is my role to face this problem myself. You just need to keep in the best of shape. You will have a job coming your way soon enough, Chao said stubbornly. Han Sen nodded and did not reply. Chao didn't want him to take any risks, and Han Sen understood that. Besides, he had never seen the power of a Viscount at work before, so it might really be quite dangerous to go seek them out. What else can I do? After eating, Chao went out, and Han Sen went on the internet in his room. Han Sen wanted more money-making opportunities. Chao didn't need the ingredients, so Han Sen could buy the parts of the material she'd otherwise sell off. The only problem with that was that he needed money to do it. He needed a lot of it, too. But Han Sen didn't have money, and he had already spent all his wages on buying the muscle from the silver ape. If he wanted to purchase more xenogenic materials to absorb more xenogenic genes, he had to have more cash. Violent Ape gave him 1 Baron gene. Even if he could kill more of the monsters, that meant he'd have to kill 100 Barons to get 100 Baron genes. There were many jobs available online, but not many would provide him the chance to earn big bucks. Han Sen wasn't very good when it came to financing, so he couldn't do financial stuff to make money. Han Sen scrawled the web for a while, but he was unable to find anything that'd give him a lot of cash. The phone suddenly rang, and Han Sen noticed it coming from a number he could not identify. He picked it up. Han Sen, where are you? I am coming to find you. Let's practice sword skills together. It was Mr. Tiger calling him, and he shouted down the line loud enough to deafen Han Sen. Where are you? I'll come to you. Han Sen lived in Chao's house, which was also Wizard's base. He didn't want to invite strangers there without Chao's permission. I'm at home. Come here, I'll wait for you. Mr. Tiger gave Han Sen his address and then closed the communicator. There was nothing for Han Sen to do right then, so he packed a few things and went to the address Mr. Tiger had provided him. Mr. Tiger's house was far larger than Chao's, and its luxury was comparable to a 5-star hotel. It was gorgeous, but it didn't even feel like a home. Han Sen, you are finally here. Come, let's head to the training room. Mr. Tiger was wearing baggy pants and some flip-flops. He welcomed Han Sen wholeheartedly, and invited him in. Han Sen followed him to the indoor training room. There, he saw a variety of equipment. There was also a Geno tree there for testing. You want to try that out? Mr. Tiger offered when he saw Han Sen looking at the Geno tree. Mr. Tiger was quite curious to see what Han Sen's fitness was like. Sure, Han Sen wanted to know his own fitness, too. Han Sen walked in front of the Geno tree, then dropped a bit of his blood on its bark. The blood was absorbed, and all of a sudden, the tree started to grow. If a Kate had just received their Geno armor, they typically bloomed 20 flowers. That included the strength of their Geno armor. Mr. Tiger said he could produce 100, which was the average of a Baron noble. There was obviously a large difference between commoners and nobles. Normal people, with Geno armor, could not even hope to fight against a noble. Han Sen and Mr. Tiger were looking at the flowers that grew, and the noble was surprised to see how many flowers actually bloomed. 54 flowers. That is scary. You are the first I have seen to have so many flowers, despite having just generated their armor recently. Mr. Tiger looked at Han Sen with genuine shock. Han Sen hadn't evolved twice, though. He only had his spell Geno armor, and even he didn't expect that he had become twice as strong as the average Kate. Han Sen did not know how many flowers a Baron gene could increase. He would find out the next time he tested his strength. Chapter 1732 Boyfriend and Husband in the Alliance Universe, in the kindergarten on planet Roka. A little boy was writing, and there was a little girl with a hairstyle that resembled the horns of a goat. She moved her chair over to sit next to the little boy. She lay down on the table and looked up at him. The little boy was still writing, and didn't stop. "Little flower," the little girl said. "Yes." Little flower stopped writing, raised his head, and looked at the little girl. The little girl smiled with her eyes squinted closed. She said, "Little flower, you look so good. When you grow up, can you be my boyfriend?" "What is a boyfriend?" Little flower asked. The little girl opened her eyes wide. "A boyfriend is the best man for me. I would always let a boyfriend eat good stuff first. I would let him play with toys first. If he was in trouble, I'd help him. I'd protect him. How does that sound, then? Would you like to be my boyfriend?" The little girl asked, taking Little Flower's hands. Little Flower thought for a moment, but then shook his head. "My mom said it is the man who should protect the girl. Otherwise, he is not a real man. I don't want to be your boyfriend. I want to be a man." The little girl rolled her eyes. She was still holding his hands, and she said, "Okay, be my husband then." Husbands protect their girls. They are the manliest of men. "Really?" Little Flower asked, with shock. "Of course." The little girl blinked and asked, "Little Flower, are you willing to be my husband to protect me?" "In that case, yes." Little Flower nodded and spoke with gravitas. "Great, you'll be my future husband." The little girl hugged Little Flower like mad and kissed his cheeks. "Little Flower, me too." A few more little girls came racing over to surround him. Above the kindergarten, the dimension started to distort and twist. The leader of God's organization came out of it. There were no elites around him, and all alone, he watched Little Flower. "Officer, you shouldn't be here." The moment the officer showed up, Stay Up Late appeared as well. He was standing right next to him. "Knight, do you really have to go up against me?" The officer said icily. "I won't go against you, as long as you don't put a finger on the child I am tasked to watch," Stay Up Late said. "That means there is nothing we can do." The officer did not move, but the fire wings on his back looked like the wings of a phoenix. They covered the entire sky. The sky was bright, and when the wings spread, they scorched and turned the atmosphere red. Stay Up Late's face changed. He drew the Western King's sword and raised it up towards the officer. The officer flapped his wings and flew directly before Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late was calm, though, and he merely swung his sword. Boom! The air around the sword cracked as flames rained down across the buildings. Rock and concrete started to quake and fall all around. The kindergarten was in the middle of that chaos, and the whole building was violently shaking. The kids and the teachers started to scream, "Little Flower, run!" The little girl pulled Little Flower away, but after a few steps, there was a gotcha noise. The 7th floor of the building fell, burying the playground in rubble. The kids were crying even louder, out on the grass. When the teachers who were helping to evacuate the kids saw it collapse, they looked utterly hopeless. "Little Flower, run!" The little girl pushed him, as Little Flower got to a place that was not covered in shadow. But she pushed too hard and landed on the grass. Seeing the building falling down, the kids cried even harder. The teachers tried to shield the kids, closing their eyes as they did. Little Flower was in a normal school, and the teachers and kids were from ordinary families. There was nothing they could do, but not even elites could protect them all from a disaster such as that. Boom! A white holy light suddenly erupted like a volcano. The building was hit and shattered by the holy light, which then blasted into the sky and on into space. The kids and the teachers stared at the holy light, and they forgot they were even crying. A little boy was hovering in the air with white, long hair. His eyes were shining like a holy sun. "Little Flower." The little girl on the floor looked at his back, speaking uncertainly. "As a husband, I will protect you all." Little Flower spoke with seriousness, as the volume of light increased. It covered the entire kindergarten, and nothing could penetrate that defense. Stay Up Late was fighting the officer. The officer, when he saw Little Flower in the air, gave the child a strange look. He couldn't believe the air of a human could be that strong. Not even the babies of crystallizers were that powerful. "I need to get him." The officer looked at the child with excitement. Suddenly, a sword light manifested in the sky. The sword was so overbearing, the officer threw a punch at it, but even he was knocked back 50 meters. "Officer, I can't believe that you dared to come here." The woman was clutching a copper sword. She looked like a sword fairy from some legend. "Yu Qingcheng, you just became a god. You can't talk to me like this," the officer said coldly. "It isn't just me here. Ji Qingcheng smiled. Many scary presences started to appear. Bower showed up first, flying right next to Little Flower. Little Angel, Golden Growler, and Han Yufei all arrived. Then a man with silver light approached, too. It was Xie Qing King. Somehow, he had managed to come to the alliance. They all started to surround the officer. Ji Yanran raced to Little Flower's side in her crystal armor. Officer, just give it up. Even without Han Sen here, you know you cannot challenge us. Stay up late side. I may not be able to fight you, but I do have something you can't block. The officer had a weird smile, and he pointed his finger to the sky. A strange power burst out from the officer. It became a blast in the air and then quickly disappeared. After 1 second, a vortex manifested in the sky. It was light, and the dimensions inside whirled and twisted. The sky was like a lake with a whirlpool. It was scary, and even elites like Ji Qingcheng frowned. Stay up late's face changed, and he said, no. He wants to open the sanctuary gate. What does that mean? I thought it was always open. Han Yufei asked. Stay up late quickly explained, the sanctuary is open. But that simply means that it isn't locked for beings that wish to exit it. Easy for creatures to leave this universe, as when they generate a Geno armor, they can summon and push a gate open. Even if they don't want to leave. But the door is still closed to creatures from the outside. The door currently only allows travel in one direction. Now that the officer is opening it, creatures on the other side can enter. When the crystallizers went out, that is why they were destroyed. Stay up late said all this, and then shouted, Officer, what is it that you want? Do you want to repeat the tragedy that befell the crystallizers? The officer looked calm, but his eyes glinted with excitement. He looked at the rumbling sky and said, Knight, you do not understand. We cannot stay here, we have to exit. No matter what we do, it is imperative that I go out. You aren't just leaving, you are destroying the sanctuary. You do not have to open the door if you wish to go out. Stay up late shouted, why are you still talking to him? Just kill him already. Xie Qing King jumped towards the officer with a silver light. The officer waved his fist and blasted Xie Qing King away, though. The silver light shattered as his body fell to the ground and produced a deep crater. Xie Qing King managed to get back up, but he was bleeding from the corners of his lips. He is getting stronger. Ji Qingcheng's face changed. He used his body to open the gate. He is going to go over the maximum power threshold believed attainable, Stay up late said. Didn't you say Geno armor can't level up? How is he increasing strength like this? Ji Qingcheng asked. I don't know. His presence is a little strange. Stay up late shook his head, and he looked at the officer who was hovering in the sky. We have to kill him to end this. Little Angel looked calm. She summoned her holy white armor and swung her angel sword. Golden Growler roared, and his golden armor shone. He was charging a roar blast at the officer. Ji Qingcheng didn't dare slow down, and she immediately swung her blade. Ji Yanran's crystal shoes and Stay Up Late's Western King's sword were both headed for the same target. Many scary powers were converging, but the officer remained motionless. Perhaps it was because he was leveling up, or there was another sinister motive entirely. Boom! All that horrendous power went against the officer, producing an explosion that was scarier than a supernova. Luckily, the impact was wholly in the sky. If it had gone against the ground, the entirety of planet Roka would have been destroyed. When the power died off, Stay Up Late was shocked. The officer had not been killed. He hadn't even been injured. But his body had experienced a number of weird changes. The Southern King Fire wings were being eaten by the armor he wore. They were actually being eaten. The officer's black armor had a number of black cracks, like many mouths from hell that were gnawing and gobbling up the wings. The power they cast had been absorbed by the armor, and that was why nothing had come of their strikes. This is the presence of the other race. You, Stay Up Late's face changed. Yes, ever since the disaster of the crystallizers, I have searched out the leftovers that destroyed them. After all this time, I have found a way to infuse it with me and make my Geno armor more powerful. There is a price to pay, however. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have bothered doing it. The officer was in the sky, looking calm and passionate. Why do you have to do this? Does going out mean that much to you? You will destroy the world we live in, just so you can leave. Stay Up Late looked at him and said, Knight, you don't understand. You never will. It's because you're not here yet. The officer was being honest. Then tell me what it is that you are afraid of. Stay Up Late shouted, What am I afraid of? The officer looked to the sky, where the vortex whirled. There was some black stuff in there, and it was spreading, like a black hole. Inside the black hole, something scary was emerging. It sounded like some sordid, frightening beast. Officer, you really want the sanctuaries to have a repeat of the first disaster? Stay Up Late shouted. The officer laughed and said, the crystallizer disaster. That was nothing. If we don't get out, something 1,000,000 times worse will happen. After the officer said that, something roared. A dragon-like creature came out of the black hole. Everyone's face changed. Only the officer looked greedy. Come, you guys know what this world looks like. The officer ran to Stay Up Late and touched his shoulder. The armor on his hand was like a mouth, biting into Stay Up Late's shoulder. It chomped into Stay Up Late's flesh and armor. Stay Up Late held back the pain and swung his Western King's sword at the villain. The officer grabbed it, though. He didn't break it, but cracks started to form across the blade. They were starting to spread. Stay Up Late wanted to pull his Western King's sword back, but it wouldn't budge. And when he gave a firm tug, it went gotcha and broke. Half of it was swallowed by the officer's armor. Little Angel and Golden Growler ran towards the officer. With one hand, though, he was able to latch onto Little Angel's sword. His other hand grabbed Golden Growler's face. His hand bit into the angelic sword, while Golden Growler was sent flying away with missing chunks of flesh. Yu Qingcheng and Stay Up Late attacked the officer, but nothing they tried worked. The officer's powers were too much, and they far exceeded what should have been possible inside the parameters of the sanctuary. The scary presence was something tangible, in itself. Boom! The black vortex in the sky became bigger. The dragon-like talons were emerging from the pit. The body of a monster began to emerge. It had red eyes and it was covered with scales. The creature was rank with the smell of blood, and only seeing half of the beast was scary enough. Roar! The beast loosed a murderous roar. It generated a shockwave across the galaxy, breaking meteors. The planet itself was damaged. We can't let that thing in. Although the sanctuary has its own protocol and system to kick that being out, it'll take a little time. And that monster will only require one hit to wipe out the entire alliance, Stay Up Late said. How do we stop it? Yu Qingcheng looked glum. She was wounded, but she was still standing. We have to kill him and close the gate. Stay Up Late gritted his teeth. Of course we will. Xianxia King's silver light surrounded his fists. He discharged it against the officer, but the armor was able to swallow it. The attack didn't yield any damage at all. The crystal shoes brought Ji Yanran into the air, throwing a kick against the officer. The officer swung his hand and blocked the attack of the crystal shoes. The mouths on the armor were able to bite right into the crystal armor, ripping out a whole glistening chunk. The officer punched towards Ji Yanran's belly, but all of a sudden, there was a golden light. A small fist blocked the strike. It was Bauer, clad in her Geno armor. Pang! Both of their powers exploded against each other, sending everyone rolling away. The officer looked at Bauer in shock, as his armor was unable to consume or eat anything of hers. Bauer looked very angry, too. The god light across her kept flaring as she punched the officer. The officer's own fists repeatedly dashed their way across Bauer's armor, and the constant shockwaves prohibited everyone else from getting close. It's too late. That thing is getting out. Yu Qingcheng saw that the monster in the sky was pulling free of the vortex. Pushing back the pain she was now suffering, she called out to the others. An energy current stormed through the galaxy. Trails of electricity were everywhere, affecting all the nearby planets. Pang! There was a loud noise, and Bauer's body fell, creating a big hole in the ground. Bauer was still in the shape of a baby, and she couldn't fight the officer. This time, the officer's body experienced a big, new change. An eye opened in the center of his forehead. Horns grew from his head as his body became wrapped in scales. He had spliced his own genes with genes from the outside. His body was evolving into another race. He was no longer a crystallizer. After getting rid of Bauer, though, he followed after her. He turned to look at Little Flower, and he moved so quickly, Stay Up Late could not react. Little Flower's light was still shining across the entire kindergarten, with his little body hovering in midair. He didn't fall back, though, and he tried using his holy light to stop the kidnapper. Pang! The officer broke through the holy light, ready to grab Little Flower. But a bloodlight suddenly appeared, and it stabbed the officer. Zero flew past him, grabbing Little Flower as she sped off. The bone dagger that she had used to stab the officer was swiftly consumed, though. And he hastily tried to turn and punch Zero. His fist was so strong and fast that it was far more than she was capable of evading, and she was struck in the back. She held onto Little Flower, though, as she came crashing into a building. It kicked up a storm of dust. The officer wanted to give chase, but Stay Up Late had caught up with him. Still, whether or not the officer could be stopped was another matter entirely. However, as the officer stood in front of the ruin, he stopped. He didn't go inside to take Little Flower. Ji Yu Qingcheng looked towards the ruins and noticed a scary presence bleeding out from the rubble. A red light came bursting forth like water. Boom! The red light was like a volcano, and it laid waste to the ruins. Zero was holding Little Flower in the midst of the rubble. The red light was streaming from her back. The officer squinted his eyes as he looked at Zero. He suddenly dashed before her and unleashed a strike, targeting her head. But Zero merely stood where she was, with the red light shining on her back. It looked as if she might have been unable to move. The red light had almost reached her head, and still, she showed no reaction. Inside Mr. Tiger's training room, sword lights kept on flashing. Mr. Tiger was very depressed. His strength and speed should have been better than Han Sen's, but his sword could not even send a ripple through Han Sen's clothes. Reaching past Han Sen's sword was an impossibility, it seemed. You want to fight? Mr. Tiger looked annoyed and threw his sword on the ground. He thought he might have been going crazy. Han Sen placed his practice sword back on the shelf. After fighting with Mr. Tiger, he had learned some interesting things about the skills that the Kate had developed for combat. The combat skills of nobles like Mr. Tiger were not strong. Han Sen looked like a superstar master next to them. His only disadvantage was that his body was weaker, as things currently stood. It's almost time. I should get going. Han Sen packed up his stuff, ready to leave. Mr. Tiger jumped in front of Han Sen and said, I must say, brother, your sword skills are obscene, but I like them. Do you take students? I can be your student, so that you can teach me. Han Sen looked at Mr. Tiger in shock. The noble looked like a powerful and confident person, and Han Sen had never expected that he'd be so interested in Han Sen's combat sword skills. I'm not interested in being a teacher, but I sure like money. How much would you be willing to pay, if I were to teach you? Han Sen said, and it was true, he really did need money. If it's money that you need, then that is of no concern. Mr. Tiger was very happy. Han Sen was on his way back to Chao. Mr. Tiger offered to take him home, but Han Sen politely declined. Since Han Sen had nothing better to do, it was best that he exercised, anyway. When he went past an alley, Han Sen felt a searing burn develop on his back. It was like someone had thrown boiling water across him. Han Sen was shocked. He could endure the pain, but he could feel it growing and becoming hotter. A red light burst out of his back, and not even his clothes were able to dim the brightness. Han Sen could see there were quite a few people around, so he summoned his Geno armor to cover his body. The last thing he wanted was for people to see it. Unfortunately, the light was getting even brighter, and the Geno armor itself was starting to glow red. Han Sen looked around and quickly found a public bathroom he could dip into. After he rushed inside, his back released more and more red light. Eventually, his entire body was pulled back into the light. The red light was like fireworks, and then, there was nothing. The red light disappeared, taking Han Sen's body with it. Planet Roka, the officer, threw a punch at Zero's head, when all of a sudden, a hand came out of the red light behind her. It punched towards the officer's fist. Pang! Incredible power was unleashed in the collision of both forces. The officer's body was sent reeling back, out of the atmosphere and into space. He looked back at Zero's red light, and the fist that had emerged from it. A tall body came out, and when everyone saw who it was, they were so happy. They all exuberantly shouted, Han Sen. Han Sen had no clue what was going on, but he was able to guess, judging from what he had just done. What happened here? Han Sen looked at the xenogenic beast in the sky. It wasn't from the sanctuary, he knew that much. It was too powerful for that. The officer used his powers to open the sanctuary gate. Stop him, or the creatures from the outside will enter. Stay Up Late shouted. Dad. Little Flower jumped into Han Sen's chest from Zero. Han Sen saw everyone there was injured, and even Ji Yanran was holding Bauer, blood streaking the baby's face and mouth. They each looked wounded, and that made Han Sen a very angry man. Officer, I have no grudge with you, and yet you attack my family again. Do you think I'll let this slide again? Han Sen's power was frighteningly strong. The Geno armor's power exploded away from him. Inside the sanctuary, there was no other power to suppress him. The Geno armor's power was difficult to rightly fathom. Blame Han Jinji, the officer said, before teleporting in front of Han Sen and punching him. Han Sen felt a strength that was greater than a crystallizer's come into him. His foe had the presence of a xenogeniac from Kate Planet. Han Sen frowned, but Han Sen's fist did not stop. It hit the officer's fist again. He punched the officer and sent him back into space. Then, he followed up and chased after him. Impossible. How could you achieve such power? The sanctuary should be kicking you out for this. Why? The officer's mouth gaped in disbelief. He had spliced as many mutant genes as he could to earn that power, and he was going to leave soon. But Han Sen was more powerful than him, and above that, he could stay in the sanctuary. He had surpassed the system and was above the rules. Han Sen wasn't interested in talking with him, though, so he just threw another punch. The xenogeniac was entering the sanctuary, and Han Sen didn't think it was just a baron. If it entered fully, it could most certainly deal damage to the entire alliance. Dad, hit him. Little Flower was clinging to Han Sen's neck, and he looked very angry. This was the first time Han Sen had seen Little Flower so angry, and it prompted him to increase the volume of power he was delivering. Pang! The officer's eyes watched Han Sen's fist come for him. He wanted to punch it back, but he couldn't. The fist landed on his jaw, and he was sent flying. Before he went too far, though, Han Sen appeared above him. His legs were like an axe, and heaven only knew how many of the officer's bones snapped under the impact. Swing, fist, punch, uppercut, kick, knee, elbow. Han Sen became a killing machine, with his repeated attacks on the officer. The officer could block a few punches at first, but more of his bones soon broke. And as they did, his defenses crumbled. He started to bleed, and his armor started to break. Han Sen, quickly kill him or it will be too late. Stay up late shouted, as he looked up at the black vortex. Half of the xenogeniac beast was already in, and it looked ready to slip through the black hole any second now. Of course, Han Sen wanted to get rid of it. Unfortunately, although the officer's body was broken, he was not destroyed. He was still alive. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I have the xenogeniac power. You can't kill me. The officer took another punch, blood spraying from his body. He laughed, saying, when it arrives, you'll all be dead. Give me Little Flower, for only I will be able to save his life. No one can take my son away. Han Sen grunted. The shape of a half-transparent black dagger manifested in his hand. He thrust it into the villain, cutting open his flesh and armor. The dagger sliced open the officer's chest. It didn't kill him, though, and his body was able to recover easily. This is pointless. You can't kill me. Give me Little Flower and I will save him. The officer was angry, but he didn't care much for the wound. Han Sen looked at him coldly, and as he repeatedly stabbed the officer's body, he asked, why do you want him so much? Because he can be the real, Arg. Before the officer finished, he screamed. There it is. Han Sen looked murderous. He used the rhino horn dagger, shoving it into the officer's brain. Gotcha. Something was broken by the dagger's attack, and the officer's face froze. Blood oozed from his head, rolling down to his lips. No way. I can't die. Me, Arg. The officer's head cracked wide open. In between the brain juices, a black crystal had been smashed in two. Han Sen raised his head and his face changed. The officer died and the black hole shrank. But the xenogeniac had already come in, and that was terrifying. Everyone was in shock. The xenogeniac officer was incredibly hard to deal with already, but now they had a real monster from the outside to contend with. It wasn't a low-tier xenogeniac like the ones Han Sen had already dealt with before, either. The sanctuary door led to the big silence system. It was where the high-level xenogeniacs resided. There were high-tier xenogeniacs there, very much like the Dukes. If they entered, there'd be a grand disaster, just like what had occurred to the crystallizers. Han Sen knew those creatures were somewhat restricted when they were in the sanctuary, and their strength would be limited by the parameters of the place. They'd end up like Old Cat and get flushed away. Old Cat was a 9-life cat, and it had authority in the sanctuary. There was no need for his power to be suppressed in the sanctuary, but the xenogeniacs coming in would. But the problem was, a xenogeniac could probably get off a few attacks before it was kicked out of the sanctuary. If the xenogeniac was too strong, even those few attacks would be enough to level the entire alliance. The moment the xenogeniac came out, it opened its mouth in a roar. But no sound came out. Instead, a scary power gathered in its mouth. It was ready to fire. A black light was getting stronger around the creature. The power created a vortex, generating storms in a multitude of systems. It's over. Han Sen's face changed. That xenogeniac was not a baron or viscount. It was probably a marquis, or even a duke. Regardless, Han Sen knew he could not fight an enemy such as that. Skills were useless in front of such raw power. That was something that could destroy anything without question. Stay Up Late's face looked glum. Everyone thought the monster was way too scary, too, and that it looked indestructible. FCK, I have to try. Han Sen knew he could not fight it, but he couldn't just sit around and wait for a wretched end, either. He suddenly turned into a 3-meter-tall silver ape. The inscriptions across his Geno armor all shone. A sword of power entered his right hand. Han Sen used his strongest attack on the monster in the sky. He used his super spank power. Xie Qing King, Ji Yu Qingcheng, and Stay Up Late all used their own strongest attacks, too. They all attacked it together. All those frightening powers smacked against the beast's mouth. Han Sen didn't expect that they would be able to kill it, but destroying the power inside the being's mouth might be able to deal some decent damage. And releasing that much power might trigger the sanctuary to force the creature out. This was the only way, and if they couldn't make it work, they were all dead. No one could take that power and survive. The overbearing sword lights and the high-tier holy lights and the shocking swordare all converged on the monster's mouth. They didn't do anything to the black light, though. It's over. Han Sen's heart trembled, and he broke into a cold sweat. The others felt hopeless, too. Just like the crystallizers, humanity was now facing an extinction event. The monster's mouth opened wider, and the black light whirled faster. The monster lowered its head, ready to spit it all out. Han Sen held onto Litflower, as his brain repeatedly thought, nothing can stop this. Suddenly, though, a hand emerged from the shrinking black hole behind the monster. The hand grabbed the xenogeniac beast. The hand did not look big, but the scary-looking beast shuddered when the hand landed on it. And then, all its blood and flesh started to fly apart. It formed a blood river, as the beast blew into pieces under the grasp of that one small hand. Everyone was in shock, and extremely happy. They were delighted that the beast's attack had been thwarted. They were shocked, wondering who the hand might have belonged to. The fact that it had just broken the monster so simply was terrifying. If the hand's master was hostile to the sanctuary, they were afraid humans would be wiped out completely. But the sanctuary gate then shut, and the black hole was only small enough to show the hand. The body couldn't come in. Everyone looked at the hand, and then, a voice followed it out. I did not expect to find someone like this in the sanctuary. Not bad. Han Sen wondered what that might have meant. He saw the hand move, as an invisible power started to suck Littleflower in its direction. Littleflower. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't care about anything else at that moment, and with his ape body, he jumped at Littleflower. He wanted to stop Littleflower Xian being pulled away by the hand. But the power was way too strong to deny. It pulled Han Sen into the hand, too. The hand did not look big, but when they landed on it, they felt as small as ants on the center of its palm. Before anyone did anything, the hand grabbed them both and pulled back through the black hole. The black hole disappeared then, too. Ji Yanran almost fainted. Luo Lan and Han Yufei were extremely worried, but there was nothing they could do. The sanctuary gate was shut, and they could not go out even if it hadn't closed. They couldn't hope to go up against a single finger of that hand. Han Sen and Littleflower won't be killed so simply. Xie Qing King looked at the sky. I never expected something so strong could be found here. I too need to get out. Everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. Ji Yu Qingcheng approached Zero, though, and said, Zero, how did you summon Han Sen here? Can you do it again? Zero shook her head. It activated itself, and I can't control it. I don't know how to do it again. Ji Yu Qingcheng did not respond. She merely lifted her sword pure and slashed toward Zero's head. What are you doing? Everyone was shocked. 1737 Sky Palace throne. Han Sen held Littleflower, and as he did, he felt the power extinguish. He fell to the ground and almost broke his bones. After getting his vision back, Han Sen saw a broken palace around him. It was made of jade and metal, and it looked as if he had ended up in heaven. It was all broken, and there was a fissure that was as wide as a valley across the palace. What had occurred there? Han Sen had no idea. Han Sen was standing on a gold plaque. There were strange symbols inscribed across it, ones he could not discern. Not far from Han Sen stood a man with green clothing. He was smiling at Little Flower, who was in Han Sen's arms. It was like the man was inspecting an ancient antique. Little Flower looked scared, though. Han Sen held his child tight, and he stood up off the floor. Han Sen said, "Thank you for killing the xenogenic beast, but why have you brought us here?" The man did not even look at Han Sen. He only looked at Little Flower. "I require one more student. This kid looks decent. Let me take him. If you want to accept my son as a student, at least tell me what you are and tell me where we are." Han Sen did not want Little Flower to have a master, but the man was obviously quite scary. So, he went along with it. If the man wanted to take Little Flower away by force, no matter what strength Han Sen could muster, it wouldn't be enough to stop him. As this occurred, the man's vision turned away from Little Flower. He now looked at Han Sen. "I am the king of Sky Palace. You have such an amazing kid. If he follows me, he can become so powerful, you cannot imagine it." Han Sen had never heard of Sky Palace before, but seeing the man, it must have been a very powerful faction. "I am glad that someone powerful like you wants to take my son as a student, but he is still young. And I hope you can approve of me coming with him," Han Sen said. The man shook his head. "You are too weak. You cannot go to Sky Palace. I don't expect myself to become a student. I can be a janitor or something," Han Sen said. "You are too weak to enter the palace, so stop talking." The man sounded annoyed, and he reached out to grab Little Flower. Han Sen felt an incredible strength come and try to snatch Little Flower, but he held onto his son and got pulled, too. The man looked as if he did not care about family one tiny bit. He grabbed Little Flower and tried to take him away from Han Sen. "Dad!" Little Flower was in shock. He tried using his holy light, but it couldn't overcome the power. He was still being pulled away. Han Sen roared. He walked forward and tried to punch the man's hand. Boom! When Han Sen's fist hit the man's palm, he could not hurt the palm, and his arm snapped immediately. "You are his father, so I will forgive you for this disrespect. I'd turn you into dust, if you were anyone else." The man grunted and pulled Little Flower again. Han Sen's legs released a power. He took half a step back and got pulled away. Boom! The red light behind Han Sen was shining, turning into a red vortex. Before the man could grab Little Flower again, the vortex consumed Han Sen and the child. They just suddenly vanished. DMN it. He is a descendant of the 9-life cat bloodline. The man's face changed, as he gritted his teeth. In the Alliance universe, Ji Qingcheng was swinging her weapon at Zero's head. As the blade touched her skin, everyone stared at her speechlessly. The red light behind Zero shone like a flower. And Ji Qingcheng's sword was brought to a halt. It only touched Zero's neck, and it didn't really cut it. As the light gleamed from Zero's back, 2 bodies fell out. It was Han Sen and Little Flower. Ji Yanran and Luo Lan were so happy, they cried. They raced over to them. The dangerous fight had passed. Everyone was injured, so they all went home to heal. Han Sen was worried that the Sky Palace guy might show up in the sanctuary again, but luckily, it didn't happen. It was quiet over the next few days. Now that Han Sen knew how the sanctuary operated, not even elites like that could destroy it in his absence. Han Sen was also quite glad he was back in the Alliance, but he was still worried. The 9-life cat tattoo was far too weird. Han Sen could travel between his tattoo and Zero's tattoo. That wasn't what he worried about the most, though. He was mostly worried that if Old Cat had that power, the cat could also summon Han Sen. It had happened to him once before, and he had no doubt it would happen again. So, Han Sen wanted to learn more about the 9-life cat tattoo. He and Zero were unable to control its power, but it was obvious that something triggered the activation of those tattoos. Its unpredictability annoyed Han Sen. Han Sen couldn't figure it out, though. Not long after, the Luo family contacted Luo Lan. Luo Haitang was hoping Luo Lan could bring Han Sen, Han Yan, and Little Flower to see him. Although Luo Haitang couldn't explain what it was all about, Luo Lan was able to guess why. They had a family meeting, and ultimately they decided to go and see the Luo family. Han Sen did not object. If Luo Haitang was telling the truth, he did not have much time left. The man had raised Han Sen's mother, and even if Luo Lan did not explicitly say she wanted to see him, it was clear that she did. Aside from the Han family, they also brought Bauer along. Is he really? Luo Lan couldn't help but ask Han Sen about Luo Haitang. Han Sen shook his head. That's what he told me. I don't know if it's true. Luo Lan's face looked sad. People like him, I don't think he'd lie about this. I hope he is okay. Han Sen sighed. When they reached the Luo family's planet, Luo Li welcomed them in. But even Luo Li looked terrible. Sister, you are back. He has waited for you for a long time, Luo Li said sadly. How is he? Luo Li asked, feeling ill. Follow me, he's waiting. Luo Li did not answer. She simply brought them to a garden. When Luo Lan saw Luo Haitang, she couldn't control a sudden urge to sob. When Han Sen saw Luo Haitang, he was shocked. The Luo Haitang he saw now was completely different. The man was so slim that he was practically skin and bones. His eyes were sunk deep in their sockets, and his hair was white. He looked like a dying old man, and not the fabled godslayer Luo that Han Sen had known. It was hard to imagine Luo Haitang's body had become like this over the course of a few years. Don't cry for me, I just wanted to see your smile in anger. Luo Haitang touched Luo Lan's hair. I'm too stubborn, I'm sorry. Luo Lan refused to raise her head. She did not want him to see her cry. If you weren't stubborn, you wouldn't be my granddaughter. Luo Haitang looked so happy, brushing Luo Lan's hair. Luo Lan smiled and cried. She touched Han Yufei and Han Sen, and introduced Luo Haitang. It is nice to see you here. Luo Haitang accepted their bows and returned to smiling at Luo Lan. If you are willing to, you can stay with us. This is not the Luo family, but ours can be your home, Luo Lan said as she held Luo Haitang. Luo Haitang smiled. You guys can have dinner with me. It's been a while, and I asked people to make your favorite leaf with rice. Sure. Luo Lan wanted to cry, unable to believe he could remember small things like that. The meal was fairly normal, like an ordinary family dinner. There wasn't much talk, just average conversations like ordinary families have. At the end of the dinner, Luo Haitang asked Luo Li to take them to their rooms. Before they left, though, Luo Haitang said to Han Sen, there is no more of the Luo family. You can do whatever you wish with the falsified Sky Sutra. If you really want, you can give it to Jade Shira. Han Sen looked back at Luo Haitang in shock. The skinny face was wearing a smile, but it had turned red, and the eyes in it were bright. When Han Sen saw this, his heart felt bad. Luo Haitang's life force was so strong in that moment, and it was obvious he was going to die. He didn't think they'd ever meet again after that. Han Sen stopped and looked at Luo Haitang's life force. He didn't really care about matters concerning the Luo family, but Luo Lan and Luo Haitang had a connection. And Han Sen did not want to see his mother upset. Luo Haitang's body was messy. It was a human body, but he had Shira Qi. When a human practiced the powers of the Shira, it was something of a miracle for them to last this long. Luo Haitang wasn't like Zero. She had Shira blood and could use Shira change. Luo Haitang's body would be damaged if he used Shira change. It was something few could imagine. Han Sen knew that every time the man used it, the pain would be excruciating. Luo Lan told them to leave, but Han Sen turned back. He stood in front of Luo Haitang and placed his hand on the old man's chest. What are you doing? Luo Li was shocked. She started to run over to him, but Han Yufei stopped her. Han Yufei said coldly, if Han Sen wanted to kill him, there'd be nothing you could do to stop him. Luo Li stopped struggling. It wasn't a nice thing to be told, but it was pretty much the truth. Without Godslayer Luo, the family was likely to fall, too. Luo Li knew Luo Haitang was dying. And at this point, Han Sen was much stronger than Luo Haitang had been in his prime. It's fine. Luo Haitang nodded to Luo Li, and then said to Han Sen, Little Han, you don't need to bother with this. I know what is happening. Han Sen didn't say anything, but he used his Dongshuan aura to cover Luo Haitang. Then, he used Yin-Yang Blast to punch it in. Luo Haitang's problem was the fact that his Shira Qi could not combine with his body. The longer he practiced, the stronger the Shira Qi became, and the more the old man was injured. This was more than bodily decay. His very life force was being injured. It was like he said, his body had been irreversibly damaged. Han Sen knew a few healing skills, but they weren't very strong. Even the Silver Fox could not hope to heal Luo Haitang now. Han Sen did not need to heal his body, though. Han Sen just had to get rid of the Shira Qi inside him. Without the Shira Qi around, he'd be easier to heal. And this wouldn't happen again. Luo Haitang had practiced Shira Qi for many years. It had combined with his flesh and integrated into every cell. It did not matter how strong you were, it would be difficult to remove xianxia without harming the body. But to Han Sen, this wasn't an impossible task. That was because his Dongshuan aura could observe the sequential structure of Luo Haitang's body. He could break the chain of the xianxia. Han Sen just had to find the correct sequence chains and break them. Then, he could remove the xianxia without hurting Luo Haitang. But that also meant all those years of practice would be gone, and Luo Haitang would not be as strong as he once was. Han Sen put a small amount of the Dongshuan power into Luo Haitang's body. Then he broke the xianxia, one by one. Every time he broke a xianxia, Luo Haitang felt better. Luo Lan and Luo Li were delighted. Han Sen could only break a little each time, otherwise he'd harm Luo Haitang's body. Because of this, progress was slow, and it took him a number of hours to reach the halfway point. Han Sen admired the fact that Luo Haitang had practiced the xianxia, though. He had obviously put in a lot of effort. It was shocking that he had managed to endure all that pain in its practice. Luo Lan and Han Yufei were waiting patiently, while Ji Yanran brought Bauer and Little Flower to rest. Bauer was not tired, though. She watched Han Sen with wide eyes. But Little Flower was young, and so Ji Yanran put him to bed. After Ji Yanran laid him down, she returned to watch Han Sen and Luo Haitang. While Little Flower was sleeping, he felt an itch on his face. It was so itchy, it made him sneeze. And when he did, he opened his eyes. There, he saw a red beast that looked like both a cat and a fox. It was smiling at him. Little Flower climbed up and looked at the beast at the end of his bed. He was curious. The beast stood up and walked around him, observing, all the while smiling. The beast was Old Cat. When the sanctuary gate was open, he had managed to sneak back in. Everyone was focusing on the xenogenic monster and officer. No one had seen the cat sneak inside. You are Little Flower. Old Cat walked around some more before sitting down in front of Little Flower. He looked at the child and smiled. Little Flower nodded, and with curiosity, he asked, "Are you a cat?" Old Cat had a cold sweat, his mouth twitched, but he still said, "Little Flower, would you like to play a game?" No. Little Flower shook his head. "Why not? It'll be fun." Old Cat looked depressed. "Mom told me not to bully animals." Little Flower spoke with seriousness. Old Cat almost choked. He rolled his eyes and pulled out an item before him. He said, "Little Flower, if you win this game, I will give this to you." Little Flower looked at it carefully. It was a beautiful gemstone like a fist. A lovely-looking smoke or mist enshrouded it. Seeing Little Flower show no interest, Old Cat said, "How about this, then? If you simply play with me, I'll give this to you." But Little Flower shook his head. "Mom said I shouldn't accept gifts from strangers." Old Cat wanted to grind his teeth, but he quickly scrambled to say, "Then we should play the game. If you win, it's yours." Little Flower looked at the gemstone, and then looked at Old Cat. He blinked and said, "If I win, can I not have the gemstone? Can I have a doll instead?" "What doll?" Old Cat did not know what Little Flower was talking about. Little Flower looked at Old Cat and asked, "Aren't you an owl doll?" "You are the doll. You're all dolls." Old Cat was angered by the question, and he resisted the urge to punch Little Flower. He forced himself to present a smile and said, "Okay, but only if you win." "Great. Let's play the game, then." Little Flower clapped. Old Cat, hearing that Little Flower finally wanted to play, sighed. He touched his body and pulled out a box. "Are you a Doraemon?" Little Flower asked Old Cat, his eyes wide. Old Cat ignored the question and simply opened the box. There was a book inside it. Old Cat brought the book out and flipped it open to the first page. There was a picture on it, of a human body in a strange position. There were a lot of green and red dots. It was a complicated image. "Little Flower, here is the game. You have to copy my posture. If you can, you win." Old Cat squinted and smiled. "Okay." Little Flower nodded. "Watch carefully." Then, Old Cat said, then assumed a strange position, in accordance to the book. The animation inside the book looked weird, and the fact that it was being done by a cat made it even stranger. Little Flower looked at Old Cat and imitated him. For Little Flower, it wasn't difficult, as he had a very bendy body. "Try and breathe like me," Old Cat said. He kept the position, but started breathing with a strange rhythm. Little Flower followed, and it was no big deal. Old Cat looked quite happy, so he flipped to the second page and said, "You did that. Wow, let's try the next." Old Cat followed the instructions in the book, and animated himself in the positions demonstrated. Little Flower thought it was funny, but he followed and found it to be fun, putting himself in various positions. Old Cat started to feel happy, but as more and more animations were done, he eventually became shocked. He was frozen with the surprise. Little Flower was able to follow perfectly, all with the greatest of ease. No way, is he super lucky or can he really just learn all of this? Old Cat felt so shaky, he had trouble flipping the pages of the book with his claws. As he did more animations, Little Flower followed suit without flaw. The movements and rhythms were precise, and he had no trouble doing as instructed. Old Cat was happy, but he also had a thought. If Little Flower learns everything, I'm going to lose. Old Cat didn't actually plan on losing, though. He wanted Little Flower to try out a few animations so he could see if the child was talented, that's all. But it was no longer about a test of talent. As Old Cat flipped through the book, he knew that Little Flower was going to become something amazing in time. There were only 3 pages left, and nothing had challenged Little Flower yet. It didn't seem as if it was difficult at all for the child to learn the positions. Oh no, it is no wonder the monster in Sky Palace wants him. This is very weird. Old Cat clenched his jaws and finished off the final 3 animations. Little Flower had trouble doing them, but only a small amount. He was still able to complete them. Cat doll, you lose. Little Flower looked right at Old Cat. He wasn't stupid, and he knew Old Cat had been following the book, and now there were no fresh pages left to do. Old Cat was a little mad, but shock was the reigning emotion. Little Flower did not know what the book was about, but Old Cat did. It demonstrated breathing techniques, and very few people could actually copy its teachings. There's one more animation. If you can do this, then I lose. Old Cat laughed. After Old Cat spoke, he assumed a position. It was not from the book, but it didn't look difficult and Little Flower thought he would perform it with ease. But when Old Cat assumed the posture, he spat out some air that became a purple sword light in front of him. If you can learn that, then and only then will I admit defeat. I won't be just your doll. I'd accept you as my grandpa. Old Cat was very cocky about this. Although Little Flower knew the movements thus far, they were all things he could copy. Learning something like what Old Cat had just done could take years. You couldn't just generate a sword on a whim. But the next second, Old Cat was shocked. Little Flower opened his mouth, and a sword light appeared in front of him. Han Sen spent a whole day breaking the xianxia in Luo Haitang. He might have saved Luo Haitang's life, but the power of Godslayer Luo was dead. Luo Haitang responded well, though. He could not make use of the falsified Sky Sutra without the power of Shira change, so he gave it to Han Sen and bid that he do whatever he wished with it. Although Han Sen did not really care about the falsified Sky Sutra, it was a trouble for Han Yan. So, he planned to visit the Shira and sort it out. Plus, Han Sen still wished to figure out the relationship between the Shira and Asura. He stayed with the Luo family for a few days, but before he returned, Bauer said she wanted to return to the sanctuary. Han Sen asked her why, and she said that it was because the gourd had matured and she now wished to see it. Han Sen did not know if he could go back, though. He tried stepping into a teleporter, and it worked. They arrived in a spirit hall in the 4th god's sanctuary, but it was still random and he did not know where he had ended up. When he walked out of the teleporter, 2 angry monsters approached. Han Sen merely waved his hand, making them fly away and get pinned against nearby walls. The inhabitants of the entire shelter were shaken after seeing that, and they did not dare attack. Han Sen grabbed a hold of a creature that spoke the human language, and after finding out where he was, he and Bauer made off in the direction that would take them to the underworld. Han Sen didn't kill the creatures there, though. It would be pointless for him to do so, and it would be best if he saved them for others. Bauer told him the gourd had matured. He didn't know how she knew, but he was confident that she was correct. There was no reason to doubt, and Han Sen himself wanted to see what was inside the gourd. Han Sen kept flying in the direction of the underworld, worried that the Dark Spirit Elder might have already done something to the gourd. Han Sen spread his own life force around, so others would know he had come and creatures and spirits wouldn't bother him. They traveled to the underworld. He went straight to Mask Shelter to see Ling Mayer, but she was no longer there. The snake wasn't there, either. He asked the creatures where they were, and he was told that they had gone to Dark Spirit Shelter. Han Sen traveled to Dark Spirit Shelter with no difficulty or doubt. Dark Spirit Elder looked rather bored in the vine garden. The gourd there was shining like some glowing orb, with enough luminosity to light the entire shelter. It was like a glowing fountain of life. The creatures of the underworld were growing quickly, and many geno plants mutated in the warmth of its glow. Dark Spirit received the most benefits, and this was a good thing. Dark Spirit definitely had a bright future, but Dark Spirit Elder could not pick the gourd or block the life force. A few days later, news had spread. Many elites came, and they were elders, too. Dark Spirit Elder did not wish to share the treasure he had held onto for years, and while there were so many enemies, he could not pick the gourd and move it. It was likely Dark Spirit could end up destroyed. After that, Dark Spirit Elder established a few rules. He allowed others to come into the shelter and try to grab the fruit. If they could remove it from the vine, then it was theirs to keep. If they failed, they'd have to leave and never bother them again. All the other elders had the same problem as Dark Spirit Elder. None were able to pick it up. Dark Spirit Elder was happy that it was over, but Beast Elder and Feather Elder were hoping to claim the shelter itself. Beast, Feather, are you this shameless? We made a deal. Since you were unable to claim it, you should have left. Now you wish to conquer my shelter. Care you nothing for the 100-tribe contract? Dark Spirit tried to contain his anger. Feather Elder smiled and said, we will uphold the contract. We don't want to take the shelter from you, we just want to share it. If you don't want to live with us, then you can always move. Obscene, said Ling Mare, who was near the elder. Feather looked cold. He fired an arrow towards Ling Mare, coldly saying, I was talking to your elder. You do not have a rank worthy of speaking with me. Dark Spirit Elder was shocked by the sudden transgression. He smacked the arrow away and protected Ling Mare, angrily shouting, Feather. Do not do that, so, let me make this clear today. Dark Spirit folks, get lost. Otherwise, ready yourself to become fertilizer for the treasure. Beast Elder didn't even try to feign politeness. He stared at the Dark Spirit members with an evil look, as if he was hungry and wanted to eat them. Dark Spirit was very angry, but seeing the elder class enemies, they did not dare say anything back. All they could do was stare with moody faces. Dark Spirit Elder looked glum. He had to give up the shelter he had lived in for so long, and the treasure with it. It was something very few could ever accept. But if he didn't leave, the whole of the Dark Spirit tribe would be destroyed. Dark Spirit Elder gritted his teeth, looked at Ling Mare and the grandkids, and said, let's leave. Elder, all the Dark Spirits looked shocked. Don't say a word, let's leave. Dark Spirit Elder was gritting his teeth so hard that he thought they were going to crack. If he was alone, he'd have fought. But he had to leave to secure the safety of his people. That's right, it's nice to see you so understanding. Feather Elder mocked them. Dark Spirit Elder ignored their mocking, though, and called for the evacuation. Before he left, he took one last look at the gourd on the vine, and he felt terrible. He couldn't find a word to describe what he was feeling. The Dark Spirit submitted to the humiliation and left. Not even Dark Spirit Elder knew what they could do. Ever since the 100-tribe war, they hadn't had to leave the underworld. And there were so many people, they did not know where they could go. As they walked away, something suddenly came toward them with speed. The life force felt very scary, and even Dark Spirit Elder was frightened by its approach. 1741 Mutant Treasure, $. Ling Mare was delighted to see Han Sen. She already knew Han Sen was his true identity, but that mattered little at this point. Mare, Elder, why are you here? Han Sen asked in confusion. Dark Spirit Elder heard Ling Mare and remembered Han Sen. With a strange expression, he said, it is hard to tell. Ling Mare explained with anger, and when Han Sen heard what had happened, he turned to the elder. He told him, Elder and Mare, you should head on over to Mask Shelter first. When I get rid of them, you'll easily be able to go back and reclaim Dark Spirit Shelter. We can go and deal with the bad guys alongside you. Ling Mare waved her fist. It's fine, you guys should go on ahead to Mask Shelter and wait, Han Sen said. He couldn't really take the gourd if Ling Mare was there. After convincing them to leave, he brought Bauer to Dark Spirit Shelter with them. It was good news, learning the gourd was still there. Elder, can we believe that man? One of the Dark Spirits asked Dark Spirit Elder. He is unpredictable. Whatever the case may be, meeting him is not something you can sit back and ignore, Dark Spirit Elder said with seriousness as he looked at them. But he abided by Han Sen's request, and he commanded his people to seek refuge in Mask Shelter. He himself, however, went on to Dark Spirit Shelter alone. Han Sen was thinking about how he might get the gourd. He did not want to hurt Ling Mare through its theft, so this event had saved him some trouble. Regardless, The elite elders occupying the shelter were practically nothing to Han Sen now. Bauer was looking at the shelter with much excitement. A huge life force was radiating from it, making the underworld creatures stronger. Han Sen could not see the gourd, but he knew this was not something common in the fourth god's sanctuary. The elders and others were all staring at the gourd. While they might have taken the shelter, they still couldn't take the gourd. The gourd was like a golden crystal, only a little bit bigger than a man's hand. But it was an incredibly sturdy thing. Not even an elder class elite could damage its vines. Feather, you know a lot. Do you know what this is? Beast Elder asked Feather Elder. Feather Elder said, I don't know, but it is definitely not something from the fourth god's sanctuary, it must have come from someplace high above. Dark Spirit had this thing for years. Now it is ours, but we cannot take it. I don't feel safe. Is there really no way to bring it down? Beast Elder said. As they discussed the matter, someone else suddenly appeared. The man was wearing armor, so you could not see his face. There was a little girl perched upon his shoulder, and they stood in front of the gourd, looking at it. The elders were so angry over the intrusion, they were ready to quickly destroy the pair. But before they moved, coins fell down from the sky like rainfall. All the creatures around were hit by at least one of them, especially Beast and Feather. They were unable to dodge the coins, which planted themselves firmly upon the elders' heads. Boom! All at the same time, the creatures fell to the ground. Even the elders did. They were all lying on the floor, unable to get up, no matter how much they tried. Han Sen didn't spare time. Looking at them, however, he remained occupied with gazing upon the gourd. Dark Spirit Elder was in shock as he watched them from a distance. He knew Han Sen was strong, but he could never have guessed he was that strong. Beast Elder and Feather Elder were mighty foes. Out of all the other elders there were none stronger than those two. But Han Sen did not even have to look or move to suppress them all. It was an incredible display. Are you Mr. Dollar? Beast Elder shouted, with actual fear. We didn't know you were here. Please forgive us. The other elders heard him, and reacted the same. From now on, you cannot enter the underworld. If you do, your tribes will be destroyed. Han Sen spoke to them, but did not even spare them a glance. Beast Elder suddenly felt the pressure vanish. And then, he and the rest all got up. They made a promise to never come back, ever again. Taking their men with them, they all left. For humans, creatures were a resource that could not respawn. So, Han Sen didn't want to kill them for no reason. He thought it was best to allow other people to do it and earn something. When everyone was gone, Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to enshroud the entire shelter. Then, he let go of Bauer, who was wriggling with the desire to run to the gourd. Bauer was exuberantly happy, and she leapt for the vine. She hugged the golden gourd. When Bauer touched the gourd, it fell from its place and landed on her chest. This item really is related to Bauer. Han Sen was in shock. He heard Ling Mayer and the elders saying they could not remove the gourd, no matter what they tried. Now, Bauer had brought it down with just a touch. It definitely had a connection to her. It cannot be Bauer's sibling, surely. It'd be crazy to have a second Bauer running around, Han Sen thought to himself, while staring at the gourd. Suddenly, the golden gourd Bauer was hugging began to shine. It did so with the luminosity of a firework. Mist came out of it, like the cascade of a fountain. The life force that appeared was like a dragon, descending out from the fog. Music could also be heard. Han Sen looked at the gourd with shock. The power from the gourd was something that really impressed him. Amidst all these strange scenes, however, something began to rise. When Han Sen looked, he became even more shocked. A drop of blood emerged from the gourd. It looked like a tear. It looked like it had been forged from a golden crystal, and there was a weird light inside it. When the gold blood rose, the strange scenes began to fade. The gourd in Bauer's hand became pale. It became little more than dust. Then, the wind scattered it all away. The golden blood was like life. It landed on Bauer's forehead and sank down into her. It left a gold dot in the middle of her forehead. 1742 Evolving again, Bauer's small body was in the air. The gold dot on her forehead began to spread, dyeing the entirety of her little body gold. She looked like a small sun. The golden light had so much energy, Han Sen bathed in its glow. He felt as if he was back inside his mother, swimming in the life force. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he cast the Blood Pulse Sutra, absorbing as much of Bauer's life force as he could. The Blood Pulse Sutra required more energy than any of Han Sen's other skills. It was different from the Dongshuan Sutra in the story of Gene's. It was not destructive, but it had the strongest life force. The Blood Pulse Sutra was pushed to the max amidst this energy. His blood started to boil, as if his life was suddenly ignited. His blood became a fire, rushing through the construct of his body. Han Sen was very happy. With the help of that life force, his Blood Pulse Sutra was going to break through. His blood, bones, and cells were refined by this fireblood. A red substance was released. This red substance covered Han Sen's entire body, and it kept twisting and turning, until it formed into a red battle armor. Han Sen had already generated his spell Geno armor, so he knew to run his Blood Pulse Sutra and help generate the armor. Han Sen's success in generating the red Geno armor made him feel as if he had a layer of bones. It was a part of his body, like the spell Geno armor, and he could control it. Han Sen was getting used to the new armor, but it suddenly changed again from armor mode. A second evolution. Han Sen was so happy, so he kept on running his Blood Pulse Sutra while he waited for the change. Now Han Sen could see what Geno armament he would receive as a noble. The Geno armor melted into Han Sen, becoming his blood. Just as Han Sen thought it would become a Geno weapon, it went inside him. Xenogenic. Han Sen's face changed. Things seemed to be turning out a way he had not expected. There were two directions that things could go in a person's second evolution. One was to generate a Geno weapon, and the other was for him to end up mutating and becoming a xenogenic himself. Han Sen was currently undergoing his second evolution. That was his situation right now. The Geno armor was combining with his body to prompt a mutation. Han Sen did not want to be a xenogenic, as it couldn't be reversed. It was comparable to the human body, which could not become younger. So, he had no choice but to watch it happen. Am I going to become one of those monsters? Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine. Han Sen had seen two xenogenics before. They weren't just creatures, they were killing machines. Han Sen did not know if they were all like that, but whatever the case might have been, he didn't want to end up like one. The red liquid from the Geno armor blended into Han Sen, going into his blood vessels and becoming one with his blood. Han Sen's blood began to boil, and inside the red liquid, it exploded. Han Sen's blood was detonating inside the vessels, causing him severe pain. It was like he was becoming powder. Blood was everywhere, and so Han Sen felt the pain everywhere, too. The mutation was more painful than getting kicked in the balls, or delivering a baby. Han Sen couldn't help but scream. The vessels had endured too many changes, and it made the smaller vessels twist and writhe like snakes. Han Sen's blood vessels were sticking out, like snakes curled around his bones. His body was red, making him look like a muscle monster. The blood mutation continued, and his other body parts were soon affected. Although they didn't change as dramatically as his blood, his fitness was given a jump. Han Sen was glad he was still awake right now, though, and he didn't feel an urge to kill. He hadn't lost control of who he was, but being awake meant the pain was more excruciating. Perhaps it was the mutation. But Han Sen's 9-life cat tattoo suddenly lit up, emitting a red light. As the mutation went on, the red on the tattoo went into the blood, combining with the mutation. Han Sen did not know if that was good or bad, but his blood's mutation was now crazier and more painful than ever. Roar! Han Sen opened his mouth and screamed, then fainted with the pain. But after passing out, the pain roused him to wakefulness again. Then the sheer pain knocked him out and woke him again in a cycle. Han Sen felt as if his brain and bones were exploding, but his body wasn't actually being destroyed. Han Sen, despite having a strong will and wanting to live, wished his body would just blow up and be done with it. God knew how long it took for the pain to finally subside. He was like mud, lying on the floor now. He felt numb and powerless. Han Sen did not know when the pain left him, but after a while, his will rejoined his body and formed a reaction. Han Sen could only barely see Bauer in front of him, looking very worried. She stroked his cheek and hair, telling him something. Dad, Dad. Han Sen tried to open his eyes to stay awake. He heard a voice, which was very familiar. It was Bauer. Bauer. Han Sen wanted to speak, but his throat hurt, as if he had swallowed a grinder. He sounded rougher than an 80-year-old smoker. As time passed, Han Sen's body recovered. He eventually regained some proper wakefulness. His body was covered with countless lesions, as if someone had cut him 1,000 times. But it was strange. He wasn't bleeding. There was not a drop of blood, and when you looked into the exposed wounds, you could see fat like jade. Han Sen looked inside his body and was shocked. Han Sen observed his blood and vessels. He wasn't even sure if it could still be called blood, though, because the red liquid had become crystal like a ruby. His heart and vessels had stopped working. They didn't want to stop, but they too had become like rubies. They wouldn't animate. If Han Sen had an electrocardiogram, the inside of his body would look like a ruby spiderweb. It was as pretty as it was creepy. Although his heart, vessels, and blood had stopped moving, the lack of motion didn't seem to be causing Han Sen pain. He actually felt as if his body was improving. His blood was healing fast, and his wounds were visibly fading. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. Han Sen didn't feel any pain now, and in fact, he felt very energized. He felt as if he could annihilate an entire galaxy with a single punch. Did I become a xenogeniac? Han Sen clenched his fist. The energy coursing through him felt good, but he didn't fancy the prospect of killing anyone. Han Sen felt a strange power fill him up. He wanted to spend some time examining the feeling, but Bauer jumped up to him and disrupted his concentration. Han Sen held her. She didn't seem to have changed much. Aside from the gold dot on her forehead, there was nothing about her that was visibly different. Han Sen felt a difference in her weight, though. Bauer, are you fatter? She felt heavier. Bauer had been with him for a long time, so Han Sen could immediately tell that there was a difference in her body weight. Han Sen put her down and noticed she had grown taller by about 2 centimeters. It wasn't much, but she was taller. Are you finally growing up? Han Sen was delighted. Although Bauer was already a powerful companion, it was still good for her to develop. Han Sen would be happy with the prospect of her growing up. I can grow. Bauer looked at her body and seemed confused. She didn't seem to understand. Han Sen looked at the vines, next. He noticed that the underworld's holy vine was dead, with no more energy. And the gourd was gone, too. But that aside, the underworld itself hadn't changed. Han Sen picked up Bauer and turned to leave. He also told Dark Spirit Elder he could go back and return to his rightful shelter. I'm sorry, but I broke the holy vine. Take these as compensation for the damage. Han Sen offered a few life geno essences to Dark Spirit Elder. The elder didn't accept them, though. He smiled. It's best that it is gone. After this, I now understand that the item was deadly. If it was still there, I wouldn't dare allow Dark Spirit to remain beside it. Han Sen knew the man was speaking the truth. As long as that treasure remained there, Dark Spirit Shelter would never have been safe. And Han Sen couldn't always be there to protect them. Without the gourd and holy vine, this was the best resolution. Han Sen decided to return to the Alliance from Dark Spirit Shelter. He went home to check on his body. He wanted to know what benefits solid blood might have. Before Han Sen could closely examine his blood, though, he noticed that the 9-life cat tattoo had vanished. Was the 9-life cat absorbed by my blood? Han Sen checked his own blood, and couldn't help but be impressed by its beauty. Han Sen tried running Blood Pulse Sutra, and when he did, his solid blood began to melt. It moved like a living creature as it started to float around Han Sen's body. Han Sen was getting stronger and stronger, and the crystallized blood melted more and more quickly. Han Sen felt safer, knowing his blood was not doing any damage to his body. Then Han Sen turned his attention to investigating a weird power that was rising around him. It didn't quite seem to belong to him, but the more his blood cycled, the closer he felt to this strange power. The power, whatever it was, seemed both far away from him and right beside him at the same time. Han Sen could only feel it when he ran the Blood Pulse Sutra to activate his new blood. When Han Sen's blood became liquid, it was almost like a new sense was waking up. He could feel the power if he wanted to, he didn't know what it was. He didn't want to take any unnecessary risks playing around with it until he learned more. Han Sen was still with the Luo family, so he planned on visiting the Shira. And so, he left. His mom decided to stay with Luo Haitang for a while. Ji Yanran and Han Yan stayed, too. And so did Little Flower. Han Sen wanted to give him a hug before he left, so he went out into the garden. Before he reached his son, though, his face changed. He teleported toward Little Flower. Little Flower was sitting on a swing, and a red beast crouched on his shoulder. It looked like a fox, but it wasn't a fox. It looked like a cat, but it wasn't a cat. It was Old Cat of the 9-life cat. Old Cat, what are you doing here? Han Sen looked at him darkly. Old Cat had come to see Little Flower, and that did not make him feel good. Old Cat smiled. Do not worry, friend. We are good friends, and I won't hurt you. I just want to borrow your son for a few years, and then return him once he has grown up. Han Sen did not say a word, and he just ran towards them. Before he arrived, there was a red flash. They both disappeared. It looked as if they had been consumed. Old Cat, you *sshole. I won't let you go. Han Sen was so angry, but they were both already gone. Ji Yanran almost passed out. Han Sen held her and said, don't worry, if he really wanted to harm Little Flower, he wouldn't have waited until now. He didn't take him away secretly, and he wanted to let us know he wouldn't harm him. Will Little Flower be okay? Ji Yanran's eyes looked wet. She was worried because she was a mother. Yeah, don't worry, I will find Little Flower. Han Sen continued, shouting angrily, Old Cat, you *sshole. I won't let you go. When Han Sen said that he would find them, he was not joking. And that was because he had found a way to leave the sanctuary. When Old Cat vanished into the red light, Han Sen felt a surge of familiar power. It was the same as the power that rose when he used the new abilities of his blood. Now Han Sen knew that the strange power he had detected was the path to leave the sanctuary. Han Sen did not know if it was because he practiced Blood Pulse Sutra or if it was because he had absorbed the 9-life cat tattoo, but it now looked as if he could leave the sanctuary. Han Sen did not have time to deal with the Shira right now. They weren't a problem for the time being, and with Little Angel, Golden Growler, Ji Yu Qingcheng, and Xie Qing King, they could handle the Shira while he was gone. Han Sen was worried about Little Flower. He didn't think Old Cat would kill him, but he didn't know anything for certain. He didn't feel safe, knowing he couldn't keep an eye on the boy. Han Sen packed and said goodbye to Ji Yanran. He found a safe place where he could try to use the strange power to follow Old Cat. After he ran the Blood Pulse Sutra, his blood started to melt. He could feel the power whirl in the air. He didn't want to take any risks, so Han Sen waited for all of his blood to melt before doing anything. Before he moved, though, a power landed on him. Han Sen felt as if he was inside a teleporter. Things in his vision swiftly changed, but the scene that appeared before him was familiar. It was a bathroom he had ducked into just before Zero pulled him back to the Alliance. The toilet was the same, but he could see one more thing that was different. There was a person standing before him. It was a Kate woman. Her pants were around her ankles, and her snow-white butt and cat tail were showing. The woman pulled her pants up and looked in the mirror. She froze when she saw another person there, and then she took a breath to scream. Han Sen jumped over and covered her mouth, saying, don't scream. It's me, Han Sen. The woman wasn't some random person, it was the police officer Lan Se. Chow had a mess on her hands after Han Sen left. Wizard depended entirely on Han Sen now, so it drove her nuts to learn that he had disappeared. She would have thought Han Sen was some trick or ploy of Black Gold Group, but the fact that he hadn't yet shown up at Black Gold Group was the only thing that stopped her and Lan Se from believing that they had been looking for Han Sen for a while, and Lan Se had yet to give up. She had found out someone similar to Han Sen had gone into this bathroom and disappeared. That was why Lan Se was here, hoping to follow up a lead. When she wasn't able to find anything at first, she decided to have a wee. Before she could pull up her pants, though, a man appeared right behind her. She saw that it was Han Sen, but she still couldn't help but scream. Now that Han Sen was holding her mouth, she couldn't speak. But after a bit, she calmed down and gently pulled his hand away. If I let you go, will you stop screaming? I didn't mean to appear here. I didn't think it was occupied, so, Han Sen said, letting his hands go. Lan Se looked at Han Sen and then kneed him in the balls. Han Sen would have been able to evade the strike, but if he did, Lan Se wouldn't have had a way to release her anger. So, he decided not to dodge and just let himself get hit. But after Han Sen evolved, his body had become stronger. The hit didn't affect him, so he pretended to fall into pain by spinning away. Lan Sen buttoned her pants, rolled her eyes, and said, stop pretending. Where were you? You know Chow was worried, thinking something might have happened to you. Something did happen, and I had to go and sort it out. I am sorry. I will head back now. Han Sen walked outside. Lan Se grabbed his arm and rolled her eyes again. I will take you with me. In case you disappear again. Han Sen did not resist. He sat inside Lan Se's car and went home with her. That power took me out of the sanctuary, but why here? Where did Old Cat go with Little Flower? Han Sen thought worriedly. Han Sen did not know where old cat had gone to, and he couldn't think of any reason that the cat would come here. Lan Se brought Han Sen back to Chao. He couldn't explain where he had gone to, so he had to make up some nonsense for a cover story. There was nothing they could do about Han Sen's lie, though. But at least he was back now, and that brought them some relief. It was already nighttime, so Chao let Han Sen rest. She had learned something regarding a xenogeniac, and she planned on hunting it down tomorrow with Han Sen now back with them. Han Sen went back to his room and used the Blood Pulse Sutra. He thought he could feel the power, and he wanted to see if he could return to the sanctuary on a whim. He remembered old cat had been unable to, otherwise, he wouldn't have been trapped there. He was still teleported away, though. As Han Sen's blood melted, the power in the air became stronger. It was just how things were in the sanctuary. Han Sen summoned the power in the air, and before long, he found himself back in the sanctuary, where he had been. It works. That means I can travel between the outside and the sanctuary whenever. Han Sen was glad about this. But it wouldn't help Han Sen find Little Flower. He didn't know where his son was. Han Sen couldn't find Little Flower in the sanctuaries, so he used his powers to teleport back to the outside. As the red light surrounded him, though, Bauer appeared out of nowhere and jumped towards Han Sen. Han Sen couldn't stop the teleportation process, and the power pulled him back out of the alliance. Han Sen appeared in Chao's room with a baby in his arms. He checked Bauer out, and she wasn't injured or anything. This power can bring others, too. That's very good, Han Sen thought, considering how he might use the powers in the future. Humans wanted to leave the big silence system, but they had found it impossible. With Han Sen's new ability, the risk no longer existed. A copper furnace that was 100 meters tall connected to the palace in the clouds. It was obvious that the enormous place used to be quite glorious. But that place was now in ruin. It was empty and quiet, even the sky had abandoned it, leaving the palace dark and forlorn. The darkness veiled that once wonderful place, giving it no tomorrow. Around that broken palace, 4 candles were burning. They gave off a little bit of light, but only in that one small place. In the darkness, an old red cat was using his teeth to carry a lamp that flickered crudely. They were walking through the darkness, towards the light. A little boy was lying on top of the creature, fast asleep. He was drooling. When the old cat reached the palace, a demon-looking beast descended from the sky and landed heavily. Its eyes were like black holes as it spoke angrily to old cat. 9 life, you dare return. It looks like you know you will have to pay with your life. I will kill you now, then. After that, the beast opened its mouth. It looked like the entire world was going to be swallowed up. His life doesn't belong to you, though. You can't erase his sins by killing him. I will put him into a loop, so that he will hurt forever. That will erase his sins. A red beast spoke, stepping out from the darkness. You are wrong. His life doesn't belong to anyone. I will split him into 1,000 smaller lives, and then kill one each day. Killing him a different way, each and every day, will surely make him suffer. A demonic voice boomed from the top of the palace. There was a strange bird with cruel eyes atop it. Where's the fun in that? If this was me, I'd kill him slowly. I would torture him every day, but not grant him the release of death. That is how I can erase my hatred. A seductive-looking woman walked out of the palace. She looked at old cat with hatred. She looked so cold. Why are you guys planning on killing me? We are best friends. Old cat looked as if he had been wronged. Roar. The 4 beasts roared in unison. It was as if they were going to tear the very darkness. How dare you say we are your friends? If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have suffered so much pain. The holy place would not be in such a state. I would like to kill you and drink your blood. The 4 beasts surrounded old cat, cursing him bitterly. Friends, don't be like this. I have actually come here to save you. Old cat faced the scary creatures while he spoke, a smile still on his lips. Save us how? The woman looked at him with disdain. Old cat would not let the others speak, and immediately, he put Little Flower down. The 4 monsters looked at the sleeping Little Flower. What is this? Some food you want to share? It doesn't even look filling, and you expect that it'd make us want to forgive you. A giant beast coldly said. If you eat him, the holy place will never again have daylight. Old cat stopped smiling, and with a serious look, went on to say, he will become a holy child. He will make the holy place have daylight once again. He will make the world feel true fear. Are you joking? You were in the sanctuary for many years. Did being there break your brain? The woman spoke to him with a look of disdain. 9 life, do you think you can fool us with your fancy words? The mean-looking bird said, its voice hard. The other 2 beasts roared, filled with the desire to eat Old Cat. Are you guys stupid? Look closely and see the difference. Old Cat was not afraid, and he pointed to Little Flower. The 4 of them looked at Little Flower again. The bird opened its wings and flew right before the boy. Its mean-looking eyes looked ready to jump out and touch Little Flower. They were shining with light. How? Impossible. How? The weird bird could not spit out a complete sentence. The seductive woman saw something, as well. Her eyes looked to be full of shock, and she said, what did you do to him? How can he possess the holy god's power? Idiot. Old Cat shot back, as if this was my doing. He learned it. This is impossible. Someone has been able to learn the holy god's skills. The red beast stared at the sleeping Little Flower, looking surprised. Now that you guys see it, you can see that it is not impossible. This cannot be a trick. If you guys can raise him, it shouldn't be hard to recover this place, right? Old Cat said. The 4 demon-looking creatures then forgot about what they had said earlier. No longer did they want to kill Old Cat. The 4 of them came to surround Little Flower and guard him closely. They looked over Little Flower like he was a sacred treasure. Horny woman, try him. Make sure this isn't another trick of the 9 life, the strange bird said to the woman. Yeah, we have to be sure, the other 2 beasts agreed. The woman nodded and lifted her finger. She walked towards Little Flower, emitting a pink light. Pang! Before her finger touched Little Flower, a sword light came out from the boy and extinguished the pink light. It's real. Before the woman could even say it, the other 3 beasts were incredibly excited. The woman moved her hand, and then, the little boy's body floated over to her. The woman held Little Flower like it was the most precious thing in the world. Her hands were trembling. The Holy Child is back. We have hope once more. The roars echoed ceaselessly through the night. It was hard to tell if it was excitement or sadness. Is that your daughter? In Chao's house, Chao and Lan Se looked at Han Sen and Bauer, who was sitting on the sofa in shock. Yeah, I went out to bring her here, Han Sen said. No way, you don't look similar at all. Lan Se shook her head. Why don't we look similar? See, we look like father and daughter. Han Sen shoved his face next to Bauer's, and she shoved her head against his. They smiled in tandem. Your daughter looks much better than you, though, Lan Se said immediately. Han Sen suddenly started to sweat, and he was robbed of words. He wasn't ugly, he was just manly. He probably wasn't as pretty as Bauer. It's okay that she is here, but you can't let her presence interfere with work. Let the auntie look after her while we're off on missions, Chao said, standing up. Han Sen wouldn't want to leave Bauer at home, though. He was worried she might tear the house down in his absence. How can you be a father? You let a kid this young travel with you. Is that really your daughter? Chao frowned. Han Sen gave a wry smile, and he said, honestly. I don't want to take Bauer on an adventure with me, but I don't feel safe leaving her at home. I will bring her along, but don't worry, it'll be fine. Chao and Lan Se did not agree with Han Sen's desire, but if Han Sen insisted on bringing her, they had no choice but to allow it. Lan Se needed to work now, and she wasn't a part of Wizard. There was only Chao and Han Sen left. Counting Bauer, their entire team was 3 people. We're not taking this there, are we? Han Sen saw Chao pulling a cover off of a motorcycle. Seeing it depressed him, Chao tossed Han Sen a helmet and got on it, saying, you know my car got destroyed on our last mission. And the xenogenic body only sold for 7,000. After paying our expenses, I only had enough to buy this second-hand motorcycle. If you want money, work harder and kill more xenogenics. Han Sen gave the helmet to Bauer and hopped on. Chao gunned the motor and sped off. Although it was second-hand, it was in great condition. They are still haunting us. After riding for half a day, and upon almost reaching their destination, they saw a group of cars and aircraft. The black gold group symbol was blazed visibly upon them. Chao cursed them quietly. Chao didn't stop moving, though. She drove up to a convoy of cars, and there was no way to proceed. So, they had to stop. Hardman, Lena, and Guri's approached. Hardman smiled. He waved at Chao. He then ignored her and turned to speak to Han Sen. Han Sen, long time no see. If you have the time, we should sit down for a drink sometime. Manager Hard, aren't you a bit desperate, trying this in front of me? Chao mocked him. That's only because I'm desperate for smart people. So, Han Sen, do you have the time? How about we go someplace quiet and talk? Hardman didn't sound angry, and he spoke jovially. Hardman was getting desperate, too. The third master would soon be back. If he couldn't get his rehiring done, embarrassment would be the least of his troubles. I am sorry, Manager Hard. We need to kill a xenogeniac right now. We do not have the time for this, Han Sen said coldly. Manager Hard, did you hear that? Excuse us, Chow said. Hardman did not move his men. He just shook his head and said, if you are going to the Black River for a xenogeniac, there is no need for you to go. Why, did you buy the river? Why can't other teams go there for the hunt? Chow frowned. Hardman waved his hand and said, Black Gold Group isn't that rich. Truthfully, we cannot go, either. What does that mean? Chow sounded surprised. Hardman signaled for Lena to explain. She said, the people from Holy Heaven are there. When Chow heard the words Holy Heaven, her face changed. She looked to be in disbelief, and she said, Holy Heaven? What are they doing here? You're telling me that they care about some small-time xenogeniac? Yes, Guris answered. They are at the Black River and are camped there. We can't even get close enough to take a peek. Han Sen, you are here. You said you would teach me sword skills, but I wasn't able to find you. Mr. Tiger approached from the front lines. He kept walking, telling Han Sen as he went, are you here to kill a xenogeniac? You're in bad luck. I don't know why, but Holy Heaven's people are here for the xenogeniac. I'm not sure why they'd want it, but they've sent 2 people out for it. Hearing Mr. Tiger say all this, Chow realized that they weren't lying. Holy Heaven had indeed come to Black River. What is Holy Heaven? Another big group? Han Sen was confused. He had never heard of a big company such as that before. I wish it was another company. At least we could compete, that way. Chow lowered her voice and said, Holy Heaven means feathers. They are a superior race. They are born nobles. All of them have had their second evolution. They are so powerful, and they even took down a xenogeniac space for a camp. The camp was called Holy Heaven, so that is why they are commonly referred to as such. Planet Kate is tiny compared to Holy Heaven. We have no choice but to listen to their commands. If you don't, then you'll die without even knowing how. Guris slumped his shoulders. Han Sen frowned. He had seen a feather before, but it was retarded. Even so, it was very scary. They weren't like normal people. A few people were discussing matters when some movement came from ahead in the convoy. They saw a man and woman who looked like angels flying their way. The man was handsome, and the woman was pretty. They were 2 meters tall, with gold armor. The woman had a bow, whereas the man wielded a lance. They looked like angelic warriors. Do feathers have genders? Han Sen was curious, as the feather he'd seen hadn't possessed a gender. Feathers are unique, and they aren't assigned a gender when born. When they become adults, though, they do. Chow gave a silent gesture at the 2 feathers flying towards them. You, and you, come with me. The 2 feathers approached Han Sen and a few others. They didn't descend. The male feather just pointed at a few people from above. Hardman, Guris, Mr. Tiger, and Han Sen had been selected. Hardman's face changed. He smiled and said, what can we do to help you both? Black Gold Group will do its best to assist you. Cut the crap. Just come, the male feather said coldly. He looked annoyed. Sir, do we need more people? Hardman did not dare fight back, so he smiled and spoke. Pang. The male feather swung his gold lance and sliced an armored truck in half, as if it was nothing more than tofu. He said quietly, I don't like repeating myself. Hardman's face turned a little green. He held his tongue and instead just said something to Lena, before walking forward with Guris and Mr. Tiger. Han Sen said to Chow, you go on home. I'll be back. After that, he followed after Mr. Tiger. Seeing the simple display of the feather's power, he knew he'd have to go with them. But Han Sen wasn't too worried about the situation. He had the power to travel back to the sanctuary. If things got hairy, he could zap back instantly. Of course, he didn't want to risk making an enemy out of the feathers, either. They were really powerful, and Han Sen was way too weak to fight them in their prime. Han Sen didn't want to hide in the sanctuary, either. Little Flower was gone, and Han Sen knew that if he wanted to get his son back, he'd have to make himself stronger. The feathers ignored their followers as they flew on ahead. Han Sen and the other 3 followed. We should have brought a car. The 4 of them were sweating profusely, and the feathers had no intention of slowing down or taking a break to wait for them. It was Mr. Tiger complaining. It was worse for Hardman, though. He wasn't a noble, and he wasn't the sort to participate in battles. Out of the four of them, he had the worst body. His lips were turning white, but he didn't dare to stop. He kept on running in pursuit. They ran a dozen miles until they reached a black river. There, the feathers stopped and landed on a rock on the riverbank. "Gentlemen, we will try to help by giving this everything we've got." Hardman was gasping, but he still managed to smile. "You four jump in the river here and swim downstream," the feather said coldly. He sure looked arrogant. After saying that, the faces of the four changed. Now they could guess why the feathers had brought them here. It was because the xenogeniac was hiding in the river, refusing to reveal itself. Feathers were bad when it came to water fights, too. They were going to use the weaker races as bait to draw the monster out. The four of them were internally cursing the two feathers, but they didn't show it. Hardman quickly said, respectfully, "If you wish to draw out the xenogeniac, we have many lesser soldiers for the task. If we call on more, we can definitely draw it out. Get in the water." The male feather looked at Hardman expressionlessly and raised his golden lance. The lance was pointing right at Hardman. If Hardman said one more word, he was definitely going to be killed. He'd be bait dead or alive. Hardman gritted his teeth. He looked at Gurries and Mr. Tiger, then inched his way towards the river. Gurries and Mr. Tiger smiled wryly, and then they too followed. In their hearts, they hated the feathers a great deal. "I said get in the water. Didn't you hear me?" The male feather saw that Han Sen wasn't moving, and he looked at him coldly. "Let him go. He is just a kid," the female feather said. The male feather heard her, but he still raised his lance and looked at Han Sen, saying, "Do not make me repeat myself again." Han Sen did not move, and he simply looked at the male feather that was perched upon the rock. Han Sen could survive an attack from the feather, but if he went down the river, he wouldn't know when the xenogeniac would reveal itself, and neither would he learn its level. He had no idea what to expect. If the xenogeniac attacked underwater and caught Han Sen at unawares, he couldn't use his space travel technique. And then, staying alive would be impossible. So, he didn't want to risk that. The male feather looked murderous. He was waving his gold lance around. Han Sen's hand clutched the rhino horn dagger. He would rather fight the feather than put his life in danger the other way. As the male feather lifted his lance, a splash came from the river, followed by a scream. The two feathers and Han Sen looked over, and they saw that something was moving at the center of the river. It was heading towards Hardman and the other two. The other two had been gripped by tentacles and were being dragged forward. Only Mr. Tiger's Geno weapon could deal damage to the tentacle. He couldn't cut through it, but he had managed to wound the tentacle and send it reeling back. So far, Mr. Tiger was still free. Hardman and Gurries screamed as they were dragged further down the river. They could not fight back, and their Geno armors were too weak to resist the tentacles. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning zapped through the sky. It broke the atmosphere before piercing through the tentacles. The feather flew over to the beast and hit the river with his lance. The water of the river pulled away from the lance, creating a 12-meter deep trench. An octopus-looking monster was revealed. Half of its body was in the water, and its 10-meter-long tentacles were tangling up Hardman and Gurries. The feather's lance was now striking the creature's head. The monster tried swinging at the lance and feather, but a gold arrow flew through the air and pinned down the tentacle. Because of the archer's assist, the male feather was still free to act. Dong! A blue-looking crystal tentacle appeared. It blocked the feather's gold lance, and the power made the feather fall back a few meters in the air. As the blue crystal tentacle reached for the male feather, a golden light shone down. It was a gold arrow, perforating the crystal tentacle. This golden arrow was different from the others. A strange power carried it down with the force of a drill head. It drilled right into the tentacle, until half of its shaft was driven in. When the tentacle was frozen after the attack, the male feather reached for the creature's head. He drew his golden lance and shoved it right in. The feather then pulled back on his lance, and he picked up the entire beast with it. The beast eventually fell back down into Xian La Black River, creating a crater. The monster was still alive, struggling for life, but it was heavily damaged. The two feathers were able to finish it off quickly. Hardman and Gurries were done for, though. The tentacles had already tightened around the two Kate men, breaking their armor and bones. Their bodies were disfigured and torn. Han Sen frowned, even though he was used to witnessing death. Mr. Tiger was saved, fortunately. He came out of the river, looking back at their dead bodies. His expression seemed saddened. The female feather flew over to the dead xenogeniac, pulled out a knife, and cut off the blue crystal tentacle. The male feather came right before Han Sen, instead. He asked coldly, "I told you to get in the water. Did you not hear me?" Han Sen looked at him but didn't speak. Mr. Tiger swiftly came over, though, saying, "Sir, he wasn't disobeying your order. It is all because the baby is here. He is afraid of bringing her harm." "Right," the male feather said darkly. He pulled out his lance and pointed it at Bauer, who was perched on Han Sen's shoulder, and growled, "Let me teach you how to be the lesser race that you are. You will never hesitate again." Han Sen was so angry. He turned around and used his rhino horn dagger to knock the lance away. Dong! The dagger and the lance sparked in their collision, and the two wielders stumbled back. The male feather's face changed. Mr. Tiger and the female feather looked at the pair in shock. Han Sen had Geno armor. He was regarded as no more than a commoner. He wasn't even a noble, so it was strange that he had enough strength to knock back a feather. "We don't have a grudge against you, so why are you doing this?" Han Sen calmly asked, as he clutched the rhino horn dagger. The male feather hummed in growing anger. "Just because you have some modicum of power, it doesn't mean you can disobey a feather. And if I don't kill you right now, how can I assert rule and superiority?" After that, the male feather swung his golden lance and tried to strike Han Sen down. He was using all his power in a bid to kill the upstart pest. Han Sen remained calm. After the last hit, he could guess what was coming. Han Sen didn't have a Geno weapon, but after his blood leveled up to become xenogeniac, he had the right amount of strength to challenge the feather. His body's power was no worse than the feather's. Seeing the lance descending toward his chest, Han Sen merely stepped to the side to dodge the strike. Then he stepped right near the male feather, raised his dagger, and pressed it against the feather's neck. The male feather was in shock. He could not believe he had given Han Sen the opportunity to get so close. He'd be unable to block the dagger now. Han Sen's move was way too good. It was beyond his wildest expectations. The feather felt as if he had suddenly gone up against someone who wasn't an ordinary human. He seemed superior to all else in his race. A gold arrow suddenly flew towards Han Sen, aimed at his temple. The female feather wanted to get him away and save her companion. The dagger in Han Sen's hand did not move, though. All he did was swing his head back and forth to catch the arrow with his teeth. Then, he used the dagger to slit the feather's throat. Han Sen's crystal blood melted within his vessels, filling him like lava. The vessels twisted and contorted like snakes. The additional power was enough to drive the dagger deeper through the neck, completely decapitating the feather. The sheer force of the blow sent the head up into the sky. Mr. Tiger and the female feather looked on in absolute shock. No one could believe that a commoner, with only Geno armor, could manage to kill a feather baron. Especially since two feathers had been present. He was 2FC king fast. Mr. Tiger opened his mouth. He thought he was dreaming. "How dare you kill a feather?" The female feather screamed, then fired another arrow at Han Sen. All those golden arrows were nothing more than raindrops to him, though. Han Sen was still biting the first arrow, and electricity surged through his eyes. He dodged each and every arrow, nearing her with his dagger raised. He looked at her with murder. Han Sen had already slain one, so it was not as if he could leave a witness. If the other feathers knew what had happened, he wouldn't be able to stay where he was or in any nearby system, for that matter. The female feather was confident in her arrows, but despite the storm of attacks she released, they couldn't strike Han Sen once. Han Sen's body was as fast as a snake. The female feather was unable to predict where he would move next, and she missed each and every shot. Seeing Han Sen only 10 meters away from her, the female feather flapped her wings with the desire to escape from him. Han Sen lifted his dagger and flew up with her, though. She was the only thing in his eyes, right now. DMN. The female feather flapped her wings and flew, all the while firing her arrows. Baron class power was not enough to fly when there was gravity, so Baron feathers needed their wings to fly through the air. When the feather saw Han Sen trying to fly after her, she thought he must have had a death wish. And when the rain of arrows came down towards Han Sen, he suddenly began acting like a strange bird. He flew strangely, pulling himself up through the air. He dodged each and every arrow until he was right before the female feather. The female feather was enraged. She pulled out her longsword in an attempt to block his dagger, and when the weapons collided, the female feather felt a huge force come against her. It blasted the longsword out of her hands. The dagger didn't stop, though, and it went right for her neck. The arm that was holding the dagger turned red. The vessels inside looked like crystals as the blood inside boiled, pumping power into the dagger. Dong! The dagger slashed across the female feather's throat. A gold light came out from the neck to block the raging hit. Han Sen frowned. A feather necklace suddenly appeared on the feather's neck. It was hanging low against her chest, shining with a golden light. It was that gold feather pendant that had blocked Han Sen's strike. 1749 Killing feather. The female feather used her golden feather pendant to protect herself. She kept trying to attack Han Sen, unleashing sword lights continuously, her attacks forming a net over Han Sen. Both Mr. Tiger and the female feather were Baron class, but her skills far exceeded those of Mr. Tiger. It seemed like the Geno universe had better skills, but ordinary people just didn't get to see them. But these kinds of skills were nothing to Han Sen. When Han Sen used Phoenix techniques, he had greater mobility than birds. Han Sen was fighting the female feather in the air. The feather, who should have excelled at aerial combat, was actually performing worse than he was. The rhino horn dagger kept striking the female feather, but it wasn't enough to break the defenses created by the golden necklace. Han Sen didn't know what they were, but the light they shone was incredibly hard. It was like a shield that could not be sundered. The female feather tried to strike even harder, but she couldn't land a hit on Han Sen. She wanted to fall back a greater distance so she could fire arrows, but Han Sen kept the distance between the two null. Han Sen looked as cold as ice in his determination to break the defense of the feather necklace. His body was boiling like lava, and he was unleashing so much power. His body was monstrous, and his speed constantly accelerated as he swung his dagger fiercely. If one strike doesn't work, then 10 strikes will. If 10 strikes don't work, then 100 strikes will. Han Sen's blood was boiling, and he swung his dagger even faster. In the beginning, there was a cold light coming from his dagger. In the end, the light became a beam of luminescence. The lights were like chains, striking the feather necklace. The sound of impacts became an unbroken roar. The female feather was spooked. She flapped her wings, wanting to fly away from Han Sen. But Han Sen flew better than she did. She couldn't escape, and she looked glum. Gotcha! As Han Sen kept attacking, the feather necklace started to develop small cracks. The golden shield started to weaken. Han Sen's eyes went cold. The vessels in his arms were incredibly strong, and the dagger was driven against the golden shield again. The necklace crumbled with a loud shattering noise, and the gold shield broke like reinforced glass. The golden light turned to dust, and the pendant fell. The female feather was in shock. The dagger in Han Sen's hand was like lightning now, and it flashed right through her neck. The female feather flapped her wings. She moved with the desire to evade the strike, but the attack connected as intended. It cut halfway through her neck. Mr. Tiger froze. Han Sen was just a normal creature with Geno armor. And yet, he had just managed to take down 2 feather barons. The sight blew his mind, and now he looked at Han Sen as if he was seeing a monster. Han Sen was still holding his dagger as he looked into the eyes of the feather. The neck that had been cut open suddenly healed, as if no damage had ever been inflicted. Feather xenogenic. Han Sen frowned. Feathers evolved quickly. They were a superior race that was born noble, but they could still evolve in 2 different ways. They would either gain a Geno armament, or they would become xenogenic. The female feather was like the feather that Han Sen had managed to kill in the sanctuary. It was a xenogenic feather, and only they could possess xenogenic genes. Still, seeing the female xenogenic feather, Han Sen did realize something. Not all the xenogenics were driven by a simple urge to kill. The female feather's eyes glowed red. Her white wings turned gold, as bones extended and sprouted from her wings. She turned from being an angel into a gold-winged witch. She screamed and flew towards Han Sen. Perhaps it was because of the xenogenic power, but her strength and speed increased. Han Sen didn't dodge, though. His blood was pumping with rage, and he raised the dagger and aligned it with the female feather's head. The female feather's hand grabbed the dagger as she descended, though, and it couldn't even cut through her palm. The female feather grabbed Han Sen by his other arm. Her golden nails pierced through his Geno armor. She stretched her gold bone wings to wrap around Han Sen. The golden bones protruded sharply from the wings, and if they closed around him completely, it'd be like a mouth of fangs closing on him. He'd be skewered. Han Sen's hands were grabbed by the female feather, and it seemed too late for him to dodge. His whole body was indeed wrapped up by the wings. Oh, no. Mr. Tiger knew this was bad, but the next second, he heard a gotcha noise sound. It was followed by a scream. The female feather fell backwards, screaming. Her face had been cut in half, with her golden wings entirely broken. Han Sen was in the air, with Geno armor that was full of holes. But there was no blood seeping from the gaps. His white skin through the holes, and there did not seem to be any wounds. Han Sen's body flew like a phoenix, going right towards the female feather. After the female feather used a xenogenic gene, her eyes turned red with the desire to kill. It looked as if she had lost her own will and rationality. The head that had been cut open was already recovering, and her broken bones were regenerating swiftly. The creature screamed as it came back for Han Sen. But Han Sen wasn't going to give her any chance this time. Han Sen used his dagger to cut her body repeatedly. The vessels under the Geno armor were boiling, unleashing an unbelievable amount of power. Gotcha! Han Sen reached out a hand and grabbed the female feather by her head. He chopped off her gold wings, one by one. The feather tried to bite into Han Sen's arms, but Han Sen just moved them even more violently. With his dagger, Han Sen lopped her head clean off. The body, minus its head, still came for Han Sen, though. And the bodiless head opened its mouth, still trying to bite into his arm. Han Sen's blood was surging like a volcano. It carried enough power for him to dismember the female completely, and finally kill her. Xenogenic Baron hunted. Xenogenic gene found. Gold feather which xenogenic beast soul obtained. Han Sen heard the announcement play. 1750 Xena Han Sen found a golden bone inside her corpse. It was 10 centimeters long. When Han Sen removed it, the body started to return to its original state. The gold wings became white again, and the claw-like bones of her wings and arms also withdrew. She was still sprawled out, though. She was dead. Han Sen, you are in trouble. You killed them. The feathers will surely come for you, Mr. Tiger said. Who said I killed them? Han Sen said coldly, looking at Mr. Tiger. Mr. Tiger froze, and Han Sen went on to say, we assisted 2 feathers in killing the xenogenic. An unknown race came from the sky to kill those 2 feathers and steal the xenogenic materials. You, Hardman, and I went to lure the xenogenic out. We were in the water, and so 2 of us managed to escape the attack. Mr. Tiger thought about what he had said, and after a while of silence, he eventually had to ask, do you really think that story is going to work? Can you kill 2 feathers? Han Sen asked Mr. Tiger. Mr. Tiger shook his head. No, I am too weak. If you are unable to kill them, then it is fairly simple to assume that a commoner with Geno armor couldn't either, Han Sen said quietly. Mr. Tiger understood now, and Han Sen was right. It wouldn't seem possible that they could have killed the 2 feathers. No one would assume Han Sen had the power to kill a noble feather and a xenogenic feather the way he had. Mr. Tiger was still trying to wrap his head around the spectacle he had just witnessed. Let's go to the river and swim a little to make it believable. Then, we can report what happened to the feathers. Can Black Gold Group contact the Feather Society? Han Sen grabbed the blue crystal tentacle and then jumped into the Black River. Mr. Tiger hesitated for a moment, but he still jumped in after him. Following Han Sen into the river meant that he was agreeing to the scheme. But if Mr. Tiger didn't jump in after Han Sen, then he would become Han Sen's enemy. Mr. Tiger was fairly sure Han Sen would be happy enough to kill him just to ensure there were no witnesses who could contradict Han Sen's story. That's what crossed his mind. And so, he followed after Han Sen. Han Sen was not afraid Mr. Tiger was a snitch, though. And if Mr. Tiger told someone what had really happened, Han Sen would just return to the sanctuary. If Han Sen had returned as the only person alive, others might have grown suspicious, too. They were more likely to believe the cooked-up tale if 2 people managed to return, telling the same story. After going downstream, Han Sen uncovered a neat nook where he could store the tentacle. He then went back with Mr. Tiger. They called for Black Gold Group to protect the scene, while Mr. Tiger got in touch with the high-level officers. They took the incident very seriously, and they made sure to report what had occurred to the feathers. Chow had not left yet. She had been waiting for Han Sen to come back, and when he did return, relief washed over her. After everyone left, Han Sen returned to the scene. He dug out the blue crystal tentacle he had hidden, and he used the powers of space travel to send the tentacle and the bone to the sanctuary. The feathers wouldn't be able to find it there, no matter what they did. After Han Sen went back to Chow's house, he found an opportunity to examine his new beast soul. Baron Xenogenic Beast Soul. Gold Feather Witch Bow Type. Han Sen summoned it to play with it in his room. It was a beautiful feather bow that looked like a pair of spread golden wings. Unfortunately, there were no arrows. It was pointless to have just the bow, so Han Sen put it away for the moment. The next day, Black Gold Group told Han Sen to come to their headquarters. The feathers were in Grand City meeting with Black Gold Group, so Han Sen had to come to the meeting. Inside a room that looked like it was meant for interrogation, Han Sen saw a feather. It was a woman, and she looked remarkably similar to the one had just killed. Han Sen had trouble distinguishing the members of a race if they weren't human. But this feather's life force gave Han Sen a grand chill. The power she had was not at all like the feathers he had killed. "Miss, why have you called me here?" Han Sen asked politely. "Tell me what happened, and don't skip any details," the feather said coldly, staring at Han Sen. Because Han Sen was wearing his Geno armor, she didn't suspect he was responsible for what had happened. She'd never imagined a commoner in Geno armor could threaten two barren feathers. One of them was a Xenogenic, as well. Han Sen had already discussed what their statements should be with Mr. Tiger, so he was going to repeat that. The feather could not see any discrepancy between the two accounts, and neither did she think Han Sen or Mr. Tiger could have killed the feathers if they tried. So, they were off the hook with her. "Don't leave Grand City for some time. If I have any more questions to ask, I'll be needing to see you. Also, call me if you uncover anything else. If it's useful, I will reward you." The feather waved her hand, signaling it was okay for Han Sen to leave. Han Sen had seen too much. Occurrences like this were definitely not going to make him nervous. He left Black Gold Group in a chill mood. "Lone Wolf, what do you think?" The feather frowned after Han Sen left. A man with a wolf head walked into the room, politely saying, "Miss Xena, West Gran is a small place. The strongest faction is Black Gold Group, and they only have 2 barons. I have seen them, and they are far too weak. They could not have been the ones that killed the 2 feather barons. One of the feathers was a Xenogenic, too." Xena did not speak, and just nodded for him to continue. Long Wolf went on to say, "And as for that human, well, that would be impossible. He is just a creature with Geno armor. Do you think their deaths are related to the item? Are you saying someone else was drawn here by the same information, and ended up encountering our people?" Xena asked quietly. "If that's true, then the item must be here. We will have to hurry." Lone Wolf looked excited. "It's just a myth, remember. We don't know if the story is actually true. We don't know its location, so we can't find it," Xena said. "If it is here, things will become strange once it is born. We can wait here, we will just have to be fast if we are to be rewarded," Lone Wolf said. Xena nodded, and with a murderous look, she said, "Continue your Black River investigation. We need to locate this murderer. We cannot allow our people to die in vain." 1751 Strange scene. After being called for the first questioning, Han Sen was left alone by the feathers. Mr. Tiger had been so scared. He didn't dare meet up with Han Sen again, in fear that the feathers would suspect collusion. He wasn't going to snitch on Han Sen, as he was still very fond of him. It was just a sensitive matter, and one that he couldn't do anything about. He was not allowed to leave Grand City, so any news concerning Xenogenics in the area was pointless. There were no Xenogenics in the city, only existed beyond its borders. Han Sen spent his time practicing the Dongshuan Sutra, hoping to generate its Geno armor. Due to Jadeskin not having any further progression available, Han Sen could not practice it. If he wanted it to continue, he'd have to forge something first, but he didn't have the time to do that. Han Sen also searched for information regarding the 9-life cat on the internet. All he could learn was based on myth, and there was no mention about whether or not such a race existed. And where they originally lived, he was not told. If Han Sen wanted to locate the 9-life cat, he didn't know where to start, so Han Sen chose to focus on leveling up first. Han Sen could deal with barons, no sweat. He was quite a high level in the Western Grand City, but when compared to the universe at large, he was still rather weak. Han Sen knew he most certainly could not deal with the feather called Xena. It was time for food, and Chow was looking particularly tired that day. She didn't say a word. She couldn't hunt Xenogenics, and it was taking its toll. As she ate, the doorbell rang. The auntie opened the door, and Lan Se came strolling in. "Chow, be careful. Do not go outside," Lan Se quickly said to Chow, coming right in. "What's going on?" Chao raised her head to look at Lan Se, and she asked in confusion. Han Sen and Bauer looked at Lan Se, unsure what was happening. A great many outsiders have come to Grand City. They don't look like they're of a normal race, so something must be going on, Lan Se said. It sounds to me as if something big is going to happen soon. I am curious why two small feathers would visit this backwater city. They tried to steal our xenogenic and got killed for it. It's all too weird. What is going on these days? Chao quietly said, no matter what it is, it's definitely not something we can take part in. My supervisor ordered us not to provoke them. If something happened, I'm afraid our entire department won't be able to stop it, so it's best to stay home, Lan Se said. Chao was looking more and more disheartened, and she said, Han Sen can't leave town now, anyway. We can't do anything. After Lan Se left, Han Sen retreated into thought. He didn't know what had happened to prompt a visit from so many outsiders, either. It is a shame I don't have my usual intel. I have no clue about what is going on. Maybe there is something I can get out of it, though, Han Sen thought to himself, wondering if he could grab an outsider and ask. But thinking of that female feather Xena, Han Sen quickly discarded the idea. If she knew he was up to something, it wouldn't bode well. 2 days later, when Lan Se returned again, she looked terrible. She warned Chao and Han Sen not to go out if it wasn't absolutely necessary. Chao asked about what was happening, and Lan Se told them of a strange scene unfolding in Grand City. Many people were dying. In an abandoned mine on the west side, a big hole had opened. It seemed bottomless. At night, however, there was the sound of a crying woman. And from that hole, a light would shine. Many people were drawn there to take a look, but those who visited the place at night never returned. No bodies had been recovered, either. It was only safe to go there during the daytime, when there was no curious light and no crying woman. The security department sent a drone down into the hole, and for the first few hundred meters, there was only stone to see. But if the drone went deeper than 1,000 meters, it would also disappear and be lost to recovery. The supervisor had given orders to evacuate the place. The officers were warning residents to stay far away from the place. The outsiders in the city had shown great interest in that place. They all showed up there now, mainly. Very infrequently were they seen scouring the city. 2 days later, more strange things were reported to have happened. The buildings near the hole suddenly collapsed, and all the scrap metal in the rubble was dragged into the hole. 2 days after again, even stranger things occurred. The cars around, the billboards, and everything else made of metal was drawn into that hole. The western end of Grand City, even portions that were rather far from the hole, were affected by this. Pots and pans, knives and forks, whatever metal items there were drawn to the hole. It was like they were being pulled away by a magnet. The suction wasn't very strong, but it caused panic in the city. Han Sen was curious about the black hole, but he couldn't figure out how he might go and see it. In the world full of darkness, Little Flower was sitting on a bronze throne. There was a table before him, laden with fruit. Holy child, try this. It takes 30,000 years to grow, and another 30,000 years to mature. And it also takes 30,000 to prepare the fruit. It tastes extra sweet. A red beast was trying to feed Little Flower fruit. Little Flower looked at the red fruit and seemed depressed. He said, Jade King, I cannot eat. Can you help me? You have to eat. You are growing up, so it is fine to eat a lot. And there is also an empty fruit that has been growing for the past billion years for you. There is also the dragon saliva fruit. An evil-looking woman peeled the fruit, setting it down next to Little Flower. She smiled. Ah, Auntie, I cannot eat anymore. Little Flower burped, and looked to be in pain as he rubbed his belly. If you cannot eat, then exercise. Eat again once you have digested what you've currently got. Old vulture, it is your turn to teach him, Auntie May spoke to a bird. Holy child, let us begin. Old vulture flapped his wings and brought Little Flower to a plaza. He placed him down on the floor. Then, his black feathers turned into a dark rain of arrows, firing at the child. Little Flower held his belly as he dodged the strikes. He looked very depressed. 1752 Third Master Western Grand City's elites were all drawn to that bottomless hole. Even xenogenics were lured there. Han Sen and Mr. Tiger were starting to feel some relief. Mr. Tiger had called Han Sen, and although he did not dare say much, they chatted about run-of-the-mill subjects. Mr. Tiger did mention that their cover story had not been exposed, though. Han Sen had nothing to do for the time being, and when there was no one around at night, he often found himself returning to the sanctuary. There he had melted down the blue crystal tentacle and cooked it. The tentacle was a few 100 kilograms heavy. If Han Sen was to eat it alone, it'd take forever. So, he called over his family to help him eat it. After Little Angel, Golden Growler, and Xie Qing King ate it, they all had weird reactions to it. Their genes were slowly starting to evolve. Han Yufei had a slice and almost generated Geno armor. Fortunately, he was able to suppress it. Otherwise, he'd have been forced out of the sanctuary. It looks like this is great for people who don't have Geno armor. It seems like I will have to get more if I want Little Angel to grow. In time, I'd like to bring them all to Planet Kate, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen could take Han Yufei to Planet Kate to generate his Geno armor, and save him from the risk of the big silence system. But when Han Sen mentioned this, Han Yufei said that he hadn't spent enough time with Luo Lan. Because of this, he did not want to generate his Geno armor yet. He only wanted to spend time with her, and he cared little about gaining power now. Han Sen ate some of the tentacle, but his xenogenic gene tally did not increase. He'd have to eat a whole lot of the stuff, just to gain a small amount. So, Han Sen decided that if he did ever get massive ingredients like this again, he'd bring them back for his companions to eat. If they grew up and became nobles with him, that'd be pretty great. Han Sen saved some of the tentacle for Little Silver, who was still in the fourth god's sanctuary. After he ate some of it, he almost went to the Alliance. This is pretty good, I wonder how I can get some more. Han Sen wondered. Han Sen made a bone soup out of the gold bone. He earned 1 Baron Gene after drinking it. During the day, Han Sen was on Planet Kate with little to do except practice. While he was browsing the news one day, though, his phone rang. Mr. Tiger. Han Sen was surprised. Mr. Tiger had been very cautious since that day, so Han Sen guessed that something important must have happened for the man to contact him so soon. Han Sen, yeah, the third master would like to see you. Do you have the time to pay a visit? Mr. Tiger's tone was complicated to discern. Third master? What third master? Han Sen was confused. The Black Gold Group's chairman's third son. Everyone just refers to him as third master. He wants to extend an invitation for you to join Black Gold Group. Mr. Tiger then took a long pause. After, he said, I think this is a good thing. Third master must be willing to pay you a lot, as he seems to think that you are of great importance. I know you don't really care about the money, but with Black Gold Group backing you, I think things will be easier for you. Mr. Tiger tried to convince Han Sen to join because he knew of Third Master's temper. He wouldn't relent until Han Sen joined the company. But Mr. Tiger also knew that Han Sen was not someone to take lightly. He had just witnessed Han Sen slay the feathers, after all. If Third Master pissed him off, who knew what sort of Armageddon he'd bring? So, Mr. Tiger was quite nervous just asking him. Han Sen could guess what Mr. Tiger was really thinking. He smiled and told him, I am happy in Wizard. I don't plan to switch groups. Please tell Third Master that I am not against making new friends, though. Okay, I will go and tell him that. Mr. Tiger gave him a wry smile. He didn't think that would be enough to please Third Master. Mr. Tiger was now nervously making his way to meet with Third Master. Awkwardly, he told him what Han Sen had said. Third Master wasn't made mad. He smiled slightly and said, if he doesn't want to join, I will not force him. It is good to make friends, and I will meet him on the morrow. That was not the response that Mr. Tiger had expected, and he if expected that the other shoe would soon drop. Still, it was a good sign that Third Master did not lose his composure. Han Sen also explained the matter to Chao. She did not need to worry about Han Sen potentially leaving her. The next day, a very luxurious vehicle parked itself in front of Chao's house. Han Sen got in and found a man sitting inside waiting for him. Third Master was a pure cat, with black cat ears and a black cat tail. Aside from that, though, he looked like a human. He was dressed in a black suit, and he looked quite fancy. Make yourself comfortable, there is no need for you to be so formal. If we're going to be friends, you should treat me as one. Third Master laughed. Mr. Tiger, who was driving, was rather shocked by Third Master's attitude. Third Master didn't behave like this with any noble. Thank you very much. Han Sen settled into one of the comfortable seats. Third Master poured Han Sen some wine. Han Sen had a sip and thought it tasted rather lovely. If we are friends, then I'll cut the crap, too. I am here hoping you can be my teacher, Third Master said. Black Gold Group has a great deal of elites and barons. I only have Geno armor, so surely, you must be joking, Han Sen said. Third Master looked upset and said, Han Sen, I am treating you like a friend. Please do not talk to me like that. I can tell the power you hold. If you can teach me, I am willing to do whatever you please. What would you like to learn? Han Sen asked quietly. Everything. I want to learn everything from you. Third Master was looking directly into Han Sen's eyes. I need to work with Wizard, though. I do not have much free time, Han Sen said. That's fine. Just tell me when you have time, and I will work around your schedule. It would be best if you could join us, though. If you did that, you wouldn't have to do anything, and you'd be showered with money, Third Master said. I have no intention of leaving Wizard, but I do have some time. I will set things up later. Han Sen looked out the window, frowned, and asked, where are we going? The bottomless hole in the western side of the city. Third Master laughed. The feathers said I cannot leave the city. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. This still counts as part of the city. You aren't leaving, and even if you did leave, Xena couldn't do anything with me here. Third Master looked confident in that. 1753 bottomless hole. The car drove to the western side of the city and came to a stop. They parked the heavy car on the road. The vehicle started to shake, as if some phantom power was pulling it forward. Third Master and Han Sen got out of the car, and then Mr. Tiger told them, this is as far as we can go. If we keep going, the few tons of steel in the car will be sucked into the pit. Let's go. We need to see the black hole before night falls. Third Master opened his arms in a welcoming gesture and started to lead Han Sen towards the hole. Aside from Han Sen and Mr. Tiger, there were another two Kates accompanying Third Master. Judging from the life forces they possessed, they had to be nobles. They were barons, but they were definitely stronger than Mr. Tiger. Han Sen did not mind their presence. Han Sen thought that Third Master was probably the strongest of the lot, actually. He was most certainly stronger than the two nobles that were accompanying them. Han Sen saw many shadows hidden in the bushes on their way. Many creatures were occupying the area. This was the first time Han Sen had come to see the bottomless hole, and the mine they ventured into had collapsed a lot. There was a big circle in the earth, with a radius of 1,000 meters. They all skirted the hole, and when Han Sen looked down, he noticed it grew narrower and darker the deeper. It looked as if it led into an abyss, and none could fathom what lay in the furthest reaches of the pit. Third Master looked down into the hole, frowned, obviously thinking about something. Third Master, said a voice behind them. It was Xena's, and she had brought a man with her, one that possessed the head of a wolf. He looked at Han Sen for a second. Miss Xena, I did not expect to see you here. Are you interested in this hole, as well? Third Master squinted his eyes as he looked at her. Xena looked back expressionlessly, saying, I am. And I didn't expect to see you here, either. Have you discovered anything? Third Master shook his head. We have sent people out to investigate, but we lost contact with them. Those that ventured here at night did not come back, and we are unsure why that is. Xena emotionlessly said, that is a shame. After that, she ignored Third Master and began walking around the hole. Lone Wolf followed her closely as they investigated the curious enigma. Han Sen could guess the sort of relationship Third Master and Xena possessed. Third Master was a pure Kate, so he should have been lower in the social hierarchy than Xena. Hearing their conversation, though, it seemed that Third Master genuinely respected her. She also respected Third Master, and she didn't treat him as rudely as she did other Kate people. Dad, something is down there. As Han Sen was thinking, Bauer suddenly spoke to him from up on his shoulder. Bauer leaned out to look down into the hole and blinked. After that, Third Master was shocked. Even Xena and Lone Wolf were surprised. They all looked down, and all they could see was pitch-black nothingness. Han Sen patted Bauer on the head and smiled at her. He told her, there are monsters down there. Don't look, lest they come up and eat you. Third Master thought Bauer was just a child, and he didn't think a child could see any further than they were able to. Thus, he didn't pay much mind to what she said. After Han Sen covered up her outburst, he put his mind to thinking about what exactly she had seen down there. He knew Bauer was not a normal child. She wouldn't be mistaken over something like this. He needed to stay away from everyone, find a safe place where they could be alone, and ask Bauer what she had seen. Third Master wasn't quite keen on leaving yet. They all stayed there until dusk before packing it in and leaving. They didn't go back into the city, though. They got to the car, and it was then that Third Master smiled at Han Sen and said, "We saw the hole, now let's stay here and wait until we can hear the alleged crying sounds." Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and gave Bauer a snack. It was nighttime now, and it was very quiet. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. There was a wind blowing, and the rustling of the tree leaves sounded like gentle applause. When night had fully settled in, a crying noise emanated from the hole. It really did sound like a woman wailing, but when you listened really carefully, it began to sound like something else entirely. It was very strange. Third Master and Han Sen stepped out of the car. They looked towards the hole and saw a purple mist coming out of the mountain. It looked as if there was a glowing orb beneath it. It was also very blurry, though, and it didn't look real. As the crying sounds continued, the purple mist rose. When it rose high enough, it disappeared. Han Sen looked at the purple mist. The purple mist looked as if it was drawing the shape of a lotus. Wafts of mist even drifted down like petals falling. This is weird. I don't know what's under there, but whatever it isn't normal, Han Sen thought to himself. Third Master looked at the mist, but he didn't dare draw nearer to investigate the hole. When it was almost dawn, the crying and the mist disappeared. It was then that he delivered everyone back to Grand City. "My lady, it looks like the legends are all true. The item is here. Before the old man comes, we can grab the item." In the forest close to the hole, Lone Wolf spoke to Xena excitedly. "The item is here, but we don't know too much regarding the situation surrounding it. Perhaps something scary is now guarding it. Maybe you and I won't be enough to handle this." Xena frowned. Lone Wolf said quietly, "Why don't we let these guys find out for us? They are useless, and they won't be able to retrieve the item, even if they find it." "Good, but we need to hurry. We need to get it before the old man arrives," Xena said. "I will spread the word. These greedy people will not squander an opportunity such as this." Lone Wolf laughed. 1754 Dongshuan armor. Since the day they returned from the west, no one came looking for Han Sen. Not even Mr. Tiger or Third Master had come by. And Third Mister no longer asked Han Sen for the training he had previously requested. Han Sen asked what it was that Bauer had seen in the bottomless pit, and she said she saw an eye. What sort of eye was unclear. Han Sen felt a chill hearing that, though. The type of eye didn't really matter, as its presence meant something was living down there. He didn't go out for the next few days, and he spent all his time practicing the Dongshuan Sutra. After many hard sessions of practice, he suddenly felt some movement. When he practiced Dongshuan Sutra again, some power seeped out of his Dongshuan aura and made his bones feel good. His cells began to change, and a mystic substance started to come out. Han Sen had experienced this twice, and he had grown accustomed to it. He cast his Dongshuan Sutra to witness the changes that were occurring within the substance. It was semi-transparent, and sort of like jade. It covered Han Sen's entire body, shrouding him in a white set of armor. It was quite different from his spell Geno armor. This white-looking Geno armor looked as if it had been forged from jade. There were no images or engravings on its surface, though. It really did look like a solid, ordinary jade. It looked great. Han Sen looked closely, and the white Geno armor melted. It started to change again, evolving twice. Oh, no, it won't go xenogenic again, will it? Han Sen's heart leapt in his chest. He prepared himself to suffer the duress of a xenogenic transformation. The xenogenic armor genes blended into his body. After twisting and turning around inside Han Sen for a while, it turned black. It turned into a black Geno armor and stopped moving. Han Sen was shocked. He had never heard of something like this happening before. Why would the second evolution only prompt a change in color? Han Sen. Super King Spirit Evolvable Geno Body. Spell Evolvable Mutant Blood Baron Dongshuan Baron Level. Baron Lifespan. 600 Geno Body Evolution Requirements. 100 Geno Points. After seeing this information, Han Sen realized the Dongshuan Geno armor had finished its second evolution process, but the Geno weapon was still an armor set. That was why it looked similar, but it was indeed Baron class. So, the Dongshuan armor was a Geno weapon and not a Geno armor. Han Sen put it on and used his Dongshuan Sutra. He felt some strange power fill him up and increase his base stats. It was nothing like Geno armor. The strangest thing was that when Han Sen wore it, he felt a life force enter his armor. It provided him a massive boon of power. It felt as if it was never going to end. I don't know what the potential strength of this set of armor can be, but the endless energy is most certainly a very good thing. I can keep fighting, without the worry of exhausting myself. Han Sen was delighted with what he had obtained, and he wanted to find someone else to fight, so he could test out the extent of his new gear. But unfortunately, Han Sen could not find anyone. He decided to call Mr. Tiger, but no one answered. So, there was the chance that he was either not around or he was simply busy. At lunchtime, Chow Sidon said, if Wizard was in the state that it used to be, we could have gone to the hole. And if we were lucky, we might have earned a lot of money and become rich. What is up with the bottomless hole? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Chow shook her head. I have heard there are some universal Geno fruits down there. If we managed to obtain one, we would be able to sell it for a high price. If you ate it, your Geno armor would also evolve for a second time, allowing you to become a noble. Does something like that even exist? Han Sen paused for a moment, and then went on to say, even if it is real, it is none of our business. Everyone who has ventured there has died, and the same fate would most likely befall us if we went there. People didn't know that, but now they do. The universal Geno fruit down there is a magnet fruit. It absorbs metal items. If you don't have any metal on you, you should be safe going down. Chow thought things over for a moment, and then went on to say, as long as you don't use metal items, there is no danger going down the pit for at least a mile. Many people from Gran have visited there now, and the other feathers all seem to go there. Where did this news come from? Han Sen did not feel right, hearing this. I don't know, but it is all over the city. Everyone who is a little stronger than the norm is currently making their way there. They want to see if they can get themselves a magnet fruit. Chow looked depressed. It's best not to have it. Han Sen was experienced, and he knew someone had to be pushing this false information. He knew things couldn't have been that simple. But with that being said, it did make Han Sen all the more interested. It did sound as if someone wanted lots of other people to try their luck in retrieving the fruit, because they knew they could not fetch it for themselves. So, it might have been a good chance. Han Sen had nothing better to do right now. He found an excuse to leave the house and take Bauer with him for a trip to the hole. For safety, Han Sen made sure he was only going there during the day. When he arrived, many people were there. The place was as busy as a market. They were all ordinary Kate folk or visitors from other races. No one looked weak, though. Han Sen, I knew you would come. Before Han Sen could do anything, Mr. Tiger appeared. He pulled Han Sen towards the nearby woods. Mr. Tiger, what's going on? Han Sen asked. Mr. Tiger said, you have heard the tale regarding the magnet fruit, have you not? Han Sen nodded. So, Mr. Tiger said, many brave Kate, and outsiders, have ventured down the shaft. But before they see the fruit, they end up dying. Third Master knows something about all this, and he told me that it was not the time to venture down just yet. I recommend you don't go down, either. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he asked, did Xena and the man with a wolf head go down? The wolf head man went down. Xena is out and about somewhere, but I'm not sure where she went, Mr. Tiger said. Han Sen went quiet for a moment. In that case, I'll head on down, too. Mr. Tiger wished to stop him, but Han Sen wasn't going to listen. All he could tell Han Sen was that if something seemed to be going awry, he should turn back immediately. Han Sen thanked him and then went to the edge of the shaft. Han Sen saw many ropes attached. They were all well made and strong. They weren't made of metal, but they were certainly quite sturdy. One Kate saw Han Sen nearing the hole, and so he swiftly came over to try and sell Han Sen a rope. If Han Sen was willing to pay, of course. Although Han Sen could fly, he didn't want to show off that ability. So, he gave the merchant some money and used his rope to descend. Many people were climbing down at the same time, as well. Han Sen quietly asked Bauer, Bauer, do you see anything? No, the eye is gone. Bauer looked down and shook her head. Okay, then, but if you do see something strange, would you mind telling me? Han Sen asked. Okay, Dad. Bauer nodded. Han Sen continued his descent. Bauer was on his back, continuously looking down, but there was nothing beneath them. Han Sen looked down and noticed it was too dark for him to discern anything. It was a dark world down there, and all light seemed to get smothered down in the pit. It didn't take Han Sen long to climb a full kilometer down the rope. After that, though, the space beneath him didn't seem as dark. It was dim, but he could see something. The center of the hole still looked black, but there were stairs tracing the wall, like a spiral staircase. The stairs circled down into the darkness, and how deep they went, Han Sen had no idea. On the staircase, Han Sen saw many Kate and others of different races. Aside from the stairs, there were many nooks and holes, though. It seemed like there were other people moving down the walls using those small clefts in the rock. Many people want to get down here. Han Sen frowned. He looked around and noticed there wasn't a single soul from Black Gold Group. Mr. Tiger had said that Third Master wasn't allowing anyone to venture down. Han Sen patted Bauer and decided to descend the staircase. Because many people were unable to get down, he put on his spell armor. Even so, Bauer was very noticeable. Aside from Han Sen, no one else would dare bring a child into such a treacherous place. "Brother, you are brave. You are bringing a kid here," said a Kate behind Han Sen, mocking him. Han Sen didn't say a word in return, though, he just kept on walking. After a few miles of descent, the stairs broke off. There was nothing further, just the empty black expanse. It was like the entrance to hell. Han Sen looked around and saw no one else was continuing the descent. The Kate and the others were digging a hole, and not long after, they were all gone. The Kate who had been laughing at Han Sen was at the edge of the staircase. He looked down into the hole and said, "This is the end. People try rappelling down from here, but none have returned to tell what they have seen. The holes around here, though, they can take us down further. Still, you shouldn't have brought a child here. While a universal Geno fruit is good, simply being alive is more important." The Kate noticed that Han Sen was continuing to ignore him, so, he just walked to the cave's entrance while shaking his head. There were many paths to take down in that cave. Ultimately, though, one of those paths was a way down. No one knew if it could take them all the way to the bottom. When it came to choosing a path, Han Sen selected one from which many Kate were coming and going. Although it appeared that many individuals were just randomly trying paths, hoping to luck into the right path. "I found a way out," someone shouted, which led everyone in his direction. Han Sen frowned at the call, but he followed the crowd of people. He went into a grotto, and at the end, there was a 10-meter-tall stone door. Many of the searchers were there. They were all talking amongst each other and trying to push it open. No matter what they tried, though, the door did not budge. Han Sen did not look at the stone door, however. Instead, he observed the people. There was a man wearing a cloak who did not look suspicious. But Han Sen's eyes were so good, he was able to tell it was the man with a wolf's head. And his face was hidden. "He really is here," Han Sen thought to himself. The wolf-head man suddenly looked back at him, and they locked gazes. His senses are very sharp. Han Sen was shocked. He looked away, but he knew the man with a wolf's head had already seen him. Lone Wolf saw Han Sen and frowned. But he cared little for his presence, and eventually looked away again. There was another person of a different race there, and he stood at a height of about 3 meters. He also had 4 arms, and he paced around in front of the door. He was holding a hammer, and eventually he swung it at the door. The hammer carried a black light. It was definitely a Geno armament, and the monster man hit the door a few times. Eventually, the rocks around the door began to fall. It was quite scary to witness. Seeing this was working, the monster beat the door even harder. The barrel-sized hammer kept on pounding into the door, and after a dozen more strikes, the door began to crack. Pang! After another dozen hits, the door finally broke down and revealed the chamber behind it. It was a half-natural cave with a metal vine inside. It was glowing. There was a metal flower budding on the stalk. Something that looked like a lotus seemed to be shining inside it. "This is the magnet fruit," someone shouted, as everyone started running for the vine. Suddenly, everyone was fighting between each other to get their hands on it. Han Sen felt as if something was wrong. He stayed outside the door and just watched. The noble that used the hammer to break the door swiftly went towards the metal vine. He grabbed the lotus and the flower. Han Sen didn't think it would actually be that easy to snatch, but the lotus and the flower were easily pulled down. The giant didn't even have to use much strength. The 4-armed noble looked delighted with what he had retrieved, and he quickly tried to put the flower and the lotus items into his mouth. But before he was able to do so, the flash of a sword light came toward him. A Kate noble attacked, prompting him to fight back the aggressor with his hammer. A mess soon unfolded in the cave, as dozens of nobles began to fight amongst themselves. Many just watched, biding their time for the chance to grab something good. Han Sen saw the wolf-head man still near the center of the crowd. He didn't try to take the flower or the lotus, however. Things weren't that simple, and he knew it. There was no confirmation that the flower and the lotus were magnet fruits, after all. As Han Sen surveyed the scene, he soon heard the sound of thunder. He couldn't hear it clearly because of the fight, but it was certainly no human noise. We're underground. Where could the thunder be coming from? Han Sen frowned, and he did his best to listen. The thunder was definitely coming from someplace in the cave. The cave behind the door was only half natural. It connected to the bottomless hole, and the thunder sounds were coming from there. Dozens of nobles were knee-deep in battle, and even those that were staying out of the fray were still distracted by the lotus and flower. They were trying to keep a close eye on the items. Therefore, no one else noticed the sounds of thunder. Soon after, however, the thunder got louder. It sounded like explosions in the sky, and everyone began to pay heed. As the others started to wonder where the noise was coming from, though, it stopped. Everyone was shocked, and even the nobles who were still fighting had to quit. Suddenly, a force of suction began to pull on everyone, as if someone had just switched on a vacuum. The nobles inside the door, and the commoners outside, were all sucked away. They began rolling in the direction of the hole. Han Sen was in shock, and he couldn't stop himself from being dragged in that direction, either. He grabbed at the rock floor, but he was still being pulled away, leaving scratch marks behind in the stone. Everyone started to scream, and almost everyone was sucked down into the gaping pit. The suction made their descent extremely quick. Han Sen was in the dark, but even so, he was incredibly calm. He held onto Bauer as he looked around. The sky was visible high above, but he did not know how deep the hole was. He was still falling. Down below, Han Sen could make out the presence of a purple light. It looked similar to the purple mist he had seen during the nighttime. There was smoke around it. Everyone was falling. Some were crying their eyes out, while others merely watched like Han Sen was. But none of them could stop their rapid freefall. They were falling into the darkness. And then, the sky became like a needle. The purple lights down below became clearer. Han Sen noticed that in the darkness down there, the purple light was coming from a purple lotus. The purple lotus was massive. They all felt like ants before the massive flower. The purple lotus opened, and the lotus cup was full. It was like purple jade, and the seed looked like an amethyst in the middle. The lights and the very dimension itself were twisted by the lotus. You could see the distortions from far away. As Han Sen was drawn toward the lotus flower, he noticed a lot of metal items on its surface. There were trucks, steel pipes, beams, and even helicopters and other sorts of aircraft. There were also road signs, steel pots, steel pans, even steel cutlery. They had all been dragged down to land on the purple lotus. Han Sen also saw the bodies of creatures, with most of them belonging to the Kate people. There were also individuals from different races Han Sen could not identify. All of them were sprawled out across the lotus. The scariest thing was that the metal in the bodies atop the flower were starting to melt. It was like they were being instantly decomposed. Pang! All the creatures landed on the purple lotus. Some hit the petals, and some fell on the cup itself. But no matter where they landed, it was like falling onto a luxurious mattress. Their bodies did not hurt after the fall, either. Soon after, even if they weren't hurt, they were still magnetized to the lotus. Han Sen tried his best to move, but he could not shift his leg away from the lotus. The four-armed noble swung his hammer, trying to break the petal that bound him in place. Unfortunately, after one strike, the hammer itself got stuck, and the man was unable to bring it back. Everyone there were like bugs caught in a spider web. Not a single person could move, not even the nobles. Han Sen did not try struggling, though, for he knew such an endeavor would be pointless. He just started to think about how he might be able to escape. Han Sen did find out that Bauer was unaffected by the suction, however. She lay down on Han Sen's shoulder, nice and snug. The suction didn't pull him at all. Bauer curiously examined the environment, interested in the lotus flower and the lotus seeds. Magnet fruit, this is the real magnet fruit. As Han Sen was thinking about why Bauer was able to move freely, someone started shouting nearby. One noble was standing on his feet, holding the lotus seed in his hands. It looked as if he hadn't been affected by the Han Sen looked around, noticing other people that weren't affected, either. Most of them were nobles, but there were a few commoners in their midst. Strange. Why aren't they affected? Han Sen looked around and put away his Geno armor. He stopped using his Geno. With Han Sen's body now feeling supremely light, the suction from the flower was all gone. Han Sen had been freed. 1757 Ghost Eye Bees, so the purple lotus's suction only applies to Geno armor and Geno armaments. It doesn't seem to affect the body. Han Sen shook out his arms and looked around. Many other people had discovered this secret, too. And after giving up their Geno armors, they were all free. After they were freed, people began to dig at the lotus seeds residing below their feet. Unfortunately, they were unable to make use of their Geno powers. Using their raw strength did not even allow for them to move a petal, and thus, rendered the seeds unobtainable. Some couldn't help but try to resummon their Geno armor, and when they did, they were immediately grounded and made immobile. So, they had to quickly take it off again. The nobles couldn't do anything, either. Even with the treasure directly in front of them, they lacked the strength to dig it up. They were in a rush. Han Sen tried searching for the wolf-head man, but he was unable to find him. It seemed as if he had not been pulled down to where they were. Han Sen looked at the pieces of metal and the dead bodies around him, and he was immediately stricken with a bad feeling. The lotus only had the suction powers, so it didn't seem too harmful. But how had the metal corroded and bodies decomposed like so? Dad, the eye is back, Bauer spoke into Han Sen's ear. Han Sen looked to where Bauer's finger was pointing, but he saw nothing. Bauer was pointing towards the lotus, so if there was something behind it, he could not tell. Han Sen jumped atop a petal that was near him. He looked down, over the edge, and his face changed. Down, far below the lotus, a green eye was approaching. The eye wasn't as big as the lotus, but it was still as big as a house. The eye was shining green, and the sight of it was chilling. It was like a demon from hell. Han Sen, holding Bauer, quickly chose to fall back. As he went, he tried to activate his mutant blood. He also initiated a connection with his space-traveling powers, so he could return to the sanctuary whenever he so desired. The others were still digging for the lotus seed, oblivious to the eye that was nearing them. Soon after, a giant eyeball was hovering high above the lotus, surveying the helpless creatures in its sight. When the nobles and commoners finally noticed the presence of the eye, they all stopped digging. Ghost Eye looked at them for 2 seconds, and after that, the eye shone with the color green. It was like a spotlight, shining down on the lotus. Most of the beings down there were still digging out the lotus seeds, and they were caught in the beam of light. The light covered them, making them look like they had green skin. Arg! A scream erupted from the ranks, after one commoner who was blinded by the light suddenly noticed the huge blisters developing on his skin. They came and broke quickly, with the pus melting the flesh like water. The juices squirted all over the lotus. He wasn't the only one, either. A second later, the bodies of many creatures developed such blisters and began melting. It even happened to the nobles, though the process began more slowly. Some people wished to dodge the light, and they resummoned their Geno armor to fight back. The people who summoned their Geno armors were sucked down onto the lotus, though. Even their Geno armors began to corrode and rot. Now Han Sen knew what had happened to the creatures that came down before them. Ghost Eye's light was shining down on the lotus. Without Geno armors or armaments, and not even nobles could avoid what was happening. But if they were to use their Geno armaments and Geno armors, they'd be sucked down and fixed in place. The situation had gotten really bad. Han Sen used his mutant blood powers and moved quickly across the flower, dodging each searing beam of light. Ghost Eye's powers were not indestructible, just stronger than the nobles. It was possible that the creature was a Viscount-class fiend, but it could have been just a strong baron. Regardless, the creature was a supreme being in that place. Its strength was of a level that did not allow for the nobles to fight back. Han Sen wondered if he should return to the sanctuary or deal with Ghost Eye, then and there. And as he did, he heard movement from above. Before Han Sen could raise his head to take a look, a white arrow descended from the sky, striking the hovering eye. Ghost Eye obviously felt it, as it immediately turned its shining stare up toward the white light. When the green light met the white light, it was like water thrown upon charcoal. There was a lot of smoke, and the white light eventually shot forward and pierced the eye. Ghost Eye screamed. It turned around, wanting to retreat, but not long after, it was as if the eye was melting. The crystals were dripping and smoking. Boom. In the end, Ghost Eye could not return to the darkness. It landed atop the lotus, struggling and squirming. Han Sen saw a white bone arrow in its eye. The arrow was shining with holy light. It was made of bone, but it was not evil at all. It really did look holy. I cannot believe that a Viscount Ghost Eye was guarding the magnet fruit. It was lucky you brought the Archangel bone arrow, if you hadn't, we couldn't have killed it. It was Viscount class, but when standing next to the magnet fruit, not even a count could have done anything, Long Wolf said, watching Ghost Eye melt away. It took the beast quite some time to deal with the cannon fodder. Without them, even with Archangel Bone Arrow, it is unlikely we could have killed him. Xena smiled, coming down to land on the lotus. She looked at the creature and then saw Han Sen. She looked at him strangely. This kid is lucky, he didn't get shined on by Ghost Eye. What would you like to do with him? Lone Wolf asked, nodding toward Han Sen. Get rid of him. No one can take the magnet fruit that is rightfully ours. If those old men come and fight for it, we can deny accusations, Xena said. Yes, my lady. Lone Wolf smiled, his evil fangs showing. His eyes looked red as he approached Han Sen. Han Sen frowned and jumped towards Ghost Eye. Ghost Eye's body was melting, but it wasn't completely dead, so Xena hadn't yet taken back the bone arrow. Han Sen was running for it. Lone Wolf saw where Han Sen was running to, and his face looked like a cat's that was hungrily stalking a mouse. His eyes turned red and his fur became straight, like a hedgehog. Boom! Lone Wolf jumped towards Han Sen, extending all four paws. The claws looked ready to sink into Han Sen's neck. 1758 Archangel Bone Arrow Lone Wolf was a Baron Xenogeniac, and he was in the top tier of his class. Lone Wolf thought little of Han Sen, who he believed to be an ordinary person with only Geno armor. Geno armor that he was prohibited from wearing, too. After Lone Wolf used his Xenogeniac genes, he was incredibly swift. He leapt right in front of Han Sen with the plan of ripping through his neck. But suddenly, Han Sen tripped over a dead body and evaded the attack through pure luck. Lone Wolf thought little of it since it was obviously a coincidence, though. A commoner who only possessed Geno armor could not do anything against him, after all. Lone Wolf jumped over to Han Sen with even greater speed, but the human rolled and dodged. It looked like a dangerous move, but it had meant Lone Wolf had exerted effort into 2 strikes and gained nothing. Han Sen was able to deal with Lone Wolf easily. He could fight him, face to face if he wanted to, but Xena was still close by. She was the one he was worried about. But Han Sen had to get the Archangel Bone Arrow before she did. If he didn't, he'd probably end up skewered with it just like Ghost Eye. Lone Wolf had struck twice and not hit Han Sen. He was growing a little suspicious, but he thought it to be too far-fetched. You could see worry creeping into Xena's eyes. So, she flapped her wings and tried slashing her hands in a downward arc like a meteor. Han Sen knew Xena was growing worried, too, and he knew he could no longer pretend to be daft and lucky. So, he fully activated his mutant blood before leaping over to Ghost Eye. The crystallized mutant blood melted, bubbling and boiling in his veins to pump Han Sen with greater speed. He ditched Lone Wolf and focused solely on reaching Ghost Eye's now dead body. But Han Sen underestimated Xena. The moment before Han Sen leapt over there, Xena appeared in front of him. Her strike towards him split the air with an audible crack. It was too fast, and Han Sen was too late in dodging. Without a doubt, Xena was not as lowly as a Baron. She had to be a Viscount. Her speed and strength could not be compared to Han Sen's Xenogeniac mode. Han Sen gritted his teeth and jumped into the air, still determined to reach Ghost Eye. He wanted to use his back to block Xena's strike. Xena hummed in satisfaction and continued with her strike, hurling it towards Han Sen's back. Even though Han Sen was a Baron, his mutated part was his back. And she was confident she could cut him in half, with the entry point being his back. The difference between Viscount and Baron was very large. You could not just block such an attack. Pang! Xena hit Han Sen's back, but the impact only made him cough out a little blood. Xena's face twisted in surprise. When her hand hit Han Sen's back, it was like she had come up against a spring. And she was unable to slice him in two like she planned. Han Sen had spilled a lot of blood, but the added force gave him the necessary momentum to reach the eyeball. He grabbed the bone arrow and pulled it out of the eye. Before he could steady himself, he coughed up more blood. Although Han Sen used yin-yang blast to absorb Xena's strength, she had been too strong to get away scot-free. The force had almost broken his back. But he still managed to get the Archangel Bone Arrow, and that meant he had not suffered the hit in vain. You killed those feathers at the Black River? Xena felt compelled to ask as she stared at Han Sen icily. Lone Wolf madly cried out, it must have been him. I cannot believe he is a Xenogeniac and has managed to hide the fact. I thought he was merely an ordinary person possessing Geno armor. We have to slay him. This man is evil. After that, Lone Wolf jumped to Han Sen. He extended savage claws, priming them to plunge deep into Han Sen's heart. But Han Sen was holding the Archangel Bone Arrow. The vessels throughout his body were bursting, making his body feel like wind. The moment he went past Lone Wolf, the bone arrow shot through the felon's left ear and emerged from the right, sticking motionlessly through Lone Wolf's head. Han Sen went to the right side of Lone Wolf and pulled out the bone arrow. Lone Wolf's body had the momentum to travel a few more meters. It trailed blood as it went, pink juice dripped out from his ears. And when he came to a stop on the ground, he twitched and convulsed. I cannot believe Western Grand City was home to an elite such as you. Xena looked at Han Sen, but she refrained from showing any emotion. Lone Wolf's death didn't have any effect, it seemed. It was like her dog or cat had simply died, and that was that. Han Sen did not respond. He merely clutched the Archangel Bone Arrow tightly, staring down Xena. He wasn't going to flee to the sanctuary yet, he wanted to test the mettle of a Viscount first. Xena, seeing Han Sen not say a word, said quietly, "You are strong and tricky, but you have made one mistake." "Are you saying it was a mistake to make you an enemy?" Han Sen asked. Xena laughed and said, "Well, that is a mistake. But that's not what I am referring to. You shouldn't have taken the Archangel Bone Arrow." Han Sen's face changed, and he tried to throw it away. The bone arrow suddenly shone with a holy light, and then it pierced through his chest. The moment it shot through him, Han Sen felt as if he was pinned on the ground. He couldn't move, and he could no longer control his energy. Xena looked down at the Han Sen, who was now unable to move. The Archangel Bone Arrow was made from a king-class xenogeniac's bones. It is one of Holy Heaven's most precious treasures. It has its own mind, and commoners cannot simply use it on a whim. Even I, as a Viscount, have only learned how to make use often % of its power. You, a member of a different race, trying to control it. Well, that means you have a death wish. Han Sen ran his blood pulse sutra, then. And he boiled his blood. He couldn't move and so he couldn't teleport. Seeing Xena approach, Han Sen tried his hardest to break through the arrow's power and initiate a teleport. Han Sen's cells were releasing energy like a volcano. The power inside him was like a vat of burning gas, igniting his whole body. Holy light flared into existence, and then, Han Sen's eyes turned white. His black, short hair, became long, white hair. Han Sen's whole body was shrouded in a holy light, burning brightly. 1759 Super Body Evolution. The Archangel Bone Arrow's power had drilled into Han Sen, pinning him in place. He could not move, nor even make his body levitate. As he was being suppressed by this power, Han Sen activated a talent he had. His cells came alive, unleashing an unimaginable force. Every cell was lit up by a holy light, covering Han Sen in fire. It was like he was being reborn. Han Sen felt a familiar power course through his body, as a sense of control started to return. After he left the sanctuary, he had been unable to make use of his Super King Spirit body. His Super King Spirit mode had now been triggered by the Archangel Bone Arrow, though. The moment he entered Super King Spirit mode, the Bone Arrow's effects disappeared. In the Geno universe, Super King Spirit's indestructibility was still there in full force. It was not gone because of the Bone Arrow. The Archangel Bone Arrow did not work against Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode, but the Bone Arrow's strength was still there. It was like a sword inside Han Sen's body, trying to crack all his bones. With Han Sen's physical strength, he could not withstand the Bone Arrow. Xena could only use 10 to 20% of the Bone Arrow's power. Perhaps not even that much. But the King-class xenogeniac material was something no barren body could block. Han Sen grabbed the Bone Arrow from the front and tried to lift it out of his chest. It felt as if it was stuck inside his own bones, though. He almost ended up breaking his own bones as he pulled at the arrow. Xena looked at Han Sen, blazing with fire, and she laughed callously. "Your powers are strong, stronger than I realized. You are a rare sort. But before the Bone Arrow, even barons are injured. I could not use all the arrow's strength, but even so, a baron like you will die. And the more you struggle, the more power you draw from the arrow. The more pain you will incur." Han Sen just ignored her. His holy light beamed brighter, incinerating the things around him. He was like a rod of red-hot steel, going transparent. Xena frowned. Her wings became gold, webbed. With a bony skeleton, she herself was growing stronger. Xena was a xenogeniac, too. And she was a Viscount, to top it off. After transforming, her power was like a tide. Since you are dying, anyway, the least I can do is make it pass quickly. Xena raised her arms and pointed them at Han Sen. Her fingertips were illuminated by a golden light. The point of light was very thin and sharp, like a diamond needle. Looking at the light, it felt like space itself could be shredded. Boom! The cold light was like a laser. It fired towards Han Sen's forehead. When the light was about to shoot through Han Sen's head, he let out a roar. The holy light was like a wildly fanned fire. It was like a volcano, and Han Sen's flesh was being refined. It was rising alongside the holy light. Han Sen's body burned like glass, making him glow and become half-transparent. Xena's golden light pierced through Han Sen's forehead. It then came out through the other side of his head. It touched down on a lotus petal and broke through it. Xena did not immediately relax after seeing that happen, though. She looked grim. Instead, she could only stare at Han Sen. A Viscount Xenogeniac's strike had pierced through Han Sen's head, but it had not dealt him any damage. The half-transparent body was like a lake. The attack's trajectory may have led through Han Sen's head, but it left no mark of damage. The Archangel bone arrow in Han Sen's chest lost its grip. The power disappeared from it, and it started to slide out of him. Han Sen grabbed the bone arrow and pulled it out. Then, the bone arrow was in Han Sen's hand. It had been touched by a holy light and it was glowing again. It was stronger than when it had been used to kill Ghost Eye and shoot through Han Sen's chest. Xena was shocked, and she could not believe what she was seeing. The bone arrow was activated, and the power was stronger than what she possessed. Xena's mouth hung open. That bone belonged to the feathers, and without feather blood, you should have been hurt by merely touching the item. Han Sen was an outsider, and yet he had managed to successfully activate the bone arrow's power. And the power was more than she was able to use. On top of that, the bone arrow's powers were still rising, and the energy of the holy light was making the entire environment tremble. Xena's face changed, and she tried to fly away. She flew a few hundred meters, heading for the exit. Xena knew just how frightening the bone arrow could be, but for some reason, it had been activated by Han Sen. It wasn't just 10%, either. So, if the bone arrow hit her, there'd be nothing she could do to block. She wanted to leave the thing's effective range. Seeing Xena flying away, Han Sen wasn't keen on giving chase. Soon, she was only a black dot far above. Super King Spirit Mode evolution complete, an announcement played inside Han Sen's head. He looked down and observed his body as if he were a god. He then summoned the gold feather bow in his hands. He knocked the bone arrow on the string, aimed up, and pulled the string back. When it was pulled as far as it could go, Han Sen's eyes froze, and his fingers released the string. A holy light flashed through the sky, breaking the darkness that had claimed it. 1760 Golden Growler evolves. Xena flew a few thousand meters away, and she didn't stop in her ascent. She lowered her head and suddenly looked very shocked. There was not even enough time for her to scream as the holy light gleamed in her frightened eyes. It had pierced right through her body. Pang! It was like a firework in the dark. The bone arrow punched through Xena's strong Viscount body, and a second later, she turned to dust. There wasn't a single fragment of bone left for retrieval. Xenogeniac Viscount hunted. Gold. Feather Witch. Han Sen heard the announcement play, but he didn't hear anything about xenogeniac genes. The bone arrow was too strong, that much was dear. Her xenogeniac genes had been ruined by the wretched power, leaving nothing behind. After shooting Xena, the Archangel bone arrow flew back to Han Sen and floated in front of him. It was glowing with holy light, as if it was awaiting a master's acknowledgement. Han Sen was feeling weak right now, though, and he had to exit Super King Spirit mode. When he did, his body returned to normal. When his body returned to normal, the bone arrow stopped shining. It fell back down onto the lotus. Now it was just like a normal arrow. It lost the strength it had previously displayed. Han Sen knew he could only control the bone arrow in Super King Spirit mode. In his normal form, he couldn't do anything to prompt an awakening. So, Han Sen picked up the arrow and walked around. There was not a single soul living across the lotus, and Ghost Eye was almost out of breath. Han Sen walked over to it and gave it a poke with his bone arrow. A fist-sized green crystal came out of the rotten eyeball. Xenogeniac Viscount hunted. Xenogeniac gene found. Ghost Eye beast. Han Sen picked up the green crystal and walked towards Lone Wolf. He picked up the xenogeniac genes and tossed their bodies down into the black pit. Han Sen used the bone arrow to tear into the lotus. He managed to dig up 13 crystal lotus seeds. They were each about the height of a person, so he moved them to the sanctuary and left the hole. The lotus died pretty quickly after losing all its seeds, and it fell down into the bottomless pit. A day later, word was received that the hole had collapsed, sealing itself off completely. That surprised Han Sen, and it saved him much trouble. Mr. Tiger called Han Sen, and he was surprised to learn that he was still alive. Han Sen told him he didn't go down too deep, and that he exited long before whatever disaster had happened. He said he had no clue what might have happened down there. Mr. Tiger was confused by this, but he didn't ask anything else. So, Han Sen buried what had happened as deep as he could. He wanted to avoid the chance of someone learning what he had done and trying to kill him for his actions. Han Sen spent the next few days investigating his body. His Super King spirit was now called Super God Spirit, and aside from that, there did not seem to be any grand changes. But his body had most certainly changed quite a bit. His Super God Spirit still had its indestructible status, and beyond that, no normal power could hurt him. He really was like a god that could not be harmed. When he used his Super God Spirit, Han Sen could activate the bone arrow's power. That was most certainly not a coincidence. He did not know the extent of Super God Spirit's actual power, though. He wanted to give it a test, but after transforming, it only lasted a few seconds. And it drained him of energy after use, costing him way too much for casual activation. The Viscount Xenogenic gene material from Ghost Eye was placed into a pot. The green crystal, just like the bone he had eaten previously, melted into a stew after an overnight boil. Han Sen thought he might be able to obtain Viscount genes, but after having a sip, all he received was an additional Baron gene. Still, after Han Sen drank the last of the Xenogenic broth, he had received an additional 9 Baron genes. Not a single Viscount gene was obtained. The Baron genes still aided in making his body stronger, though. It especially improved his eyes, and he could see much clearer now. His vision in the dark had greatly increased. The bone from the lone wolf was something the silver fox seemed to like, and the little creature enjoyed chewing it and rubbing it. So, Han Sen gifted it to the thing. Using high-class genes will increase a lot of Baron genes, it would seem. But it doesn't look like you can skip a tier and start upping those points right away. That means that if I kill a few more Viscounts, maxing out my Baron tally shouldn't take too long, Han Sen thought to himself. Killing Baron Xenogenics did not satisfy Han Sen's needs. Han Sen didn't know if the feathers would be disturbed by the disappearance of Xena and Lone Wolf, but after that day, many different races came to inspect the site of the hole. Many feathers did indeed come to the city, but everyone was clueless about the events that had transpired down there. And no one would ever suspect Xena could have been killed by a commoner like Han Sen. No one thought he was a suspicious fellow. The city wasn't safe, but at least Wizard could return to normal operational status. Chao accepted a few missions and brought Han Sen along to slay a few Xenogenics. They managed to get Wizard back on the right track. After a while, Third Master appeared again. They established a time in which Han Sen could teach the man a few techniques. Third Master did indeed offer a high payment for the services, and money was something in short supply for Han Sen. It was the perfect opportunity, really. Aside from the things that Chao needed herself, Han Sen bought all the ingredients that they found during their escapades. He ate some, and he also gave some to Little Angel and Golden Growler. He was still wondering how he might make use of the 13 magnet fruits, though. The legend said that after a commoner ate one, their Geno armor would evolve a second time. They'd become a noble or Xenogenic, right away. That was an overpowered effect, for sure. A commoner with Geno armor was a person with no hope. Only nobles and Xenogenics could expect to grow. Han Sen did not know if he'd be affected by eating one, as his spell Geno armor hadn't evolved a second time. It was just a Geno armor, though, and if he knew the fruit would work, he'd eat one. After Golden Growler gobbled down a few more Xenogenic genes, though, his body started to evolve and he started to generate his own Geno armor. So, Han Sen brought him to Kate, just in case he was sent into the big silence system once the armor was generated. Please evolve twice, Han Sen thought, looking at Golden Growler as he generated his armor. Golden Growler was not like Han Sen, and if it didn't work, Han Sen could at least feed him a magnet fruit to see what might happen. 1761 Roar Han Sen had managed to put away some savings, and so he decided to buy a house for himself in the south. It was in a slum, and there were many hobos and creatures living there. This was what Han Sen needed. A place where it wasn't strange to have other creatures appear. Golden Growler was kept in a warehouse-like room as he generated his Geno armor. His body was full of some gold, mystic substance. It was becoming a gold set of armor that covered his entire body. Even his nails were wrapped up by this armor, leaving nothing exposed. Han Sen looked at the Geno armor that had generated successfully for Golden Growler, and wondered how the creature would even walk. This was the beginning. Han Sen had lived on planet Kate for a while now, and he was way versed in the differences between a noble and a non-noble. Although there was just one evolution separating the two, the differences were staggering. Roar! Golden Growler chuffed quietly. The Geno armor on his body started to melt and twist, delighting Han Sen. The Geno armor melted and became liquid, but that meant Golden Growler was turning into a xenogeniac. Han Sen felt nervous now. Xenogeniacs were strong, and their bodies were strong. But there were side effects to note. If Golden Growler could not hold back the urge to kill, it would become a killing machine. That would be worse than not evolving at all. His golden Geno armor became liquid, and it melted into Golden Growler's skin, fur, bones, and nails. It shocked Han Sen. The xenogeniacs he had seen only evolved in one part of their body. Even for Han Sen, it had only been his blood, but the entirety of Golden Growler was changing, not just one aspect of him. Han Sen did not know if this was normal because he didn't know much about the evolving process of xenogeniacs. Golden Growler seemed to suffer some sort of pain, as his claws gripped the ground, churning up the soil. His golden hair became metallic. His nails were turning into metal, too. Han Sen couldn't see what was inside Golden Growler, though, so he couldn't tell what might have been going on below the surface. Perhaps his organs were also becoming metal. Han Sen knew how painful it was to become a xenogeniac, though. Golden Growler would have to suffer through all this on his own. Much time passed, and Golden Growler became more and more golden. He eventually looked like a golden statue. It made Han Sen wonder what would happen when he finished evolving. Could he live like an ordinary animal could? Or would he just become a metallic thing that could not even budge? Golden Growler raised his head in a silent roar. His body was shining gold. There was a golden light coming from him, like an ancient beast. It was roaring in the sky along with him. The gold light only appeared for a moment, though, and it soon faded. If Han Sen did not have good eyes, he would have thought they were playing tricks on him. This was the first time Han Sen had watched another creature become a xenogeniac. He didn't know if any of this was normal, and he didn't know if this was what he looked like when he was evolving. After the silent roar, Golden Growler's body was normal again. Although he still had a golden glow, the flesh was meaty again. Still, it was a little different. While Golden Growler's evolution finished up, a few systems away, there was a beast in space. Its eyes were wide open, staring at planet Kate. After a while, it spoke to itself. Is this possible? Are there any more roars living in this galaxy? The blood is quite pure. Is that really a roar? After asking himself this repeatedly, the galactic beast looked very sure of his thoughts, and he seemed very happy. The beast's body was in space, and the storm in the galaxy did nothing to it. It swung its tail, and its body flashed forward. It was headed for Kate. Han Sen saw the xenogeniac Golden Growler no longer moving, and he thought something might have happened. But Golden Growler suddenly jumped and surprised Han Sen. Han Sen saw Golden Growler's eyes were glowing gold, and there wasn't a single glint of murder in them. It made Han Sen feel a lot safer. Golden Growler jumped on Han Sen and licked his face. He looked so happy, he swung his tail. Han Sen patted Golden Growler on the head, looking delighted. He was thinking of bringing Little Angel and the others over, too, so he wouldn't be so lonely. If they could all evolve twice, he and his posse would be extremely powerful. It would be very helpful for Han Sen in the Geno universe. He brought Golden Growler back with him to Wizard. Although his presence would be difficult to explain, Han Sen would prefer to have Golden Growler near him. Golden Growler was down near Han Sen's feet, checking out planet Kate's streets. Compared to the Alliance, this planet was, for lack of a better word, vintage. But it wasn't barren, in any way. Many different civilizations and technological advancements were all meshed together. As they walked, though, Han Sen's face changed. He looked around but did not see anything. Still, something made him feel very worried and very nervous. His heart that had stopped beating because of the solid blood suddenly started to move again. He was disturbed, very disturbed. It had been so long since Han Sen last felt like this, and his face turned red as he looked around. And he was thinking to himself, have the feathers noticed I killed Xena? Have the higher class feathers come to exact revenge? Before he could think, Han Sen used all his power to take Golden Growler with him back to the sanctuary. Han Sen could not sense where the danger was coming from, but he knew he couldn't fight back. So, he chose to run. But it was too late. There was a roar on the street, blasting shockwaves. It destroyed the entire block. After that, Han Sen felt as if he had been robbed of all power. He could no longer even stand. He was all soft, lying on the ground. A green beast appeared on the street. Its head was like a lion's, but with the body of a rabbit. It had green fur, with the ears of an elf. The beast approached, and as it came, the dimensions distorted around it. It did not care for Han Sen, and its eyes were locked on Golden Growler. And it looked excited. 1762 Unsolid Mountain. Golden Growler didn't go soft like Han Sen had. He moved in front of Han Sen, growling toward the green-haired beast. The golden light on his body was gleaming strongly, and he looked murderous. The green-haired beast, seeing Golden Growler behavior, looked annoyed. He coldly said, "You possess the blood of the king of Unsolid Mountain. How can you associate yourself with a lesser race like this?" The green-haired beast displayed its fangs. The mouth had not looked too big at first, but now it looked wide enough to swallow an elephant. Its fangs were messy and jagged, unlike those of an ordinary animal. Han Sen was going to launch his Super God Spirit mode, but Golden Growler roared and jumped toward the green-haired beast's mouth. The green-haired beast did not want to hurt Golden Growler, though, so it did not bite. It grabbed Golden Growler by the fur of his scruff. Then, the beast turned to look at Han Sen coldly. A second later, it took off, abandoning the planet's atmosphere. It disappeared, right before Han Sen's eyes. Han Sen did not underestimate the power a creature like that possessed, because he flat-out could not. Golden Growler's presence was the only reason that such a powerful creature had even spared him a glance. It wouldn't even waste effort biting him. A lesser race like Han Sen would not even make a decent meal. Han Sen did not care about that, though. What made him feel most poorly about this was the fact that Golden Growler had been stolen. It was difficult to explain the mesh of feelings. Unsolid Mountain. Han Sen looked up into the sky, searing the word into his memory. Han Sen did not feel sad. Sadness was the weakest and most pointless emotion to have when you needed to rise to a challenge. Han Sen could only take comfort in the knowledge that the green-haired beast would not harm Golden Growler. Clearly, it had some connection to Golden Growler. That was the only good news he could glean, and that also meant he had time to do something about it all. He didn't have the time to wallow in sadness. Han Sen went back to Chao's house knackered. The green-haired beast had only roared, and it made his body floppy. The gulf in power between him and the beast was far too much. Han Sen had been happy that Golden Growler had managed to evolve, but he wasn't anymore. Han Sen did not know how the green-haired beast had managed to find Golden Growler, either. This was something that worried him. If Little Angel had the same issue when she evolved, there'd be nothing Han Sen could do to stop that. Han Sen hadn't entered Super God Spirit mode, and he hadn't taken Golden Growler back to the sanctuary. It was too late, and that was the reason. Not all creatures could live in the sanctuary, but Golden Growler was a xenogeniac. That meant he'd be kicked out, upon a return. If he was kicked out, he'd end up someplace in the Big Silence system. There'd be a high chance of him dying if he ended up there. So, Han Sen knew it was best not to try that. He'd only be endangering him further. Han Sen looked for information regarding Unsolid Mountain, and he discovered nothing. Aside from the name, he knew nothing. Han Sen pondered the issue for a long time. He called up Third Master and asked about Unsolid Mountain. When Third Master heard the name, his face changed. He didn't answer Han Sen's question, and instead, with a terrible look, asked, "Have you provoked a creature belonging to Unsolid Mountain?" "No, the place is just something I heard about." Han Sen knew Third Master must know something. "Yeah, well, if you did provoke them, you can't talk to me right now." Third Master was starting to look a bit better. After a while, Third Master went on to say, "Unsolid Mountain is a place I cannot tell you about. Not even my old man can tell you about it. Holy Heaven is the Feathers' headquarters. Unsolid Heaven is the headquarters for creatures that are far scarier than any from Holy Heaven. That is a world for xenogeniacs. Not just any can find themselves there. For your sake, I hope you never have the misfortune to interact with any hailing from that sordid place. Han Sen nodded, and then Third Master stopped talking. This was all Han Sen was able to learn, and he had no clue of the location. Golden Growler's bloodline can be traced to Unsolid Mountain's king. So, does that mean Golden Growler is a creature created by the crystallizers, with the genes of another race? Han Sen wondered to himself. After all, Golden Growler was amazing. And he was different from all the other creatures Han Sen had known. But it did not matter now. While Han Sen knew this place existed, he could not do anything about it. I'm too weak. I need to become stronger. Han Sen didn't think he could carry on like this, and he had to level up. Fortunately, he was different from the inhabitants of the Geno universe. If he had xenogenic genes, he could ascend in power. He didn't have to sluggishly level up through slow practice like the average noble or xenogenic. In the western side of Grand City, Han Sen could not get many xenogenic materials. He had discovered only one way, thus far, to obtain the ingredients he needed. And that was traversing the xenogenic space. About 500 miles away from town, there was a xenogenic space with some viscounts. Han Sen wanted to push his luck and venture out there. Han Sen told Chao he wanted to dare the xenogenic space, and Chao's eyes opened wide. She nibbled her lips and said, Han Sen, I know you are strong, but any xenogenic space is dangerous. Not even nobles think they could live out there. If there aren't any accidents, I will be there for 2 months. If you are willing, I can find another baron to work in my stead, Han Sen told Chao. That has nothing to do with it. You know, Viscount xenogenics aren't something that a normal xenogenic can deal with. You are putting your life in serious risk, Chao said, clearly annoyed. Han Sen drew his rhino horn dagger and gave it back to Chao. He said, Chao, thank you for taking care of me. But there is something I must do. But, Chao wished to say something, but Han Sen's action stopped her. Han Sen pulled out a thin sheet of metal. Chao knew that it was a xenogenic nail from a baron Han Sen had killed only 2 days ago. Chao watched as Han Sen's right thumb and finger pushed against the metal. It was only a slight movement, but the nail broke. The sheet of metal was cut in half. Chao's eyes opened even wider, and she looked on in utter disbelief. A baron noble could not break a baron material with their bare hands. 1763 xenogenic space. What height must a mountain reach to be considered a tall mountain? There was no answer to this question, just like no one knew how tall Unsolid Mountain was. No creature could reach the peak of Unsolid Mountain. None had ever glanced at what lay at the peak. Even the highest tier xenogenics of Unsolid could not reach the highest point. All they knew was that the master that lived at Unsolid Line was a real king. But 2 beasts resided at the peak of Unsolid Mountain. The big one looked like a rabbit, and the small one looked like a lion. And next to these 2 golden beasts, there was a woman. The woman was very beautiful and graciously elegant. The most special thing about her was the horn upon her head. She was like the purest of unicorns. She brushed her hand across the fur of a gold beast, wearing a difficult-to-discern smile. How is his blood? How much roar blood? The green-haired beast asked, looking at the sleeping golden creature. Less than 5 points, the woman said calmly. Less than 5 points, I thought it would be higher. The green-haired beast frowned, and he wasn't happy with the answer. Yes, but it could reach 10 points, the woman said. What do you mean? The green-haired beast was shocked to hear this. The woman stroked the beast's fur, and with a strange look, said, I don't know where he comes from, and how he managed to gain such pure blood of the roar. But he is very talented and stronger than the usual roar. Perhaps he can grow further. How is that possible? His body has blood that is stronger than the pure roar. The green-haired beast did not believe her. He does not have blood that is stronger than the pure roar, but he has been infused with other blood. It provides him with more opportunities, so maybe he will go further than the pure themselves. When the woman spoke, her eyes trembled. If things are really that way, that's great. The green-haired beast was very happy, and he asked, why did you stop me from killing the lesser life? You can't kill him. The woman shook her head. She looked weird. They have a special connection. I don't know why, but if you were to kill him, it might affect this little guy's future. We cannot risk that, but a lesser life can associate with a higher race like the roar. The green-haired beast demanded angrily, wanting to kill Han Sen. God knows what he has been through. According to our theory, his roar blood should be gone. It should no longer exist. His appearance now changes everything. She paused for a brief while, before resuming speech. Anyway, keep your fingers off that lesser one. He can die by anyone else's hands, but not ours. Han Sen was currently making his way towards the xenogenic space. Xenogenic spaces were never what they seemed, the space within them was twisted. It was like something that looked like a mountain from a distance. But reaching it would reveal that you were in fact traversing a big canyon. Holy Heaven and Unsolid Mountain were like this, but the degree of their distortion far exceeded that of a mere mountain. It was the entire area. But Han Sen wasn't going to a place like that today. He was only going to a mountain, situated beyond a few rocky hills that were a few hundred meters tall. But when he drew closer, the hills drew together and xenogenics appeared. He did not know where they came from. The Kate across would occasionally come here for a hunt, gathering together into teams. The teams weren't like Wizard, though. They had very few members, but they were all nobles. And in regards to the xenogenics, they did not often reveal themselves for what they truly were, unless they had protection. Han Sen put Bauer in the sanctuary because the Geno universe was too dangerous for her. Until he knew he could protect himself, he knew he should not risk bringing Bauer along. Especially after what had happened with Golden Growler. Now, he was going to be a lot more careful. Han Sen donned his Dongshuan armor. It covered him completely, and his body was changed by the Dongshuan powers. Not even Chao could recognize he was Han Sen. After entering the xenogenic space, Han Sen wanted to kill xenogenics. But he also didn't want the feathers to know he was not just some commoner. To prevent the feathers learning who he was, he had to hide his identity with the armor. Han Sen rode a dirt bike toward 3 rocky hills. But when Han Sen reached them, they became mountains. It was like there was no end to them. So, Han Sen got off the bike and left it at the foot of a mountain. If he was lucky, he could ride it back home. Han Sen walked across one of the mountains, and soon he felt that there was something hiding in the woods nearby. He entered battle mode and stared at where the noise was coming from. Quickly, Han Sen heard a rush of footsteps. And not long after, something walked out. When he saw the shadow for who it was, it gave him a big shock. It was a 15-year-old girl who had no cat ears. She had no tail, either. She was most certainly not of the Kate. Han Sen looked at her for a while. She didn't seem like a different race, she actually looked human. But her life force told Han Sen that she couldn't be a human. Aside from Han Sen, there were no human nobles in this universe. And that was especially true of 15-year-olds. The girl did not have any Geno armor, and she looked strangely like a xenogenic. She had white leather armor and boots for clothing, and there was a longsword by her side. She had a ponytail and looked rather pretty. Han Sen was looking at the lady when she drew her sword out. It was purple like the moon, and with a girly voice, she said, "This is a robbery. Give me your eggs." Han Sen looked at her and thought that he must have heard something incorrectly. Either that, or he was hallucinating, due to his recent lack of sleep. 1764 Trading with the lady, did you not hear me? Give me your eggs. When the girl saw that Han Sen wasn't responding, she waved her purple sword menacingly. You can steal other things. As long as it's not something inside me, I can give it to you. But those things represent me as a man. I cannot give them to you. I am sorry, Han Sen said with a smile. Stop talking rubbish. I want your eggs. What does this have to do with being a man? The lady looked at Han Sen with confidence. May I ask you, do you know what the eggs are? Han Sen looked at her strangely. Of course I know. The lady was not very intimidating, and she went on to say, the 2 gold balls. Give them to me, or I will harm you. My sword does not have a conscience. Han Sen spread his hands and said, I don't have any gold eggs. You must be mistaken. Really? The girl looked at Han Sen. I really don't have them. Han Sen nodded. You should have told me sooner. I have wasted so much time. The lady returned her sword and started to depart. Han Sen looked at her with interest. He hadn't expected her to just leave. He was not sure where she was from, for her to end up in such a dangerous locale. But that was none of Han Sen's business, and since she was already out there, she must have had her own way of survival. Han Sen was not sure if the girl was naive or if she was merely pretending to be. Whatever the case might have been, he thought it would be best for him to stay out of it. Han Sen turned around and readied himself to leave, but after walking a few steps, he heard the girl say, This is a robbery. Give me your eggs. Roar. Han Sen heard an angry roaring. He turned around and saw a strange bull with broken joints. It jumped towards the girl, its hoofs aligned with her head. Han Sen was frozen. He saw 2 gold eggs beneath the bowl, swinging as its body moved. Dong, dong, dong. The lady swung her purple sword toward the bowl. A metal noise rang out. Han Sen's expression looked very weird. The girl was strong, and strength aside, her skills were very good compared to what he had seen in this universe. Xena was a Viscount elite, but her combat skills were much worse than what he was seeing now. That weird bull was very strong, but it wasn't very agile. The lady, however, was. The lady's strength was only a little worse than the bull's, but they fought for a while. It was difficult to discern which of them would win. Moo, moo. The weird cow started to moo angrily. You know how strong I am now. Give me your eggs and I will spare your life, the lady said. Moo, moo. The bull thundered, as his legs began to shine with gold. It was headed right for the lady. The lady's movement was fast, and her purple sword swung in a crescent moon. She moved it well, and it broke the bull's attack. The Geno universe has many elites. If her sword skills are this proficient, her parents must be very powerful, Han Sen thought while Han Sen was watching. He saw the forest sway with all sorts of strange mooing sounds. There were more bulls headed the lady's way, all with golden eggs swinging. The lady's sword skills were strong, but she was too weak to fight them all. She couldn't be much better than the average baron. It was okay to one-on-one the bull, but she'd have no chance of survival if she was surrounded by them on all sides. What are you standing there for? Come and help. The lady fell back, shouting at Han Sen. Han Sen was thinking, she wanted to steal my eggs and now she wants my help. She is obscene. I can help, but my services aren't free. How about you give me the sword in your hand for a reward, and I'll kill them all? Han Sen offered. The sword in the lady's hand was made from xenogenic materials. It looked to be much better than the rhino horn dagger. And Han Sen could not keep relying on the archangel bone arrow. He needed a weapon, and he needed it now. The lady was fast, so she threw the sword to Han Sen as she ran, saying, "Fine, it's yours. Come and help." Han Sen caught the sword as 4 bulls came charging towards him. Han Sen, moving like a snake, headed towards them. Dong, 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 dong. There were 4 metallic noises, and 4 pairs of gold eggs fell to the earth. The bulls were all bleeding, and they died right there. Xenogenic Baron hunted. Xenogenic Gene found. Gold Sun Bull. Han Sen heard the announcement play 4 times. Then, swinging his new sword, he picked up the 4 pairs of eggs and put them in his satchel. Hey, those eggs are mine, the girl said, running over to Han Sen. I'm the one who killed the things. It's dangerous here, so you should just leave. You won't be this lucky if you encounter trouble again. After that, Han Sen proceeded through the woods. The girl wasn't going to simply leave, though. She chased Han Sen and said, "You are a liar. I gave you the purple moon sword. You should give me those eggs, or at least half the tally. Or maybe even just 1 pair. Han Sen got annoyed, so he threw a pair of gold eggs at her. Upon receiving them, the girl looked incredibly happy. Han Sen thought she would leave after that, but after a while, she was back near him. Didn't I give you what you wanted? Why are you still following me? Han Sen asked with a frown. That was a mission of mine. Now I need to get a silver goat horn. You are pretty good, so why don't we go and kill silver goats together? The girl blinked. What do you need them for? Han Sen asked. The girl seemed strange on multiple levels, and these were only barren materials. They were cheaper than the components of her sword, so the fact that she wanted them so badly was weird. I need these 2 items to become an adult. If I can't get them, I will have to wait another year. And that also means I cannot go out for a year. Can you please help me? The girl looked at Han Sen helplessly. 1765 big pirate, cheap bastard. Selfish. No wonder he calls himself Dollar. The lady muttered to herself continuously as she walked. Han Sen had agreed to help her get a silver goat, but he had taken Purple Moon Sword's sister blade. One was short and the other was long. They were a pair. Han Sen was happy about receiving them, though. He hadn't examined them properly yet, but they at least looked far better than the rhino horn dagger. The lady was called Higher. She said she was from the sea, but aside from that, she hadn't elucidated much. Still, Han Sen wasn't too interested in asking for more information. Han Sen was only going to help her hunt 1 more xenogenic, and after that, the 2 would split up. He didn't need to know any more about her. Higher was leading the way, but she wasn't too familiar with where they were, and after a long time of traveling, they did not see a single xenogenic, let alone a goat. Hang on. Han Sen pulled Haier to a stop. He climbed up a small boulder nearby. Han Sen looked out from the top and saw a bunch of people fighting a xenogenic. The xenogenic was a six-armed bear, and its paws were black like obsidian. It was wreathed in black fire. It slammed the ground and split stones in two, then lit them on fire with those menacing flames. It was a scary sight. Barons should not possess such powers, so it had to be a viscount. Fighting the six-armed bear were several Kate and some members of another race. There were 10 nobles in their midst, and the soldiers there had come well prepared. One noble released a green light from his sword. With the help of the other nobles and soldiers, he was delivering a multitude of lacerations across the bear's body. The fight was nearing its end, and not long after, the six-armed bear was surrounded well enough for the superior noble to cut the beast's head right off. The hunting group had lost a few people, but killing a viscount was worth it for the others, due to the good rewards. Come out. The noble, Street Chuan holding his sword, looked towards the boulder. His stare was cold. Han Sen looked at Haier and then revealed himself. Haier had accidentally struck the rock, which led to their detection. We are only passing by. We mean you no harm. Han Sen stood atop the boulder, putting his hands out before all the nobles. That one noble was obviously a viscount, and his team was still moderately powerful to boot. Han Sen was only there for a xenogenic creature. He had no need for additional drama. All he would have to do, he thought, was explain what he was doing there. The noble with a sword started to say something, but his face changed and he said to Han Sen, I didn't know you were working out here. We will leave now. After that, they all left quickly. The entire group ran off, with no interest in keeping the six-armed bear's body. Han Sen frowned and looked back at Haier. He didn't think he had a strong enough presence to make them leave like so he thought that was their response to her. Haier ran to the six-armed bear's body and sliced the paws off. She put them all in her pocket. Han Sen frowned and kept on walking. It was so strange. Every hunter that saw Haier seemed to run Ocean like a ghost. They never even wanted the prey that they had fought tirelessly for. Hunters were leaving behind xenogenic resources left and right. Han Sen couldn't help but feel as if they were robbing them. But despite all this, Haier hadn't said a word about it. It must have been the easiest thieving one could ever find themselves doing. Who is this Haier? Han Sen frowned, not thinking the answer would be a good thing. It felt as if he had attracted more trouble. They didn't encounter any xenogenics, but Haier was still able to reap a bounty of rewards. Aside from the Viscount's six-armed bear, she got many barren materials. Ding dong, ding dong. As Han Sen eyed Haier with suspicion, something rang from overhead. Haier heard it, and when she did, her face changed. She pulled Han Sen by the arm and said, "Wrong way. Not this way, we should go a different way." After that, Haier dragged Han Sen away from where the bell had sounded. But not long after, they heard the ringing again. Haier pulled Han Sen in a different direction, but again, before long, they heard the ring sound. Haier wished to change direction again, but Han Sen had heard the ringing sound from so close. It was conning from just ahead of them. He saw a person emerge. It was a man riding an elephant. He had silver armor, and while his face was not especially handsome, there was a special feeling to him. He looked as if he didn't care about anything. The guy had a pair of black horns, and aside from that, he looked like a human. His skin was pale, though, and if he wasn't wearing the armor, you'd mistake him for a scholar. Since when have pirates learned how to travel abroad? The man riding the elephant approached the pair and smiled as he looked at them. "We aren't going around anywhere. I am looking for a silver goat. This is none of your concern." Haier pouted her lips. It didn't seem as if she liked that man very much. Han Sen could tell. The man smiled and said, "Long ago, the sky pirates swore a pirate would not enter the Dan Zan system for another 1,000 years. Thus far, only 700 have passed. It begs the question whether or not pirates can truly be trusted. I am just me, and I have nothing to do with piracy." "Don't speak such nonsense." Haier sounded annoyed. "If you aren't a pirate, how did you receive so many good items for free?" The man asked with a humorless grin. "So what if I broke the promise? Are you going to kill me? Do you have the guts to do that?" Haier was very angry, and she no longer spoke sense. The man laughed and said, "You are a pirate of a superior race. It is difficult for you to evolve. I will let you live, but I must teach you a lesson." After that, the man went quiet. He looked at Han Sen. If you broke the laws to come here, your guard of a lesser race will pay with his blood. Han Sen did not understand anything about the vows, but he understood that last sentence. He quickly said, I have nothing to do with her, and I'm not a pirate. If you want to punish someone, punish her. Hire loudly said, yeah, he's the man I hired. He has nothing to do with piracy. If you want something, come right for me. The man looked like he was death himself, and he said, whose life ends now? Yours or his, it's your decision. After that, the man did not seem to care if they responded. He just rode the elephant away, disappearing into the mountains with the bell ringing. 1766 Siege, what's with that guy? Could he not understand our language? Han Sen had encountered rude people before, but none that were rude to that extent. Hire looked bitter and said, he'll really do what he said. This is bad. I doubt it. If he wanted to kill someone, why would he leave? Han Sen said. Hire shook her head. The higher races like the Junyu wouldn't bother to kill those of a lesser race themselves. He only needs to give the word, and others will come tripping over each other for the opportunity. It won't be long before we encounter others who will have come here to kill you in the hopes of obtaining a reward. I am a baron. It may not be a very high class, but that still makes me a noble. Don't say I'm from a lesser race. Han Sen smiled, not very concerned about their predicament. Can't break the cocoon and become a butterfly without your race being in the Geno Hall. Even if you become a duke or a king, you're still an individual. And you still hail from a lesser race, Hire said. What cocoon? And what is the Geno Hall? Han Sen asked, confused by her strange metaphors. I don't know. I've only heard about it from old pirate. I know that if a race doesn't have a lantern in a Geno Hall, they cannot leave their names there. And that means they are deemed a lesser race, Hire said quickly. But this is not the time for talk. Let's run and leave the xenogenic space behind. At least that way, you might live. Han Sen thought for a moment, but then said, you should leave. He wants to kill me, and I'm sure I'll find a way through. I can't do that. If I left, people will think we pirates are afraid of the Junyu. I cannot bring us any embarrassment. Hire lifted her chin. Han Sen did not know what to think. He had been dragged into this by Hire, and he thought, what the hell is going on? I came here to kill xenogenics and that's it. I haven't killed any, and I need to be running for my life. My luck is bad. Next time I go hunting, I should really check my fortune or something. They hadn't walked far when they heard footsteps roll up like thunder. A group of people came down from the mountain, headed their way. Han Sen noticed it was the people they had seen earlier, the group that had slain the six-armed bear. Their leader was the Viscount with the sword. Hire's face changed. She pulled Han Sen to get him to walk faster, but soon after, a few barons and other soldiers barred their way. The Viscount caught up, and they were swiftly surrounded. Lady of the pirates, we have come here for him. Please step aside, for we do not want to sully your clothes with blood, the Viscount politely told Hire. He's one of my people. Do you dare touch him? Hire responded coldly. My lady, please don't do this. If we don't take him back, we will all die on his behalf. The Viscount's speech was very calm, but he had already made his decision. Even if he had to offend Hire of the pirates, he still wanted to claim Han Sen's life. Pirates hadn't entered the Danzan system for 700 years. The Junyu were a high race of the Danzan system. Although they were not as respected as the pirates, if the pirates were looking to cause trouble with the Junyu, they would have to go past holy heaven. If you are not afraid to die, then come. I will kill whoever dares come close. Hire shouted angrily as she brought out her dagger. Then, I am sorry. We may not dare to hurt you, but we have to do this. The Viscount waved his hand, and a few nobles approached Hire. They all had Baron Geno weapon shields. The Viscount pulled out his sword and ran to Han Sen. In an instant, Han Sen went from standing motionlessly to running like the wind. He ran to the nearby forest. It was difficult to determine how many teams wanted to kill Han Sen and claim whatever bounty had been offered. He knew he couldn't kill them all. Some of them would be Viscounts, too, so any fights that ensued would be very tough. Two barons tried to stop Han Sen, raising their weapons to block his path, and for this, Han Sen moved in a way that made it look as if he went left and right. The two barons made a terrible judgment, for one moved left while the other moved right. There was a gap in the middle. Han Sen went right past them, as both hands beamed with a purple light. And after Han Sen had passed them by, their heads sailed into the sky, trailing blood. Han Sen's eyes did not move. He had been through so much, and in battles like this, the loss of life no longer bothered him. If they wanted to give their lives to Junyu, they must have prepared themselves to die. Even if their lives were threatened by the Junyu, that was not a valid reason for killing others. There was no excuse for killing others, just so you could stay alive. Come here, scum, give me your life. The Viscount was very mad. His longsword was lit with a bright green light, and it slashed right behind Han Sen. Han Sen's mutant blood was boiling inside his body, and with the Dongshuan armor, it was like he had the strength of a xenogeniac and a noble all in one. He was definitely far stronger than the average baron, at least. He moved like a tiger, as a power burst out from his waist. He moved his body half a foot forward, dodging the sword light. And as he did so, he slashed with his own purple moon sword. He did so at an angle the Viscount could not see, which let it strike the man's shoulder. The sword went in 2 inches, but it felt to Han Sen as if he had just tried to stab glue. He could not stab the man again, as the sword was stuck inside his shoulder. The Viscount did not next expect himself to get hurt by a baron. He looked incredibly mad, and without caring much for the wound, he tried thrusting toward Han Sen's neck. He wanted to cut Han Sen's head off, then and there. Han Sen knew this would happen, though. So, he pulled his sword back and dodged. He continued running towards the forest. But another baron blocked Han Sen's way. The baron's lance was swinging wildly like a dragon. He didn't want to kill Han Sen, just stop him. The Viscount looked cold and murderous. He wanted to stab Han Sen in the back. Han Sen could not go backward nor forward, and he was going to get hit by the Viscount. So, Han Sen turned around and watched the Viscount. He crossed the purple moon longsword and shortsword so they'd be brought up against the Viscount's sword. He paid little attention to the lance behind him. The baron noticed his opportunity, and so he used all of his powers to strike Han Sen in the back. The tip of the lance cracked the atmosphere as it flew to plant itself in Han Sen's back. Almost at the same time this occurred, the Viscount's sword came down on Han Sen's 2 swords. It shined brightly, dousing the whole forest in green light. Han Sen suddenly jumped, his body assuming a weird position in the air. It was like he was lying down, aloft in the air. He pushed the Viscount's sword back with his own 2 swords, as a sword light came behind Han Sen. Kacha! The baron's lance went below Han Sen, striking the Viscount in the chest. And at the same time, the Viscount's sword light decapitated the striking baron. Blood was spilling everywhere, and the Viscount was enraged. He swung his sword and chased Han Sen into the forest. 1767 One arrow strikes the here inside a pool of still water. Han Sen lay motionless beneath its surface. He watched everything that was happening around him. Since running into the forest, he had run non-stop for the past 4 days. He could not keep track of how many nobles he had killed, but they just kept on coming. He hadn't had a moment's rest. There were at least 5 Viscount nobles giving chase, as well. After endless fighting, the Dongshuan armor had incurred many marks. But that was nothing to Han Sen. If other nobles were in his position, Viscounts included, they'd have been exhausted and dead a long time ago. Han Sen was still energized. The Dongshuan armor absorbed energy from the very earth to fuel his power. He could keep fighting without a need for stopping. Han Sen wanted to use the Archangel Bone Arrow to kill his pursuers, but he would need to activate his Super God Spirit body to make use of it. The energy cost of taking on that form, however, far outweighed what the armor could put out. His real enemy was not a Viscount. If he could not kill the Junyu, he would keep on being chased like this. Han Sen hadn't bothered returning to the sanctuary, though, because running away was not his style. A good offense was the best defense, and what he really needed to do was find the Junyu. Han Sen was taking a 10-minute break, hiding in the pool. He eventually heard footsteps approach. *T. Where did that *SSHOLE go? How the hell does a baron have this much power, endurance, and skill? Growled a rough voice from close by. It was the Viscount with a sword. Han Sen had learned that his name was Hui. Hui was answered by another, calmer voice. He might be a baron, but he is related to the pirates. He is not like ordinary barons, so that is something I can understand. Mr. Elephant is getting impatient. If we don't kill him, we'll end up being slaughtered for failing, Hui said quietly. Maybe not. Mr. Elephant went to Old Dragon Rock Mountain to kill that xenogeniac. He won't be back for a bit. We still have plenty of time. The calm voice was speaking again. Han Sen heard it. He had been running through the xenogenic space for a while now, and he had gained some familiarity with the area. He had also captured a few barons and interrogated them for information, and so he knew about Old Dragon Rock Mountain. He had never dared venture there, though. One baron said that Old Dragon Rock Mountain had a xenogenic on it that was of Earl class, and that was something Han Sen wasn't exactly keen on provoking. Mr. Elephant wants to kill an Earl xenogenic. He has a big appetite. Han Sen was coldly laughing to himself. The higher races said they were the highest in their bracket, but they were not invincible. Han Sen had guessed Mr. Elephant was a viscount, and he was indeed very brave to hunt an Earl xenogenic. Where did he go? Hui resumed his search, angrily. Another viscount wished to answer, but he suddenly widened his eyes as he looked into the pool to the left of Hui. Hui knew something had to be wrong, so he pulled his sword out and slashed blindly toward the water. Hui saw Han Sen leap out of the pool and come for him. Go to hell. Hui used more strength than ever, but he knew that something was wrong. His angry expression turned worried. Gotcha. The sword cut Han Sen's body in half, but Hui immediately knew that something wasn't right. It was just an illusion. Han Sen's body was still in a half-crouch, looking like a beast ready to pounce. He jumped at Hui and grabbed his waist, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and pulled the viscount into the water. Another viscount came near to the pool and looked into the water. It was too dirty, and he could not see who was down there. He couldn't risk a strike. He held a bow and aimed at the water instead, unsure of where to fire. Hui, come out so that I can shoot. Nikai shouted at the water. Pang! A wave formed as someone rose out of the water. Nikai aimed the bow at the form, then noticed it was Hui. Almost at the same time, someone else emerged in silence. This person had two purple swords, both of which were different sizes. They were coming right for Nikai. Those two swords were fully serrated, and after all the fighting thus far, they looked like fangs. Nikai reacted quickly. He lowered the bow and prepared to fire. With so little distance between him and his target, Nikai was confident Han Sen would not be able to dodge. Han Sen didn't try to dodge, either. He just smiled at the man and revealed his white teeth. With the swords, he slashed toward the arrow that was fired. Naive. Nikai laughed in dark amusement. His viscount weapon was a bow, formed by a viscount xenogenic black scale beast. It was powerful, and a baron should not have been able to block it. Han Sen's swing landed on the arrow, though. The purple moon swords had endured much over the last 4 days, though, and they shattered into bits of broken glass. The arrow was still coming, too. It struck Han Sen in the chest. The arrow pushed Han Sen back down into the water. A bevy of blood filtered upwards, followed by bubbles. Nikai, good job. Hui was happy, but before he could finish, the water exploded. A body flew towards them like a weird bird. Death wish. Hui slashed towards it. The waves and the green light were going to cut Han Sen in half. Han Sen was in the air with a gold feather bow, and he had somehow taken Nikai's arrow to use as his own. Boing! The string made a noise as the arrow flew directly toward Hui. Hui was immediately frightened. He gave up on Han Sen and tried striking the arrow. Over the last few days, he had fought with Han Sen a lot. And he knew Han Sen was stronger than an average baron. Now that he had Nikai's arrow, Hui could definitely be damaged. But the arrow looked as if it had been imbued with magic. It disappeared from sight, and then, Hui felt a sharp pain in his chest. Hui looked down. Somehow, the arrow had plunged into his chest. The item twisted like a monster's fang, digging through the armor and flesh, all the way until it reached the heart. 1768 The Battle of the Arrow blurred. Hui opened his mouth, and blood leaked over his lips. The arrow neatly punctured his heart, bringing him down to the ground. He kept twitching, and his faint breaths would only sustain himself briefly. Death would soon claim him. Nikai felt cold. One baron had ambushed 2 viscounts and killed one with relative ease. If Nikai hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and the arrow used wasn't his, he wouldn't have believed something so outrageous had occurred. Is this guy from a higher race than the pirates? If he isn't, I don't see how he has managed to last so long. Nikai's mind couldn't stop racing. Few creatures possessed genes that were perfect enough to do what Han Sen was doing. Han Sen didn't spend much time in thought, though. He pulled the arrow out of Hui's chest. As more blood continued to gush and the man's life force waned. He brought the arrow back up to the gold feather bow, pulled the string, and took aim at Nikai. Nikai gritted his teeth and pulled out another arrow, so he could take aim at Han Sen. After all this, Nikai knew there was no turning back. If he wanted to survive this, the only way to do so would be by killing Han Sen. When it came to archery, Nikai was very confident he had to be, otherwise, his Geno weapon wouldn't have been a bow. This was practically his life. Han Sen's arrow was strong, but Nikai didn't think he'd lose in competition against him. That was because he could use the drillhead skill, as well. His power was stronger and faster because his bow was better. Nikai was confident that if they both were able to fire, Han Sen would be the one to die. Nikai went silent and drew his arrow. The head of the arrow possessed a halo, imbued with all the strength a Geno armament could give. It made his arrow stronger, to provide it greater piercing strength. Even viscounts with heavy shields for a Geno armament could not block the arrow. Han Sen went silent, staring down at the fingers Nikai was using to hold the arrow in place. Slowly, Han Sen pulled his string. The gold feather witch's beast soul bow was only Baron class, so it wouldn't be as strong as Nikai's. That being said, it was enough for Han Sen. Boing! 2 arrows launched from their perches at the same time, making it sound like only one string had been drawn and released. 2 arrows flew out with a severe drilling force. They were like vipers, cutting the air with a speed that made them disappear from sight. The most unbelievable thing about all this was that the viper-looking arrows met with each other in the air. The snake-like arrowheads collided with each other. But Nikai's speed and power were greater. So, when the arrows came against each other, it was at a distance that was closer to Han Sen. Nikai didn't expect this to happen, but he was delighted by it. He had been worrying about how he might dodge Han Sen's arrow, but now he no longer had to consider it. The power he had put into his arrow would be enough to break Han Sen's projectile. They were both drilling arrows, and his speed and power were stronger. The spinning arrowheads impacted like 2 drills coming against each other. The arrowhead sparked like there was lightning contained in the 2. At that moment, a victor was determined between the 2 arrows. One arrow was like a ragged cloth from a washing machine, and it was tossed aside. The other arrow, after the impact, did not slow. Instead, it sped up and cracked the sky. Nikai was shocked. He couldn't understand why his arrow had been defeated, despite the fact Han Sen should have had less power. Han Sen's arrow didn't slow down, it sped up. That was against the laws of physics. Before he could think, the arrow was before him at a blinding speed. Nikai had almost been unable to dodge, and he pulled out a knife from his waistbelt and tried striking the arrow midair. The arrow was brimming with power, and it went off course to avoid his block. It was as if the arrow had come alive. "You want to deal with me like this? You are too naive," Nikai shouted. He grabbed his bow and threw it at the arrow, and then, the arrow flew away. Just as Nikai was feeling better, he turned back to look at Han Sen, and his eyes opened wide. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle, and his face was stiff with fright. The shadow of an arrow was growing bigger in his eyes, and Han Sen had only just finished firing and was lowering the bow. "My arrow, why is it here?" Nikai thought. Right before the arrow he fired blew through his head. Pang! Nikai looked back, and he did not understand why the arrow he had fired had shot him. Then he was dead. Han Sen came before Nikai's body. He took the arrow back and put it away, thinking it was some good stuff. Unlike the Archangel bone arrow, which was ridiculously difficult to make use of, these new arrows made for good weapons in the hunting of a Viscount Xenogeniac. Han Sen's arrows were not as strong as Nikai's, but the yin-yang blast he used allowed Han Sen's attack to borrow Nikai's power. It sped up a second time. But even so, he couldn't kill Nikai with his attack. The man was too good with drillhead. So Han Sen made his target the fired arrow. After a swift calculation, and after he used yin-yang blast to hit the arrow, he calculated that the arrow would fall into his hands. Han Sen had grabbed the arrow and silently fired back at Nikai. By the time Nikai noticed this, it was too late. When it came to raw power, Han Sen was not as capable as Nikai. But Han Sen was the master of skills and techniques. He was not weak in the Geno universe, and already he was better than Viscounts like Nikai. Han Sen looted Nikai and Huai's bodies, and he found some good stuff. Then, he chucked their bodies into the water before running back into the forest in front of Old Dragon Rock Mountain. Mr. Elephant was riding a white elephant. He looked at the dragon-like mountain. "Sir, why are you risking this? Why are you going to provoke Old Turtle?" The white elephant addressed Mr. Elephant. "You think I'm here for Old Turtle?" Mr. Elephant said, looking deep and cold. White Elephant was shocked, and it said, "Old Turtle should be the only one on Old Dragon Rock Mountain. Are there any other xenogenics? Old Turtle used to follow Heavenly Pirate. I can't see why that woman from Pirate would come here and break the vows, Mr. Elephant said calmly. He looked at the mountain with passion. 1769 Old Dragon Rock Mountain. White Elephant looked at the mountain with passion and said, abandoned thief stole things from all over. He took a lot of treasure. If Old Turtle followed in his footsteps, he'd be nothing more than the crook. Still, he might earn himself quite a bit of treasure, too. Mr. Elephant smiled and nodded. I see. If it wasn't for that woman of the pirates that came here, I wouldn't have learned about this. Still, we need to be wary of any who have had contact with abandoned thief. White Elephant raised his head and said, do not worry, sir. I will help you get the Old Turtle, no matter what comes. Mr. Elephant smiled, and coldly said, no rush, though. Maybe we don't even need to do anything. White Elephant wished to say something more, but Mr. Elephant had him walk towards the mountains ahead. They didn't scale Old Dragon Rock Mountain. Half a day later, a pretty shadow neared Old Dragon Rock Mountain. It was going up the mountain quite sneakily. It was higher. She was heading up Old Dragon Rock Mountain. When she came before the wall, she looked around her and proceeded to knock on it. A rock that had appeared seamless suddenly cracked open to reveal a cave. This is it, Hire said to herself. Her small body slipped inside and disappeared into the cave. Then, the rocks moved again. Not a crevice remained when the stone closed up the cave. Not long after, Mr. Elephant rode White Elephant up to the wall. He looked at the wall that was inconspicuously sealed. Mister, should we enter? White Elephant asked. No, just wait here, Mr. Elephant answered placidly. After Han Sen had obtained 2 Viscount arrows for himself, he was perfectly equipped. He could easily kill Viscounts now, and there was no need for him to be afraid of them. Still, Han Sen did not make his presence known. He remained hidden as he traveled to Old Dragon Rock Mountain. When Han Sen arrived, he saw Mr. Elephant and White Elephant standing before the wall. Old Dragon Rock Mountain lived up to its name. It was indeed shaped like a dragon, albeit one that was looking up to the sky. Mr. Elephant and White Elephant were up near its neck. Han Sen used Dongshuan aura to hide his presence. He hid himself in a nearby wood and watched Mr. Elephant. He wondered what he was doing. There was a stone wall directly in front of him, but he couldn't detect anything weird about that. Mr. Elephant was still riding atop White Elephant. Like a robot without batteries, it stood in front of the wall without moving an inch. Han Sen didn't move, either. Mr. Elephant might have been a Viscount, but a higher class of Viscount would be nothing like Huey. Han Sen thought White Elephant was nothing simple, either. It looked like Mr. Elephant's mount, but Han Sen had the sneaking suspicion that the creature was a scarier foe than Mr. Elephant himself. Han Sen was hidden in the woods, waiting. He knew that Mr. Elephant wouldn't stand where he was for no reason. Something must have been on the precipice of happening. After half a day, the wall made a kacha-kacha sound. And the wall that had no seams suddenly started to open. It became a cave that was a few meters tall. Before Han Sen could spy what was inside, a small shadow suddenly appeared. It was Hire. Hire initially looked very happy, but when she saw Mr. Elephant, her face changed completely. Lady Hire, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Elephant looked as if he was smiling. He looked at her like she was a little treasure for the taking. Why were you waiting for me? Hire asked, her facial expression remaining carefully neutral. Mr. Elephant didn't change at all, and went on to say, I have heard pirates are horrible, evil thieves. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems all too real right now. You used that innocent lowlife to pull people's attention away from you, so you could go and look for treasure undisturbed. Most people would have been fooled, completely oblivious to the fact that you had stolen their treasure. I don't know what you're talking about. I have come here about a xenogeniac. There is no treasure to claim. Hire stepped to the side, wishing to walk right past him. But the elephant raised its feet and stomped the earth. Rocks broke as a shockwave raced towards Hire. Hire jumped back, with her path now broken. Hire looked icily at Mr. Elephant. Elephant, how dare you? Do you think you can bully a pirate? Mr. Elephant smiled. Calm down. Junyus only light up one lantern in the hall. They say we are of a higher race, but compared to the top races like the pirates, we are lowly. I wouldn't purposely be rude to you. It's good that you know. Hire hummed and started to step past Mr. Elephant, but Mr. Elephant continued speaking. But the leader of the pirates, the powerful abandoned thief, promised they would not enter the Dan Zon system. You wouldn't touch anything here. We really respect him, and we always take his reputation into consideration. If you would like to leave, I won't stop you. But please, leave behind the item that belongs here. Do not tarnish abandoned thief's name. I see. You should have told me this sooner. Hire looked as if she really understood everything. She pulled out a pair of gold eggs and presented them to Mr. Elephant. She said, "This is what I got from here. You can have them." After that, Hire moved like a bird. She jumped atop a wall, wanting to climb across. "Lady Hire, if you are going to be this stubborn, then I will have to be rude," Mr. Elephant said in a hard voice. Then, White Elephant lifted its trunk, which struck directly toward Hire like a white snake. Hire's toes stepped across the wall, and she tried to dodge, but the trunk was too fast. Before she could dodge, it snared her body, wrapped her up, and pulled her down. When Hire was captured by the White Elephant, a gotcha noise sounded from the stone wall. The rocks opened up again, and a red shadow flew out. It landed right near Hire. 1770 Pirate Bone Sword. The red thing was an old turtle with a red shell that was the size of a grinding wheel. The turtle stood on 2 feet, and it swung the other 2 like clawed hands to grab White Elephant by the trunk. The turtle managed to unfurl the nose that had grabbed Hire and save her. The turtle and the elephant were engaged in a tug of war, with neither of them clearly winning. But the rocks all around were breaking, as if getting struck by hammers. White Elephant pulled back its trunk, and eventually lifted Old Turtle off the ground. It was fast, and Old Turtle's body whipped through the air. The turtle had latched on tightly though, with flames blooming from its claws. It crawled up the trunk to reach Mr. Elephant. Mr. Elephant moved, jumping off of the elephant. Then, White Elephant's trunk extinguished the fire and said, "Sir, I will deal with the turtle." Mr. Elephant did not hesitate. He simply chased after Hire, who had run off. Hire was tricky, but she was only just a baron. She was weaker than Mr. Elephant, and he managed to catch up easily. Mr. Elephant hastily approached Hire, saying, "Lady Hire, leave the item behind and I will pretend I never saw you." "Didn't I give you the eggs?" Hire asked innocently. "If you still don't understand, I will have to be rude." Mr. Elephant didn't hesitate again, and he moved to grab hold of Hire. Hire was frightened, and she stumbled back. She tried to dodge but couldn't. So, the precise moment that Mr. Elephant was about to grab her by the shoulders, Hire drew a soft sword from her waistbelt. It was like water, and it rushed at Mr. Elephant's hands. Mr. Elephant seemed to recognize it, and so he jerked back his hands and said, "The pirate bone sword. It seems as if your rank amongst the pirates is higher than I thought. It's good that you acknowledge this. Now get lost." Hire spoke, with the sword raised. "Even though you are of the pirates, and a first daughter at that, you have disobeyed the abandoned thief's vow. They can't stand for you any longer." Mr. Elephant was not afraid, and he moved to grab her again. Hire used her pirate bone sword to fight him. The blade switched between being hard and soft on a whim. When it was hard, it was like steel. When it was soft, it was like a ribbon. It went well with Hire's strange sword skills, and her strange sword lights. Although Mr. Elephant was stronger, it did not seem as if he could do anything. Women are born actresses. When Han Sen had seen Hire's techniques before, he knew she hadn't been trying her best. What he was witnessing now were the best skills she possessed. But most of Han Sen's focus was on the bone sword. It was composed of a very strange material. It was thin like the spine of a cactus, all soft and weird. The sword lights it emitted were even stranger. They were things that not even Mr. Elephant dared to touch. Han Sen watched the fight with his Dongshuan aura. The sword was inferior to the Archangel Bone Arrow, but superior to the Horn Arrows. It could have been an Earl or Marquis treasure. Han Sen was very good when it came to the bow and sword. If he could find a good sword to complement his bow, he'd have a great time hunting xenogeniacs. Mr. Elephant was afraid of the sword and the sword light, but he was one class above her, and his techniques were good, too. He pulled out an ancient sword to fight against hers. He was careful, managing to evade every single sword light as he tried to push her towards a stone wall she could not escape from. White Elephant was still engaged in combat with Old Turtle. Their clashing powers were sundering the very mountain. White Elephant was so powerful, but Old Turtle was very swift. It was difficult to determine which would be the victor. Han Sen looked at Old Turtle's movements. If his turtle shell had not been red, Han Sen would have believed him to be one of the ninja turtles. White Elephant and Old Turtle were xenogeniacs. They were both Earl class. Han Sen took one look at their fight, and he knew that he could not kill either of them. Not even the horn arrows could pierce their skin. But Han Sen still had one hope, despite it all. He fancied the idea of using the Archangel Bone Arrow to kill one of them. That would make for a fine reward. His transformation time would be limited, though Han Sen believed he'd only be able to fire the arrow once. Even if he managed to kill one, he'd be unable to eat the body, but it'd at least benefit the others. So, Han Sen was just watching for now. He was hoping to find the right time to strike. White Elephant and Old Turtle were both strong, and it looked as if neither of the two would get tired. Many fires scorched the rocks all around them, as the elephant's trunk smashed everything in its path. The mountainside was looking terrible, but they both managed to avoid the spot where Mr. Elephant and Hire were fighting. They didn't want to hurt them. Unfortunately, Hire was doing bad on her own. Her bone sword and skills managed to block Mr. Elephant's strikes, but her endurance was not as high as a Viscount's. Under the constant pressure of the fight, she soon exhausted all her power. Her subsequent strikes weren't half as strong, and her speed fell off, as well. Han Sen could see Hire was doing poorly. If this continued and Mr. Elephant managed to steal her item, it could be difficult to find again. Seeing White Elephant and Old Turtle still locked in combat, Han Sen had a thought. So, he summoned his gold feather bow and planted a horn arrow on the string. Hire's face looked glum, and things were continuing to go poorly for her. Dong! Hire accidentally let Mr. Elephant slap her hand. The pirate bone sword fell to the ground. The pirate bone sword was rare, but he didn't dare touch it. It was a weapon that high-level pirates could wield. It wouldn't be a good idea for an outsider to touch it. Miss Hire, hand over the item. Or do you want me to do it? Mr. Elephant had pushed her into a corner, and she could no longer fight back. I have lost this time, so here. Take it. Hire pulled out an item and threw it at him. Mr. Elephant did not catch it, though. He let it fall to the ground first pang. It landed on the ground and exploded. A flash of light arose, and as everyone watched the display, Hire grabbed her pirate bone sword and tried stabbing Mr. Elephant. But Mr. Elephant fell back and dodged the attack. Unfortunately for him, his chest was still cut open, and he began to bleed. Even Mr. Elephant was afraid of the pirates. He didn't want to hurt her, but he was so angry, he shouted out like a golem. His body expanded, and his muscles tightened like steel. He punched the pirate's sword, sending Hire and the blade flying back into the mountain wall. The wall itself cracked when Hire slammed into it. The pirate bone sword in Hire's hands was knocked out of her grip. Mr. Elephant threw another punch towards Hire. But the girl's eyes were very round, and she said quietly, "Elephant, you really dare hurt me?" Mr. Elephant's punch was like that of an elephant's trunk, and a scary power traveled with it. But when the fist came right before Hire, he stopped. The Junyu were strong, and people considered them a higher race. But he had to hold himself in check. Abandoned Thief had made them a promise, but there were limits to the protection that promise offered. If Mr. Elephant took the item from Hire, and the pirates couldn't say anything. If he hurt Hire, they wouldn't let things slide so easily. Abandoned Thief had gone on thieving sprees a lot, back in the day. The higher races of the Geno Hall were frightened due to the frequent robbing. Although Abandoned Thief was long gone, the pirates continued his legacy. Mr. Elephant did not know if his actions could be avenged, but he'd rather not find out. After all, thieves never failed to keep their promises. Everyone in the universe knew the reputation of the pirates. If Hire was important to them, it would risk the entirety of Junyu being ruined. He didn't want to find out what might happen if he injured or killed her. No, Mr. Elephant's face was still directly in front of Hire. He started to say something further, but his face suddenly changed. He roared, lifted his arms again, and spun around. A horn arrow was racing towards his throat. Mr. Elephant threw his fist towards it, but the horn arrow suddenly disappeared. When it appeared again, the arrow was directly in front of his chest. The spinning arrow was going to pierce through his armor and drill through his flesh. Roar! Mr. Elephant moved his body, and in that moment, he teleported 1 foot away. He dodged the evil arrow. The next second, Mr. Elephant's look of victory was replaced by fear. Another, more silent arrow, was touching his belly. The spinning arrow tip managed to pierce through his armor. Mr. Elephant moved his body and tightened his muscles. He released a burst of power, but it was too late. He couldn't dodge the silent arrow. The horn arrow wasn't sharp enough to pierce all the way into his belly. It could, however, break his bones. The powerful drilling force shredded muscle and bone. After inserting itself half an inch into his stomach, it stopped swirling. It was too late to pull it out, though. By the time he had dealt with those 2 arrows, Hire was attacking from behind. And although she had dropped the pirate bone sword, she still had a white fang dagger, and she swung it at Mr. Elephant's back. Mr. Elephant grabbed Hire, then tossed her aside. He still didn't want to hurt her. In the corner of his eye, though, he managed to catch a glimpse of his other attacker. When he saw the person clearly, Mr. Elephant was shocked. When he saw the arrow at first, 20 names and faces crossed his mind. The face of his true aggressor, however, hadn't been on the list. The person that fired at him was the creature Hire had used as bait. He was wearing black armor, and although Mr. Elephant couldn't see his face, he remembered the armor. Mr. Elephant always remembered what he saw, and this was not a mistake. He didn't expect that Hire's bait would still be alive at this point. And on top of that, the lesser being had come to Old Dragon Rock Mountain and attacked Mr. Elephant twice. Mr. Elephant knew that anyone capable of using those arrows was not weak. And yet despite that, he knew that this being was merely a baron. It was shocking that a baron was able to hurt him. If the arrow had been any stronger, he'd have been killed. When Mr. Elephant threw Hire away, Han Sen stepped over to the wall and picked up the pirate bone sword. Han Sen had encountered several viscounts, but Mr. Elephant was far stronger than Nikai and Huey. He was a greater foe in every aspect, from strength, to speed, to techniques. Hire was hit hard, and she was still unable to get up. Mr. Elephant was no longer paying attention to her, though. She was a pirate, and she was very evil. But she was too weak to pose a true threat to him. For some reason, Mr. Elephant was starting to feel nervous with Han Sen there. Han Sen and Hire were both barons, but Han Sen seemed to be the more frightening of the two. Which was particularly notable considering that Hire was one of the pirates. Mr. Elephant stared at Han Sen and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be a son of the pirates." Mr. Elephant thought Han Sen was a pirate, too. Otherwise, how else could he have achieved such power? His power was not the sort of power one could expect any baron to possess. Even among barons of the higher races, it was incredibly rare to see someone of that level. Han Sen didn't say anything, though. He was here to kill, and that was that. He had no interest in talking. And it wouldn't be a bad thing if people thought he was a pirate, either. If the Junyu went after him, he'd be safer that way. Han Sen lifted the sword and ran towards Mr. Elephant. He ran lightly, moving with grace. Mr. Elephant grunted, and he used the powers of an elephant to tighten and harden his muscles. He could burst with energy like that for a while. Mr. Elephant did not think he would lose, even to someone of a higher race. Since he was a viscount, there was no way he'd lose to a baron. But when Han Sen struck, Mr. Elephant regretted his overconfidence. He had heard that an elite swordsman could gather their swordmen. They could cast blasts of air without the faintest movement of their sword. Mr. Elephant had seen this before, but only from dukes that were talented with sword skills and possessed powerful sword minds. And again, this was just a baron. But when Han Sen struck, Mr. Elephant felt as if his whole world had been taken by that sword. The scary swordman became tangible, and he almost couldn't breathe. Mr. Elephant did not believe such a swordman could be created by a baron. He used to know one swordsman that had become a duke, but not even his swordman was as good as this baron's. A swordman itself did not have power, and you couldn't kill others with it. But a swordman represented the extent of a swordsman's skill, and it showed how much their sword skills connected with the earth. The more synergy a swordsman had with the earth, the more powerful his skills would be when they were unleashed. Someone with a strong swordman could make even common sword skills incredibly powerful. Han Sen was not focused on the sword, but his swordman was the best. Although it had been achieved through luck, he tried hard to practice with it, too. One strike drew blood, and the second strike lopped off an arm. The sword strike went for the soul. Under Han Sen's sword, Mr. Elephant felt as if he could not use his own powers to compete. It was as if he had been restricted, and couldn't do anything. He could not block anything completely. All he could do was watch his own blood cascade. Han Sen was not strong enough to seriously injure Mr. Elephant, but the pirate bone sword's ice-like light managed to cut open his enemy's flesh and bone with ease. Roar! White Elephant called angrily. Ignoring Old Turtle's strikes, he ran over to Mr. Elephant. He wanted to save him, since he was obviously in extreme danger. But it was already too late. No one would have expected a baron to use such a frightening swordman or such sophisticated sword skills. Gotcha. Mr. Elephant's head was sent arcing through the air. Han Sen wasn't going to stop to watch it, though. He held the pirate bone sword in one hand and picked up higher with the other. Then, he ran. Xenogeniac Viscount hunted. Xenogeniac Gene found. Old Elephant Man. Han Sen ran 10 meters and saw Mr. Elephant's head hit the ground. Unfortunately, Han Sen had to leave the body behind. He did not have the time to collect the xenogeniac materials. White Elephant and Old Turtle squealed. Racing into the forest, Han Sen kept on running, putting the sword next to Hire's neck. He shouted back to Old Turtle, "Old Turtle, get that white elephant, or I'll cut her head off." "You wouldn't dare," Old Turtle shouted in the common language. Han Sen did not say a word, and he actually got ready to do the deed. "Stop, I promise," Old Turtle screamed in panic. The pirate bone sword's blade had been pressed against Hire's neck for a bit, nicking the skin to draw a few drops of blood. If Old Turtle had answered any slower, Hire would have been killed. Now, Han Sen looked like he was about to cut her neck again. Old Turtle shouted and jumped in front of the white elephant to fight it. "If I see you or the white elephant, I will cut her head off." Han Sen put away the sword and ran into the woods along with Hire. Old Turtle was a little hesitant to do as instructed, but when he tried to catch up, he could not find Han Sen. Not a trace of him could be seen. It was like the two had just vanished into the woods. The Dongshuan aura was excellent when it came to hiding people. Even Earl-class xenogeniacs would not be able to track them when they were out of direct sight. Han Sen grabbed Hire and took her into a cave. Then, he lobbed her onto the ground. "Brother Dollar, you are safe. I was worried about you." Hire looked so innocent. She looked at Han Sen with sincerity in her eyes. "It is a shame you didn't choose to become an actress." Han Sen complimented her faint, then proceeded to ignore her. He just reached out his hands, searching up and down her body. Hire was someone special, that much he could tell. She must have received something from Old Turtle, too. When he had grabbed her back there, he hoped to threaten Old Turtle into helping him. And not just that, but also so he could nab whatever treasure she supposedly had. "Brother Dollar, what are you doing? I am not an adult yet." Hire was on the floor, blushing like a shy lady. Han Sen had seen many hot women in his time, so he wouldn't get turned on by her. Han Sen searched her body, trying to find the treasure. Hire was evil, but she was just a woman. When Han Sen touched her, she screamed, "Don't touch me. I am of the pirate. If you disrespect me, the others of the pirate will come after you. They will slay your entire family. Sorry, I am the only one. Come after me whenever you want," Han Sen said coldly, before continuing to rummage through her clothes. Han Sen found a toxic fang dagger, and then continued his search. "Brother Dollar, tell me what it is that you want and I will give it to you." Hire had tried things the hard way, so she approached him from a more pitiable angle. Han Sen ignored her and kept searching. *SSHOLE. "Pervert, I'll kill you. Slice you up like good sashimi." Hire squirmed and struggled, but Han Sen put a few coins on her. She couldn't move away. Han Sen was still searching, so she shouted. Hire had many items on her, but Han Sen could not tell which was the treasure. He took it all, anyway. Aside from her clothes, he claimed everything she possessed. After the search, Han Sen looked at her to see if there was anything missing. Hire looked like a woman that had been bullied, and she weakly said, "What are you doing? If you touch me any further, Big Pirate Uncle won't let you go. He will skin you alive." Hire looked very pitiable, and while it was very attractive, Han Sen said coldly, "Don't worry, I am not interested in a woman with no boobs." After that, Han Sen turned around and left. He abandoned her in the cave, all alone. *SSHOLE. I won't forget about this. If you had the balls too, you'd kill me. Otherwise. Hire looked at Han Sen as she shouted. She had been humiliated and infuriated by the search. Now, she was enraged. She had one sole treasure that kept her safe, but it resided inside her body. Unfortunately, it was too high class for her, and she could not control it just yet. It only worked when she was critically wounded. She wanted to lure Han Sen into hurting her body and triggering the item, so she could blow him into bits. But Han Sen didn't do anything. All he did was rummage through her things and leave. She was so mad that she thought she was going to get a nosebleed. Han Sen had earned a lot from his venture. Aside from Hire's treasures, he also got what he earned from Hawaiian Nikkei. He found a few xenogenic ingredients, too. It was pretty great. Han Sen found himself a hidden place, and with all the treasure he had amassed, he returned to the sanctuary. He planned on hiding for a little while before he returned. Then, he would have to be Han Sen again. No one would imagine that a commoner with Geno armor would have been able to kill Mr. Elephant and rob Hire. He took his treasure home and tallied up what he had found. The best thing he had gotten was definitely the pirate bone sword. He didn't know what its class was, but Han Sen could take advantage of its sharpness and sword light. It provided a greater ceiling of power for him to utilize. The second best were the two-horn arrows, and then the toxic fang dagger. They were weapons that had been forged from Viscount materials. There were some barren xenogenic materials too, and some other miscellaneous things that had been owned by Hire. Among them, he found a few jade bottles filled with pills. He wasn't sure what they were for, as there were no labels on them. There were many weird items in xenogenic materials, and Han Sen also managed to get some golden eggs. He had quite a heap of treasure, in truth. Unfortunately, there was nothing else truly special among the various items. He thought to himself, weird, Hire must have received something from Old Turtle. I wonder what it was. Han Sen did not know what the item that Old Turtle gave to Hire might have been, so he put them all away for the time being. Seeing all the weapons and armors created by the xenogenic materials, Han Sen felt glum. There was so much equipment he could not make use of, and he thought it was a great waste. If he sold them, people might be able to trace back their origin and find out who Han Sen was. He wasn't quite sure what to do. These items were originally xenogenic materials. Maybe I can cook them. Han Sen cooked up a Baron class knife, leaving it to boil overnight. It did melt, which made him extremely happy. Come here, try my new meal. It's a weapon and armor mix. Han Sen called Little Angel and the others over to share the Geno fluid he had created from the xenogenic material. But none of them dared to eat too much. They did not want to generate Geno armor and be forced to leave the sanctuary. Han Sen, I want to go to Kate. That night, as Han Sen was resting in the garden, Stay Up Late came over and spoke to him. Why? Han Sen looked confused. I want to look for Little Flower, Stay Up Late said with seriousness. I have tried. Little Flower might not even be on planet Kate. I don't know where Old Cat might have taken him, Han Sen said. It's fine. I just don't want to sit around here, doing nothing. Little Flower was my target for observation, so I have to do something, Stay Up Late said. Okay, I will take you if you are willing to try these magnet fruits. The information I have found suggests that magnet fruits can evolve Geno armor a second time. But I am not sure. It is up to you if you want to give them a shot, Han Sen said. I will, Stay Up Late said immediately. Han Sen took Stay Up Late up to the storage unit. He unearthed a box which contained the magnet fruit. Stay Up Late picked up a magnet fruit, and without hesitation, he took a big bite. Unfortunately, the skin proved to be too hard, and he couldn't eat it. Han Sen took out the pirate bone sword and used it to cut the fruit open. When the lotus seed broke, a liquid like maple syrup flowed out. Stay Up Late quickly sucked up all the juice and swallowed it down. The fruit was rather big, but there was not much juice. There were only 2 to 3 liters. Only the transparent fruit skin was left behind. After drinking the magnet fruit juice, Stay Up Late's Geno armor appeared without being summoned. The Geno armor took in some power, and then it started to melt suddenly. There was a strange movement in the air. The sanctuary gate felt Stay Up Late's changes, and it began to open in order to throw him out. Han Sen's face changed. He put his hand on Stay Up Late and used his mutant blood power. He teleported with Stay Up Late, taking him right to planet Kate's xenogenic space. Han Sen looked around, and fortunately, there were no other creatures around them. Stay Up Late's Geno armor was still in the process of evolving. After it became liquid, it surged together into a sphere. It kept changing in front of Stay Up Late. Becoming a noble, magnet fruit is good, no wonder it was considered a treasure. Han Sen felt relieved. Han Sen began to relax. He wanted to see what sort of Geno armament Stay Up Late would generate. The Geno armor became liquid, and it swirled in front of Stay Up Late. Eventually, it formed a shape. Watching the item generate, Han Sen felt strange. The Geno armament he generated was a teapot. When the Geno armament finished forming, it was indeed it was snow white. What is this weapon for? Han Sen looked at the teapot in his hand and asked. This was the first time he had ever seen something so strange. Stay Up Late laughed and said, at least we know it can turn into an armor, but I'm not sure about anything else. Han Sen didn't ask again, so he just looked around and said, now you are isolated by the sanctuary. You cannot go back. Let's go see Chao. Her wizard team needs people, after all. You can stay with her and get used to the environment. Okay, Stay Up Late agreed. Han Sen took Stay Up Late to the xenogenic space's exit. He wasn't wearing his Dongshuan armor, so others wouldn't recognize him as Dollar. It had been 4 days since he had robbed Hire, and surprisingly, there was no danger along the way. They didn't glimpse any nobles, either. They left the xenogenic space peacefully. When they just exited, however, someone appeared. They weren't traveling the same way, but their paths crossed each other. When that person saw them, his voice sounded weird. He said, the crystallizers haven't gone extinct. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were both shocked. After the crystallizers lost the war, they went to the sanctuary. But that was billions of years ago. It was strange for someone to simply see him and immediately recognize him. They looked over in alarm, and they saw a man wearing feather clothing. His head had a white feather, and he looked rather human. He didn't look very pretty, but he had the eyes of a phoenix. Are you a crystallizer, too? Han Sen asked. The man did look like a crystallizer. Of course not. How could I be one of the races that were unable to even light up one lantern inside the Geno Hall? The man shook his head, as if he had been mocked by the suggestion. The man looked at them and said, if the crystallizers are not extinct, why haven't you gone to the Crystal Palace to practice? Why are you here on Kate? Crystal Palace? Why would we need to go there to practice? Han Sen and Stay Up Late asked in confusion. They weren't too sure what the man was talking about. The man looked at the both of them as if he was looking at a couple of orphans, and he said, it looks like the crystallizers have survivors, yes, but you don't know their proper glory. Fret not, for it is not your fault. They wagered that their race could light up a lantern in the Geno Hall. But they didn't, and they were subsequently destroyed. It is lucky for a meager few to have survived. Stay Up Late bowed before the man and said, what is your name? Can we talk about the tales of the crystallizers? My name is Kong Fei. Kong means peacock, and Fei means to fly. The man then went on to say, I wouldn't mind telling you guys, but I don't have the time. There is something pressing I must attend to. If you would like to listen, and have the time, I can tell you as I walk. We have the time, sir. Where are you going? Stay Up Late asked. Kong Fei. Don't call me sir, just call me Kong Fei. But I have heard Planet Kate has a mine near Mosey Mountain. There is a rare ore there. So, I want to try my luck in finding some, Kong Fei said, straightening his posture. Han Sen and Stay Up Late followed, for they both wished to listen to stories of the crystallizers. Stay Up Late was a crystallizer, but he didn't know much about his people's history. Han Sen was curious about the race, as well. Humans came from them. Brother Kong, you said we should travel to the Crystal Palace. Where and what is that? Stay Up Late asked as he walked. My car is nearby, get in and we'll talk. Kong Fei laughed. After walking for a while, they saw a car parked on the road off the mountain. But Han Sen and Stay Up Late swiftly looked depressed. The man was actually driving a tractor, one without an interior. Kate had a very strange mix of technologies. It was difficult to find something like this anywhere else. Kong Fei started up the tractor, and he hopped onto the driver's seat. Han Sen and Stay Up Late sat on either side, clutching a handle. How awesome is my car? Kong Fei laughed as the tractor blazed dusty trails across the roads at high speed. Stay Up Late inched closer to him, and asked something. He had to say it loudly, though, otherwise the engine of the tractor would overwhelm his voice. I've only heard about it, but the Crystal Palace is where the crystallizers were born. If that is true, it might be perfect for you to head there to practice. But after the crystallizers lost, many other races have laid claim to the place. Now, Crystal Palace belongs to Holy Heaven. It is controlled by a duke, and it is a difficult place to reach, Kong Fei said, after a moment of thought. Stay Up Late, hearing what he said, asked, how did we lose? Who destroyed us? What, you want revenge? Kong Fei squinted his eyes. If I was capable, of course I would, Stay Up Late said calmly. Kong Fei laughed and said, to me, it does not matter. Why? Han Sen asked Kong Fei, while he thought to himself, I have searched for so long on the internet, yet I was unable to find anything out about the crystallizers. This guy knows a lot, and he says things like this. Did this guy's race destroy the crystallizers? I have only heard about the crystallizers through others. I don't know if my claims have been fact-checked, but the truth in what I say is up to you to decide. Kong Fei smiled, and went on to say, you have heard about the glorious Geno Hall, yes. All the races light up a lantern there, so that they can leave their name. It is a glory for their entire race, and it can fortify the genes of the race. It allows them all to improve and evolve easier. To be able to leave behind a name, that is something that every race desires. But the Geno Hall only has a small pit, and there aren't many locations for you to light up a fire. It is already full, and if someone else wants to light one, they'd have to claim the flame of others for themselves. Kong Fei eyed both Stay Up Late and Han Sen. They weren't stupid, and they understood what he meant. You mean, the crystallizers tried to take a spot for themselves. But they lost without putting up a fight? Stay Up Late asked. Kong Fei nodded and said, that is what I hear, yes. But as for the full truth, you would have to ask the crystallizers themselves, or at least those of the conquering race. Brother Kong, do you know which race was responsible for our destruction? Han Sen asked. Kong Fei thought for a moment, and then said, let me think, they were called Demon something. The three of them talked as they rolled along. Kong Fei only knew bits about various things, and nothing he said seemed to mesh seamlessly. Plus, this wasn't first-hand information. He claimed everything he knew, he had heard from others. They couldn't be sure if what they were being told was the truth. Some things he said did indeed sound ridiculous and seemed like they came right out of a storybook. So, they focused on listening to what he said, alongside a bucket of salt. Brother Kong, what is your race? Kong Fei spoke about how great his race was, but he never told them the name. Stay Up Late felt compelled to ask. Mine, yes no. Kong Fei laughed. Han Sen and Stay Up Late had never heard of a race like that before, but judging from his looks, it didn't seem like one of the higher tiers. The tractor was still blitzing down the road, and Han Sen and Stay Up Late were starting to think about whether they should go back. Kong Fei had no more information, so it was pointless to follow him any further. But then, the tractor came to a halt. There were lots of creatures on the road, Kate's more than others. But strangely, there were two feathers leading them. Han Sen frowned, and he didn't feel good about what he was seeing. It was strange to see feathers occupying a rather underdeveloped place. Han Sen looked at the pair, and he noticed they were both men. They looked cold like Xena had, and they stared back at the three on the tractor. Did they know about Xena? Han Sen wondered to himself. He was not afraid, but Stay Up Late had only just become a baron. He could not return to the sanctuary, so it'd be dangerous if the feathers thought about going after him, too. Which one of you is Kong Fei? The leader of the feathers asked coldly. Han Sen felt relieved by this, the feathers hadn't come here looking for him. They wanted Kong Fei. I am Kong Fei, why have you come looking for me? If you want me to pay you back, I have no money to do so. Killing me will be a futile endeavor. Kong Fei opened his hands in a helpless gesture. Was it you who killed a feather on Rock Mountain in xenogenic space? The feather asked Kong Fei in an ominous tone. I don't remember if I did. Kong Fei shook his head. The feather grunted coldly and said, it is fine if you do not wish to admit it, but we'll still happily make you pay with your blood here and now. After that, the feather flapped his wings and flew towards Kong Fei. He performed a strike. The sword light was like a rainbow, soaring through the air towards Kong Fei. Kong Fei evaded the sword light, as Han Sen and Stay Up Late also dodged to the sides. Unfortunately, the tractor was cut in half. The feather went straight for Kong Fei, as the other feather led the cape to Han Sen and Stay Up Late. We have nothing to do with this. We don't even know him, and we were just hitching a ride with the guy. Han Sen shouted. Then you picked the wrong vehicle to ride in. The feather grunted and swung his sword at Han Sen without any hesitation. Han Sen felt dismayed by this action. Those that were considered higher races never seemed to like diplomacy and reasoning. But fortunately for Han Sen and Stay Up Late, the feather was merely a baron. The group of Kate were mostly commoners, with two barons in their midst. Stay Up Late's Geno armament became a set of armor. He went for the feather baron while Han Sen went to deal with the Kate. Although Stay Up Late had only just become a baron, his fighting experience was still there, and it led to him being a more formidable fighter than the feather that challenged him. He was better than the feather, but the feather seemed to be at an advantage. Han Sen ran as the Kate tried to surround him. He didn't want to kill them, but he did not enjoy running. Han Sen did not know what was going on, and he didn't want to kill anyone without even knowing why. The last thing he wanted was to make more enemies. That would not be a very wise thing to do. What the feathers wanted was Kong Fei. The feather-fighting Kong Fei was no weaker than Xena had been, but he wasn't able to damage Kong Fei in the least. Kong Fei moved swiftly, and the feather was unable to even brush his clothing. Good techniques. Han Sen was shocked. He watched Kong Fei's energy stream. He had initially assumed him to be a baron at the most. Witnessing his talent in battle, Han Sen knew this was a character that wasn't as simple as he first appeared. While his skills weren't very complicated, they were very deep. Han Sen wouldn't dare say he was better than Kong Fei was. When Han Sen looked at Kong Fei, he noticed that the man wasn't even focusing on the feather, either. It was like while Han Sen was watching him, he was watching Stay Up Late in Han Sen. Kong Fei noticed Han Sen was looking at him, so he beamed a smile. It looked rather nice, and it shocked Han Sen. After the smile, Kong Fei pulled a feather from his clothing and drew an invisible sigil in the air. The feather he used did not touch anyone, and it simply waved through the air. But somehow, it now looked bloody. The blood on the white feather was very obvious to see. It came running down the feather itself. Where it actually came from, Han Sen had no idea. Blurg. A second later, Han Sen knew exactly where the blood was coming from. The two feathers and the kate stopped chasing them. They all put their hands on their necks, screaming in agony. But the blood still poured through the gaps in their fingers. Eventually, they all crumpled to the ground twitching. Their ability to breathe was snatched from them shortly after. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were scared. They could not figure out how Kong Fei had managed to kill them all with his feather. Kong Fei held on to the feather. He swished it back and forth, and the blood all vanished. He put the clean feather back into his clothing. He smiled to Han Sen and Stay Up Late. Do you still want to go to Mosey Mountain? I guess now we have to. Han Sen had a wry smile. It was not a coincidence that the feathers had blocked them there, of all places. But if the feathers found out Han Sen and Stay Up Late had accompanied Kong Fei in the slaughter, splitting up wouldn't make a difference. They'd still be chased down. Then let's go. Kong Fei walked forward 2 steps and then thought of something. He came back and knelt. He started looting the dead bodies, while saying, "Since you guys are dead, you won't need your things. Let me use them on your behalf." Before Han Sen and Stay Up Late could react, Kong Fei had rummaged through all the dead bodies. He had taken everything he could find, almost going so far as to look inside the underwear of the corpses. Han Sen and Stay Up Late knew that Kong Fei's road would be a perilous one, and that wasn't the last they'd see of the feathers. But they did not know why Kong Fei was happy to accept their company and bring them with him. Han Sen didn't have to be too afraid, as he could always slip into the sanctuary. But Stay Up Late could not do that, and Han Sen would have to find a way to protect him. "Brother Han, I saw your moveset. It is quite good. Where'd you learn your style?" On the road, Kong Fei asked Han Sen this with much interest. "I didn't learn it from anyone. I learned it all myself," Han Sen said. Kong Fei was shocked to hear this, and he smiled. "That's great." After that, Kong Fei did not ask any more questions. He simply lowered his head and continued walking. After a few miles, they heard aircraft in the sky above them. A very advanced aircraft hovered high above. Seeing the model, they could tell it did not belong to the Kate. The Kate did not have the ability to create advanced aircraft. They could only create helicopters. This must have come from another planet. The aircraft slowly approached, and before Han Sen and Stay Up Late could see what they wanted, Kong Fei pulled out his feather and drew something invisible across the sky again. Pang! The aircraft in the sky was cut in half, and it fell down in 2 balls of fire. They landed on 2 different fields, forming 2 large craters. Kong Fei acted like nothing happened, and he put the feather back into his clothing. Han Sen and Stay Up Late looked at each other. It looked as if Kong Fei was even stronger than they thought. No, not just stronger. 1776 Angel feather clothes. Ever since the aircraft was cut down, the road had stayed quiet. No others made an appearance. "Brother Kong, you are so powerful. Of course you might be fearless, but we are merely ordinary men. If the feathers try to take us out, then I fear things might turn out poorly." Han Sen spoke to Kong Fei as they walked. Kong Fei squinted his eyes and looked at Han Sen. "Do you want me to take responsibility for you? It is not about you being irresponsible. We are not girls, after all." Han Sen smiled, and then went on to say, "We just want you to point out a trail we can follow." Kong Fei laughed and said, I tread any trail my feet take me upon. I don't follow any in particular. So, if you would like me to point out a specific road for you to embark upon, I fear that will be difficult." There was nothing more Han Sen could say, so he just chose to follow after Kong Fei. He simply didn't understand what purpose Kong Fei had in bringing them both along. It would be exceedingly easy for Kong Fei to kill the pair if they displeased him. With such a difference in their power levels, Han Sen was curious why Kong Fei wanted them to tag along. Han Sen had even wondered if Kong Fei was one of the crystallizers. He very much looked like them. Mosey was 1,000 miles away from Western Grand City. Kong Fei didn't want to take the train there. In the beginning, they had at least been able to ride a supercharged tractor, but now it was all down to the use of their legs. The journey was excruciatingly slow. Kong Fei was not in a rush, either. It was like he had gone out for a casual stroll, keen to relax. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were worried about the feathers that had seemed intent on attacking. The quieter things were, for the time being, the stronger the next assault would be. That was what they reasoned. Even though Kong Fei was not afraid of anything that might occur, they would be. The three of them walked for half a month, and nothing happened. It looked as if the feathers had forgotten about the three of them. Kong Fei was pointing towards the fields and explaining things as if he was a professional tour guide. He recited tales to them, such as the ones featuring the Lady Mountain and General Temple. The way he spoke such fables made them sound tangible and real. Kong Fei was a man who could tell stories, and tell stories well. The legends he spoke about were stunning. Fascinating. Even if Han Sen and Stay Up Late knew the end of a tale he had begun speaking about, they'd still listen eagerly, just to hear him tell it. On the 17th day, as they neared a stone bridge that crossed a river, Kong Fei stepped onto the bridge and spoke to them. "By crossing this bridge, we will have reached Mosey Mountain. If you are not here to collect ore, then there is no need for you to follow. We can part ways here." Han Sen and Stay Up Late were in shock. They had walked together for 17 days, as if it was a journey they had all embarked upon together. They hadn't walked far, and Han Sen swore they had only walked 400 miles. They should have still been far away from Mosey Mountain. But when Han Sen and Stay Up Late looked forward to where the mountain should have been, they were shocked. On the other side of the stone bridge was a sign that said Mosey Mountain's Old Treehead Village. They were both surprised by this, as they both acknowledged the fact that they hadn't walked that far. Somehow, they had walked 1,000 miles without realizing they had, and they had now arrived. Kong Fei must have done something. It was a scary thing for Han Sen to now notice that he had walked 1,000 miles, but hadn't realized he was doing so. "Thanks for walking with me for the past 17 days. It was a fateful encounter, and I would like to give these to you both. Consider it as a reward for accompanying me here." Kong Fei pulled out 2 feathers from his clothing. He flicked them forward, and they landed neatly in Han Sen and Stay Up Late's hands. One for each. Han Sen noticed, after the catch, that the feather was incredibly soft. They were no bigger than his hands. They were proper feathers, that was for sure. They definitely weren't xenogenic material. "Do you know what these feathers are?" Kong Fei blinked. Han Sen wished to say he didn't know, as many creatures had feathers. He couldn't tell them apart, but his face suddenly changed. He asked Kong Fei, "This cannot be the feather of a feather." Kong Fei laughed and said, "The wings of a feather have feathers. There are 2 feathers between the wings that are softest, and they are called angel feathers. They cherish them dearly. My clothes are crafted from angel feathers." Han Sen almost coughed up a bucket of blood. The feather clothing had at least 1,000 such feathers. If what he had spoken was true, then how many feathers had he killed to craft the garment? Now that Kong Fei had given them 2 angel feathers, was he looking to add gasoline to their dead bodies? The feathers had no reason to want to kill Han Sen and Stay Up Late, but now that the pair were holding 2 angel feathers, the feathers might very well want to. Kong Fei knew what Han Sen was thinking, and so he said, "Don't worry. If the feathers see them, they won't kill you. Brother Kong, we are actually interested in digging ore. Would you like it if we accompany you further?" Han Sen did not believe the feathers were that nice. Kong Fei looked at Han Sen as if he were smiling. "You really want to come? It is not a difficult way to go now, but there is an unfriendly guard watching." "What guard?" Stay Up Late asked. "Duke Brilliant." Kong Fei looked up towards the mountain, speaking with little sounds of concern. Han Sen and Stay Up Late looked at each other. After being chased by feathers, and now having a possible contest with a duke, it looked like big fights would always be part of the package when it came to following Kong Fei. If they left now, Han Sen did not believe the feathers would let them both be. There is nothing to be afraid of, so we will go wherever you go. Han Sen thought staying with Kong Fei would be safer. Kong Fei seemed to be smiling slightly, and he said, "Come with me, then, if that is your desire. You can leave whenever you wish to. I will not stop you." After that, they walked across the stone bridge and proceeded onwards to Mosey Mountain. Han Sen and Stay Up Late quickly followed. They had come that far, so they felt compelled to see what might happen next. Kong Fei didn't look entirely legit. He had brought them to danger more than once, and he provided them with 2 deadly feathers. If Han Sen did not know that Kong Fei could kill them with ease, Han Sen would have thought Kong Fei hated them and wanted them dead. After getting close to the mountain, they saw a feather standing before the entrance. It was too far for Han Sen to feel the being's energy flow, but the elegant armor and crazy clothing made the fellow look special. "I am flattered that Duke Brilliant has personally come to welcome us here." Kong Fei looked at the feather as he spoke, but he didn't actually look flattered. "Where did your feather clothes come from?" Duke Brilliant stared at Kong Fei's apparel, looking as cold as ice. 1777 The burial site of 3,000 feathers. Long ago, 3,000 prisoners were forced to mine ore across Mosey Mountain. They were unable to leave until death claimed them. Kong Fei did not answer Duke Brilliant. All he did was say something that made no sense, given the current context. But after Duke Brilliant heard what he was told, his face paled and he shouted, "Who are you?" Kong Fei still did not answer. He kept going, saying, "Those 3,000 prisoners were slaves, kept here forever. They would each die in the same bindings they were birthed into. After their deaths, the feathers between their wings were plucked. There were 3,000 of them, and they provided the basis of this garment." "Impossible, we already killed all the traitors a long time ago." "Who are you?" Duke Brilliant's eyes cut like blades. He looked as if he was ready to tear Kong Fei apart and slice up all his organs. But Kong Fei just smiled and took off his feather clothing. His upper body was naked, but 2 strange scars were visible on his back. They looked as if they could have been the slots where wings might have once existed, but they had been ripped off. Duke Brilliant saw the scars on Kong Fei's back, and when he did, his face changed. His eyes flared with the fire of murder, and he yelled, "I cannot believe there are traitors that yet remain. It is lucky you were able to live this long. How dare you appear here, having killed feathers? You must die." After that, Duke Brilliant waited for no further reply. His body shone with the color gold, as his wings spread out like suns of their own. Their light shone across the area, and everything the light touched was turned into gold. The rivers became solid and the rocks became clumps of pure gold. The entire vicinity became its own world of gold. Duke Brilliant was most certainly the god of this world. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were in shock. They knew that everything happening was very bad, and such scary powers would be difficult to fend off. And if they themselves were turned into gold, they'd be killed immediately. But before the gold light doused them, the white feathers Kong Fei had given them started glowing with a bright white light. The light was like a bubble that shielded their bodies from harm. The gold light was unable to penetrate the holy light. Kong Fei stood on the ground and put on his feather clothes again. He ignored the gold light, and with much disdain, told their enemy, "Of the 3,000, only I am left. But the 3,000 feathers are still here, and I will seek vengeance for each of them." "A traitor speaks of justice." Duke Brilliant grunted. His wings flapped like gold suns, firing shockwaves through the atmosphere. Each time the wings flapped, Duke Brilliant became stronger. His body wasn't so big, but it did seem as if it was becoming larger. He was taking on the appearance of a statue, as he stood there upon the mountain. Han Sen and Kong Fei were like ants before him. It was quite scary. In the homes of the powerful feather families, there were 7 kings and a number of dukes watching the video relay of a satellite imaging system. They were watching what was happening on Mosey Mountain. When they saw the scars on Kong Fei's back, they were all shocked. King Sky King, the ruler, frowned and said, "There were 3,000 feathers stuck in the mines of Mosey Mountain for their entire lifetime. They were all turned into dust, or so it was believed. How could one of them have survived? My king, they did become dust. We could not have been incorrect, and the king in those days confirmed this. There were no survivors, unless..." Song King stopped speaking there, and did not continue. "Unless what?" King Sky King asked coldly. "Unless one of them had a baby inside the gold mine without us knowing." That child might not have been counted amongst the 3,000. But if it were in places such as the Eclipse gold mine, they could not have lived there. How could the prisoners have bred successfully? And if they did, the baby could not escape the eye of the Watcher. It could not have survived and lived. It just makes no sense. Song King shook his head. This person appearing now is pointless. Just go ahead and kill him, and get this done. Holy Column King did not move his eyebrows as he spoke, he just said things lackadaisically. All the other kings agreed, and they proceeded to watch the video. Duke Brilliant was like a Buddha as he tried repeatedly to strike Kong Fei with his palm. The golden palms covered the entire sky, like a golden palace was falling. The shadows they cast were abyssal, shrouding the landscape in darkness. Kong Fei's eyes did not move. He just pulled out a white feather and drew across the sky. A small white light rose into the air. It cut the giant hand. A lesion appeared across it and grew bigger until it was revealed that the hand had been sliced in half. Gold blood started to cascade. Arg! The scream was incredibly loud, but the hand did not stop descending. A small white line traced up the hand, down the arm, and across the body that the arm connected to. Duke Brilliant's gold body was cut open, splitting in two. The earth was shaking as the blood rained from the sky with the force of a river. Mountains and rivers were further dyed with the gold blood. Only the white feathers looked new and undrenched, without a speck of blood on them. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were surprised. For him to have killed a duke so easily, Kong Fei had to have been a king. The many kings and nobles were in shock. Song King himself looked dim and said, I cannot believe that hybrid managed to become a king. Leader, please grant me permission to fight the hybrid. One king stepped forward, looking murderous. Killing a hybrid like this will require thunder. I will fight alongside you. Holy Column King stood up, asking King Sky King for permission to depart. Before he replied, Kong Fei waved his white feather again. Mosey Mountain, which was 1,000 meters high, was sundered in two by the same feather. Below the 1,000-meter-high mountain were thousands of nameless graves. If the mountain had not been broken, no one would ever have known. And yet, so many lives were buried there. Kong Fei walked in front of the nameless graves, and just when Han Sen thought he was going to pray for them, Kong Fei grabbed his clothes and shook them. The clothes exploded in the air. The feathers scattered all across the graves. The feathers flew onto the graves and exploded. They revealed the bones that lay hidden beneath. The bones were rotten, and many had been reduced to nothing but dust. 2 feathers landed on each grave. 3,000 years of hope sapped waiting. 3,000 years of sadness and injustice. 3,000 years of humiliation. I am going to win it all back. You guys will not need to wait for me any longer. You don't need to stay in this world any longer. 1778. The fight to extinguish the lie. As his solid voice echoed, Kong Fei's body started to unleash power. The water wave did not come from his body, but it was as if the whole world was answering his summons. The earth was quiet, and the stars in the sky were shining. Even though it was daytime, the stars were everywhere. It was as if he was breathing in the galaxy, brimming with power. Kong Fei's back was against the graves. He looked to the sky. Between the stars, there was a temple. It was floating, up in the atmosphere. Amidst the endless numbers of planets and systems, they all saw this temple in the sky. They were all shocked. A Geno Hall has appeared. Who has what it takes to summon it? Who is the challenger? Wondered everyone who saw it. Even the higher races of the galaxy were shocked, seeing this. It had been 1,000 years since a Geno Hall last appeared, and there it was, showing up again. It felt like a great danger was descending once more. This was especially true for the races that had not been able to light a fire. No way. All the Feather Kings were in shock, and they stood up in response. They looked at Kong Fei, and the ancient temple that now appeared. They had a bad feeling. Kong Fei started flying up towards the ancient temple. As the ancient temple appeared, a voice came along with it. Many strange shadows surrounded the temple, but whenever Han Sen looked at the shadows more closely, they vanished. Kong Fei was in front of the door to the place. He pointed his finger at it, and a drop of blood flew forward to it. Every creature was attracted to the sight of his blood, and their eyes watched as it floated forward to touch the gate. Boom! The mysterious, ancient temple was opened by that blood. That meant the gates approved of the genes possessed by the one who wished to enter. Now, he could go forward and attempt to claim a spot. But the blood still hovered right in front of the door. It was unable to enter fully, due to there being no space left inside. All the fires in the temple quivered crazily. They released a power that was a grand threat. A warning. Everyone turned to look at the naked man, hovering in the air. They were waiting for something. Kong Fei's face looked as if he was mocking something. He slowly said, "Feather." Boom. The ancient temple's lanterns became dimmer, but only one started to blaze brighter. The scary flames burst out like a volcano, all from a single lantern. It was hanging in the Geno Hall. The lantern also displayed gold lettering, which read, "Feather." Those of all the other races felt greatly relieved. They even found it rather funny. Only the Feather Kings and their nobles felt their faces turn green. They moved so fast that space itself crackled as they sought to reach the naked man. Interesting. A feather wants to replace a feather. Interesting. Amidst the pirates, a man looked to the sky. He looked evil. In a dark hall, a few beasts looked at the man near the Geno Hall with the feather lantern. An attractive lady in the middle of them said, "I cannot believe there are still interesting people like that around." At the zenith of Unsolid Mountain, a beast that was in the sky looked towards the lantern, quietly saying, "One of these days, the roar will be in the Geno Hall. We will be at its highest spot." Han Sen, standing in front of Mozi Mountain, could feel the brilliance of that power. He had a lot of thoughts running through his mind. The Feather Kings soon entered the space, and the nobles were like a swarm, surrounding the naked man. They were so loud, they could have roused the entire universe out of a slumber. Kong Fei had no more white feathers, as the original 3,000 feathers had been returned to their owners. The 2 feathers that belonged to Kong Fei himself were in Han Sen and Stay Up Late's hands. The feathers, light had brightened up. All the feathers were heading for the air, because of the light. If the heavens ever fell, all the angels would fall to the earth and frighten all the other races. No one had extinguished a light in 1,000 years, but 1,000,000,000 years ago, fights like this were common events. This was an average fight between 2 different races. The competitors would use all they could muster to defeat their opponent, to take their place and light up a fire in the Geno Hall. This was ordinary, but Kong Fei was fighting a race all alone. What was most unbelievable about this, though, was that he was a feather without wings. 7 kings, the leader included, had come for him. The sword lights cracked the river of time, breaking it. A scary presence was swallowing the galaxy. All this power came from the sky, and Kong Fei did not take a look. He only stared at the lantern, with the word feather on it. 7 feather kings, with the other feathers, landed on Kong Fei. But Kong Fei kept dodging, as a weird light beamed through his muscles, skin, and hair. All that power came for him, but it didn't even brush his hair. It was all just like wind, rustling around him. Blurg. But the Feather King and the other nobles suddenly started to cough up blood. Many of the feathers were falling, and it was difficult to tell how many of the feathers had been killed. Their faces all looked pale, with plumes of feathers descending. God body. He became a god. Holy Column King screamed as he coughed up blood. He wasn't just a god for the feathers, this was for every race. Everyone was shocked, seeing this. Many people screamed just like Holy Column King did. They yelled, "God body. Kong Fei, are you really not going to stop this?" King Sky King wiped away his blood, looking at the man as he spoke. "Death is the only thing that will stop me. Or your death, perhaps," Kong Fei said coldly. He then raised his right hand and swung it at the lantern. King Sky King angrily shouted, "Protect our lantern." Millions of feathers, and King Sky King himself, roared in unison. The entire feather race was racing for the fire. The lantern was shining brightly, with power gathering up. It became a gold angel statue, clutching a greatsword, and it was swinging towards Kong Fei's hand. The angel figure that the gold flame had created gathered up a power that was indestructible. It looked as if it would only take one hit to destroy an entire galaxy. It could destroy the future. Many powerful races were thinking that the feathers were practically almighty. If the race wasn't strong, then the lantern wouldn't unleash a power that was as brilliant as that. It represented the strength of that race. If it was strong, it'd go bright. It was weak, it'd go dim. Creating a sword that could destroy the universe proved how strong the feathers were. Kong Fei faced the lantern, but his own face didn't change. He looked at the word feather on the lantern, and reached out with his arm to strike it. His arm was glowing. It was very bright. He didn't fall back, despite facing a race composed of 1,000,000,000 beings. His confidence was unwavering. Han Sen's blood ran fast when he witnessed all this. He wished he could fight with that man in the air, and let the blood flow. But Han Sen knew his place, and he knew his power wasn't high enough to fight alongside him. Any noble there would be killed in one hit. Han Sen held back his passion, and he watched as Kong Fei stood alone. He intently stared as Kong Fei faced an angel of the race that hounded him. The next second, the angel's sword lit up the planets in the sky. Everyone lost their vision, and all that could be seen was the color gold. The gold light lasted a few seconds, and when it faded, everyone could see what remained in the sky again. The gold angel was a kilometer tall, and she stood right in front of the door to the Geno Hall. Her back was still connected with the lantern. Kong Fei flew in front of her, with his right arm covered in blood. It had been severely cut, and you could even see the bone beyond the ravaged flesh. Did we lose? Stay Up Late's eyes were full of shock, and he said those 3 words. But in the next second, the angel's body shattered into nothing more than fragments of gold light. They all scattered and fell into the galaxy. The word feather on the lantern cracked and disintegrated as its light was extinguished. Darkness took its place. Blurg. All the feathers around coughed up blood, like a rain shower. Their bodies looked as if they had all been electrified. It looked like they had lost a big chunk of their energy. Countless feathers started to fall. Kings had their ranks reduced to being just dukes, as dukes became marquis, marquis became earls, and so on. This applied to every feather. The youngest of the feathers could not be any lower. Their base was damaged, though, and their talents were reduced. They were injured, and if they wished to evolve again, it would take forever. Kong Fei, just kill me. King Sky King shouted, with blood seeping out of him. Snuffing out the light was worse than killing him, he thought. The lantern of the feathers made them a higher race. They had held that loft for 1 billion years. Now that they had become a lesser race, this was 1,000 times worse than simply killing them outright. Kong Fei smiled and said, 3,000 ghost feathers suffered for 3,000 years. Cry for 3,000, hate for 3,000 years. That is a pain that is worse than death. They had hope because they still had me. But you guys are all different. You have no hope, and you will fade without it. After that, Kong Fei's blood landed atop the lantern. A white fire appeared, lighting up the place. Kong Fei, you are a feather, too. We are sorry for what has happened. But you just murdered a bunch of feathers, and even kings. This loss is far graver than the 3,000. This should end. I beg you to place the word feather on the lantern again. You can be my king, and I will adhere to your every command. Holy Column King kept on pausing to spit out blood. He shouted at Kong Fei, but there wasn't an ounce of intimidation left. He was a mere beggar now. If you can write down feather, we will do whatever it is you want. A few feather kings, King Sky King included, begged before Kong Fei. Kong Fei's blood was not pure, but he did have feather blood. Writing down feather would make then a higher race once again. The moment I ripped off my wings was the moment I discarded my belonging to the feathers. Kong Fei sounded normal, but his aura of hatred was scary. One race, my race, will one day be called No. It will start with me, and it will end with me. No other race will be granted the title of belonging to No. Kong Fei's voice was so loud. Even the stars trembled in response to his frightening vow. The Geno lantern, with its white fire, soon displayed the word number. Blurg. King Sky King continued to cough up blood. Kong Fei's word cut all chance of possibly sharing the lantern. The feathers could not be regarded as a higher race anymore. Rain. A heavy rain. All the planets started to rain, and the lightning danced among them like dragons. It looked like they were crying for a higher race having fallen, but celebrating the birth of a new higher race. Han Sen was standing in the rain, looking up at the Geno Hall. The moment when the No lantern flew into the temple's hall, Han Sen's heart felt strange. It looked to him as if there were eyes on the inside, staring down at him. The Geno Hall was watching the entire world. The black armor that had no movement suddenly brimmed with a phantom strength. It made Han Sen feel as if he was frozen. All he could do was stand in the rain. What's going on? Han Sen was in shock. When the lantern entered the hall, the Geno Hall's doors shut. When it vanished to wherever it had come from, Han Sen felt a weird power enter his sea of soul. It went straight into his black armor. Han Sen's body returned to being normal again. His black armor had no movement, and it was as if it was dead. Han Sen looked to where the Geno Hall had disappeared, and his face looked confused. When the Geno Hall doors shut, that feeling slowly started to disappear. And the black crystal armor's power only seemed to cover him during the time when it was open. This could not have been a coincidence. What is the black crystal armor? Is it like this because of me? What was that feeling of being watched? Is something living inside the Geno Hall? Han Sen now had an endless list of questions, none of which he could currently figure out. The spirit hall left, and weird things no longer occurred on other planets. You could only see an empty sky returning now. The broken feathers, and Kong Fei himself, were gone from sight. Han Sen was standing in the rain thinking. Then, a naked man suddenly approached him. It was Kong Fei, who had become a no, all alone. Kong Fei stood in front of Mozi Mountain, which had been sundered in two. He was standing in the rain, letting it drench his body. He stood there in solemn silence, without speaking a word. A while later, Kong Fei sighed and said, "You guys have wanted to leave for all eternity. Even in death, you still wish to be free. I guess a burial is not what you're interested in." After that, he waved his hand. Inside the mountain, 3,000 graves unleashed a bright white light. Like a spring, bones burst out of the earth, headed for the skies. The bones melted in the air, becoming dust as they surged up through the atmosphere. They went up into space, disappearing amongst the stars. Quick and clean. That will save so much trouble. The only good thing about you guys was the fact you never caused trouble. Kong Fei looked up at the stars and smiled. But then, a glistening tear fell from his face. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were standing a few paces away from him, speechless. A while later, Kong Fei smiled and spoke to Han Sen. "Do you guys understand yet why I wanted you to accompany me?" Han Sen and Stay Up Late shook their heads. They didn't know. After all, why would Kong Fei choose them to come along for something so important? Han Sen had initially thought that Kong Fei wanted to trick them, but he had realized by now that things weren't that simple. Kong Fei walked over to them and patted their shoulders. He said, "I was found by a crystallizer, and that is how I escaped the fate of my people. I escaped the mine that none of the others could make it out from. I was helped by a crystallizer, and now, you two appeared as a reminder. It's fate. It had to be. A crystallizer helped you escape." Who was he? Han Sen and Stay Up Late were shocked. They couldn't believe that someone who had conquered a lantern would have a connection to the crystallizers. "I don't know. He did not tell me, and I never saw him again. I do know that he was carrying a 9-life cat pendant." Kong Fei was looking down at the feathers he had given to Han Sen and Stay Up Late. "Take those as souvenirs. For as long as I live, they may prove useful. And those of higher races will definitely notice them. They're a gift, and they're yours now. You are free to do with them as you please." After that, Kong Fei left. He didn't walk away briskly, but he did disappear after a few meager steps. Just as Han Sen was going to call for him to come back, he was gone. 9-life cat pendant, who might that crystallizer be? Han Sen wondered, as a number of thoughts now raced around his mind. This universe is big. It was a good idea to come here. Stay Up Late suddenly sighed. He had always been quiet and reserved, but now he was brimming with a vibrant passion. Han Sen was not as sensitive as he was, though. For all intents and purposes, he was a realist. But even though there were many elites, that wouldn't quell his desire to train and improve. He wanted to see the world and everything in it. "Let's go. We need to get out of here." Han Sen pulled Stay Up Late back. Kong Fei had left with no warning. He didn't offer them a way back, and to add to that, they were 1,000 miles away from Western Grand City. When Kong Fei was there, it was an easy trip. Without him, it most certainly wouldn't be. Han Sen called out for Kong Fei, so he could lead them back. God only knew what might happen to them if they traveled by themselves. When the pair reached the bridge they had crossed earlier, they saw someone standing there. The person was holding an umbrella, but due to the item's presence, and the heavy rainfall, they couldn't make out who it was. But that person had a life force as powerful and bountiful as an entire galaxy. It was unfathomably large. Han Sen and Stay Up Late stopped to look at him. And when they did, the person turned to look at them. A while later, the person asked, "Are you guys willing to sell the white feathers you possess?" "No." Stay Up Late shook his head. Han Sen just smiled. "What's your price?" "The feather is priceless, but a trade always demands a price for negotiations." 3,000 deposits of star ore for one feather, the person slowly said. "Too low." Han Sen shook his head. 300 life planets for one feather, the person said. Han Sen shook his head again. The enigmatic figure did not speak to him again. Instead, he turned to talk with Stay Up Late. "If you enter my tribe, I can help you reinforce the white feather. After that, you can enjoy the treatment only my kind can provide." Stay Up Late shook his head, To which the person responded, "Do you have any idea what you'll be missing out on? Even if you do have a god feather, it's useless if no one refines it for you. I appreciate your intent, but I do not wish to join any tribe," Stay Up Late said. The man grunted, and when Han Sen turned to look at him, he had disappeared. It looked as if he had never been there at all. They kept walking and crossed the bridge. Not long after, a beast appeared near the river. It was so big, it looked like a mountain from a distance away. "Are you selling that white feather?" the beast asked, looking right at Han Sen. Its voice was so loud, it almost destroyed Han Sen's eardrums. "It all depends on the price fronted," Han Sen smiled. The beast grunted and said, "The feather's lost. I will take on all of Holy Heaven, in exchange for that feather." No, Han Sen was very tempted, but he had to shake his head. Holy Heaven was a high-ranking xenogenic space. Many treasures must reside there. There had to be countless xenogenic materials. Even the feathers held that place incredibly dear. Through that, you could see how important it was. Even though the feathers had fallen, they had not been wiped out. Taking down Holy Heaven was still something no ordinary race could accomplish. The beast said he could swap Holy Heaven's existence for the feather, which was a massive prospect. But Han Sen was worried the beast might not have been serious. Still, if the beast wished to steal the white feather, Han Sen and Stay Up Late probably couldn't fight back. The beast looked at Han Sen as if he knew that Han Sen did not want to accept the trade, and instead spoke to Stay Up Late. "Those of the beast area are willing to teach you. If you are willing to join us, I can teach you how to refine it. If you can become a king, I can give you 12 god seats." 1781 Meeting Old Cat again. Stay Up Late shook his head and bowed before the beast, apologizing. "I appreciate the offer, but no thank you." The beast, hearing Stay Up Late reject the offer, stopped talking. He moved his body and flew up into space. He disappeared into the cosmos. Stay Up Late and Han Sen continued their travel, meeting many more powerful creatures as they went. They all wanted to buy the feathers or at least have the pair join their tribes. Each and every single offer was rejected by the duo, however. Han Sen felt depressed. All the elites sought to buy the white feather he possessed, but none invited him into their tribe. It seemed all such offers were exclusively reserved for Stay Up Late. As they walked, they met 5 different race elites. After that, no more interrupted their journey. It was not as if no one else was interested in the white feathers, it was just that those 5 represented the biggest factions and had drummed up the biggest offerings. There was no point in any other races making an offer, as whatever they could muster would not be enough to rival the Big 5. The rain still hadn't stopped. After walking half a day, they found an abandoned house they could seek refuge and shelter in. But as soon as they entered, Han Sen's eyes opened wide. A beast that was red, that looked like both a fox and a cat, was lying across a crummy table. It was staring right at the two as they entered. "Great, it's you, old cat, you *SSHOLE. How dare you show yourself to me again? I'm going to skin you alive." Han Sen was immediately enraged, and he threw a punch towards Old Cat's face. As the fist traveled, he yelled, "Where's Little Flower?" Old Cat teleported to the rafters in the ceiling, smiled, and said, "Little Flower is being looked after very well. Do not worry. Don't worry my *SS. Bring me Little Flower." Han Sen jumped up and tried chasing after Old Cat. Old Cat was too quick, though, and he disappeared once again. When he appeared, he leapt atop the table again. Slowly, he went on to say, "I took him away for his own benefit. It's good for him. You can't even look after yourself, so how do you think you could take care of Little Flower? How can you expect him to grow naturally? That is my family's business, not yours." Han Sen kept on chasing after Old Cat as he spoke. Old Cat's body kept flashing, as Han Sen's fist kept failing to touch him. Haha, I felt sorry to see someone so special and great have their potential buried. Now, he is living well. Perhaps it'll only take another 8 years before he becomes a king. There's every chance he could become a god. He could become a deity like Kong Fei did. You are a father, you should support what's best for him. You shouldn't limit his potential and hold him back. Old Cat was obviously trying to convince Han Sen. "I will take care of my own son. You better give him back, or I'll skin you alive right here." Han Sen angrily said, "Little Flower cannot come back just yet. But I can show you this." Old Cat threw an item at Han Sen. Han Sen had a look, and noticed it was a communicator. There was a video feed already linked, and on it, he could see Little Flower. Auntie May, I really can't eat anymore. Can you help me eat this fruit? Han Sen put off his idea of killing Old Cat and held the communicator close. He stared at Little Flower intently. That was mainly because he knew his abilities were actually worse than Old Cat's. Killing the cat would be impossible with his current strength. Thus, the continued chase was pointless. The video was obviously a series of snippets, with many sequences that had been trimmed and stuffed together to give Han Sen a picture of what day-to-day life was like for his son. Little Flower was definitely eating a lot, each day, and a beautiful woman and 3 monsters took their time to train with the boy diligently. Han Sen could tell they were teaching Little Flower some skills, and that Little Flower was improving quickly. Each day, his abilities grew. How does that look? If you kept Little Flower close to you, he wouldn't benefit from any of this. He wouldn't get the training and strength he needs. You should be thanking me. Old Cat spoke with a cocky tone. To hell with thanking you. I am warning you, right now. Give me Little Flower, otherwise, I'm not done with you. Han Sen, still looking at the video, threw a punch towards Old Cat. Han Sen really hated what Old Cat had done, and he could only catch a glimpse of his son through the video. He wanted his son next to him, and nowhere else. Why can't you just be nice? Old Cat looked depressed. Could you stop swinging for a minute? I have come here to discuss serious business. Old Cat kept dodging as he said, Little Flower wants to learn sword skills. He needs a short sword, and that feather can craft one that is perfect for him. FCKU. Han Sen didn't wait until Old Cat finished talking before trying to punch him again. Han Sen knew the *SSHOLES wouldn't just give him the video out of kindness. All Old Cat wanted was Kong Fei's feather. Stay Up Late said, Old Cat, if you take me to see Little Flower, I will give you the feather. When he said that, Old Cat and Han Sen were both shocked. The 5 elites had offered so many deals, and yet Stay Up Late hadn't spared a second thought of accepting any. Now, to see Little Flower, he was willing to give up the priceless feather. It was an extremely touching moment. Old Cat shouted, see, this is what you call a real man. And who are you? A father, supposedly. After that, Old Cat walked up to Stay Up Late and smiled. It's not that I do not wish to take you, but ordinary people, when they go there, they cannot survive. I wouldn't have brought Little Flower if I didn't know he was special. So, how about you just give me the feather, and I will pass it along to Little Flower. Unless I get to properly see Little Flower, I won't spare it another thought, Stay Up Late said calmly. Old Cat felt depressed. How do I make you guys believe what I'm doing is for the good of Little Flower? If anyone could go, I'd have taken you both there already. I can't see Little Flower, so nothing changes. Han Sen stopped. He stopped chasing Old Cat because he was unable to catch him. Old Cat sighed and said, it's fine if you choose not to give me the feathers. I'll find another way, but I'll tell you right now that you are both so weak. Carrying those feathers is like carrying ticking time bombs. If you don't give them to me, I suggest you get rid of them. I don't believe anyone will come and steal them. Han Sen lifted his lips. They are afraid of Kong Fei, so of course they haven't tried to steal the feathers yet. But some creatures will be more reckless than the beings you have encountered so far, Old Cat said. He looked up at Stay Up Late and said, I say Beast Area is a great choice. You'd be fine there, and you can keep the deified feather. And, you can find a home with that faction. And about you, Old Cat stared at Han Sen with a look of remorse. 1782 Uncertain future. Old Cat went silent for a bit, then went on to say, humans are a branch off the crystallizer tree. Because human blood is not pure, and the sanctuaries forced them to grow up fast, their genes aren't very stable. The future is very uncertain for them, lacking the stability of pure blood. Old Cat paused and said, the few elders that you met on the road made Stay Up Late offers of tribe membership because they wanted a king. It wouldn't happen overnight, of course. It would take a lot of work, and they would also have to help you refine the deified feather. Even to a big faction like Beast Area, it would be asking a lot of them. So, it's fairly easy to see why they would choose Stay Up Late. They'd favor a guaranteed success, as there is a lot more risk choosing you due to your instability. That sums up why they didn't dare to invest in you. If humans are that bad, then give me back Little Flower, Han Sen said. Old Cat laughed and said, that's different. You are the first generation, and we aren't certain how far your development can go. Little Flower is different because he's a second gen. He's rich with potential and his genes are stable. He was born like this. Some of that might have been because of you, but you are first gen, and if you want his results, you'll have to work for them yourself. Han Sen was too lazy to talk much more, so all he did was look coldly at Old Cat. But don't worry, if you do well enough, you can still become rich. Old Cat rolled his eyes and went on to say, but if you want a big faction like Beast Area to spend on you, that's asking the impossible. Big factions like that tend to avoid risks and liabilities. It's not too different from those investors of yours, back in the Alliance. They will sometimes invest with high risks, but they invest little and expect high returns. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Investing in you is asking too much of them. No one can ask them to make bets and risks on something so uncertain. I heard you the first time. There's no need to repeat yourself. Han Sen rolled his eyes. Old Cat laughed and said, so, I do have a suggestion to make. You can go to the Wanji Treasury with the feather. Wanji Treasury? Han Sen frowned, not sure what that place might be. He had never heard of it before. Old Cat explained, it's like Holy Heaven or the Beast Area xenogenic space. The race that claimed that place, however, is called Thousand Treasures. It is a powerful race, and it has a very high rank in the Geno Hall. They love to collect treasures, and they are famous businessmen and collectors. They are very honorable about it all, too. If you take the feather to the Wanji Treasury, you can sell it for whatever you want. There's no chance of losing out there. But I do suggest that you don't sell it for money. Use it to find membership within Wanji Treasury, Old Cat said. And what would I be joining there for? Han Sen felt bad. People were begging stay up late to join, and Han Sen would have to give up his feather for membership to one. Han Sen didn't want to join the ranks of another race, though. Even if he didn't want to get in with them through material trades. Old Cat quickly said, keep in mind that joining them doesn't mean you become one of their race. It doesn't mean you'll completely give up your deified feather, either. Thousand Treasures adore treasure. They have a special rule. If one from another race has an item that they really want, and if the person wishes to, they can go to the Wanji Treasury and become a member. It doesn't mean you become one of the Thousand Treasures. If you want an example from the Alliance, think of it as a clubhouse. You can have some protection and authority, and you get to keep the feather. There's no need to worry about others potentially taking it away. You'd be safe with them. Thousand Treasures is that generous. They protect me and the feather for nothing. Han Sen asked Old Cat skeptically. Of course, there's no free lunch. When you store your feather there, you become a member. When you take it out of their storage, you lose membership privileges. The treasure you store there will be watched by the Thousand Treasures. But don't worry, they are solid and reliable. You can reclaim your stuff whenever, and they wouldn't conduct research on anything of yours without explicit permission, Old Cat said. Seeing Han Sen remain silent, he continued and said, the feathers were just beaten by a lower race. Their power has been lessened. A planet like Planet Kate, that was previously enslaved by the feathers, might find itself in a bit of a mess. So, I advise that you leave and attend to what you need to do. There is a way to contact the Beast Area and the Wanji Treasury. And if you do contact them, they are bound to come and pick you up. Think about it, kid. The Beast Area is good. It is better to join them and level up through them than to do everything by yourself, Old Cat said to stay up late. After that, Old Cat disappeared. Han Sen called out to him, but he was already gone. Han Sen was very excited to take the video back to the sanctuary, and when he went back, he showed Little Flower to Ji Yanran and his mother. They felt much safer. Learning Little Flower was somewhat safe. There was no need for them to worry. But they only felt a little bit better. They wouldn't feel completely safe until Little Flower was back with them. After Han Sen returned to the abandoned room, he spoke to stay up late about what they should do next. Although Old Cat often had dubious intentions, in this case, he was right. Planet Kate would descend into chaos, and it was best that they form a game plan. After a while, Stay Up Late told Han Sen, I want to go to the Wanji Treasury. Han Sen thought that it was a good idea, as it at least comforted him to know that no one would fight for the treasure there. The treasure could only be accessed by the person who put it in. That sounded pretty great. Han Sen wasn't planning on going there, though. The offer sounded good, coming from Old Cat's mouth, but perhaps a little bit of chaos would be good for him. He was planning on staying on Planet Kate. Han Sen was surprised Stay Up Late had decided not to join up with Beast Area. But Stay Up Late didn't say why he had made the decision he had, and Han Sen wasn't going to ask. Next, They used the number old cat gave them to call the Wanji treasury. After the call, someone flew an aircraft over to pick up Stay Up Late. Because Han Sen and Stay Up Late each possessed a deified feather, everyone knew. Thousand Treasures knew, too. All they did was look at the feather on the return to the Wanji treasury. Before leaving, Stay Up Late told Han Sen he would resume his search for Little Flower. If he learned anything new, he'd give Han Sen a shout. Han Sen was touched that Stay Up Late was that nice to Little Flower. But it was something that Stay Up Late considered to be his duty. He thought he had failed before, and that finding Little Flower now should be his ultimate goal. 1783. Picking up the treasure after Stay Up Late was gone, Han Sen went back to Grand City by his lonesome. He walked for half a day, and then he saw many ships soaring through the atmosphere. He also heard many explosions. Planet Kate really is in a mess. I hope Chow, Lan Se, and Mr. Tiger are okay, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen quickened his pace until he reached a smaller city. He wanted to find a public transport service to take him back quickly. But unfortunately, that city was also in chaos. There had been a fight at the train station, resulting in its destruction. And aside from that, there were no other means of public transport active. So, Han Sen sought to leave town. He was stopped by a group of creatures before he could, though. Friend, let us walk together. The leader smiled at Han Sen. Why would I follow you lot? Han Sen looked at them and noticed that looked almost like the centaurs of ancient myth. Their upper bodies were human, but their lower bodies were those of bulls instead of horses. Do not misunderstand our intent. We are not hostile, and we merely wish to establish friendships. If you would like, you can visit our place for a while. We don't want to hurt you while we attack Planet Kate. The leading centaur laughed. Thanks, but I can take care of myself, so don't worry about me. Han Sen walked around them with the obvious intent of leaving. They may have said that they wanted to keep him safe, but who knew how their intent might turn later on. Han Sen did not think Kong Fei's name would make him invulnerable. The centaurs had to be after the feather, he wagered. Please come with us, and do not make things difficult. The leading centaur waved a command, and a dozen centaurs swooped forward to halt Han Sen's departure. Two centaurs were directly in front of Han Sen. They tried to grab him. So we're playing hardball, huh? Han Sen thought so. Han Sen moved his legs like the wind and evaded them both. He shot away through the residential district, leaving billows of dust behind him. Don't let him escape, the leading centaur shouted, as the rest of the centaurs gave chase. Han Sen was not afraid of a stampede, and he was able to use his Dongshuan movements to effectively bob and weave through the streets. The centaurs kept on chasing for quite a while, but they eventually lost sight of him. Han Sen emerged from a ruined building. He put on his Dongshuan armor. The armor made his presence seem much different than it did in his simple spell armor. He was planning to escape the city from its other end. But before he could, he saw an old airship docking there. Many Kate and others were queuing there. Brother, are you a noble of the Kate? When Han Sen walked past the ship, a Kate approached and asked him politely. Kind of. What is it? Han Sen said. You know the feathers are no longer protecting the planet, right? It has led to Planet Kate descending into chaos. We are being invaded. We are from 7 Mirrors, and we are looking to recruit members. We are in dire search of brothers like you. If you join us, you will receive great treatment. You will not have to suffer in the midst of war, the Kate said, as if his offer was something sublime. After a while, Han Sen understood what was going on. 7 Mirrors was a higher race, like the feathers. There weren't many of them, though, and they already had a planet to manage. So, they were happy to welcome outsiders to join them. After the feathers fell, 7 Mirrors sent members to begin recruiting from the planet owned by Holy Heaven. Hearing of the conditions and the treatment he would receive, and the way they seemed to do things, Han Sen was tempted to join. The reason Han Sen was tempted, though, was because after recruiting here, they'd venture to another city to try their luck. Grand City would be on their list of destinations. Han Sen thought having a free ride wouldn't be too bad. It'd be better than walking there. At least, I'll have a look and check it out. I won't guarantee I'll join, though, Han Sen said to the recruiter. Sure, you should take a look first, but I assure you, you won't regret this. The Kate sounded very passionate about all this. He led Han Sen on board the airship, going on to say, but there is a test you must undergo. It's a rule of ours. And don't worry about it too much, as the results don't mean much. The Kate brought Han Sen to the ship. He didn't have to take the test with the other Kate, and he was taken to a special lobby for it. In the lobby, there were a few other Kates, and others of a different race he had no chance of identifying. They looked like barons. Lao Zuoma, not bad. You found a baron in this dump. A Kate baron lifted his lips. A few other barons turned to look at Han Sen. They couldn't discern much about him, due to him being clad in armor. The Kate that brought Han Sen there, Lao Zuoma, laughed and responded, "Good people can find themselves blessed by God anywhere." Everyone looked at him in disdain when he said that, but no one actually said anything else. Lao Zuoma brought Han Sen to an empty room. There was a Geno tree on the table. Lao Zuoma pointed at it, and said, "It's just a progress test. It doesn't matter what the results are, you'll still earn the treatment we promised. If your results are excellent, we will offer you even more, though. We wouldn't want to bury the geniuses." Han Sen did not say anything, and he simply pricked his finger and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the tree. He did not know how much power he had. Ordinary barons were around 100. When Han Sen's blood dropped onto the tree, it started to grow. The white bone flowers started to bloom. When Lao Zuoma saw the bone flowers, his eyes almost dropped out of their sockets. How can there be so many? Lao Zuoma was frozen for a while. He was counting them like mad. Han Sen looked over there too, quickly totaling the flowers. There were 434 flowers on the tree. It was a scary number, since normal barons had only around 100. It was more than quadruple. Viscount nobles could only reach 1,000, and some of them only had around 700. Han Sen's fitness was half that of a Viscount. Lao Zuoma could not believe what he was seeing, and he kept on trying to count. He was standing beside a monster. It was astonishing to think a baron could have such high fitness. "We have found a treasure." Lao Zuoma, thinking this, started to tremble and shake. 1784 killing, say, brother friend. Are you from a higher race? Lao Zuoma was going to call Han Sen brother, but it wasn't appropriate. So, he called him friend. Lao Zuoma thought Han Sen was from a higher race, because normal barons should never reach that sort of level. It didn't matter how much they practiced, they just couldn't. On the form, "Didn't I tell you I was human?" Han Sen acted like he didn't understand what he was being asked. "Yes, you did." Lao Zuoma felt disheartened, as he had never heard of a human before. And he knew there was no higher race called that. Lao Zuoma still felt depressed, and without saying much, he told Han Sen, "You will have to wait a few days on this airship. But going to 7 Mirrors won't take long, once we depart." "That's okay. I greatly enjoy traveling," Han Sen said. Lao Zuoma gave Han Sen a room to live in, but without anything to do, Han Sen found himself going up on deck. Many refugees wished to board the airship and go to 7 Mirrors. Going to an underdeveloped planet was better than remaining in a war zone, or so they felt. But 7 Mirrors wasn't willing to take just anybody. The nobles were always favored, which made it difficult for commoners to be accepted. 7 Mirrors was not a charity, and they were only going to take those who could prove themselves useful. The old, sick, or injured weren't allowed on board. "What race do you belong to? You don't look like you're from Planet Kate," a Baron Kate asked. He had come forward to check Han Sen out. "Human," Han Sen answered. "I have never heard of them, so I can only assume they are even smaller than the Kate." The Baron wasn't insulting Han Sen, he was mocking himself, more than anything. Han Sen looked at him and asked, "What can I do for you?" "I am Mike." The Baron introduced himself, and then said, "So, we've been recruited by 7 Mirrors and we're headed to an underdeveloped planet for work. If you want, why don't we go to the same place and partner up?" "I still haven't decided if I want to go yet." Han Sen did not reply. Mike shook his head. "When the fighting starts, it's not only the common folk that will be in grave danger. The barons will be, too. Land reclamation is hard, but it is still better than war. So, why the hesitation? We'll see." Han Sen didn't much care for what he was being told. Han Sen had spoken to Chao, and he was able to confirm that war had not yet reached Grand City. Chao and Lansei were thinking of ways they could escape and where they could go, but they had so far been unable to reach a decision. Han Sen told them about 7 Mirrors recruiting, and they told him they might consider it. They'd talk about it in greater depth once they were all together again. The third master had evacuated from Planet Kate with Mr. Tiger, and they extended an invite for Han Sen to join them at another headquarters of the Black Gold Group. It was an offer Han Sen quickly rejected, though. Mike wished to say something more to Han Sen, but something occurred down below. They both looked down and saw a legion of centaurs in front of the airship. They surrounded the people who were waiting for a chance to conduct the test in the hopes of boarding the airship. Lao Zuoma quickly went down to meet the centaurs, though. He smiled and said, "Taurus, please do not misunderstand. We are from Seven Mirrors, and we are friends, not enemies." After that, Lao Zuoma pointed at the Seven Mirrors emblem on the ship. The leading centaur recognized it. In fact, it was the reason that the centaurs had taken action. The centaur, seeing the Seven Mirrors symbol, looked at Lao Zuoma and coldly said, "We don't care about Seven Mirrors. Kill all these Kate." The centaur warriors lifted their spears to kill the Kate that had been lining up. Lao Zuoma looked horrified at the wrath of the centaurs. He had joined Seven Mirrors, yes, but he was Kate. It hurt to see his own people get slaughtered. "Can you show mercy? Seven Mirrors will be accepting these Kate. We were going to take them to help develop an empty planet. Please." Lao Zuoma gritted his teeth. Although many people would fail the test, Lao Zuoma was a Kate himself. He couldn't just watch them die. Mike looked just as angry, too. He said, "The lowlives of Taurus happily licked the boots of the feathers when they were in control, but now that they have fallen, these scumbags have aligned themselves with the enemies of the feathers. This is FC King Horrible. Which race did they sign up with?" Han Sen asked curiously. "I think they are called demons. They looked similar to the Kate, but they have horns on their heads," Mike said. Han Sen wished to say something, but the leader of the centaurs shouted, "What a load of crap. Only the people currently on board the ship count as Seven Mirrors. Just kill the rest of them." After that, he commanded his warriors to attack the people. "Stop," Lao Zuoma shouted. The leader centaur coldly laughed and said, "What? Would you like to fight us, as a representative of Seven Mirrors?" "No, we are merely recruiting. Please be nice and let us take these people." "Seven Mirrors has bought their services," Lao Zuoma said politely. Seven Mirrors was not weak, but they weren't the sorts to engage in conflict. This time, when they came to Planet Kate, the supervisor had informed them not to come into contact with any demons. "Okay, let's make this simple. From now on, if they are on the airship they are yours. If they cannot get on board, then I am sorry." After the centaur leader said that, he gestured with his hands for his soldiers to rush forward. Lao Zuoma didn't fight, he just shouted at the people, saying, "Get on the ship. Hurry, animal." Mike shouted down from atop the ship. "Why are they killing them? Don't they need people to develop planet Kate, too?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Mike coldly said, "Taurus is a race that takes pleasure in killing. They have a grudge with the Kate, due to the Kate beating them once before. Now they've got a clear chance, they aren't so willing to let us leave." There was some crying heard from the crowds, as people tried to rush forward and get aboard the barge. The entryway was narrow, though, and if many more people boarded, it would overload the airship. The centaur warriors thundered into the crowds, butchering merrily. The Kate were all just commoners, and so they had no chance of killing the centaur warriors. They were not trained for anything of the sort. In moments, a dozen of the Kate had been killed. Lao Zuoma called for everyone to hurry, but there was not enough room for everyone to get on. 1785 Killing centaurs. The leader of the centaurs looked murderous. He was gleefully watching his men commit happily to the slaughter, as the droves of people began screaming and crying. This wasn't war, this was a massacre. Ordinary Kate had Geno armor, but they could not fight, they could not resist the onslaught. A centaur warrior struck a woman down with his spear. She grabbed it with one hand while pushing her daughter away with a blood-curdling scream. "Run to the ship." The centaur warrior tried to pull his spear back out of the woman's body, but her grip was firm. She held tightly to the spear that was deep in her blood-dyed chest. A little 4-year-old girl came running over to her mother in tears. She hadn't run to the ship as she had been instructed to. Even if she had listened, though, she'd have been unable to penetrate the crowd. Another of the centaur warriors smiled cruelly. He swung his spear down towards the crying little girl. "No." The woman's voice broke. Pang! A horn arrow appeared, punching through the centaur warrior's head, then pinning the beast to the asphalt. Han Sen held his gold feather bow as he leapt off the ship. He ran in front of the fallen warrior and pulled the arrow out of its head. Han Sen had seen a lot of life and death, and his mind didn't care. But sometimes, his body didn't listen. The other centaur warrior screamed. He pulled his spear out of the woman and tried cutting Han Sen down. But all Han Sen had to do was move slightly and step past the warrior. He moved his bow and brought its string up to the beast's neck. Then, the severed head fell off and bounced across the ground. DMNU, the centaur leader shouted furiously. His muscles flared up as he suddenly chucked his giant spear. It crossed a few dozen meters, coming right at Han Sen. Han Sen didn't even seem to look at the spear as he stepped around it. He pulled his gold feather bow and fired 2 horn arrows. Each arrow neatly punctured the head of a centaur. The closest warriors ran towards Han Sen, but he was able to swing around with his bow and use the string to decapitate several of the beasts. The heads barreled through the sky with bloody trails. 1 step, 1 kill. He pulled his horn arrows from the corpses and immediately fired them at another 2 centaurs. How dare you kill my Taurus warriors? I'm going to skin you alive. The centaur leader roared and jumped towards Han Sen. As this occurred, a few other warriors blew on horns to gather more reinforcements. It was really loud, echoing through the sky. Han Sen had been quickly killing the enemy. He had 1 bow and 2 arrows, but that didn't stop him from being a complete killing machine. Everywhere he went, the warriors lost their heads. That dollar is a nice person, but he sure is reckless. The Taurus HQ is fairly near. He must have a death wish. The barons on the ship came on deck and talked as they watched the action below. Mike's face kept changing. He wanted to go down and save the crowd, but he knew his own limits and realized that he likely couldn't help. It would be easy to get off the ship, but nigh impossible to get back on. If he killed one of the Taurus warriors, those of 7 Mirrors would not let them back. With the situation unfolding the way it was, choosing to engage the Taurus really was akin to having a death wish. As Han Sen was killing like mad, Lao Zuoma looked at him with a conflicted expression. He felt both touched and ashamed. He was a Kate, but he had been unable to protect his own people. With Han Sen there, the warriors did not run to the crowd. They all tried to kill Han Sen. As Han Sen fought, he kept moving further and further from the ship. He knew it was pointless to kill the warriors, but he just wanted to buy some time for the Kate to get on the ship. The centaur leader was finally in front of Han Sen. The beast swung his spear, and it was most certainly stronger than what the other warriors could do. The leader was a baron. But Han Sen's face did not change. For some reason, his movements allowed him to dodge the attack. When he walked past the leader, the string took off the leader's head just like it had with the other warriors. The barons and Lao Zuoma on the ship all sighed. The Taurus were very good at killing, and their barons were much greater than Kate barons. Watching Han Sen cut off the leader's head was quite scary. This guy is so strong. He said that he's a human. What is that race? Is it a higher race? A baron asked in shock. It is a shame. If he was allowed to live, he might have been able to do a whole lot more. But he is too reckless. Another baron shook his head. As this occurred, a flurry of footsteps was rushing Han Sen's way. A centaur warrior was coming, but it was twice as big as the average centaur. It was also clad in metal armor. The 4 legs could cross a dozen meters in 1 step. It was different from the spear-wielding warriors, and it was holding a 2-meter-long greatsword. Despite that, it carried the sword lightly, like it wasn't heavy at all. But seeing the texture of the blade, it was obvious that the sword was made from heavy steel. There was no way it was actually light. Oh no, this is a Taurus greatsword-wielding Viscount. It is a really high rank amongst the Viscounts. He is so strong, and he can wield the element of fire to incinerate foes, explained a baron on deck. I hope he can hold out a bit longer. Since he is going to die anyway, holding out another few minutes will allow a few more Kate to get on. Another of the barons sighed. Han Sen saw the greatsword centaur coming, but he still remained oh so calm. It wasn't as if he hadn't killed a Viscount before. He had already killed 3 of them, after all. He kept moving forward, trying to lure the warriors away from the ship. When the greatsword-wielding centaur got close, Han Sen sped up a little more. The creature was only 100 meters away. Die. The greatsword-wielding centaur's feet were like thunder. It jumped a few dozen meters with the greatsword swinging towards Han Sen's head. The steel suddenly blazed with red fire, radiating enough power to sunder a building. In a town in the north, the Taurus Viscount whose name was Angry Steel was looking at the image in front of him. He was watching the 7 Mirrors airship. Next to Angry Steel, there was a man. He had purple eyes and hair, horns, and white clothes. He, too, was watching the video stream. If Han Sen had seen that white-clothed man, he'd have been very shocked. And that was because the man looked like a Shira from the Alliance. Angry Steel looked glum. He was standing next to a master of the demon bloodline, and Angry Steel had been wanting to show off the Angry Steel army's power. He wanted to impress the demon, and perhaps be considered for placement as one of the higher races. But before he could show the man anything, this unfortunate event had transpired. Killing the Cape people was not the mistake. The biggest mistake was for so many warriors, Baron leader included, to be ruthlessly murdered by another Baron. It all happened so swiftly, it was embarrassing. Mr. Viscount, Taurus warriors do seem to be a little special, as you have been keen to express. Many of them surrounded a Baron, and all of them were haplessly murdered. They don't look strong, I'll tell you that much. Next to the demon master, there was a woman with 2 horns. But her horns were golden, and they were different from the master's horns. Angry Steel Viscount lowered his head to the master and said, I am sorry, Mr. G. It was me merely being useless. Mr. G shook his head and said, that person is a Baron, but he is good. This isn't entirely your fault. Order your 10 captains to go there and keep him busy. Angry Steel Viscount quickly said, my best captain, Greatsword Viscount, is already there. He can kill the person with ease. Mr. G looked at the video but did not speak. The Lady Demon sneered and said, why are you talking so much crap? Are you really that stupid? We need 10 of your captains to go, not just this single one. Angry Steel Viscount felt a little enraged by her chastisement, but he refrained from showing it. He nodded and said, yes, I will order all 10 captains to go at once. Angry Steel Viscount thought Greatsword Viscount was enough to deal with the Mystic Baron, but he still gave the order to send everyone out there. Greatsword Viscount was already there, and he was running at Han Sen. Angry Steel Viscount thought to himself, if Mr. G says I have to do this, then I have to do this. I definitely don't want to upset him. But Greatsword Viscount can definitely kill that person. He doesn't need anyone else. It'll just be for show. Angry Steel Viscount watched the video feed confidently as Greatsword Viscount rushed straight at Han Sen. Its powerful body had considerable momentum, and it was very shocking to witness. It was like the very planet was shaking. And in regards to his performance, Angry Steel Viscount was satisfied. Greatsword Viscount was not the strongest leader amongst Angry Steel army, but he was most certainly the most intimidating one. Otherwise, Angry Steel wouldn't have selected him to become the top-ranked captain. Greatsword Viscount jumped a distance of a few dozen meters. A large flame enwreathed the greatsword he wielded. His strength and speed were perfect, and the sight of it was beautiful. This is it, kill that Baron. Let Mr. G know that Angry Steel army is strong, Angry Steel Viscount thought to himself. Mr. G was looking at Greatsword Viscount, when he suddenly smiled. Lao Zuoma looked pale. He was worried for Han Sen and the Kate that had not yet boarded the ship. The door was too narrow. There was a limit to how many people could get on board, all at the same time. Only half of the group had successfully made it inside the ship. The other half were still out in the open. There were mostly old people, women, and children outside now. Only a few young men were valiant enough to help them get in. If Han Sen was killed, the army would return to finish them all off, and the deaths would be many. Lao Zuoma looked on strangely. Why Han Sen was fighting Greatsword Viscount was a mystery to him, and if he had decided to just evade the foe, he'd surely survive longer. He could have even run off. But Han Sen was heading towards Greatsword Viscount directly, with no thought of escaping. When the onlookers saw the greatsword swinging down, they knew the blow would be something not even a steel airship could withstand. Han Sen did not move. His left hand held onto the gold feather bow as his right hand clutched the horn arrows. He pulled the string back as far as it could go, and he took aim at Greatsword Viscount. The bow was a weapon that exceeded expectations at range, but Greatsword Viscount was within melee distance of Han Sen. The burning steel greatsword was going to come against the bow, and Han Sen had yet to fire. Die! Greatsword Viscount roared, as the muscles in his body tightened. He unleashed a scary power that looked like it would crush Han Sen in the ship. As this occurred, Han Sen unleashed the arrow. The whoosh of its travel sounded as the arrow rushed forward like a toxic cobra strike. It seemed too late to fire now, though. Greatsword Viscount's greatsword was going to come into contact with the horn arrow, then probably carry on through to hit Han Sen. Greatsword Viscount wore a horrible smile, and he kept roaring. He gripped the sword tightly as he pushed more of his rage into the weapon. He was 3 inches away from the arrow. But the horn arrow disappeared right before Greatsword Viscount Nothing collided with the steel greatsword. Han Sen turned and went right past him like a butterfly. He ended up at the foe's side. Greatsword Viscount wished to strike again, but it was then that the creature noticed the vanishing arrow had reappeared. Before he could react, the horn arrow raced through his mouth as he was shouting. The arrow was spinning incredibly quickly. It came up through his throat, bulldozing its way into his brain. It came out again, spraying brain matter and juice all about. Han Sen kept on going past Greatsword Viscount, not even concerned enough to look at the beast. He reclaimed the arrow and moved forward. Greatsword Viscount's team was still in the area. Greatsword Viscount's body fell backward, creating a dozen-meter-long trail. The corpse twitched, as brain juice leaked and poured out everywhere. He was going to die. Han Sen had no reaction, like this was an everyday activity for him. But Lao Zuoma and Mike were in shock, and even Angry Steel Viscount was floored. None of them could believe their eyes. For a Viscount Taurus to go out like that was crazy, especially when its enemy was simply a baron. The team of Taurus warriors had been fighting in a bloodthirsty rage, but after watching Greatsword Viscount be murdered, they were in massive shock. They no longer looked intimidating. In fact, they looked rather scared. 1787 One sword to fight alone. All teams need to reach the battlefield in 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Angry Steel Viscount shouted down the communicator. His face had turned green. He didn't think Greatsword Viscount would be killed quite so easily. That baron was pretty scary, and Angry Steel felt so angry, knowing his men were proving to be so useless against the attacker. Usually, this would be fine. But now Mr. G was watching as the Angry Steel army got massacred by a mere baron and watching as that same baron destroyed a strike team. It made Angry Steel want to dig a hole to hide in. Mr. G watched the video feed of Han Sen for a little while longer, then he turned around and left. Mr. G, please give me another chance. Angry Steel army will kill that baron, Angry Steel said hastily. Keep him busy. Mr. G walked out of the camp. He was looking in the direction of the battlefield. The maid followed behind Mr. G, and as she walked, she said, "Sir, he is just a baron. You don't need to challenge the man yourself. If you want to see him alive, just tell Angry Steel Viscount to go and grab him." Mr. G laughed and did not say anything. He kept his eyes to the battlefield as he walked. After he was gone, Angry Steel was incredibly furious. He was shouting into the communicator, saying, "I give you 5 minutes. Kill that baron before Mr. G gets there. Otherwise, you will all suffer military punishment." After shouting, Angry Steel exited the camp and chased after Mr. G. Angry Steel Army's 9 captains did not dare to move slowly. They all led their teams to the battlefield. Taurus were supposedly good at fighting and killing. Their vitality was above average, and their fighting skills were really good. They were in a rush to get there now, but the formation of the teams was not a mess. With 9 captains, they were all going to strike at once. Han Sen had already killed 1 strike team, and it didn't even seem to have slowed him down. Because there were too many of the centaurs, all racing to kill the innocents so quickly, he couldn't chase them away. He had no choice but to kill them. Amidst the killing, however, Han Sen discovered something interesting. His Dongshuan armor could absorb power. Han Sen already knew that it gave him energy to fight non-stop, but now he was feeling something more in the energy flowing out of the armor. If the armor usually had 1 water tap providing energy, then he could now feel many more open faucets. Han Sen's life was stronger, and his power had increased. This increase happened after he dealt with the strike team. Does this mean the Dongshuan armor absorbs the power of the earth? Just like my coin Geno core could when I used collecting taxes. The more creatures there are around me, the more power I receive. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen soon received an answer to this. When the 9 teams arrived, Han Sen felt his Dongshuan armor give a vastly greater surge of energy. This went beyond merely recovering the energy that he had lost. So it's true. Han Sen was quite happy about this discovery, but he didn't know if it was a result of his Dongshuan Sutra or his Geno core. This was not something Han Sen could ponder now, however. He had no time, due to 9 Taurus Viscounts headed his way. They all looked pretty past. Han Sen was merely a baron, and even with the Dongshuan armor's buff, he still wouldn't be quite as strong as a Viscount. If he missed a single strike, things would turn out very poorly for him. Lao Zuoma had watched Han Sen kill Greatsword Viscount. He had been stunned when that happened, but now, there was a whole army of centaurs coming. Han Sen was like a small rowboat amidst a sea of tumultuous waves. It didn't seem like things would end well for him. "Get on the ship, quick!" Lao Zuoma shouted distractedly at the Kate still trying to board the ship. Mike had seen Han Sen fighting from the upper deck, and he watched with a complicated expression. Buzz. Before the Centaur army reached Han Sen, they all lifted their spears and threw them at him like javelins. There were so many of them, they looked like a cloud in the sky. Han Sen looked up at the spears that were falling like rain. As he did, the gold feather bow disappeared. His right hand touched his waist, and when he did, something white appeared. A white sword light blazed out from his hand. Under the black rain of spears, it looked like a sun that was swelling to life. Han Sen ran into the ring of spears he had cut down, and wherever he went, countless spears were broken. None of the spears could cut through his net of sword strikes. Amazing sword skills. Everyone who witnessed it was flabbergasted, whether they were friend or foe. But the tourists were not going to retreat, and the 9 captains were still leading their teams towards Han Sen. They surrounded him by keeping their formations tightly knit. The sword air travels 30,000 miles, and one sword can puncture 9 layers of the sky. I thought that any man who can do such marvelous things must be a swordmaster. But he is just a baron. I was certain that he possessed a higher rank. Talk about shocking. From a broken building not far away, Mr. G was watching the swordlight performance with admiration. Very good. I have followed you and have borne witness to many higher races, but none have used such excellent sword techniques as this baron here. Even the maid gave Han Sen a compliment. Angry Steel continued to look terrible. All 10 of his teams had arrived, and all they had to do was kill one baron. But they were being destroyed. The sword air cut through his army like a sickle through field grass. What made him angriest, though, was that the man didn't have as much power as any of the captains. And yet, despite that, the baron was invincible. Angry Steel's soldiers had been unable to do anything to him. It was fortunate the person was only a baron, so he couldn't use more sword lights. He could only kill one warrior at a time. If this hadn't been the case, thousands would have died in mere moments. 1788 Killing a Xenogeniac amidst 1,000 soldiers roar. One of the viscounts amidst the 9 captains roared. His armor cracked, and his muscles inflated. His skin looked like steel, and his eyes became red. He was turning Xenogeniac. Han Sen was not surprised by this, though. In fact, he was quite happy about it. Han Sen used his Dongshuan movements to avoid fighting all 9 of them at the same time. But that did not mean he couldn't kill them. It just enabled him to scope out the right time to strike. In the Xenogeniac universe, killing Xenogeniacs was widely approved. It was the only way he could nab beast souls, too. The Greatsword Viscount was just a noble when he was killed. Because of this, the sanctuaries did not get involved and he wasn't able to receive any decent loot. The Xenogeniac Greatax Viscount went mad. He shouted, right as his steel-like body took off running towards Han Sen. His hands clutched a great axe. Han Sen's body moved like some sort of weird bird. When he dodged the great axe, his own sword struck the Xenogeniac Viscount's neck. The pirate bone sword was very sharp, and not even a Viscount's body could withstand its edge. If the pirate bone sword found its target on the enemy, the Xenogeniac Viscount would be beheaded. But the Xenogeniac Greatax Viscount was blisteringly fast. When the great axe was only halfway through its swing, its operator was able to pull it back swiftly. Then, it came at Han Sen again, but at a speed that was even faster than his own sword. In the air, Han Sen's body had no protection. He was exposed. He borrowed the strength of the air, though, and moved 3 feet to the side to dodge the raging axe. The other Viscounts pulled out their spears and threw them. They came at Han Sen from every single angle. And even though Han Sen was moving like a bird, it was difficult to dodge. He was not a real bird, after all. The Dongshuan armor's energy kept on surging. He wasn't a bird, but his body seemed light as a feather. He was like a phoenix soaring through the sky. He evaded the spears as the pirate bone sword was swung towards the Xenogeniac's neck again. The Xenogeniac Viscount used his great axe to block. It had been forged from Xenogeniac Viscount materials, too. But even so, it was broken in a single hit. Luckily for the Taurus, the Xenogeniac Viscount was very fast. He roared and fell back a few meters to avoid the deadly strike. A few other Viscounts approached, with all the other weapons being cogs in a machine that was coming for Han Sen. Han Sen moved with incredible precision. Despite being locked in an impossibly small space, he was able to break through the effort to surround him. He was still coming for the Xenogeniac Viscount. Everyone could see that this was what he wished to do, however. Amidst the effort of surrounding him, he wanted to kill the xenogenic Taurus Viscount above all. He is so brave, he is so strong, he is so awesome. Mr. G complimented Han Sen 3 times. Even Lao Zuoma and Mike knew what Han Sen wanted to do, and it was a strangely obvious move to make. Am I crazy or is he crazy? Does he really want to push and kill the xenogenic Viscount while he is still surrounded? Is this guy really a baron? Mike was very surprised. If he isn't a baron, it makes sense why the Taurus are being killed so simply. A baron gave a wry smile. Before Han Sen got off the ship, no one could suspect things might turn out this way. No one believed a baron could truly go up against an army as accomplished as this one. And this was something not even a baron from the higher classes could achieve. In fact, amidst the highest lanterns in the Geno Hall, there were barons. But none of those would be as dexterous as Han Sen. Han Sen wouldn't say he was the strongest, but if he fought solo, he was the absolute best. The combination of the Dongshuan aura's buff, the Dongshuan movements, and his phoenix techniques was something none of Han Sen's opponents would be able to overcome. Assuming no one extra strong appeared, Han Sen would be undefeated for sure. The scary thing was, he had infinite power. He wouldn't be fatigued. Stop him, Angry Steel shouted. He had never experienced such a dire state of affairs before. A baron was challenging the whole of his army, and the baron was going to kill another of his best captains. If the attempt was successful, it would be mortifying. Aside from the xenogenic Viscount, the 8 other captains knew that if Han Sen captured the xenogenic's corpse, the Angry Steel army might still be considered a joke even if they killed him. They all tried to stop Han Sen, but as they moved to attack, they saw that the situation had changed. They were no longer surrounding Han Sen. It was more like Han Sen was chasing their leader. After all the fighting that had transpired, they could not stop the sword lights. They knew it was only a matter of time before Han Sen put an end to the xenogenic Viscount, but when Han Sen moved, he was never where they expected him to be. Their swords could not hit Han Sen, and many of the swords were broken by Han Sen's pirate bone sword. They watched as Han Sen quickly approached the xenogenic Viscount, but no one could stop him. Roar! The xenogenic Viscount shouted. The muscles across his body were huge. In one hand he held a broken handle, and in the other he held the broken head of the axe. He was now running towards Han Sen. There were 2 Viscounts on the right and left, and there were 2 Viscounts behind Han Sen. But Han Sen looked so calm, and all he did was move quickly. He jumped up, and with a sword light, he spied an opportunity. He came out from the ring surrounding him, twisted his body, and slipped past the xenogenic Viscount. Then, he drew his sword. It was so fast it was like lightning. A swordwind appeared that was difficult to understand. It was right in front of the xenogenic Viscount. It was too late, though. The xenogenic Viscount shouted and threw his weapons away. As his blood vessels almost burst, he used both hands in an attempt to stop the pirate bone sword that was quickly approaching. Han Sen was not as strong as the xenogenic Viscount, and when his sword was grabbed, he couldn't push it onwards. Angry Steel and the Taurus warriors were all filled with happiness for a change. But the next second, their mood and color changed. The straight blade of the sword that the xenogenic Viscount had grabbed suddenly curved like a crescent moon. It created a weird angle, piercing into the Viscount's head. 1789. The meeting of one palm. The whole battleground was deadly silent. The hand that had grabbed the pirate bone sword was depleted of its strength. Blood seeped out the back of the Viscount's head, and he crumpled to the floor. Xenogenic Viscount hunted. Xenogenic gene found. Xenogenic beast soul obtained. Steel centaur. Han Sen was so happy about this. He had obtained another beast soul, but he was still in the middle of a fight. He couldn't take a time out to examine it just yet. Where did this guy come from? Mike and the other barons were frozen. They couldn't believe any of this. A baron was surrounded by the Angry Steel army. He had not been killed, and he had managed to kill a xenogenic Viscount. It beggared belief. After the xenogenic Viscount was killed, the morale of the Angry Steel army began to wane. The assassination was serious stuff. Seeing it really dealt a blow to their resolve. Angry Steel's face turned red. He was bursting with a scary flame. He bowed to Mr. G and said, "Mr. G, I am going to kill that baron myself." After that, Angry Steel Earl flew towards Han Sen. Although it was embarrassing for an earl to be forced to kill a baron, now was not the time to be concerned with that. If he couldn't kill Han Sen now, it would be a tremendous loss for the Angry Steel army. He'd lose most of his reputation, for sure. Everyone fall back, Mr. G said quietly. Angry Steel froze. He turned around and asked him, "What did you say? Are you stupid, or are your ears clogged? He just told you all to leave," the maid lifted her lips to say. But, Angry Steel still wished to speak. "This is your third time questioning the judgment of the master's command. The Taurus are bold." The maid looked at Angry Steel Earl coldly. A cold sweat broke out on Angry Steel Earl's forehead. He quickly bowed and said, "Please do not be mad. I am wrong. I will tell them to retreat immediately." After that, he commanded his entire army to fall back. The Centaur warriors were all shocked, but they didn't want to fight anymore, anyway. They were all happy to listen to the command and swiftly abandon the battle. "You get lost, too." The maid looked at Angry Steel Earl with disdain. If he wasn't useful, she would have killed him already for questioning Mr. G 3 times. Angry Steel did not say a word in response, and his face was expressionless. He didn't look at Mr. G, and simply returned to the camp with his army. Han Sen was shocked to see the army suddenly fall back. When the Kate that were boarding the ship saw the army retreat, they began to cheer. Lao Zuoma and the barons, seeing what happened on the battlefield, looked nervous. They saw a shadow. Mr. G walked slowly onto the battlefield, along with the maid. Han Sen, seeing Mr. G and the maid, looked shocked. They looked like Shura. Mr. G walked in front of Han Sen and bowed before him, saying, "I am of Demon. My name is Luo Ji. May I ask what yours is?" When Lao Zuoma and Mike saw Mr. G, their faces grew pale. They did not know who Mr. G was in particular, but they knew what the people of Demon looked like. Demon was one of the higher races, unlike the Taurus. Demon. Han Sen looked at Mr. G, and then said, "I'm human. The name's Dollar. Dollar. That's a good name." Luo Ji smiled, but he didn't care if it was a real or fake name. He continued on by saying, "Dollar, you know that the Taurus are a subordinate race of ours." "Yeah," Han Sen answered. "It's good that you know that. I'm not going to bully you, though. If you aren't damaged by my palm, I will let you go. I promise you that no one will subsequently try to bring you harm," Mr. G coldly said. "What if I don't accept?" Han Sen asked. Han Sen knew that if Mr. G wanted him dead, the man wouldn't have spoken to him as much as he already had. He was here for something, and he wasn't planning on killing him. "If you do not accept, you will have to help me deal with something. And after that, you will be free to go," Mr. G said. "That sounds fair, but you aren't a baron." Han Sen lifted his lips. Mr. G laughed and said, "I am a viscount, but when I use my palm, I will gauge it to a level that rivals yours. If you find out I use more power than I should, consider it my defeat." "Okay, that'll settle it," Han Sen agreed. Han Sen had just fought several viscounts, but the demon Luo Ji was not like the centaurs. He wasn't at the same level. Luo Ji did give Han Sen a sense of danger, though. Han Sen didn't want to be reckless, walking into this. But with what was being offered, it didn't make much sense to reject. If their levels were going to be balanced, Han Sen didn't think he'd have trouble dodging the palm. Luo Ji smiled and raised his right hand. His fingers were really long, and his skin was really pale. It looked like the hand of a young executioner. But when he lifted his hand fully, Han Sen's face changed. As his right hand was raised, it gathered up a weird power. It made no sound or sense, and normal people definitely wouldn't be able to feel it. But Han Sen was very familiar with this power. Many people had this power in his family, and he recognized it. The falsified Sky Sutra. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at Luo Ji's hand in shock. Without a shadow of a doubt, the man was using falsified sky powers. Or the Shura version of those powers. He knew he wasn't wrong. When Mr. G heard Han Sen's voice, he laughed and said, "This power hails from the annals of my race. It is Sky Demon Sutra. If you can block it, I will never bother you again." Han Sen wasn't familiar with the Sky Demon Sutra, but he knew it must be the same thing as falsified sky power. And Han Sen also knew why Luo Ji was so confident in his ability to hurt him. Falsified sky powers never missed, and no ordinary combatant could ever block them. After Mr. G said that, he put his hand in front of him. He swung it like an orchestrator with a baton. It looked rhythmic, and it didn't even look as if there was much power in it. Not many people could block falsified sky powers. If that man used Viscount power against Han Sen, he didn't think he could beat it, but Mr. G was using power that equated to Han Sen's level. It was the hubris of arrogance. 1790 human dollar. Han Sen lifted his own palm as he faced off against Mr. G. The maid behind Mr. G smiled and looked on with disdain. She thought to herself, this person is arrogant. He thinks he is so great just for killing a few centaurs. He's actually using his own palm against the master, Pa. How dare he think he can compete with the Sky Demon Sutra? As she thought this, both palms collided. And because the power was equalized, they were both sent reeling back. Han Sen knew this would happen, but Mr. G wasn't prepared. It looked as if he couldn't believe it. The maid's eyes and mouth opened wide, and she screamed. How is that possible? Do you still mean what you said? Han Sen calmly asked Mr. G. That calm was only on the surface, though. After that strike, he knew he had just gone up against falsified sky powers. Does demon have a connection to the Shira? Is demon a race formed by the Shira in the Geno universe? Or are the Shira a part of demon perhaps? Han Sen mulled potential answers for these questions, over and over. It was difficult to say. Mr. G wore a conflicted expression, and he said, I spoke the truth. You can leave, and no trouble will pursue you when you depart. After that, Mr. G said, and if you are willing to, we can make a trade. If you succeed, not only will trouble not follow you today, but you will never have trouble on planet Kate ever again. Furthermore, you will be granted a fine reward. What sort of trade? Han Sen asked, looking at Mr. G. The implications were clear. Mr. G wouldn't touch Han Sen for one day, but unless Han Sen got on that airship, he couldn't run very far. Demon would control the entirety of planet Kate soon. If Han Sen didn't want to get killed, he'd have to make this trade. Han Sen was not afraid of being chased, but he wanted to at least hear what the terms might be. Han Sen was also interested in learning why those of Demon were able to make use of falsified sky powers, and why they looked so similar to the Shira. This is not a place for talking, so let us discuss this somewhere else. Mr. G waved for Han Sen to follow him, and without hesitation, Han Sen accompanied him and they both left together. After they left, all the Kate felt as if they had escaped death. Someone had recorded the fight and uploaded it to the internet. It created quite the fuss across many different races. It depicted a baron turning the streets into a killing field. Han Sen's movement and sword skills garnered a lot of attention, in particular. They all wished to guess who he might have been. Many people knew about the pirate bone sword he had wielded. So, many guessed that he belonged to pirate. But pirate lacked people with techniques and talent as impressive as what the video showed. While the sword skills known by pirate were strong, they were not as strong as Han Sen's. The form Han Sen had filled in on the ship was revealed. It identified his race as human, and his name as Dollar. No one had heard of humans before, so no one knew where Dollar might actually be from. But many creatures remembered that human and Dollar combo from that day onwards. It's that *SSHOLE. On a pirate ship, a beautiful young lady was watching the video. She gritted her teeth. It was Hire. After she had been robbed, she set out in search of Han Sen, but all traces of the man had vanished. She believed it would be extremely difficult to find him, and the last thing she wanted to hear was that a baron had made such bloody use of her pirate bone sword and killed a xenogenic viscount amidst it all. Hire watched the video and recognized both Han Sen and the sword. She was so mad, she really wanted to kill him. Hire, this Dollar stole your sword. A man was also watching the video, and he looked greatly surprised. Yes, Uncle Rog, you need to teach him a proper lesson and get the sword back, Hire said to the man in a voice that she thought would sound cute. Although Hire hated Han Sen's guts, his display of power had impressed her. It would be difficult to find another fighter that could equal him, especially among the barons. She knew if she was to exact revenge, she couldn't do it alone. Rog sucked on a lollipop contemplatively. As he watched the video, he said, "Powerful guy. I'm afraid someone of the same tier would not be able to kill him. He is just a baron. If you want to kill him, it shouldn't be difficult for you." Hire clutched his arms tight. Rog blinked and said, "My little Hire wants help, But you do know that if one of us pirates seeks vengeance, we must do it by ourselves. Unless you die or something, of course. If I help you, Grandpa Pirate will kill me. Rog, Uncle, it is only the two of us. If we don't tell him, he won't know. Please help me." Hire started to swing his arms. Fine. Stop shaking me," Rog said. "So, you agree?" Hire sounded excited. "I can't actually do this myself, of course. You'll have to get the sword. Yourself, otherwise, Grandpa Pirate will kill me. Uncle Rog sucked his lollipop with a smile, and then he said, I can most certainly help you level up to be a Viscount, though. He is strong, but if you are a Viscount, killing him won't be difficult. She looked upset at first, but after hearing his offer, she seemed much happier. She said, it would be good to kill that *SSHOLE myself. How can I level up to be a Viscount in a short amount of time? This is the Geno material I was able to retrieve from a marquis whale. It is from the Lightning Sea. I made battle pills from it. The next time you practice, consume one. I believe that within 10 days, you can become a Viscount. Rog gave Hire a bottle of the stuff. Hire accepted the bottle and bared her teeth, saying, $, I am going to take your life. 1791 Demon Grave, Demon Grave. Han Sen frowned and looked at Mr. G. Mr. G nodded and said, yes, Demon Grave. It was an ordinary xenogenic space, but a battle once transpired there. Something went awry. Anyone who enters there now has their powers suppressed to the level of an ordinary bumpkin in Geno armor. Even a king would be like a commoner there, and the same applies to any weaponry that enters. There's a place like that. What happened there? Han Sen asked. You have seen how powerful that Kong Fei is, yes. The one of no, Mr. G inquired. Han Sen had a front row seat for that particular show. He nodded and said, yes, I have. Demon Grave is the result of two elites like Kong Fei having a brawl, Mr. G said. It is useless to try and resist the suppression of that zone. Your strength won't mean squat there. You will be a commoner when you enter. The strongest people that opt to reside there are ones like you. It is true skill that sets them apart. When you are there, you might find yourself able to kill a king. Why am I going to that place with you? Han Sen frowned. A place like that did indeed seem to be good for him, but Han Sen didn't think he was invincible enough to march in blindly. The Geno universe, in one way or another, had the falsified Sky Sutra. Demon was not the strongest race, though, and that meant there were powers out there that were even greater than it. Han Sen did not think Mr. G would be invincible if he went to this place. Furthermore, his power would be greatly suppressed. Death would find him easier there, so that wasn't good. The legends say two god elites fought for a treasure in xenogenic space, and that was how the place became Demon Grave. I am unsure which of them might have managed to take this treasure, but after their battle, there were many xenogenic plants. The fruit they bear is very mystic, and I will need just one of them. I am hoping you will be able to go with me to retrieve it. If you aid me in this venture, you will be highly rewarded, Mr. G said seriously. If these fruits can provide such a big benefit, and they are still there for the taking, this place must be quite dangerous, Han Sen said. Mr. G did not want to hide these facts. He picked up some notes and then laid out everything he had gathered. Demon Grave has a lot of xenogenic plants, but there are no xenogenic creatures there. Don't worry, but inside the place, there is an indigenous race. They are the lesser sort of race that can only wear Geno armor. None of them can become nobles. Growing up there, however, allows them to munch on as much of the xenogenic fruit as they want. They cannot become proper barons, but their raw strength is higher than the average soldiers. They are roughly the equal of an average baron. Mr. G went on to say, if they are outside that place, it matters little how strong they are. They are, for all intents and purposes, rubbish. Inside Demon Grave, however, even a king might lose to them. They are our biggest enemy to fear. Han Sen surveyed the information in front of him, and he found that most of the papers were drawings that had been done by hand. There weren't any actual videos or surveillance photos. You cannot use tools in there. This is all we have, so take a look, Mr. G explained. Han Sen kept on looking at the pictures that had been drawn, though, and he admired the artistic qualities. The bodies of this race looked human-like, but they possessed butterfly wings. Their hair grew upwards like fire, and their bodies were like those of a human. They wore silver Geno armor, and they looked really nice. The documents said they were called Chaos. They were not nobles, and nor were they xenogenics. But their power could definitely be compared to that of a baron. They were nothing when they were out in the world, but they were scary inside their territory. Chaos ate the xenogenic fruit. While many others had ventured there, hoping to collect some even dukes, they were mostly killed. But when Han Sen read the effects of those fruits, he was tempted. Han Sen had 86 Baron Geno points, and that was because he consistently ate the materials and weapons he found. He hadn't cooked the horn arrows or the pirate bone sword. He did eat the toxic Fang dagger, though, and after everything he'd consumed, he was still a while away from 100. He killed Griatax Viscount, but there were no materials for him to retrieve. He couldn't get the dozen Baron Geno points he needed. After seeing the description of the xenogenic fruit, Han Sen thought that maybe he'd be able to increase his own genes. If he could, he'd become a Viscount. But still, it depended on the fruit itself. And fruit aside, there was already a fairly good motive that could prompt him to go on this venture. If he was able to get a few of the fruits, he could at least swap them for materials, too. Aside from the one I need, you can keep any others you collect. If I get the fruit I want, I will give you a Viscount armor that was forged from xenogenic material. The defense of the gear is as good as it gets. When Mr. G said this, Han Sen was unbelievably tempted to join him. Not only was it the prospect of Viscount armor, but being able to keep collected fruit was wondrous, too. Han Sen really wanted to go. Mr. G, seeing Han Sen not saying a word, still looked hesitant. So, he took out his phone and showed Han Sen a visual of the armor. The armor was blue and made of scales. It looked like a fish scale armor set. Mr. G smiled and said, "This Viscount armor is called Aqua Scale armor. It is made from the scales of Viscount Aqua Scale snakes. Each snake only has one scale, so it took 265 to make this set. If you think I'm worth all this, then sure. I will come with you." Han Sen smiled and agreed to the trip. He looked calm and composed, but inwardly, he was drooling over the potential rewards. 265 Viscount materials was incredible. Seeing the armor, Han Sen didn't want to wear it. He wanted to eat it. That set of armor could take him from Baron to Viscount, and from Viscount to Earl. That was not an armor set. That was a recovery soup. Mr. G told Han Sen that the Aqua Scale snakes were a powerful race, but of the lesser variety. They were strong enough to challenge the higher races that were in the Geno Hall. They had tried once, but fell short of being able to claim a lantern. The high race had killed almost all of them in return for the boldness. The Aqua Scale armor was made from the xenogenic snakes that had died in the battle. It eventually came into Demon's possession, and then Mr. G's personal ownership. This trip to Demon Grave was important, and it had been very difficult to find someone of Han Sen's caliber to help. Therefore, the price was of no object. After accepting Mr. G's invitation, Han Sen noticed not just anyone could travel to Demon Grave. When Demon Grave was created, a few of the higher races established a rule. They could send people in whenever the entrance opened up, but only within certain limitations. Demon was a part of the ensemble that had made this rule. They could send a group of 4 inside, but 2 of the party had to be demons. Since 2 members of the party had already been chosen, Mr. G only had 1 space remaining. He was originally planning on bringing his maid, but after seeing Han Sen, he changed his mind. He'd prefer to bring Han Sen instead of her. Mr. G wasn't stupid, though. He had insurance to make sure that Han Sen tried his hardest. The maid was an Earl Elite, and there'd be other demons on standby outside. Things wouldn't turn out very well for Han Sen if Mr. G didn't return alive. Demon Grave's entrance was near Planet Kate, but because it was not yet open, Mr. G had been waiting around, observing how the Taurus attacked. He could not believe that he had stumbled across someone like Han Sen here, of all places. 2 days later, Mr. G took Han Sen with him to leave Planet Kate's surface. They didn't go far, though. The entrance to Demon Grave was on a natural satellite that orbited Planet Kate. Because of the fight, the energy of Demon Grave was erratic and volatile. Sometimes, Demon Grave would suppress elites so strongly that they would die before they could even set foot on the ground. So, the only option was to enter during a fluctuation of the atmospheric energy. They would enter when the energy was weak, and leave before it became strong again. Han Sen followed Mr. G to a base that the elites had built. There were no other higher races there. The guards in the base said that one demon had already taken a person into Demon Grave. Mr. G took Han Sen out of the base, headed for a barren planet. Mr. G told Han Sen he had arrived late on purpose, and so they wouldn't be entering with the others. The natural satellite was the size of the moon, so it wasn't big. It was very empty, too. It was covered in yellow sand and cactus-like plants. When he stepped out of the base, he noticed that the sand stretched out to endless horizons. Rather than being on a tiny moon, it just felt like he was in a random desert somewhere. Han Sen knew he had entered Demon Grave, however. This was the result of the xenogenic space's dimensional twisting. Mr. G, as he kept on walking, told Han Sen, "We have entered Demon Grave now, and there is something I must tell you." "Go ahead." Han Sen was not surprised by this. Before he had agreed to come, he knew some sort of information had been kept from him. The fruit that we're after this time is special, even for Demon's Grave. But it also means we have to go in deep. It is in the land heavily ruled by chaos. So, we need to ensure we are prepared, Mr. G said. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything in response. Even though Mr. G had not told him this before, it was something he already expected. He was offering a lot to Han Sen, so there had to be something unusually dangerous involved. That meant Mr. G wouldn't have been very confident in the venture, either, if he was to go alone. He really wanted Han Sen to go with him. Inside Demon Grave, our lives are tethered. If you die, I die. If you live, I live. So, if there is anything I need to know, it is best you tell me now. Don't hold back something that will bite us in the *SS later, Mr. G said. Han Sen smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is a trade. You're paying for the service, so we each have an obligation. You, money, me, effort. We humans have standards." Hearing him say that, Mr. G did not respond. With Han Sen in tow, he continued moving forward. Not long after, Han Sen felt a little sick. He was feeling weak. After a few dozen more miles, he was feeling extra tired. Demon Grave suppresses outsiders a lot. We are weakened a considerable amount. Be careful. If you see the chaos, hide. It is best to try to avoid fighting them. Mr. G was not faring any better, either. He was sweating, and he was visibly struggling against the suppression. After a dozen miles more, the desert turned a little green. They were approaching an oasis, and it spurred them to walk a little faster. "It looks like we're on the right path. The map said we'd encounter an oasis. There's a chance we can get some xenogenic fruit here without trouble." Mr. G looked excited, but they were still very cautious as they walked forward. They didn't want to stumble into the chaos. As for the other powerful races that had entered Demon Grave, Mr. G said not to worry. He had chosen a very dangerous path that would lead them to the Chaos Camp. Normal people wouldn't go there. They didn't sense anything living in the oasis as they approached. When they entered, they found many grape-like fruits, which were reddish-purple in color. They were so heavy, they bent the vines they grew upon. And there were a lot of them. "Are these the xenogenic fruits?" Han Sen looked at them with surprise. "They're not. They're just ordinary fruit. We'll have to look deeper. The xenogenic fruit we seek will look like crystals," Mr. G said. Han Sen followed the grapevines, and a little later, he found a grape that looked very special. Just like Mr. G had said, it looked crystalline, like a piece of jade. Just as Han Sen reached out to pick it up, he felt danger coming his way. He quickly fell back and looked at the vine. 1793 Yisha. When Mr. G saw Han Sen jump back, he immediately put himself in battle mode. He looked toward the grapevine ahead of them. Mr. G, you are good. Even your mere servant is so sensitive." A voice sounded from the grapevine, before someone walked out. Han Sen observed the body approaching and noted it was a woman wearing a battle suit. The mask she wore obscured her face, however. On her head, she had white bunny ears. Han Sen and Mr. G were facing her, so they couldn't see if she also had a tail. Hanging on her back, though, was a saw-like knife. It was a little savage, especially when compared with her body shape. Mr. G looked at the woman and said coldly, "What is one of the rebate doing here?" The woman, still sounding casual, said, "Whatever you're doing here, I want to do, too. That means we're enemies." Mr. G gave Han Sen a signal before approaching the woman slowly. His hand hovered above the sword attached to his waist. Han Sen understood the signal and moved to flank the woman. He walked toward her from the other side. The woman remained where she stood, as if she hadn't seen the pair coming toward her. She merely said, 3 miles to the north of the oasis, there is a group of chaos. If I shout, or the sounds of your weapons ring, they will be drawn here. Are you sure you want to do this now? I don't stand for bluffing." Mr. G laughed. "If there were no chaos, why would I be here? Go ahead, if you don't believe me. We can all die together." The woman didn't buckle easily to the implied threat, and she held her ground resolutely. That made Mr. G hesitate a bit, too. He stopped approaching her and gestured for Han Sen to keep an eye on her. Han Sen nodded. Mr. G started sneaking in a northerly direction until he was out of sight. "You don't belong to Demon," the woman remarked. She didn't sound hostile when she spoke. "You're right, I am human," Han Sen answered. "How did you know I was here?" the woman asked Han Sen. She appeared to have been confused. The woman was definitely not an ordinary rebate. If Mr. G knew her true identity, he'd have been shocked. And he wouldn't have believed he was seeing her here, of all places. Han Sen didn't say anything more, and he simply continued to look at the woman. The woman picked a grape and reclined back against a giant vine. She skinned the grape and placed it in her mouth. As she ate it, she said, "What is Mr. G giving you?" "Whatever it is, I can double the offer. If you help me later, of course." Han Sen was shocked that the woman so boldly wanted him to betray Mr. G. She had made the offer so casually, as if it was entirely normal. Seeing Han Sen not give her an answer, the woman went on to say, "I'm afraid I am uncertain what Mr. G is hoping to accomplish. He's told you that he wants a xenogenic fruit, am I right? If you believe that, you are dreadfully wrong. I can tell you right here, for free, that this xenogenic fruit he has told you about is not the only thing that he wants. This place is extremely dangerous, so I suggest you think about this, lest you go and get yourself killed." "This is none of my business," Han Sen said calmly. Even if the woman hadn't said anything like this, he still had his own suspicions. "You are an interesting fellow. My name is Yisha. What's yours?" The woman looked at Han Sen with genuine interest. "Dollar," Han Sen answered. The woman's expression said that she had never heard of humans nor a person named Dollar. The video of Han Sen laying waste to the centaurs hadn't been circulating for very long. Perhaps she hadn't gotten around to seeing it yet. The woman seemed to think of something else, too. But she then appeared to quickly shelve the idea. The grapevines began to rustle, and a little later, Mr. G came marching out towards them. Mr. G looked grim. It seemed as if Yisha had not been lying, and he had seen the chaos. "How long have you been here? And how long have the chaos been in this area?" Mr. G asked the woman. "Is that how you ask people for information? This is the grace and etiquette of the demons on full display?" Yisha asked sarcastically. Mr. G looked at Yisha. He had seen the rebate before, but he didn't know a ton about them. "What is your name, lady?" Mr. G asked politely, not seeming angered by her questions. "Yisha," Yisha answered. Mr. G receded into thought for a moment, and he tried to imagine where he might have heard that name before. Mr. G smiled and went on to say, "Lady Yisha, if we have come here for the same purpose and waltzed into the same predicament, why don't we cooperate?" "How?" Yisha asked emotionlessly. "We deal with the chaos, of course. And once that is done, we can go our separate ways. Finding the reward will be up to our individual effort again. What do you think?" Mr. G smiled with his suggestion. "Okay, how would you propose we deal with the chaos? Do you think the three of us can take down 4? Yisha asked. Mr. G shook his head. "They might come at us in a group, in which case their numbers advantage will be difficult to deal with." "So, what is the plan?" Yisha said. "I have heard the rebate excel in both speed and agility. You are the best of the higher races, in those fields. If you can lure the chaos into the oasis, Han Sen and I will strike. If we can take down 2, the other 2 can be taken out easily." Mr. G looked sincere. "Mr. G, that is such a great plan. Minor suggestion. How about you lure them out, instead?" Yisha said dryly. Mr. G responded quietly, "We don't have the movement capabilities of the rebate. And if we detected you when you were attempting to go unnoticed, the chaos definitely will. It is best that Han Sen and I perform the sneak attack." Yisha frowned in thought. Then, surprisingly, she said, "Okay, I will lure out the chaos. But I want half of the spoils. The other half goes to you too." "Sure." Mr. G smiled. After the 3 of them settled on the plan, Han Sen and Mr. G went into hiding. Yisha was going to attract the chaos. After Yisha left, Mr. G told Han Sen, "When Yisha lures them here, don't do anything. We will slide out of the oasis without being noticed." 1794 Chaos. Han Sen frowned, but he didn't have much of an opinion about Mr. G breaking promises. Mr. G and Yisha's purposes were similar, so that did make them competitors. It was to be expected that they would fight and trick each other when cooperating. The reason Han Sen frowned, however, was because of Yisha. He thought she had agreed too quickly to the idea of luring the chaos there, and that she herself was planning to betray them. If they left now, they might lose an advantage. While Han Sen was still in thought, a noise came from further into the oasis. From where they were hiding, they could see Yisha was running towards them with haste. Yisha was incredibly fast, but she didn't look to be too concerned or rushed. Several arrows flew through the air right past her. It was a terrifying scene for Han Sen to watch. Her abilities of movement were not inferior to Han Sen's own Dongshuan movements. Not far behind Yisha, 4 chaos were flapping their wings in pursuit. They had bows, and they were repeatedly firing arrows down at her. Their power and speed were scary, as well. Inside Demon Grave, Han Sen was probably much slower than they were. The chaos looked just like the artistic renditions he had previously seen. They were clad in silver armor, and they possessed butterfly wings. Their bows were forged from wood or sturdy vines. Yisha was able to avoid the 4 of them as she ran back to the oasis. She hadn't been dealt an injury, which was rather amazing. When Yisha ran into the oasis, she followed the current plan and went for the grapevine. There were a lot of vines there, and visibility was severely limited. The chaos flew down to the ground and began making their way through the vines. The backs of their wings were weird. When they were open wider than a man with his arms stretched out. When they closed, they threaded together to look like a cape. The 4 chaos were next to them now. Han Sen looked towards Mr. G, who was looking back at him, shaking his head. He was telling Han Sen not to do anything. The 4 chaos did not notice Han Sen or Mr. G's lurking presences. But after they had passed, Mr. G signaled for Han Sen to go to where the chaos had initially come from. Han Sen followed Mr. G out of the oasis, but not long after they left, they heard an angry shriek from behind. The 4 chaos suddenly appeared, coming right for them. Mr. G and Han Sen's hearts jumped. There had been no fighting in the oasis, and yet, the monsters were now coming right for them. Yisha was nowhere to be seen, either. That was weird. They did not know how Yisha had gotten rid of the chaos, but the 4 creatures had obviously reversed direction. They were clearly coming for Han Sen and Mr. G now. The pair couldn't spend much time thinking it over, though, and so they focused on trying to run. While they might not have been able to outrun the creatures, they couldn't just stand around doing nothing. After running a few steps, Han Sen quickly realized that they couldn't escape this predicament. He shouted at Mr. G and said, "Run back to the oasis. We can't proceed like this." "Okay." Mr. G agreed, and he quickly turned around. Han Sen turned around, too. He wanted to return to the oasis. There would be foliage and other things that could be used to block and confuse the creatures. Han Sen ran for a while, but Mr. G did not come back. He kept on running the other way, using Han Sen to get rid of the chaos. Han Sen stayed silent, though, and he did not turn around. He kept going back towards the oasis. The chaos were moving incredibly fast, and Han Sen had been running for a while, hoping to breach the oasis from another side. All of a sudden, though, he slid to a stop. Many arrows came flying forward. Han Sen quickly employed Heavenly Go in his Dongshuan movements. As he bobbed to evade each arrow, he continued heading for the oasis. The 4 chaos had been unable to shoot Han Sen, so they instead drew their swords and swooped closer. They wanted to stop Han Sen from entering. Han Sen didn't use his pirate bone sword, though. A xenogenic weapon like that would be weaker in such a place. Using it here would be a great waste, and if it ended up getting broken, that'd be terrible. Amidst Han Sen's dodging, he decided to try to pick up the wooden arrows that had been fired at him. He threw them back at 2 of the chaos and rolled. Then, he picked up another 2 wooden arrows. He threw those at the other 2. The chaos chopped the approaching arrows down with their wooden swords and continued after Han Sen. Han Sen grabbed more wooden arrows, using them as melee weapons to deflect incoming sword strikes. Pang! The sword hit his arrows with devastating force, and Han Sen stumbled back with bleeding hands. His chest ached and he coughed up a little blood. Before Han Sen landed, a chaos was running at him again with its sword drawn. It wanted to cut Han Sen in 2 while he was still in the air. But Han Sen moved like a bird and avoided the strike. He threw a wooden arrow toward the 2 chaos that were running at him. The 2 chaos swung their swords to cut the arrow down, but suddenly, the arrow moved low and went past them. Han Sen thought Drillhead could be of benefit since he was using the arrows at such short range. But the speed and skill of the 2 that came against him now were too much. They dodged the arrow that had come right before their throats. These guys are hard to deal with. Han Sen thought in his heart. He didn't stop moving, though. And while those 2 dealt with the arrow, he went to face the last chaos ahead. That chaos was a woman. Her wooden sword was not heavy like those of the other 3. She swung her sword like it was a banyan branch. A multitude of shadows flashed through the air toward Han Sen, like a net ready to snare him. But Han Sen did not hesitate. If the three chaos caught up, escape would be incredibly difficult. Like a ghost, Han Sen headed towards the net with his horn arrow in hand. Gotcha! The Viscount rank horn arrow was struck by the wooden sword and broken. But Han Sen used this chance to escape the sword net, and before he had time to feel sad over his loss, he was headed for the oasis. The four chaos continued shouting angrily, but none were able to stop Han Sen. And in the midst of the oasis, it was easy for him to hide. After a few more dodges, he was able to race into the grapevines. After entering the area with the grapevines, things became much easier for Han Sen. The fighting skills that the four chaos employed were rather simple and a little clumsy, but they weren't weak. 1 versus 1, Han Sen might win. But against four of them at the same time, there was a high chance he could stumble and fall. Han Sen used all the judgment, prediction, and movement that his skills gave him. He did this so he could fight them more effectively in the grapevine area. Han Sen kept escaping in the direction that Yisha had fled, but Yisha herself was now headed in the direction Mr. G had gone, so Han Sen was unable to see her. If she had not been killed, she should still be in the grape area. Han Sen was still curious about how she had managed to get rid of the chaos that were chasing her. The four chaos ardently pursued Han Sen. He was able to kite and keep them at bay, though, keeping them from dealing any damage to him. In this manner, they went deep into the grapevines. In the beginning, Han Sen could catch glimpses of Yisha's trail. But after going this deep, he had lost sight of it. What did she do? Han Sen frowned. He was fighting four chaos all alone, hoping to find something that could help him out of the bind. The grapevines there were very big. They were as thick as a man's leg, and they tangled together like snakes. They webbed and clogged the skies, making it difficult for sunlight to pierce through and illuminate the undergrowth. The whole place was like one labyrinthine cave system. Han Sen wouldn't have dared go this deep if he didn't know there were no xenogenics there. Han Sen thought the complicated geography could weaken the resolve of the chaos. But they seemed to be very familiar with the place, and Han Sen still couldn't shake them off his tail. The Dongshuan armor absorbed the power and strength of the earth, but it was very limited where they were right now. Perhaps it was because of the atmosphere that had been damaged by the two elites so long ago. And consequently, the barren Dongshuan armor was suppressed. To make matters worse, without the constant replenishment, the energy he was using was starting to make him feel tired. When Han Sen wondered whether or not he should risk trying to take a hostage, he suddenly saw something bright. The vines seemed to be opening in front of him, and the sunlight was extra bright there. It was being reflected by something, and Han Sen assumed it might be water. Han Sen did not know how he had gotten here. He ran forward, and lo and behold, he saw a lake that was skirted by the rest of the oasis vines. A statue stood in the middle of the lake, and surprisingly, Yisha was there. Yisha was sitting on the shoulder of the statue. She looked surprised when she saw Han Sen emerge from the knot of vines. But when Han Sen left the vines and approached the shores of the lake, he heard the chaos make warning sounds. They were warning Han Sen not to venture too close to it. Han Sen didn't care for what they thought, though, and he just continued on towards the lake. He jumped to Yisha's statue. The statue was sculpted to look like a person. It sort of looked like a human or a crystallizer. There were no butterfly wings, cat ears, or tail of any sort. It was just a 3-meter tall person with clothes on. The lower part of its legs was submerged beneath the surface of the lake. When Han Sen jumped, the chaos stopped near the shore. They gave up their chase, and neither did they fire any more arrows. Han Sen flew to the left shoulder of the statue. Yisha, who was on the right shoulder of the statue, drew out her saw-like knife. She slashed it at Han Sen. Han Sen had seen many powerful skills, like falsified sky sword skills, but this was scary. There were many swordsmen in the sanctuary, and lots of them were masters. But Han Sen had never seen someone as cruel as she was before. Most sword skills he had seen so far were intended for slashing or stabbing. Sometimes they were fast and powerful. But Yisha's skills were weird. It looked like she was slashing and stabbing at the same time, like some toxic snake. Or the fangs of a hungry wolf. She was so fast, Han Sen could not determine the track of her attack. Han Sen didn't spare much time thinking this over, though. He used his powers to take to the air like a bird. He tried to dodge Yisha, but he was suppressed and unable to tell where she was attacking from. The suppression slowed him down, and while he did manage to mostly dodge the strike, he was slashed across the arm. Han Sen did not know what that savage saw knife was made of, but it cut straight through his armor and sliced him deeply enough to expose his bones. Luckily, Han Sen's blood was crystallized. Melting his blood would be difficult under the suppressive atmosphere, so no actual blood seeped through the wound. Having failed to stop Han Sen, she lifted her weapon to strike again. She was going faster and faster, with more strength in each subsequent lunge. She was like some toxic beast opening its mouth to bite Han Sen. Han Sen was in the air, flying like a bird. He tried to gain more distance to dodge Yisha's attacks. Yisha was still standing on the statue, though. Eventually, she was unable to reach Han Sen. She didn't chase him, and it seemed as if she only wanted Han Sen off the statue. But it was apparent by the look on her face that Yisha was surprised. She was stunned that Han Sen had managed to dodge her attack. Han Sen was in the air, thinking over what had happened. Yisha was far stronger than he had imagined she would be. Her attacks were almost as good as Han Sen's. She was definitely a master with the blade. She deliberately let go of Han Sen and Mr. G, and it seemed like she had been using them as more than just bait. Perhaps she was staying here, not because of the chaos, but something else. Perhaps she had a plan that involved the lake, the statue, and maybe the entire oasis itself. Han Sen felt as if he couldn't use all his strength. If he had enough energy, he could fly freely and not worry about falling. But inside Demon Grave, Han Sen really was weak. Flying like he was, he had already lost much of his power. He wouldn't last much longer. Han Sen looked at the lake and noticed how clear the water was. He could see the bottom of the small lake. The water reflected light very strongly, though. The reflections would hurt your eye. There were no creatures in the lake, and neither was there anything like seaweed. But even so, with the fact that none of the chaos would approach, Han Sen did not have a good feeling about the place. Han Sen gritted his teeth and circled around in the air before trying to return to the statue. Yisha saw Han Sen coming back for the statue and swung her sword again. The sword moved like a subtle dragon, and it wasn't as obvious as Han Sen's approach. Her sword mind was not any weaker than Han Sen's. In fact, she was the most difficult enemy Han Sen had faced since entering the Geno universe. He didn't have a weapon, and he didn't dare to use his pirate bone sword to challenge her saw knife. All he could rely on was his movement abilities as he flew around the statue, trying to get on it. But Yisha's agility and sword skills were in no way inferior to Han Sen. When she waved her saw knife, she prevented Han Sen from being able to reach the statue. Han Sen flew around the statue 3 times, eventually feeling as if he had exhausted all the power in his body. If he didn't borrow some power from another source soon, he'd likely fall into the water below. Let's try this and see if it works. Han Sen summoned something in his hands. The light became a steel shield. The steel shield was 1 meter high, and it was made of good steel. In the front, there was a carving of a centaur roaring up to the sky. This was the Viscount Beast Soul Steel Centaur. It was a shield beast soul. Han Sen had not tried it out yet, and he didn't know if it would be weakened by Demon Grave. But he had to do something, and using it now seemed like the best idea. Han Sen lifted the steel shield to cover his entire body. He forced himself onto the statue's shoulder. When Yisha attacked this time, Han Sen did not retreat. Not that he could, as there was no space to move backward. If he could not maintain a position on the statue, he'd stumble back and fall into the lake. Dong! Yisha slashed the shield and heard a metallic noise ring out. Han Sen's body moved back a bit, but he still managed to recompose himself and stay firmly on the statue's shoulder. Yisha looked shocked by this. Her eyes looked at Han Sen's shield, unable to believe it had managed to block her saw knife and save Han Sen's life. The serrated knife was like a mouthful of teeth, heading right for Han Sen. But Han Sen had already regained his footing on the statue, and now his stance was firm. He had a shield to block Yisha's saw knife. He wasn't afraid anymore. They were both fighting atop the statue, and Yisha's sword skills still proved themselves to be tremendously spooky. But Han Sen was hiding behind the shield. She slashed dozens of times, but she failed to break the steel surface of the shield. Han Sen was thrilled. Apparently, Demon Grave's suppression had no effect on beast souls. Therefore, beast souls were very handy to have in that place. Han Sen hated himself for not having any other beast souls right now. If he had a bunch, He'd practically be invincible in this place. Yisha continued fighting for a while, but eventually stopped. She stood on the right shoulder of the statue, staring at Han Sen who stood atop the left shoulder. She said, "Why aren't you following Luo Ji? Why did you come back this way?" Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. Keeping himself behind the safety of the shield, he sat down carefully and said, "Mr. Ji ran off, so I decided to come back here." Yisha stared at Han Sen and sat down, as well. She felt exhausted after doing so much fighting, too. She was a noble belonging to one of the higher races, but the demon grave had an even worse effect on her. Her body was no greater than Han Sen's in this place. Now that Han Sen had the time to look over the statue properly, he noticed that there was a word engraved on the statue's neck. The carving was a little rough, as if it had been added after the statue was made. Han Sen looked a little closer, and when he did, he was given a shock. He knew those words. They weren't Kate characters. It was a language belonging to ancient humans. Super Gene. 2 words followed by a question mark. When he saw those words, Han Sen was shocked. The most shocking thing was how familiar the writing looked. Han Sen had previously seen a note written by his great-granddad Han Jinji. It had said, "Super Gene." Now, the same words and question mark were on this thing. The handwriting was identical, too. Han Sen looked at the words as his mind raced. Han Jinji was here. Why did he write this down? Why is there a question mark? Why is Yisha here? There were so many questions racing through Han Sen's head, but he could not come up with any answers. "Do you know these words?" Yisha suddenly asked Han Sen. Han Sen was wearing his Dongshuan armor, so she could not see his face. But Han Sen had jerked slightly when he saw it, and he had stared at it for too long. "I can read a bit." Han Sen did not deny it. Yisha looked happy and asked, "What does it say?" Han Sen looked at Yisha and her smile, and said, "What's written there is not complicated. Tell me why you are here." Yisha immediately frowned and said, "I know something is strange about this place. Perhaps there is treasure waiting to be found." "Do I look retarded?" Han Sen asked, looking at her. "No." Yisha was shocked. "Ding Hen, don't treat me like I am." Han Sen lifted his lips. The scene went quiet. Han Sen began looking over the statue to see if he could find any other writing. If Han Jinji really did write those words, he wouldn't have done so for no reason. Han Sen looked everywhere, but there were no other words. It was quite disappointing. And furthermore, he could no longer see the chaos. He wasn't sure where they had gone off to. Who does this statue represent? Is it be a human or a crystallizer? Han Sen wondered. Suddenly, the sound of bubbles was heard from down below. He looked down to the lake, and it seemed as if the water beneath them was boiling. But Han Sen didn't feel as if the lake was getting any hotter. And there were so many bubbles emerging, you could not even see beyond the surface. "Do you want to live or die?" Yisha asked suddenly, looking at Han Sen. 1797 Treasure in the lake. What do you mean? Han Sen asked, with a frown. "If you want to live, listen to me and follow my instructions closely. If you want to die, death can come easily. Just take a look at the wound on your arm for assurance," Yisha said coldly. Han Sen was shocked, and he looked at the wound on his arm. The tear on the Dongshuan armor was still there. It was difficult to recover in that place, but despite that, his wound had already healed. Han Sen's healing abilities were remarkable. He had a xenogenic body, so he wouldn't bleed. His healing abilities were better than the average Viscount's. After examining his wound, he determined that his arm was in good shape. His wound was going to be fine, and there wouldn't even be a scar. But just as Han Sen started to answer her, he felt pain stem from his wound. Somehow, the mostly healed skin had come undone. In a second, the wound had reopened as if he had just been injured. He almost cried aloud. Yisha said quietly, "You were hit by my teeth power. If I want to, I can ensure your body never heals, and any recovery you make can be broken. I can do this repeatedly until your entire body breaks. Even if you leave Demon Grave and find a King-class elite for aid, not even they will be able to break my teeth power. Not that you could find someone like that, but it would only take 2 weeks for me to rip up your whole body." Han Sen did not respond, but he could definitely feel that his wound was slowly tearing wider. It was slow, but difficult to control. It felt like there were a number of teeth in the wound, digging into his body. He tried to control it, but he could not stop the skin xianxia tearing further and further. "The only reason it would take me 2 weeks is because of your ability not to bleed. If you did bleed, you'd be dead within a day." Yisha looked at Han Sen's wound. Han Sen's bloodless wound was a strange sight for her. Her teeth power could break through flesh and speed up any bleeding process. Even those who incurred the slightest of wounds would bleed profusely, but Han Sen hadn't bled a drop. Han Sen's face didn't change, and he asked Yisha, "What do you want me to do?" "If you want me to die, you don't have to say that," Yisha sighed and told him emotionlessly, "I need you to do nothing." Han Sen understood what she meant. She wanted him to stay where he was, do nothing, and avoid disturbing her. "If you can stand still, you won't disturb my business. We can avoid a feud, and I promise you that when we leave this place, I will remove the teeth powers I have inflicted upon you," Yisha said. Han Sen neither agreed nor disagreed, but he did say, "As long as you're not putting me in danger, I can abide." Yisha frowned. She was not happy with Han Sen's manner of promise. More and more bubbles were appearing in the water, like a large jacuzzi. The bubbles had lovely acoustics, with their constant popping. But amongst the many bubbles, Han Sen saw a black bag. What it was, he did not know. "Remember what you have told me. Otherwise, you'll be wishing you were dead," Yisha told Han Sen threateningly. She stared at the black thing in the lake, then, ignoring Han Sen. "What is that?" Han Sen looked at it. Yisha ignored him. She continued staring at the lake, as if he did not exist. Han Sen, getting ignored, did not speak. He was thinking if there was some manner of nice treasure down below, he'd like to steal it. He didn't believe the promise Yisha had made him. Once they left Demon Grave, it was likely she wouldn't remove the teeth power. It was possible she'd just kill him. Yisha took whatever was inside the lake seriously. If he could steal whatever it was, even if he could not use it himself, it might work as leverage over Yisha. Whatever the thing in the water was, it was moving faster. And it produced a large number of waves. But then, suddenly, it burst out of the froth of bubbles. When Han Sen was finally able to see the item, he was shocked. Han Sen had expected to see something like a fish or a snake. He wouldn't even have been surprised if it was a dead body, as anything could happen in that place. But when Han Sen saw a scabbard come out of the water, he was shocked. It would make sense if it was a blade, as it could easily be deemed as a treasure of some worth. Or perhaps even a Geno armament like the Northern King glove. But it was just a scabbard that jumped out of the lake, minus a blade it could house. What use would a plain scabbard be for 3 Geno ARMGMCNL? The scabbard was black, but it wasn't a matte color. It was crystalline, like some sort of black diamond. The scabbard hopped out of the lake like a fish. Its movement looked almost happy. "What is this scabbard?" Han Sen asked. When Yisha continued ignoring him, Han Sen summoned his last horn arrow. He was going to shoot at the black crystal scabbard. "What are you doing?" Yisha was shocked, and her saw knife immediately swung toward Han Sen. Han Sen ducked behind his shield and laughed. "I hate being lonely. If you don't talk to me, perhaps I will do something weird. Don't take it out on me, if I happen to ruin your business here." Yisha's teeth were getting itchy. If someone like Han Sen had spoken to her in such a manner outside of Demon Grave, she could have had him killed 1,000,000 times over with a mere wag of her finger. Rebate Sword Queen was half a god. Even kings tended to avoid her. No one had permission to speak to her in such a way. "When I leave this place, I will kill you." Yisha was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. If Han Sen wanted to ruin her business and steal the scabbard, there was nothing she could do to stop him. "What is this scabbard?" Han Sen asked. "Have you heard about the crystallizers?" "If you haven't, then you wouldn't understand," Yisha said coldly. 1798 Crystal Geno weapon, of course I have heard about them. "Is that scabbard related to the crystallizers?" Han Sen's heart jumped, but he held his emotions in check and kept his voice flat. "If you know, then why do you ask?" Yisha replied icily. "I have heard about this race, but I do not know much about them. Please explain it to me, but please be aware, if I am bored, I may do something unpredictable." Han Sen smiled as he fondled the horn arrow. Yisha hated Han Sen, but she clamped down on her anger and said, "The crystallizers were a new race of the Geno universe. They were here for a short amount of time, and their evolution process was fairly average. In fact, it was worse than some of the lesser races. But the crystallizers were wonderful with Geno technology. They created a crystal Geno weapon that could enable normal Geno fighters to battle against dukes, marquis, and even kings. Something that strong resides here." Han Sen was shocked. He thought the crystallizers had been unable to become strong, and had thus been destroyed. But with her saying this now, he was learning that while their bodies were not strong, their weapons did not seem weak. Yisha ignored Han Sen and continued to speak. After the crystallizers created their crystal Geno weapons, they grew in strength. They were ambitious, and they even sought to claim a position in the Geno Hall. But their strongest leader was merely a duke. He wasn't even a king-class fighter. No race with such limited power had ever tried to challenge a position in the Geno Hall before. But they failed. It seems like the crystallizers, crystal Geno weapons were inferior to those of kings. Han Sen could predict how it all ended. Yisha looked at him with disdain, and said, "Shut up if you don't know anything." The crystallizers, crystal Geno weapons were as good as the king's. If they challenged ordinary higher races, they might have indeed lit up a lantern. But they were too strong, and they invented a Geno weapon that was greater than the gods. And with that Geno weapon, they challenged a most mighty higher race. And the god elites of this higher race destroyed them. They disappeared shortly after. Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't known the crystallizers were that great, and so it came as a surprise. Could this scabbard be the crystal Geno weapon that is able to slay a god? Han Sen looked at the scabbard in the lake and became very excited. Yisha said, "You think it's here? You think such a thing would still reside in a place like this?" "Who knows? Maybe no one knows." Han Sen smiled. Yisha said, "You think too much. Power doesn't just appear as if out of nowhere. And the crystallizers were only able to craft a single one of those crystal Geno weapons. And yet they still failed. They weren't able to kill a god, not even a deified elite. The crystal Geno weapon was reduced to dust. Many races saw that happen, so a lot of them know. But after a while, the memory of the crystallizers has faded. Many cannot recall anything about them. What is this scabbard, then?" Han Sen blinked. "It's an ordinary variant of those crystal Geno weapons. If it was complete, then it might carry one in a fight versus Duke-class foes. Perhaps even King-class. Now all that remains is the scabbard, and so its strength is decreased," Yisha said. Han Sen didn't believe her, as he knew very little about her. But with her battle skills, it was clear to see that she was not an ordinary person from a higher race. She could be a duke or king herself. A character like her would not enter a place like this in search of an incomplete crystal Geno weapon. Han Sen stared at the scabbard and said, "Two elites once fought here. They fought over a treasure. That is why this xenogenic space has such strange suppressive properties. Might this be the item they were fighting over?" "Your imagination is quite something," Yisha said coldly. Han Sen wanted to squeeze more information out of her, but the lake suddenly moved. The scabbard flew towards them like an arrow. Yisha immediately became happy, as no more talking could follow. So, she reached out to grab the scabbard as it flew. She had only been talking to keep Han Sen occupied and calm. He hadn't done anything to disrupt the scabbard, just like she planned. And now that it was flying forward, she could happily ignore Han Sen. As soon as she grabbed the scabbard, her work would be finished, and she could kill Han Sen. He would be her first kill with it. The scabbard flew to the forehead of the statue, fitting itself neatly into a slot that Han Sen had noticed there. Han Sen originally thought that slot was something of a decoration. It might even have represented a third eye. But now he knew it was not anything like that, it was instead a slot for the scabbard. Han Sen had no idea why the scabbard would be drawn to the slot. Han Sen thought about it quickly, and he saw Yisha on the adjacent shoulder. She was reaching out to catch the scabbard. Han Sen threw a punch, aiming towards Yisha's hands. Yisha looked murderous, and she swung her sword. Luckily, Han Sen was able to dodge it. If he hadn't, he'd have lost his hand. Han Sen's other fist came into contact with Yisha's other hand, though. There was a pang sound, and both of them flinched backward. Neither of the two caught the scabbard. The scabbard flew past the pair, fitting itself neatly into the slot on the forehead of the statue. There wasn't a single seam, and it fit inside perfectly. "How dare you?" Yisha looked extremely glum, and she couldn't stand his presence anymore. "Whoever sees it gets to share. I should have half of it, right?" Han Sen smiled. "Do you think I can't kill you?" Yisha lifted her knife and looked at Han Sen. Her body was suddenly blazing with a purple fire. Anger was definitely the fuel. "I thought Demon Grave suppressed powers, and not even kings could overcome that. So, what is this?" Han Sen's face changed. This was bad. 1799 Archery Queen Yisha hated Han Sen. Her power was amassing, building in strength. The purple flame broke through the enforced limit of Demon Grave. The power in her body was increasing. But breaking through the power limit did not mean the suppression of Demon Grave was ineffective. Yisha's power was too strong, so she broke past a limit. She was crossing a line that allowed her to use a power that was not supposed to be in play there. Only elites like Yisha, who were halfway to becoming a god, had the power to do this. Not even an average king class could accomplish the same thing. Because Yisha was only half deified, she could not completely ignore the supposed limitations of Demon Grave. Her dramatic flare of power wasn't actually as big of an improvement as it seemed. Still, she could ignore enough of Demon Grave's suppression to raise her power to that of a viscount. Forcing her body to wield power like this was a definite strain. Even if she didn't fight, simply holding the power would damage her. If Han Sen hadn't forced her hand, she would never have done this. But she was a sword queen, and she couldn't idly accept what Han Sen was doing. So, she decided to kill him where he was, regardless of what it cost her. Yisha was afraid Han Sen would steal the scabbard, and that was why she had been holding off, but now that it was inside the statue, nothing would happen. If she killed Han Sen, she could take the scabbard whenever she wanted. Now, without hesitation, she was happily unleashing her power. Although she could only raise the power of a viscount, that was enough. Yisha was holding her saw knife. She didn't swing it, but a purple flame was crawling atop it. Han Sen was holding his steel centaur shield, ready to withstand whatever attack came next. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his arm. His flesh was exploding. The wound on his arm was coming undone. Within a second, his entire arm was ripped open, revealing his white bones. The tear was spreading across his entire body. Han Sen was shocked. If this continued, it would only take a few seconds for his entire body to be torn apart. You thought the teeth's power was that slow? That was only because it was suppressed by Demon Grave. That was why it was so weak earlier. How dare you make me mad? Today is the day you die. Yisha looked cold, as her purple flames increased. Han Sen's wounds were being ripped up faster as a purple mist moved along his flesh and muscles. It was scary to see. FCK, that's nasty, Han Sen shouted in his heart. He didn't hesitate, as a red light suddenly appeared. It came right out of his jeans, wrapping up his entire body. Because the Dongshuan armor had wrapped up Han Sen's body, you could not tell the differences below its surfaces. But inside his armor, his body was changing. He began to look like he was made of red metal. He was becoming transparent, and a powerful presence was growing within him. His super god body was activated. The tears in his arm stopped spreading, and the wounds that were covered by a purple aura were doused in white light. The purple air began to dissipate, and his wounds were starting to heal. Han Sen felt as if his previously suppressed body was no longer limited. Power coursed through his body, rumbling like a river. Yisha looked at the white light overwhelming Han Sen's arm and felt the scary presence he exuded. Her face changed and she said, You've touched the deified door. Han Sen did not answer. He pulled out a gold bow and a white bone arrow. The white light entered the arrow, activating a slumbering power. The bone arrow shivered to life, and a white light came out of it, the Archangel Bone Arrow. How? Yisha was shocked. She was not shocked about the presence of the arrow itself, even though it had been made from the bones of a king feather. It had king power. Normally, an enemy of king class power was no concern for Yisha. She wagered she could block it. But inside Demon Grave, she had damaged her own body to achieve the power of a viscount, yet the Archangel Bone Arrow had the same power that it would on the outside. It was not affected, so it was scary. Retrieving the scabbard was no longer Yisha's highest priority, so she flew away from the statue and departed the lake. An Archangel Bone Arrow with full power was not something she could trifle with. Buzz. Han Sen moved his finger and fired the bone arrow. It reached Yisha's chest the instant it left the string. She couldn't evade that projectile. Yisha was a deified elite. Even though her powers were suppressed, her reaction was still quite fast. She lifted the saw knife in front of her chest, and the bone arrow hit the blade. The holy light raged with the intensity of a volcano. It exploded against the knife when the arrow came into contact with it. And a kacha noise quickly followed. The saw knife that was still a bit powerful in there, made of an unknown material, suddenly broke. The bone arrow plunged into her chest and rocketed out of her back. It went through another dozen grapevines before its flight was halted. Blurg. Yisha coughed up blood. A huge hole had been blown through her heart. She was not dead, though. She was still gathering up power. She ran into the grapevines and disappeared. Han Sen wished to give chase, but his body was feeling weak. He exited Super God Spirit mode, as he could only use it for a limited time. What a scary woman. She didn't die. Han Sen sighed, giving up on pursuing her. Han Sen turned around and looked at the forehead of the statue and the scabbard within. He grabbed the part that was sticking out slightly and tried yanking it out. When Han Sen pulled on it, it refused to budge. After a few more pulls, it still didn't come free. 1800 Knifeman Han Sen pulled at it a few times, but he was unable to remove the scabbard. It surprised him. Before Han Sen could make another move, he felt as if the scabbard had a beastly knife mind. It came for him like a monster, as if it wished to consume him. Han Sen frowned, as his own sword mind began to battle back against the knife mind. The knife mind would not damage Han Sen's body, but it was consuming Han Sen's own sword mind. His will was being swallowed along with it. If his will broke, even if he was not injured, he would lose his confidence to fight against strong opponents in the future. Han Sen's sword mind was rather scary, but it was shocking how much more terrifying the knife mind was. If Han Sen's sword mind was likened to a strong bull, then the scabbard's knife mind was like a dragon. It did not matter how strong the bull was, it ate grass. But tigers and dragons ate bones. And right now, it was eating Han Sen's sword mind. If the sword mind had a body, it would have been bleeding. Furthermore, this knife mind felt familiar to Han Sen. Yisha's knife mind was very similar to it. The knife mind of the scabbard was even stronger than Yisha's, though. It is no wonder she came here for this. In some way, this item is connected to her, Han Sen thought to himself. Yisha's knife mind was so strong, he believed she must have been a king. And with the scabbard's knife mind being stronger than hers, that led to only one possibility. The creature that left behind this scabbard, was he a deified elite? If he was, this could be one of those horrible elites that created this place. Was one of those beings a rebate? Did he leave it here? Han Sen got to thinking. Still, Han Sen didn't think that was quite right. If it had been left behind by one of the rebate, why would Yisha wait until now to reclaim it? After all the years that had passed, why now? Han Sen did not have the time to mull this over right now, though. So, he used his will to do battle with the knife mind. Even so, it was very difficult trying to battle that particular beast. Han Sen's will and sword mind kept getting chomped on. Han Sen's will was waning, bit by bit, and it felt as if the knife mind was gradually getting stronger. Han Sen wished to leave, but his will was being subsumed, and he could not move. If he moved, the knife mind would enter him completely, ravage his mind, and utterly annihilate him. As Han Sen wondered what he might be able to do to escape this, the black crystal armor inside his Sea of Soul suddenly moved. It generated a strange energy. When that energy entered Han Sen's body, the scabbard rattled. And then, the knife mind relented and eased up a little. The scabbard shook and vibrated in its slot, enabling Han Sen to pull it out with ease. The black crystal armor's energy circulated all around Han Sen, and then went back into his Sea of Soul and into the armor. Then, the black crystal armor became quiet again. It went back to being its normal self. The energy had vanished again, but the scabbard did not unleash any more of its wicked knife mind in retaliation. All it did was pulsate inside Han Sen's hand. Han Sen did not know why, but he felt as if he could feel exactly what the scabbard was feeling. It felt excited, surprised, and scared, all in one. Han Sen was surprised, too. He did not understand the connection between the scabbard and the black crystal armor, and he could not fathom the reason why the black crystal armor could make the scabbard behave this way. Does this scabbard belong to the rebate or the crystallizers? Han Sen wondered to himself, but settled on the thought that it belonged to the crystallizers more. As Han Sen pondered this, the knife mind of the scabbard revealed itself again. But this time, it did not opt to consume Han Sen's will. It was actually fitting itself into Han Sen's will nicely. Han Sen felt as if he had become an old beast, and that he was eating the world around him. The universe and everything else would be wholly swallowed by him. The power to munch on the universe felt pretty good. The beastly power of consumption was inside Han Sen's mind. And a second later, the beast transformed into a knife. It was one that looked familiar. The appearance looked just like Yisha's knife. But the energy inside it did, admittedly, feel worse. Although the appearance was identical. Comparing Yisha's to Han Sen's knife was like comparing a real blade with a toy one. That knife was held by a man, but Han Sen couldn't identify the man's face. Still, he could faintly make out the shape, and tell that the head had ears. But it did not matter. The man who held the sword was like a demon that was destroying the world. He slashed, breaking the galaxy, as countless things were consumed. A countless number of planets were destroyed. Even space itself was slashed open. Slash after slash, that destructive knife skill was scary, but at the same time, it felt really good. Every time the figure slashed, Han Sen could remember it. Han Sen's mind opened, becoming familiar with the knife skill and the knife mind. Subconsciously, Han Sen swung the scabbard to imitate and follow the man. Slash after slash, Han Sen's knife skills were creating that same consuming power. And it was getting stronger, too. Han Sen's knife mind had limits, though. No matter how smart he was, this was not something he could learn in any short amount of time. Han Sen's knife mind was increasing, though. After practicing the sequence of knife skills 70 times, his knife mind was no weaker than Yisha's. And furthermore, it was still growing. When it increased, the man and the knife started to get a bit blurrier. When Han Sen practiced it 100 times, the man and the knife vanished. Han Sen looked at the scabbard and noticed it no longer had a knife mind. The knife mind had been transferred to Han Sen. The scabbard shook and started to fly around Han Sen. It attached itself to Han Sen's waist and stopped moving. The black diamond knife's body grew dim. Now, it looked like an ink stone. Han Sen touched the scabbard and picked it up. It felt comfortable in his palm, but it was quiet like it was dead. There was nothing more special about it. Han Sen didn't think Xianxia's scabbard would be a completely dead object, though. It might not have given off an anima bow-like sensation or possessed a knife mind anymore, but its soul was still there. It couldn't have been completely dead. There had to be a reason why the scabbard was so quiet. Han Sen could not discover what that reason was, though. He put the scabbard away and then went to examine the statue, but there was nothing of particular note. The lake had stopped bubbling and become peaceful again, and there was no sign of a knife that belonged with the scabbard. There was only the scabbard itself. Shouldn't there be a knife for this scabbard? What kind of knife could suit this sort of scabbard, I wonder? Han Sen thought to himself. And as he did, something crossed his mind. Was a whole knife supposed to be stabbed into this statue? Perhaps someone took the knife. Han Sen's mind returned to the words, Super Gene, on the neck of the statue. The person who had carved those words might have been the one who had taken the knife. But that was merely a wild guess. There was nothing going on now, anyway, and so Han Sen thought it would be a good opportunity to catch his breath for a minute. He flew away from the lake and returned to the grapevines. He picked up the Archangel bone arrow, then gathered some grapes to sat his hunger. He also wanted to get back to searching for the xenogenic fruits. The fruits on the grapevines were better than ordinary fruits, so he picked a few of the big grapes and ate them ravenously. They tasted very sweet, and he ate a whole bunch of them, all at once. He felt much better after that. There was no more turmoil or chaos along the way, and Han Sen walked to the edge of the oasis without seeing any further sign of Yisha. Where she had fled to, he could not tell. After resting for a bit, Han Sen went back into the oasis to look for the xenogenic fruit. Han Sen wanted to leave Demon Grave in case he met Yisha again. At least while in there, he had an advantage over her. If she followed him out, though, the deified Yisha would be able to kill Han Sen with ease. So, he had to get out of there now, with haste. First, Han Sen planned to scour the oasis for xenogenic fruit. If he couldn't find it, he'd have to get going before Yisha could stop him. But even if he did leave before Yisha did, the biggest problem was that he'd be leaving without Mr. G. He didn't think those of Demon would let him walk away so easily. Han Sen couldn't worry about that at the moment, though. He had to leave first. So, Han Sen walked around between the grapevines. Eventually, he found a grape that looked like agate. Han Sen picked it up and pocketed it. Han Sen looked over the whole area of grapes and found some green ones and red ones, and then nothing else. Han Sen didn't stay any longer, though. He walked right out of the grape area, wanting to leave the oasis. Unfortunately, he could see clouds of yellow sand rising up ahead, out in the desert. Many creatures were now approaching the oasis. They were coming from the direction that Han Sen would need to go to exit the place. After having a look, Han Sen noticed there were many races amongst them. There were those of Demon and those of the Rebate. There were some Han Sen could not identify, either. Half of the races were there now. Weird. Mr. G said that only a few members of higher races could enter here based on the agreement. So, why are there so many? Did Yisha get these people to come and deal with me, once she escaped? Han Sen frowned, wanting to hide away in the oasis first. Even if they weren't coming after him, their presence would be dangerous for Han Sen. Han Sen started to move, but a member of a higher race amidst that group had exceptional vision. Before Han Sen could retreat into the oasis, the man shouted, "Hey kid, stay where you are. Answer our questions and we won't trouble you. Otherwise, don't blame us for what might happen. Unless you think you can escape us all, of course. What do you want to ask?" Han Sen asked coldly, keeping his distance. "Were you the person accompanying Luo Ji?" Someone from Demon asked Han Sen. "Yes." Han Sen nodded. "Where is he now?" the members of Demon asked, looking happy. Han Sen didn't hesitate to tell them about Luo Ji running off when chaos ensued. He made no mention of Yixia, though. "Okay, take us to him," the demon said. Han Sen frowned. "I only know he went that way. I don't know where precisely, so it would be pointless for me to go." "We told you to take us to him. Stop talking crap." The higher race that first spotted Han Sen looked annoyed. He was afraid Yixia was still out there somewhere, so he didn't want to go and find Mr. Ji with them. Han Sen ignored him and kept walking. If they had been outside, any of the people present would have been stronger than Han Sen. But within Demon Grave, everyone's body was suppressed and nearly equalized. Therefore, Han Sen was not afraid. When the bird face-looking higher race man was ignored, it enraged him. He shouted and pulled out a wooden stick to try to hit Han Sen. The wooden stick looked familiar. It looked like the wooden weapons the Chaos used. It must have been an item retrieved from this place. But Han Sen ignored him and continued walking. The man attacked, and while the wooden stick moved like a striking dragon, it didn't even manage to brush Han Sen's clothes. Those of the higher races looked surprised, but they didn't want to let Han Sen go. They all surrounded him and drew their weapons. Han Sen noticed that those weapons had all been carved from wood. They were originally chaos weaponry. "Take us to Luo Ji and you'll be rewarded. Otherwise, no one here. We'll let you go," the demon said, trying to bluff. Although Han Sen was curious why they were in such a rush to find him, he was more afraid of Yixia getting into position to intercept him at some point down the road. He did not answer, and instead rushed forward. The higher races were angered. They swung their weapons, wanting to drop Han Sen. So, Han Sen pulled out the scabbard and held it like a sword. Then he summoned his sword Mind. The battle started with an arrow falling from the sky. It landed in the midst of everyone, and they all stared at it in shock. They raised their heads, and they saw chaos descending from the sky. The chaos quickly surrounded everyone, and their numbers were several hundred strong. A line of arrows were targeting them, and everyone was shocked. That included Han Sen. He had already tried escaping from 4 chaos, and that was extremely trying. But now their numbers were vast, and he quickly realized that escaping might be impossible here. Unless he used his super god body, of course. In his current state, though, he couldn't flee. It was a shame he still needed to recover. Even if he did use super god spirit mode, it wouldn't last very long. He might be able to take down a few chaos, but he couldn't kill a few hundred while maintaining enough strength to escape. "Put down your weapons and put your hands behind your head." A chaos made use of the universal language to speak with them. Facing so many drawn bows, no one dared do anything to provoke the chaos. Looking glum, they all did as instructed. They put down their weapons and put their hands behind their heads. Han Sen returned the scabbard to his waist and lifted his arms like the higher races were. The chaos moved closer and pointed the arrows right at them, then ropes were brought out to bind them. The chaos put long spears through the ropes and carried them like pigs. They are vegetarians, right? Or are they cannibals? Han Sen's heart sank. If it wasn't for those who had been captured with him, he would have been long gone by now. He wouldn't have been in this predicament. Luckily, the chaos didn't seem to want to kill them immediately. The creatures were headed into the desert. After 4 days, they came to an oasis. This oasis was far bigger, and wooden houses were visible amidst the foliage. So, it must have been where the chaos lived. Everyone was brought to a meadow filled with stone pillars. Yixia was tied to one. She was still wearing her mask, but the wound in her chest now looked fine. The higher races didn't seem to recognize her, and the 2 rebate with him didn't realize who she was. They seemed none the wiser. Then, the chaos tied them to the stone pillars. Han Sen was not too far from Yixia, as she was only 2 pillars away. Yixia did see Han Sen there, though, and she also saw the scabbard he was carrying. Her eyes looked bright and confused, and she fervently wondered why the scabbard would behave like that. The chaos took the wooden weaponry that the group carried. They didn't see a knife in the socket of the scabbard, so they left it with Han Sen. Han Sen couldn't use it, anyway. What do the chaos want to do with us? The bird-faced man asked. No one could answer him, as no one knew what the chaos wanted. The creatures just tied them to the pillars and then left. There were a few chaos children looking at them, though. The kids stared at them like they were animals in a zoo. The chaos were affected by Demon Grave, and so they didn't have any nobles. They only had Geno armor. But their fitness, even when they were children, was quite good. The demon called Vic turned to Yisha and asked, "Rebate lady, when did they capture you? Do you have any idea what they plan to do?" Yisha ignored him. She was a king that had touched a deified door. If she had not been injured by Han Sen, she would not have gotten captured. This was a humiliating situation for her, and so she wasn't willing to let anyone hear of her identity. Vic frowned when he got ignored, but it wasn't as if he could threaten her into talking now. A rebate man asked, "Look, we're all in the same boat here. If you know anything, you should tell us. Maybe then we can escape together." The other high race people agreed, in the hope that she could tell them something they could use to escape. Yisha pretended she did not hear any of them. She simply closed her eyes and rested. The rebate man was made angry by this, and he shouted, "Did you not hear me? I am Rock's Fall Duke, and I command you to answer me." Yisha still kept her eyes closed, and she pretended as if she did not hear him. Han Sen just looked at the woman curiously. It was strange that they did not know Yisha. Han Sen thought she would be a person of enormous importance, the type of person that a mere duke wouldn't dare to compare themselves to. So, how could Rock Fall's Duke not recognize who she was? The sky went dark, and eventually, the Chaos Kids looked tired. They returned to the houses, leaving only those who were tied up outside. The Chaos were sleeping now, and no one was watching them. Some of the higher races wished to shake off their ropes and see if they could escape. They did not know what their bindings were made of, though. They couldn't get free from them. Even when they squeezed their bodies, the rope would constrict and squeeze, too. Arg! A weird voice came from outside of the oasis. Everyone was shocked, and they thought the Chaos had noticed their attempts to escape. They looked around and noticed that the wooden doors of the houses were all closed. No Chaos seemed to be coming out. And then, they heard that noise again. It sounded as if it was coming from every angle. Eventually, the noise drew nearer and nearer. And not long after, some green eyes were seen peering at them. They were everywhere in the dark. There were oh so many of them. "What is this? I thought that, aside from the Chaos, there wouldn't be any other creatures here," the bird-looking higher race man said. The others of the higher races looked terrible, and it soon looked as if the eyes were coming towards them. It didn't seem as if they were only there to admire the captives. 1803 Chosen by the monster Han Sen looked at the green eyes, shining in the dark. Quickly, he recognized what they looked like. They belonged to creatures that looked like lizards. But their heads were much bigger, like a bull's. Their skin was gray like rocks, enabling them to blend into the darkness. It was difficult to make out the shape of their bodies. The creatures were close to the stone pillars now. They opened their mouths and revealed fangs and snake-like tongues. A strange sort of saliva bubbled around their tongues, as well. "What are they? Are the Chaos feeding us to them?" one of the higher race people asked in fear. Monsters were approaching from each and every angle. They surrounded the meadow of the stone pillars. There were dozens of them, and if they wanted to eat the people tied to the pillars, there still wouldn't be enough to satisfy them all. The monsters surrounded them, looking at them from outside the circle of the pillars. None stepped into the perimeter, though. As everyone looked on in shock, they heard a long howl. The monsters cleared a path, as if clearing the way for a general to come through. Another lizard-like monster emerged, but this one was smaller. It was only the size of a dog. The monster raised its head, making itself look very noble. Its body was smaller than the other monsters, but it looked more alive. Instead of being gray, it was dark red, the color of chicken blood. The monsters watched the smaller monster approach, and then they lowered their heads as if they were bowing before a king. The small monster came to the pillar area and did not stop. It walked inside and began checking everyone out. The little monster was looking at all of them like an experienced farmer that was choosing livestock. Han Sen found the sight somewhat disturbing, and he had no clue what the monster's intentions were. The higher races were all stunned, too. They were afraid the little monster would chomp their heads off, and they had no hope of fighting back. Xianxia was still resting with her eyes closed, and she didn't look scared in the least. Han Sen was thinking to himself, I wonder when she got herself caught. It's weird how she doesn't seem worried about the monster potentially eating her. She must know something about what's going on. Han Sen knew Xianxia must hate him now, though. She'd probably murder him this instant if she could. There was no way she would share information with him, so he didn't ask. The little monster walked around the captured people, and eventually took a step back. It reached out its claws and touched one of the higher races. It seemed as if it had made a selection. The higher race that was touched went pale. He was afraid that he was about to become a meal for the creatures. The monster walked around until the claws stopped at Han Sen. They remained pointed at him. Han Sen's heart jolted, and he thought to himself, I can't be this unlucky, can I? He probably thinks my meat is soft, and so that is why he wants to start eating me first. The little monster made a loud bearing noise when it pointed at Han Sen. Another monster then came from beyond the perimeter, racing towards Han Sen with the ferocity of a tiger. Those of the higher races felt relieved. It seemed as if the monster was picky, and it wasn't willing to select them for food. But they were wrong. The monster then pointed at a few more of the higher races. Some other monsters came from the outside and approached them. Those who were chosen, aside from Han Sen, were Xianxia, Vic, Rock Falls Duke, and the bird-faced higher race man. After that, the little monster lowered its paw. It had finished choosing. The other higher race people felt relieved. When Han Sen saw the monsters come, his mind raced for a way in which he might escape the predicament. He couldn't fight them, and nor could he simply run away. Han Sen thought fleeing to the sanctuary might be the only way he could successfully hide. Han Sen looked at the monster in front of him, and suddenly, he realized that he might have misunderstood the creature's intentions. So, before he committed to teleporting away, he decided to wait. The monster came in front of Han Sen and its teeth flashed toward him. The monster didn't hurt his flesh, though. Instead, the creature just used its teeth to break the rope that bound him. After a few hearty bites, the rope was broken. Han Sen was free. He moved his hands and wrists, then looked at the monster with surprise. This same thing happened with the others, as they were each approached by a monster which then freed them. The former captives were all given quite the shock. After the ropes were cut, the lizards turned around like camels. They allowed themselves to be ridden. Han Sen and the others still weren't sure what was going on. When Han Sen and the others didn't immediately get on the monsters, though, the little monster snarled. It seemed to be telling them that they should hurry and hop on. The freed people looked at each other, gauging the mood, but no one dared hop on. Xianxia, however, jumped onto the monster's back without hesitation. After she settled down on the creature's back, it immediately trotted away. Han Sen mounted the monster in front of him, too. It was headed in the same direction. Vic and Rock's Fall Duke gritted their teeth before climbing onto their own lizards. The monsters took them all away, beyond the oasis. When the little monster saw Han Sen and the others riding off, it barked a command for the rest of the monsters to disperse. The monsters did as commanded, slinking back into the desert. The higher races that weren't chosen felt great relief wash over them. They believed those who had been chosen were going to become food. Perhaps they were being taken away, to be fed upon later. Vic and the others were all nervous, though. They weren't sure if the trip they were on was a good one. But they had little choice in the matter, and there was no turning back for them now. The monsters ran through the desert, and it was surprisingly cold there at night. Even so, the sky was mesmerizingly clear. The stars were shining so brightly that it looked as if you could reach out your hand and pick them up. After walking for half the night, Han Sen saw a glow in front of him like a spinning galaxy. There were countless snakes ahead, lit up like a tangle of glowsticks. 1804 Unbelievable Mountain. The monsters went up toward the rivers of light, and when they drew close, it turned out that the snake-looking things weren't actually snakes. It looked like a beard coming out from the sand. It was waving, and the motion had looked serpentine from afar. The monsters came towards the snake-looking beard, but the beard seemed frightened by their approach. It buried itself underground. There were more of them, and each one the monsters drew near to would end up drilling back into the ground. Those beards were like dragonflies in the desert. It was like they were forming a path that led the monsters forward. When the sun rose, the beards disappeared. But Han Sen saw a large, strange mountain ahead. The reason it was strange was because it looked like a giant egg atop the desert sands. And aside from that mountain, the rest of the geography was plain desert dunes. Something as big as that cannot be a real egg, surely. How big would a creature have to be to create such a large egg? Han Sen thought to himself. The monsters, seeing the egg-shaped mountain ahead, started to run even faster. The small monsters stood atop the bigger mountains, crying and calling out at the mountain. As they drew closer and closer to the place, they saw the egg mountain more clearly. While it was the size of a mountain, it wasn't made of rock. It was dark, but wrapped in silk. It looked like a giant cocoon. The silk bands were as thick as an arm, and they glowed gently. The monsters ran in front of the cocoon and stopped. They lowered their heads to let Han Sen and the others down. "What's this?" the bird-faced man asked, as he looked up at the cocoon. Vic, Rock's Fall Duke, and Yisha did not speak. They merely looked at the cocoon and kept their thoughts to themselves. Han Sen could tell Rock's Fall Duke was excited about something. His minor display of emotion this was only shown for a split second, but it couldn't escape Han Sen's notice. These three people know what this cocoon is. Aside from Yisha, though, Vic and Rock's Fall Duke are here by accident. Still, they know what this is. They knew what this was before they came here. Han Sen kept thinking. They all looked at the giant cocoon, as the monsters laid themselves down on the ground, as if in servitude and prayer to their god. Only the little red monster was willing to go up close to it, though. It walked around the cocoon as if it was looking for something. "Should we escape now?" the bird-faced man asked as he looked down at the monsters who were all bowing with their heads lowered. "Do you think they are stupid? Just because they haven't injured us doesn't mean they'd let us run off. Don't you see that they still surround us?" Rock's Fall Duke lifted his lips. The bird-faced man started to respond, but he suddenly felt the sand around his feet start to shift as it would with the onset of an earthquake. Han Sen felt it, too. And it wasn't just the sand that was moving. Even the mountain-looking cocoon was moving. Where the earth and the cocoon touched each other, the sand was beginning to run. It was like a hole had formed somewhere below ground, and the sand was swirling into it like a vortex. They wanted to retreat, but the monsters were still down on the ground. They couldn't fall back without stepping onto the monsters behind them. "That thing is rising," the bird-faced man shouted. Han Sen noticed the cocoon was indeed rising. It wasn't the sand that was moving, it was the rising of the cocoon that was affecting the sand. The movement was coming from that. Now, Han Sen was no longer looking at the cocoon. Instead, he was looking at Vic, Rock's Fall Duke, and Yisha. He could not see Yisha's face, for she wore a mask. Rock's Fall Duke's face looked excited, though, and Vic's eyes were now gleaming brightly. These guys must surely know something. Han Sen tried to think of ways in which he could gain information from them. As Han Sen continued his thoughts, the cocoon completely departed its bed of sand. It was floating in the air, and it looked stunning. It was like the Himalayas, but they were in the sky. Humans were smaller than ants standing next to it, and if it fell, they would be crushed. The giant cocoon was hovering 6 meters above the ground. It froze in the air and stopped moving. Han Sen wondered what manner of power could make something so big float like that. The little monster went back to its group, and it growled at them. They surrounded Han Sen, ushering him and the others below the cocoon. Han Sen saw that the lizards weren't looking nervous, and so he didn't try to run. He wanted to know what they wished to do there. The monsters pushed them to the bottom of the pit, and in the center of the cocoon above them, Han Sen could see there was a circular hole. It was around 2 meters wide, and compared to the cocoon, it looked as small as the point of a needle. Han Sen looked up through the hole, and all he could see was silk. The strands were as thick as an arm, just like they were outside. The little monsters pointed at the hole and made snarling noises at Rock's Fall Duke and the others. It looked as if they wanted the captives to enter. "Should we go in?" The bird-faced man's face kept changing. He had no clue what was going on, so he looked at Rock's Fall Duke and Vic for an answer. "Do we have any other choice?" Rock's Fall Duke said, before approaching the hole. He tried to keep his excitement suppressed, and he did so by walking slowly. But Han Sen knew that Rock's Fall Duke was eager to go inside. "Yes, since we are here, we might as well go in," Vic said, before following after Rock's Fall Duke. He sounded relaxed, but he was afraid of Rock's Fall Duke stealing something. The bird-faced man followed. He climbed into the hole with them, and only Han Sen and Yisha remained outside it. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.